Jingru, where are you? In the depths of utter darkness, Su Mu's terrified and anxious voice echoed alone. Jingru, I have come to take you home. Su Mu glanced around, completely oblivious to the chilling gaze fixed upon him in this abyss of lightlessness. Suddenly, an enigmatic wave rippled through the air. The entire forbidden zone began to twist wildly, as all existence was engulfed. Su Mu's expression turned to one of sheer horror, even in the moment before being shattered. He remained steadfast in his professional duty, repeatedly calling out Jingru's name. As his consciousness began to fade, Su Mu felt a weight lift from his heart. Phew, thank goodness, it's finally over. A beam of light pierced through the darkness before him, and Su Mu joyfully leapt from his bed. Not far away, rows of imposing halberds shimmered brilliantly. Ha ha ha, I'm finally home. Good morning, young master. A line of gentle and graceful maidens bowed in unison at the bedside, softly greeting him, as a unique fragrance enveloped the surroundings. Su Mu was momentarily stunned. Wait, this doesn't seem right. Why does the scene look so familiar? Dog system. Su Mu roared inwardly, filled with indignation at feeling manipulated. Ding! I am here, host. Wasn't he agreed that I would return home upon completing the plot tasks? What is going on? System detected that the original timeline has collapsed and has now restarted the task. What on earth? Su Mu thought he had misheard. Please, host, complete the task again. I've already completed it, damn it. Su Mu cursed vehemently. Decades ago, he was merely an ordinary person on Blue Star, living a typical life with a fortune of billions, surrounded by luxury and beauty, until he stumbled upon a web novel. The Divine Abyss Continent, a quintessential male-oriented fantasy novel, featured a protagonist named Chun Shu, who, of humble origins and extraordinary talent, faced numerous antagonists with the aid of a vast harem, ultimately ascending to the position of immortal emperor. Perhaps out of the author's malicious intent, this novel also assigned the male lead an unusual and absurd premise, wherein he could only engage with various female characters in extreme scenarios until he achieved his divine status. After reading the excessively mindless plot, Su Mu couldn't help but berate the author for their cunning, and thus found himself forcefully transported into the novel's universe as a mere cannon fodder antagonist. The system insisted that Su Mu must complete all plot lines to return. Is this even right? Su Mu was dumbfounded. The Divine Abyss Continent was anything but a serious narrative. It was pure indulgence, and the author dared to write anything for the sake of pleasure. Experiencing this absurd storyline once had already left him exasperated, and now it was happening again. Dog system, I'm done. Send me back immediately. Su Mu's tone was far from pleasant, a tempest of frustration brewing within him. Ding! Host, please calm down. An unexpected incident occurred in the original timeline, leading to the collapse of numerous characters and the destruction of the world. The system has forcibly restarted the world and made a few corrections. This is the final attempt. What the hell? The world has been destroyed? What is going on? Upon hearing this, Su Mu's anger subsided considerably. The thought of returning home made compromise seem less disgraceful to him, and he took a deep breath. I shall trust you one last time. Pray tell, what is the current situation? Ding! Considering the special circumstances, the system kindly jumped straight to the pivotal plot point for the host. Current plot, Chapter 43, The Master Accepting Ceremony. As an experienced actor, Su Mu was quite familiar with this segment. The narrative was not overly complex, unfolding at the Yao Feng Sacred Land. In the original tale, Su Mu entered the Yao Feng Sacred Land to draw near the female lead, the icy goddess Qing Jingru, with the intention of becoming her peer and sharing daily life. The male protagonist, Chun Shilu, could not tolerate such underhanded tactics and directly challenged Su Mu, who was at a significantly higher cultivation level. Ultimately, he narrowly triumphed, earning renown throughout the sacred land and being hailed as a young hero. Very well, Su Mu felt a twinge of helplessness. If you deceive me again this time, I shall not let this matter rest. Ding! This system is designed to ensure the host enjoys the most exquisite narrative experience, aligning its intentions with the hostess. Sumochakalt. Knock. Knock. The sound of the door echoed as the butler, Uncle Amo, called from outside. Young master, it is nearly time. We must set off. Coming. In an instant, Su Mu switched his expression. As an experienced actor, Immersing himself in the storyline had become second nature to him. His acting skills were merely trivial. He raised his hand, and the maids promptly gathered around to assist him with his attire. Before long, a dashing young gentleman appeared, albeit with a slightly pale complexion and an air of delicacy. As he prepared to leave, Su Mu deliberately chose a formidable halberd from the weapon rack, a distinctive feature of his persona, wielding the halberd with a charming smile. Su Mu nodded in satisfaction. Upon exiting, Uncle Mo gazed at the young master he had watched grow up, now transformed into a handsome youth, and sighed inwardly. The young master is admirable in every regard, yet his choice of affection is perplexing. Why must he be drawn to a woman like Qing Jingru? Sai accompanying the butler aboard the flying vessel, they swiftly traversed the vast Su family estate, racing towards the Yao Feng sacred land. Even within the vessel, one could sense the potent spiritual energy and the laws of the great Dao in the air. This was the essence of the immortal clans. The power structure of the Shenyuan Continent was not overly intricate. 3 sacred lands reigned supreme, followed by 10 immortal clans, among which the Su clan was included. Each faction possessed unfathomable strength, with countless formidable beings capable of obliterating a small world in the blink of an eye. Su Mu was the sole heir of the Su family, the only successor of the immortal clan. His father, Su Ningya, was the strongest among them, a top-tier cultivator at the pinnacle of the immortal king realm. With such a prestigious identity and background, Su Mu's own cultivation talent was not lacking. Yet, ironically, the character he portrayed was that of a cannon fodder antagonist, a mindless sycophant. Of course, in the original text, Su Mu viewed this as true love. Aboard the vessel, Uncle Mo, is Jingru also at the sacred land now? Su Mu dutifully played the role of the devoted sycophant, his years of profound acting skill revealing no hint of insincerity. Ah, Miss Qing is also en route to the sacred land. Uncle Mo paused briefly before revealing the truth, his heart heavy with sighs. Young master, Qing Jingru is utterly unworthy of you. It is high time you awaken to this reality. The flying vessel swiftly reached its destination, and with a leap, Su Mu alighted onto the plaza, the Yao Feng sacred land now within sight. Given the Su family's formidable influence, Su Mu had no need to enter the sacred land. His motivations were entirely for the sake of the female protagonist. Moreover, Su Mu's father, Su Ningya, indulged him to an extreme degree, having cherished him as a late-born son, and even facilitated a special passage for him to enter legitimately. The reason for such leniency lay in the fact that the Su family held shares in the Yao Feng sacred land, which was originally established through a coalition of the 10 great clans. As soon as he touched down, Uncle Mo called out to Su Mu and presented him with a storage ring. Young master, this is a gift prepared for your enrollment. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, realizing this was not part of the anticipated narrative. Nevertheless, he accepted it with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Mo. Uncle Mo slowly shook his head. There is no need for gratitude. This is not from me, but rather from Miss Han Ing. She entrusted it to me in advance, specifically instructing me to give it to you upon your arrival at the sacred land. Su Mu who? Chapter 2. The self-cultivation of a love-stricken fool. Who sent this? Su Mu inquired, his astonishment palpable. It was young Miss Han Ing. Mo Shu replied with a respectful bow. Han Ing, she would bestow the gift upon me. Is this item safe? Su Mu suddenly regarded the storage ring in his hand with a wary gaze, as if contemplating casting it aside. Han Ing, one of the protagonists in the original narrative, was considered Su Mu's sister, though they shared no blood relation. She was the orphan child of his father's brother. Adopted by Su Ningya. Long ago, Han Ing was groomed as the heir to the family until the birth of Su Mu. Their relationship was far from amicable, especially after Su Mu developed feelings for Qing Jingru, which further strained their interactions, often leading to physical confrontations. Han Ying, frequently absent, would regard Su Mu with nothing but disdain and contempt upon her rare returns. The message was unmistakable. If a fool like you were to become the family head, the Su family would be doomed. Thus, Su Mu was utterly convinced that Han Ing would never present him with a gift. Is there something amiss? He pondered, furrowing his brow. Is this scene part of the original storyline? Or could it be that she has devised a new strategy to curry favor with Su Ningya? Perhaps to reclaim her claim to the inheritance? Yet unless she directly eliminated Su Mu, her efforts would yield no fruit, for his father had but one son. What would be the motive? It felt akin to a weasel wishing a hen a happy new year. Sumomaka to himself. He probed the storage ring with his consciousness, discovering only a single item within. A resplendent golden halberd. A sacred artifact. Moreover, it possessed the ability to grow. By the heavens! Sumu was taken aback. Such a grand gift? What was Hanning truly up to? He withdrew the golden halberd and waved it lightly. Feeling its exquisite balance and the flow of ethereal energy, it was indeed a remarkable treasure. Furthermore, due to its growth attribute, it automatically adapted to Su Mu's current cultivation level, allowing him to unleash its full potential without the slightest burden. Oh wait, Mo Shu seemed to recall something. Young Miss Han mentioned that she will return to the clan shortly. She hopes you can attend her welcome banquet. What? No way. Has she lost her senses? Su Mu questioned, raising a finger to his head. Had her prolonged stay in the abyssal battlefield damaged her mind? Was this a ruse to lure him into a trap? Montak Shah. It must be said that the young master, in general, was quite amiable, showing filial piety to his elders, loyalty to his brothers, and kindness even to the servants. Yet, when faced with young Miss Han, he transformed entirely. Was it possible that her strict discipline in their youth had instilled a rebellious streak in him? Mo Shu speculated. The golden halberd felt impeccably suited for him, evidently selected with care, yet Su Mu found it to be rather troublesome. This particular detail was absent from the original narrative. He was no novice and could not have misremembered. Before he could consult the system, a resounding roar erupted nearby. Boom! A similarly opulent airship descended, and from a distance, Su Mu spotted a familiar figure soaring towards him. Ah, is that not our esteemed young Master Su? What brings you to this sacred place for further enlightenment? Atol Yut landed gracefully, nudging Su Mu's shoulder. Get lost. Su Mu frowned and pouted, turning to give a thumbs-down gesture. Luo Haicheng, the foremost heir of the Luo clan, was Su Mu's closest companion, with a bond that surpassed mere friendship. In their childhood, they had indeed shared experiences as innocent as wearing split-crotch pants. Though Luo Haicheng was not as thoughtless as Su Mu, he would wholeheartedly support any endeavor his friend wished to pursue. If Su Mu were to commit a crime, he would ignite the flames. If Su Mu were to engage in petty mischief, he would sell, well, perhaps not that far. Regrettably, in the original narrative, subsequent developments did not unfold favorably for them. Although Su Mu had not witnessed the conclusion of the tale, having arrived during the author's ongoing updates, he had gleaned enough from the plot to foresee that soon, the protagonist Chen Shu would orchestrate the demise of the early antagonist, Su Mu, within the desolate Forbidden Grounds, thereby leaving only himself by Jing Roe's side. The sudden absence of a good brother left Luo Haicheng in disbelief. He spared no effort in seeking the truth, even resorting to unscrupulous means. In doing so, he lost his status as the primary heir and was expelled from the Luo clan. Alas, under the influence of Chen Shu's protagonist aura, his investigation yielded no results, leading to his own ruin, his family shattered, and his powers obliterated, culminating in a tragic demise in the wilderness. The perpetrator, tragically, was his own sister, who also happened to be one of Chen Shu's consorts. Sighing softly, Su Mu patted Luo Haicheng's shoulder. What troubles you? You appear rather disheartened. Luo Haicheng seemed puzzled. Had he previously remarked about Jing Ro, Su Mu would have been overjoyed. What had changed today? Is your uncle visiting? From now on, the name Jing Ro is solely mine to utter. Also, remember to treat your sister kindly, Su Mu asserted. Luo Haicheng. Su Mu remained acutely aware of his own affectionate disposition, consistently mindful of his self-discipline. After all these years of camaraderie, was he not permitted to call him by name? And what did Luo Haicheng mean by mentioning his sister? Luo Haicheng's expression turned uncertain. Even if Su Mu harbored feelings for his sister, Luo Haicheng would only laugh and play matchmaker. Yet today, his friend's demeanor seemed peculiar, leaving him bewildered. Is something amiss? Speak up. Your brother is here to assist. Such loyalty from his friend made Su Mu feel a tinge of regret. After all, Luo Haicheng was not a bad person. His talents, character, and appearance were all commendable. It was unfortunate that due to Su Mu's circumstances, he had offended the protagonist, leading to his tragic fate. If you keep your distance from me, there will be no issues, Su Mu said half-jokingly, genuinely wishing for Luo Haiqing to remain far enough away to avoid entanglement. This was not the first time he had attempted to warn him. Is there truly trouble? Luo Haiqing's brow furrowed, sensing an undercurrent of unease. Just as he was about to speak further, Su Mu raised his hand to interrupt. I cannot converse any longer. Jing Ro has arrived. As he spoke, his entire demeanor brightened. In the city of Luo Hai, amidst a resounding rumble, the flying vessel of the Qing clan descended gently. The Qing clan, not one of the 10 great immortal families, belongs instead to the emerging powers, significantly benefiting from the support of Su Mu. Their airship, while not as grand as those of the Su or Luo families, still commanded attention. From it, a graceful figure alighted. Qing Jingru had arrived. As the hour approached for the grand apprenticeship ceremony, a multitude of spectators had already gathered around, their gazes drawn to her in an instant, enveloping the scene in an eerie silence. Su Mu nodded subtly, recognizing her presence. Qing Jingru, indeed the foremost heroine, possessed unparalleled beauty at such a tender age. Her luminous eyes, pearly teeth, an enchanting figure evoked an ethereal grace. Although still immortal, she exuded an aura reminiscent of the celestial. Her cold demeanor, which often kept others at bay, earned her the moniker of the Frosty Fairy. To hold the title of the principal heroine, she was far from a mere ornament. She was, in fact, an ancient divine body, the ice phoenix of absolute frost. Her extraordinary talent was unrivaled in history, and even without cultivation, her prowess would ascend automatically until she achieved immortality. As she approached, Su Mu felt a surge of vitality. Here comes a moment. Chapter 3. Something is amiss, profoundly amiss. Su Mu hastened forward, his face adorned with a warm and sincere smile. As a seasoned admirer, he possessed an understanding of the art of devotion that was beyond the imagination of most. Take this moment for instance. As Qing Jingru disembarked from the flying vessel, she had barely taken a few steps when Su Mu had already traversed the majority of the distance between them, standing before her. In the original narrative, this scene marked a small pinnacle of Su Mu's performance, and he often marveled at it in retrospect. Typically, at this moment, the protagonist Chen Shu would be standing beside Qing Jingru, and Su Mu would approach him joyously, only to discover another man at her side. The initial delight, the shock upon seeing Chen Shu, followed by anger and embarrassment, and ultimately leading to suppression. Such a seamless transition of emotions could not be portrayed without years of experience as a devoted admirer. Ah, here comes the young master of the Su family again. Muffled laughter echoed around, laced with disdain. Su Mu's relentless pursuit of Qing Jingru was truly commendable. Did he not realize that the ethereal Qing Han would never be interested in someone like him? Do you think the celestial being would pay him any heed? I wager 100 stones she won't. I'll match that bet. Oomph. Prodigal. Others scoffed derisively. Su Mu merely relied on his affluent father, who had sacrificed untold family interests to help him approach Qing Jingru. Indeed, look at the current state. He had infiltrated the sacred grounds. The sacred grounds were the pinnacle of cultivation, and he treated it as if it were a mere playground. Among these onlookers were individuals from esteemed families like Su Mu, as well as prodigies from various realms, each with their own pride, utterly incapable of such sycophantic behavior. Hence, they regarded Su Mu with utter contempt, their murmurs unabated. Su Mu caught wind of their whispers, rolling his eyes internally. Oomph. Were it not for the system task and the longing to return home, who in their right mind would stoop to such devotion? In the square, Su Mu approached Qing Jingru with haste, appearing to focus entirely on her. Yet his true intent was to seek out Chen Shu's figure. Huh, not here. Is he hiding behind the crowd, unseen? With no time to ponder further, Su Mu reached Qing Jingru, passionately delivering his lines. Jingru, I have come to find you. For you, I have specially journeyed to the sacred grounds to cultivate. Today, Qing Jingru was clad in a gown of pure white, her lustrous black hair dancing in the wind, her alabaster arms brushing aside stray locks, captivating the heart utterly. Su Mu was well aware of Qing Jingrou's likely response. She would ignore him completely, walking past without a glance. This was the mark of an experienced actor's mastery over the script. The next scene would entail Su Mu confronting Chen Shu. Speaking of which, where is Chen Shu? I have approached him, yet he remains absent. What utter lack of professionalism. Thank you. Qing Jingrou smiled gently, as if she had been waiting specifically for Su Mu's arrival. Indeed, I had prior knowledge of your impending arrival in the sacred land, and I have prepared this for you. With a gentle smile that radiated warmth, Qing Jingrou retrieved an exquisitely crafted storage ring from her bosom, attempting to present it to Su Mu. What? Su Mu was rendered speechless. This narrative was taking an unexpected turn. Qing Jingrou was gifting him something? It felt as though someone had just informed Su Mu that one of the most formidable beings of their era, his venerable father, the Celestial King, had suddenly passed away. The impact was akin to a landslide. What did you just say? He could not restrain himself from inquiring again. Here, this is for you. Qing Jingrou leaned forward, observing the dazed expression on Su Mu's face, and a smile graced her lips. You truly remain the same, like a little fool. Her gaze wandered, seemingly drifting back to a previous life, where she recalled the one who had always surrounded her with unwavering love, a reflection of the present moment. Su Mu, in this reincarnation, it is my turn to seek you out. Qing Jingrou resolved silently. In her former life, influenced by Chen Shu, she had always deemed Su Mu's approach to be driven by ulterior motives, and thus maintained a deliberate distance. Only many years later did she comprehend the extent of Su Mu's sacrifices for her, facing disdain from others and rejection from family. Yet the youth remained unfazed, filled with genuine affection, unlike the self-serving Chen Shu. You. Qing Jingrou's exceedingly gentle demeanor left Su Mu, an experienced actor, momentarily dumbfounded. How could this be? Su Mu glanced behind her, finding only her personal maid, with no one else in sight. Just you? He ventured cautiously. Of course. Qing Jingrou smiled softly, recalling the figure who had accompanied her during this moment in her previous life, Chen Shu. His intentional closeness had been to exploit her for resources, and ultimately, he had aimed to eliminate her in his quest to attain the status of an emperor of immortals. It was only later that she learned of Su Mu's demise at Chen Shu's hands, who had deceived Su Mu into entering a perilous, lightless abyss, resulting in a tragic end. It was said that Su Mu had called out her name until his last breath. At this thought, a glint of vengeance flickered in Qing Jingrou's eyes. In this lifetime, I shall not permit anyone to harm you. Su Mu, wait for me. She took a deep breath, reminding herself that the time was not yet ripe. Chen Shu was not only fated, but also backed by a formidable force, far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Qing Jingrou regarded the bewildered Su Mu before stepping closer, narrowing the distance between them. Su Mu could now discern the elegant fragrance emanating from her. Allow me to adorn you with this. The ring contains a gift prepared for you. With that, Qing Jingrou boldly took hold of Su Mu's hand, ready to place the ring upon his finger. Just then, her brow furrowed slightly. There, on Su Mu's hand, was a strange storage ring adorned with delicate floral patterns, unmistakably feminine in origin. Where did this come from? Qing Jingrou hurriedly pondered. Su Mu had always possessed but a single storage ring, one that had accompanied her since childhood. Where then had this new one come from? Moreover, it was exquisitely delicate. Despite Su Mu's beautiful appearance, Qing Jingrou was acutely aware of her exceptionally strong character, unyielding and resolute. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to cultivate with such a formidable weapon as a halberd, reserving all her gentleness solely for her. Whose ring could this possibly be? With no time to contemplate further, Qing Jingrou deftly placed the ring onto Su Mu's left middle finger, and their fingertips barely grazed before parting, leaving a fleeting chill in the air. What is this ring? Qing Jingrou seemingly inquired without intent. Oh, this? It was a gift from Su Haining, Su Mu replied absent-mindedly. Su Haining? Su Mu's sister? In the previous life, had it not been for this individual who painstakingly infiltrated Chen Shu's side, how could Qing Jingrou and her companions have seized the fleeting moment of the other's ascension to the status of immortal emperor? It seemed unremarkable for a sister to bestow a gift upon her brother. Taking a step back, Qing Jingru maintained her gentle smile. So that is how it is. The atmosphere between Su Qing was harmonious. Yet those around them were entirely bewildered. Wait, what? This doesn't seem right. Nothing about this makes sense. Su Mu stood opposite Qing Jingru, momentarily taken aback before responding, thank you. You're welcome. It is my duty, the young girl replied with a smile. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. This unexpected scene caught everyone off guard. How could Qing Jingru not show any disdain toward Su Mu? Moreover, her demeanor was remarkably gentle. What on earth transpired? A realization dawned upon someone. It must be due to Su Ningye. This revelation seemed to illuminate the minds of the others. Indeed, it was well known that Su Mu's father, Su Ningye, dotes on him excessively. And Su Ningye is a peak-level immortal king, one of the most formidable beings of the age, as well as the current patriarch of the Su clan. The power he wields is beyond imagination. It must be that Su Ningye and the Qing clan engaged in a mutually beneficial exchange, for the sake of her family. The fairy Qing Han's attitude must have undergone a dramatic change. It must be so. The crowd nodded in agreement, thoroughly convinced. Su Mu overheard the discussions around him and, upon careful contemplation, realized that this was indeed the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, given Qing Jingru's nature, it would be utterly inconceivable for her to act in such a manner. Father, you rascal, has your devotion to my happiness led you to make such sacrifices? How infuriating. Sumutot. Jingru, you need not feel so constrained. Just be yourself. He wished for the heroine to maintain her persona and avoid causing him any further trouble. He truly did not wish to endure another episode. No, every word I speak is sincere. You. Suddenly, Qing Jingru froze, her expression turning apologetic. I apologize. My master just communicated with me telepathically, and I must attend to it promptly. I shall return to find you shortly. With an apologetic smile, she gently waved her hand and walked towards the inner sanctum of the sacred ground. As she passed by Su Mu, an enchanting fragrance lingered in the air. Yet his face remained expressionless. He felt somewhat bewildered. Regardless of whether his father had paid a hefty price, he sensed something amiss today. By the way, where on earth had Chen Shu gone? Su Mu surveyed his surroundings, but found no trace of him, feeling a tinge of annoyance. Such individuals truly lack professionalism. The male lead is late, and the female lead is out of sync. Su Mu expressed his disdain. Hastily, he made his way towards the inner sanctum. As time was of the essence, the apprenticeship ceremony was about to commence. The city of Luohai had long since vanished, and his master had summoned him. Alone, Su Mu advanced slowly, distancing himself from those who shared his path. After all, everyone was well aware of his identity as the young master of the Su family. A foolish sycophant who tarnished the family name in his quest to curry favor with others. The attendees were all talented individuals from various factions, proud and disdainful of someone like Su Mu. However, he remained unperturbed. The path of a sycophant is inherently solitary. Dong, dong, dong. 3 resonant chimes echoed continuously, heralding the commencement of the apprenticeship ceremony. The event took place within the Yao Feng sacred ground, in a circular plaza surrounded by 9 towering peaks that pierced the clouds, with watchful gazes scanning the crowd. Above, ethereal immortal energy swirled. Below, the air buzzed with the clamor of voices. This was the distinction between the immortal and the mortal realms. Within the arena, Su Mu encountered several familiar faces. Chen Shu stood in the square, much like Su Mu. Next to his own master, Luo Haicheng exchanged knowing glances with Su Mu. Qing Jingru stood beside her mentor, exuding an ethereal beauty befitting her title as a fairy. The latter two were positioned atop separate peaks. There was also Mo Shuangxing, one of the female protagonists of the Divine Abyss Continent, a woman who provided the most assistance to the main character, Chen Shu, in the early stages of the narrative. As a third-tier celestial king and one of the 9 peak masters of the Yaofeng Holy Land, she was also Qing Jingru's mentor. Shrouded in mist, she donned a moon-white palace gown, her willow-like brows and starry eyes emanating a celestial grace and exquisite beauty that was both captivating and imposing, truly a testament to her formidable power. Sumu pondered silently. According to the expected storyline, his father, Su Ningye, should have already made arrangements with her, allowing Su Mu to bypass the assessment and become her disciple directly. Subsequently, the main character, Chun Shu, would unexpectedly emerge, defeating Su Mu in a duel and taking his place as her disciple. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Mo Shuangxing could not overtly cheat by accepting a defeated contender as her student. As for how Chun Shu could triumph over Su Mu, who was of a significantly higher realm, it was thanks to Mo Shuangxing's suggestion of a cultivation duel. Consequently, Chun Shu produced a semi-holy weapon capable of growth. By the way, the cultivation realms in the Divine Abyss continent are 10 in total, ranked from lowest to highest. Xinqi, Ningdan, Hunti, Nahai Tianyuan, Dixian, Tiangxian, Xianwing, Xianzun, and Xiandi. Each major realm is further divided into 9 stages. At this juncture, Su Mu had reached the pinnacle of the Tianyuan realm, while Chun Shu was merely at the 2nd stage of Nahai. The narrative surrounding the apprenticeship ceremony, in short, revolved around a mutual benefit. Chun Shu aspired to become Mo Shuangxing's disciple, while she wished to avoid favoritism, leading to a symbiotic arrangement. Qing Jingru observed coldly, making her timely entrance to humiliate Su Mu and elevate Chun Shu as the new star of the Holy Land. Su Mu also noticed that Qing Jingru was fixated on Chun Shu in the square, her gaze unwavering. He sighed softly, realizing that there was no escaping this confrontation. After all, they were the protagonists. Moreover, if the story were to deviate further, Su Mu felt that he might no longer be able to continue playing. However, as Su Mu scrutinized the scene more closely, he suddenly gasped softly. Was there something amiss in Qing Jingru's expression? Normally, at this moment, her gaze towards Chun Shu should be one of admiration, approval, or at the very least, calm and friendly. Yet, Su Mu discerned a hint of murderous intent. Could it be? Did he misinterpret her feelings? He found himself questioning how the female lead could harbor such a look towards a male lead. Or perhaps it was merely the distance that obscured his view. That must be it, Su Mu concluded inwardly, for there was indeed a considerable distance shrouded in mist between them. Surely Mo Shuangxing's expression mirrored this ambiguity as well. Su Mu murmured to himself, casting a glance at another individual, his doubts resurfacing. Qing Jingru's gaze might be understandable, but what was Mo Shuangxing's issue? Logically, she should not be acquainted with Chun Shu at this moment. At the summit, Mo Shuangxing forcefully suppressed the murderous intent surging within her heart. Reminding herself that the time had not yet come, her gaze shifted to the contemplative youth at the other end, warmth inadvertently flickering in her eyes. The little fellow. Soon, time reached that familiar juncture. The ceremony for apprenticeship commenced. An elder's voice rang out, resonating throughout the venue, causing the crowd to lift their heads in anticipation. The young men and women visibly exhilarated. It had finally begun. The Holy Land. I have arrived. This time, I shall not be bested by anyone. To join the Holy Land for cultivation is the dream of countless individuals, a pursuit that many dedicate their entire lives to. Every celestial, king-level powerhouse in the Divine Abyss continent has, in their youth, experienced training within this revered sanctuary. Thus, to embark on the path of supreme cultivation. This place is the sole option. A thunderous roar erupted as a massive crystal materialized abruptly in the center of the plaza. As per tradition, the first phase of the ceremony involved the leaders of various peaks selecting their disciples and bestowing their grace. The elder's authoritative voice reverberated, causing a dull ache in the chests of the onlookers. The bestowal of grace sounded like a privilege of the peak masters, allowing them to handpick disciples of their liking and inquire if they wished to join their ranks. In truth, this was a customary backdoor opportunity among the families. If one could curry favor with a peak master, they could gain direct entry into the sect at this moment. Here it comes. The players have taken their positions. The bestowal of grace has begun. Those who receive the tokens may enter the sect. As the elder's words fell in an instant, 4 of the 9 mountain peaks erupted with intense fluctuations of vitality, and 3 tokens soared forth, each selecting their respective owners. It seemed that 4 individuals had been chosen this year, eliciting envy among the crowd. Unsurprisingly, these were all members of the celestial clans. Sumoy's Gaze flickered. He observed a radiant beam shooting forth from the peak of Polian, an ancient token traversing the distant mists, hovering before him, shimmering with brilliance, reflecting the bittersweet expressions of those around. Sumu, do you wish to join my sect? Mo Shuangxing's voice resonated from within. I. Sumu began to speak. Wait. Chun Shu suddenly called out, his demeanor righteous as he stepped forth from the crowd. Chapter 5. The Great Halberd of Release. Hold on. I cannot agree to this. Chun Shu stood resolutely in front of Su Mu, his voice resonating with unyielding righteousness. Su Mu's pupils contracted sharply as he began to prepare his acting skills, bracing himself for the impending challenge. Indeed, Chun Shu waved his hand toward Mo Shuangxing and promptly declared, I wish to challenge. On the peak, Mo Shuangxing's gaze turned icy, and the oppressive aura of a celestial king immediately descended upon Chun Shu, forcing him to his knees and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Chun Shu had scarcely finished his words before he found himself bewildered. What are you doing? This was not the outcome he had anticipated. He had conducted thorough research, believing his actions were well-founded. Yet he faced failure before he had even begun. Outrageous. I have yet to finish speaking. How dare you, a mere junior, interrupt me? Mo Shuangxing's tone was unkind. Forgive me, senior. Chun Shu hastily pleaded for mercy. How infuriating. I spoke too hastily. Mo Shuangxing released his pressure with a cold snort. Yet, Chun Shu remained unfazed. Instead, he grinned as he rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, appearing rather cheerful. He had risen from humble beginnings, sailing smoothly as if the heavens favored him, and with unseen assistance, he was not easily deterred by such minor setbacks. Senior, I am Chun Shu. Chun Shu clasped his hands respectfully, his demeanor markedly improved. I have heard that during this aloof phase, the various peak masters can select their personal disciples in advance. Is that correct? Indeed, that is so. The elder presiding over the ceremony furrowed his brow and nodded. Ha! Chun Shu suddenly smiled. However, I have also heard of a rule that states if someone challenges the chosen disciple at this juncture, as long as they defeat the opponent, they can take their place as the peak master's personal disciple. Correct? This. The elder hesitated, acknowledging the existence of the rule, yet noting that it had not been invoked for thousands of years. After all, it was well understood that this aloof phase was merely a backdoor for the 10 great celestial clans, and no one would be foolish enough to seek trouble at this time. Such fools had not existed for millennia. However, now there is one. There is indeed such a rule. The elder reluctantly nodded in front of the gathered crowd. Are you suggesting that you wish to challenge, Sumu? Precisely. Chun Shu's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gestured grandly. I believe this individual is undeserving of the title, unworthy of being a peak master's personal disciple. He is even unworthy to enter our sacred grounds. Most importantly, this person has entangled himself with Miss Jing Ro, displaying a complete lack of morals and integrity. How can such a person be allowed to become a personal disciple of the peak? Would that not tarnish the reputation of our Yaofeng sacred grounds? The more Chun Shu spoke, the more impassioned he became, even growing fervent in his delivery. He stole a glance at Qing Jingro, who had been watching him intently, which only heightened his excitement. To uphold the honor of our sacred grounds is our duty. Sumu, do you dare to descend and compete with me for victory? A profound silence enveloped the arena, gradually giving way to murmurs of speculation. Who is this uncouth individual, oblivious to the customs of the sacred land? Enlu? It appears he possesses some knowledge, even daring to issue a challenge. Yet I was unaware such a rule existed. What could his intentions be? Is he attempting to publicly humiliate the peak master of the celestial clan? However, since his target is Su Mu, it seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle. Some individuals smirked, reveling in the misfortune that was about to unfold. This man seeks to ascend by stepping over Su Mu. How amusing. Within the arena, Su Mu was equally stirred. He had been contemplating with his head bowed, and now he felt ready to respond, just as he prepared to unleash his voice. A disdainful snort resonated from above, and Mo Shuangxing's expression darkened. "Oh, are you, a mere junior, questioning my authority?" Her tone was laced with ire. The wrath of a celestial king is not something a mortal can endure. In an instant, Chun Shu's confidence faltered, his posture slumping under the pressure. Cold sweat trickling down his brow. This is not right. He felt a wave of uncertainty. He had previously researched Mo Shuangxing and knew her to be rigid, valuing rules above all else, rarely displaying such overt emotions. Though she yearned to crush Chun Shu on the spot, she ultimately suppressed her murderous intent. The timing was not yet ripe. A sense of regret filled her heart. "Forgive me, esteemed elder. I am merely adhering to the rules. There is nothing amiss. Is there?" Chun Shu shouted, desperately attempting to remind her of the regulations. At this moment, Mo Shuangxing regained her composure, not out of adherence to the so-called rules, but to safeguard a certain young one. "Since you mentioned the rules, very well. Let you both engage in a duel." With a flick of her sleeve, Chun Shu and Su Mu were swept away to a small realm high in the air. The entire world transformed into their battlefield. Simultaneously, luminous screens materialized, ensuring that all present could witness the intricacies of the impending combat. Anticipation buzzed in the air. Some are faintly thrilled. Who do you think will emerge victorious? I hope it is Chun Shu, delivering a thorough lesson to Su Mu. No. Others shook their heads in dissent. I find that unlikely. Despite Su Mu's shortcomings, he is still the scion of the Su family, possessing a cultivation that surpasses Chun Shu by an entire realm. That may not hold true. A familiar of Chun Shu chuckled softly. Have you not heard? This Chun Shu is no ordinary practitioner of the oceanic realm. He has numerous victories against opponents of higher levels. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Within the small realm, Su Mu felt bewildered. No, this is profoundly, unequivocally wrong. The original narrative did not unfold this way. Ordinarily, Chun Shu would finish speaking, and Mo Shuangxing would nod in agreement, then suppress Su Mu's cultivation before casting them both into the small realm for a fair duel. But now, as Su Mu sensed the vast power of his perfected heavenly origin realm, and noted that Chun Shu only possessed the energy of a two-tier oceanic realm practitioner, his lips involuntarily twitched. Each grand realm consists of 9 minor tiers, which means that Su Mu has surpassed Chun Shu by a staggering 16 minor realms. How on earth can one combat such a disparity? Su Mu's concern was not about winning. Rather, he worried about how he might plausibly lose. Failing to do so would cause the narrative to veer off course entirely. After a moment's contemplation, he quickly devised a strategy. He flipped the golden halberd over, resting it upon his shoulder, adopting an expression of arrogance and disdain. You just mentioned Jingro? Who gave you the audacity to utter that name? Watch as I teach you a proper lesson today. He then brandished the halberd, declaring, Do you see this? I need not even use the blade. Merely the shaft will suffice to make you call me father. Su Mu's countenance was one of utter disdain, and inwardly he couldn't help but exclaim, Bravo! Truly, I am a seasoned performer. My wits are as sharp as ever, and I have swiftly found a way. As a sacred artifact, the golden halberd allows Su Mu to freely adjust the output of his power, which serves as the first aspect of his concession. By refraining from using the blade and instead employing the shaft, he introduces the second aspect of his leniency. Later, he would intentionally leave some subtle openings, which constitutes the third aspect. If he could not prevail under these circumstances, then he would be at a loss. Su Mu mused silently, hoping his opponent would offer some assistance. However, to his surprise, Chun Shu's face flushed crimson, clearly affected by his provocation, and filled with a seething rage. Very well. It seems you have chosen your path to demise. Chapter 6. Where's father gone? With a twisted visage, Chun Shu suddenly roared and charged forward. A flash of brilliance illuminated his hand as he grasped a black long sword, the energy of the Nanhai realm surging forth, transforming into swirling mists that enveloped the blade. The sword erupted with a dazzling array of colors. Chun Shu swung the sword with both hands, cleaving through the air. Su Mu's pupils constricted. It was this very black sword. In his previous life, he had fallen before its might. As a semi-holy weapon, its true power could only be fully realized by one at the earth immortal realm. To wield it in such a skirmish was indeed a gross underutilization. One could only conclude that his prior defeat was not unwarranted. Maintaining his composure as an actor, Su Mu remained insufferably arrogant, even taking a moment to strike a pose. His expression dripping with disdain. "Is this all you've got?" Su Mu spun his body leisurely, the golden halberd sweeping forth to meet the attack, using the shaft as his point of contact. Boom! A deafening collision ensued, raising a massive cloud of dust. Su Mu staggered back slightly, while Chen Shu was sent hurtling backward, struggling for a long time to regain his footing. The disparity in their strengths was evident. Su Mu felt a pang of regret. How foolish of me to forget that this halberd is a holy weapon. As the saying goes, even the wisest can err. Su Mu had not anticipated faltering at such a crucial juncture. Once a spiritual weapon reaches the status of a holy artifact, it manifests a form of sentience, instinctively retaliating against provocations from an opponent of a lower tier, like the Black Sword. Su Mu found it impossible to rein it in. His cultivation was insufficient to do so. Thus, in a single exchange, he had sent Chen Shu flying. The two quickly engaged in several more rounds, with Chen Shu continually forced back while Su Mu relentlessly pursued with his halberd. Something felt amiss. Su Mu pondered, why does it seem that Chen Shu has weakened? Meanwhile, Chen Shu struggled to stabilize himself, forcefully swallowing the blood pooling in his mouth, his countenance ashen. How infuriating! Just moments ago, in the square, he had believed he could challenge Su Mu immediately, channeling a unique technique to build momentum. Logically, this energy should have intensified with the progression of battle, providing him with greater support. Unfortunately, he had not anticipated that a mere scoff from Immo Shuangxing would shatter it, leaving him with latent injuries. This was dire. Chen Shu's strength was already inferior to Su Mu's, the gap between them spanning a staggering 16 minor realms, and now he bore hidden injuries. For reasons unknown, the black sword he once took pride in seemed to have a mind of its own today, the energy within it flowing sluggishly, as if it were gripped by fear. What could be the cause of this? Chen Shu ground his teeth in frustration. Su Mu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It was all Su Haniang's fault. Why did she have to present me with a holy weapon at this very moment? It felt as though he were being targeted. Chen Shu's thoughts echoed this sentiment. Facing Su Mu, he possessed no advantage in terms of cultivation, weaponry, or even the timing of their confrontation. Not to mention, Su Mu's wealth afforded him a plethora of magical artifacts, and his cultivation techniques far surpassed Chen Shu's. How on earth can I contend with this? Chen Shu was on the verge of collapse. As Su Mu continued to engage, he could not help but furrow his brow. Why was Chen Shu not putting forth his utmost effort? How was he supposed to perform like this? As the male lead, could he not show a bit more professionalism? Su Mu was undoubtedly the most aware of Chen Shu's capabilities. He had not only read the original text, but had also sparred with him multiple times. What was wrong with Chen Shu today? Why was he holding back? Su Mu felt somewhat exasperated, realizing he could not rely on him and would have to take matters into his own hands. He needed to devise a way to create opportunities. Thus, Su Mu swung his long spear, abruptly halting his offensive, and leisurely approached Chen Shu with a sinister grin. Have you realized your mistakes? Will you dare to call out Jing Ro's name again? Oof. Chen Shu scoffed, continuously circulating his energy to alleviate the internal injuries he had sustained. Oh! Su Mu raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his expression. I do enjoy your spiritedness. Prepare yourself. My spear is coming for you. Chen Shu. Onlookers outside the arena exchanged puzzled glances. Something feels off, murmured a young female cultivator, deep in thought. Indeed, I feel it too, another exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Have you noticed? Since the battle began, Su Mu has been fighting on the ground, never utilizing his aerial advantage. Exactly. The crowd collectively grasped the situation. Once one reached the celestial origin realm, they could freely traverse the skies. Logically, Su Mu should have hovered above, employing range tactics to wear Chen Shu down from a distance. Yet he chose to remain on the ground, actively pursuing the fight. Isn't that stating the obvious? Someone scoffed. With his superior realm, Su Mu would naturally fight to his heart's content. Moreover, due to his feelings for Jing Ro, he must be quite incensed. seeking to torment Chen Shu. Oh, that makes sense. The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing Su Mu's intent to slowly wear Chen Shu down, preventing him from regaining his strength. Within the arena, Su Mu silently cheered for Chen Shu, wishing fervently for him to recover, nearly tempted to surreptitiously toss him some healing elixirs. On the other side, Chen Shu was filled with rage, nearly on the brink of spitting blood, yet Su Mu relentlessly pursued him. Instead of launching a direct assault, he approached slowly, intensifying the psychological pressure on Chen Shu. Left with no choice, Chen Shu had to brace himself. This battle would not conclude until one of them fell. The clashes between them grew increasingly fierce, with faint purple patterns beginning to shimmer beneath Chen Shu's clothing. Finally, the momentum reached its zenith, heralding the final strike. Su Mu felt elated. Excellent. You are finally beginning to give your all. He intentionally created an opening, pivoting to reveal the same purple markings on the back of his neck, leaving Chen Shu a crucial clue. In the original storyline, it was during the battle that Chen Shu discovered this significant detail. Upon noticing the intricate patterns, Chen Shu felt an overwhelming shock course through him, as if the once surging energy within him had suddenly been obstructed. The concealed injuries inflicted by Mo Shuangxing erupted with a vengeance. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a copious amount of blood and collapsed backward. Su Mu was left utterly bewildered. Aren't we comrades? Could it be that you are also an actor? I present you with a flaw, and you resort to self-harm? Thus, the battle concluded in an exceedingly bizarre manner. Even as they emerged from the miniature world, Su Mu remained in a state of disbelief. Su Mu wins, declared the venerable elder overseeing the ceremony, his voice stern. The crowd exhibited expressions of anticipated understanding, their gazes towards Su Mu tinged with disdain. It was one thing to overpower someone from a significantly higher realm, but to subject them to such humiliation was utterly disgraceful. Little did they know, at that moment, Su Mu pondered quietly to himself, "It appears I've been outplayed." Meanwhile, Chen Shu, unable to dwell on his fury over his defeat or even tend to his wounds, was swiftly assisted to his feet. The moment he regained his balance, his eyes widened in frantic search for Su Mu's figure. Upon spotting him, he unexpectedly shouted, "Father!" Su Mu. Others, "Wait, aren't we comrades?" Chapter 7. I am not your father. Feeling the peculiar gazes of those around him, Chen Shu suddenly realized the situation. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but blush and repeatedly waved his hands. "No, that's not what I meant." The movement caused him to aggravate his internal injuries, making him grimace in pain. At that moment, Su Mu approached Chen Shu with a serious expression, patting him on the shoulder. "I am not your father. You must pull yourself together." Chen Shu was taken aback. What the hell? Su Mu, genuinely concerned, wondered if the recent battle had affected Chen Shu's mind, as he had directly called him father. This simply wouldn't do. If the protagonist's mind was compromised, how could the subsequent narrative unfold? How would he return home? Anyone who delayed Su Mu's return would become his sworn enemy. Gritting his teeth, Su Mu seized Chen Shu by the collar. "Did you hear me? Get it together. Do not call me father. I am truly not your father." Chen Shu retorted, "Of course I know." His face flushed. He forcefully shrugged off Su Mu's hand, his gaze darkening. "I will settle this score eventually." His words were resolute, resonating with a commanding presence. Satisfied, Su Mu nodded, his eyes reflecting a paternal admiration. Chen Shu took several deep breaths, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. Upon awakening from his stupor, his mind was filled with the purple patterns on Su Mu's back, causing him to momentarily lose his composure and inadvertently utter the word father. Chen Shu had never shared that he bore similar markings. These patterns were inherited from his father. According to Chen Shu's father, such markings are fragments of the laws of the Great Way, manifesting in this form. These purple fragments had immensely benefited Chen Shu and were one of his most cherished trump cards. Thanks to these fragments, Chen Shu had achieved his current standing, and he discovered that the more he completed the patterns, the more unimaginable abilities he could activate. Currently, he had unlocked 2 abilities, Heavenly Mechanism Deduction and Divine Favor of the Heavenly Path. His thoughts drifted to his father. Chen Shu's eyes flickered. He had lived with his father in a forbidden land until his sudden disappearance during his youth, leaving him unaware of his fate. Before vanishing, his father had left him a letter urging him to cultivate diligently and to never venture to the center of the continent. Yet, Chun Shu, defiant in spirit, chose to pursue his path, carving out a name for himself and encountering numerous captivating women along the way. He vowed to uncover the truth behind his father's disappearance and to win the hearts of these women, particularly his recent targets, Qing Jingru and Mo Xuanxing. Just then, the two women arrived at the square, gathering around Sumu. Qing Jingru, the most renowned figure of the younger generation, exuded an ethereal grace, her beauty unparalleled, and her haughty demeanor made her all the more striking. Yet now, the other party bore a slight smile, extending a warm inquiry toward Sumu. As for Mo Xuanxing, she was the esteemed leader of the Sacred Peak and a cultivator of the Immortal King realm. Despite having endured countless years, her beauty remained unblemished, reminiscent of a youthful maiden. Adorned in a flowing light blue palace robe, her figure was accentuated, and the icy blue mark upon her brow added an enchanting allure. Surrounded by such two extraordinary beauties, were it anyone else, they would have been lost in a reverie, yet Su Mu felt as though he were seated upon needles. Chen Shu adjusted his robes and cleared his throat. Ahem, Miss Qing. He hesitated momentarily. Miss Qing. Chen Shu offered a respectful bow to Qing Jingru, forcing a smile that he believed to be warm despite his injuries. Inwardly, he mused that had it not been for the desire to draw closer to her and exploit the resources of the Qing family, he would not find himself in such a predicament today. What is it? Qing Jingru furrowed her delicate brows, suppressing her disdain as she glanced over. It is well known that Su Mu has been maliciously entangled with you, resorting to unscrupulous means to obtain your favor, even going so far as to pressure his family. Chun Shu spoke with an air of confidence, his chest held high. Having such a person as a junior would surely lead to unrest. Furthermore, Chun Shu's demeanor grew more respectful as he inclined his head towards Mo Xuanxing. Leader Mo, the Sacred Land's recruitment of disciples values not only innate talent, but, more importantly, character and integrity. This is the first principle inscribed on the stone tablet before the sacred mountain. If this is the case, why does Leader Mo insist on accepting Su Mu? He is clearly enamored with Miss Qing's beauty, and his entrance into the sacred land appears to be devoid of earnest intent toward cultivation. It is well known that Leader Mo is of the highest moral standing. Adhering to propriety, surely such an unwise decision would not be made. Chen Shu continued his eloquent discourse, meticulously framing his statements from a standpoint of righteousness while emphasizing the sacred land's regulations. Upon concluding, he smiled, exuding an air of grandeur, as the assembly fell into silence. Indeed, Chen Shu's words were quite reasonable. Right, I find that quite sensible, murmured someone, instinctively agreeing with Chun Shu's assertions. Thus, it seemed Leader Mo should not accept Su Mu as a disciple. Yet had Su Mu not just triumphed? Triumph? Still, I cannot shake the feeling that he should not be accepted as a disciple. The crowd murmured among themselves, frowning in contemplation. Little did they know, Chen Shu had already begun to smirk inwardly, the fragment of purple light representing the favor of heaven shimmering in the shadows. He had previously tested this skill, which was remarkably powerful, bordering on the unreasonable. It could turn the tides in favor of an individual, drawing the attention of the world, making every word and action noteworthy, engendering trust, and eliciting involuntary fondness. Most importantly, this ability was passive, functioning at all times. This was his most relied upon power. As the discussions among the crowd grew louder, their gazes toward Su Mu turned increasingly disdainful. Bah, scoundrel, desiring the form of another while creating such a commotion. The junior brother, fully aware of the disparity, still bravely stepped forward to challenge, undoubtedly scornful of such behavior. This rogue even mocked while engaging in combat? Shameless. He has even injured Chun, the junior brother. He ought to be punished for his misdeeds. The murmurs rose, growing increasingly raucous. The clamor ceased abruptly as Mo Xuanxing's gaze turned cold. Despite her seemingly soft voice, it carried an undeniable authority, plunging the entire square into silence. Do I require your instruction to act? Mo Shuangxing's look towards Chen Shu was akin to that of gazing upon a corpse, causing a cold sweat to break out on Chen Shu's brow. The radiant purple aura that signified the favor of the Heavenly Dao wavering perilously. This is bad, he lamented inwardly. Yet, Mo Shuangxing's attention shifted to the others. Since you all are prodigies from various lands, allow me to impart to you the most crucial rule of the cultivation world. The crowd, as if awakening from a dream, leaned in attentively. In the realm of immortality, strength reigns supreme. Those 7 words resonated like a thunderous bell, reverberating in their ears. Regardless of any rules, in the face of absolute power, they are mere illusions. Mo Shuangxing's expression remained impassive as she turned her gaze back to Chen Shu. Within the sacred grounds, I am your elder. Should we step outside? Oomph. Though her words remained unfinished, a shiver coursed through Chen Shu. He understood Mo Shuangxing's implication. Were it not for the sanctity of this place, he would already be dead. Chapter 8. Could you kindly depart? The square was enveloped in profound silence. Everyone, under Mo Shuangxing's words, awakened to the profound meaning of the phrase strength is paramount, reflecting on it repeatedly. Some individuals even exhibited a flicker of enlightenment in their eyes. A wave of joy swept through the crowd, except for Chen Shu, who was consumed by trepidation. He pondered whether he had inadvertently offended Mo Shuangxing. Otherwise, no one should display such an attitude upon their first encounter. Just as unease took hold of him, Qing Jingru suddenly turned, gracefully gliding toward his direction, her figure exquisite. Miss Qing. Chen Shu's eyes instantly sparkled with hope. Slap! A resounding blow struck Chen Shu's face, so swift that he barely had time to react, his expression still lingering with a hint of anticipation. The stinging pain jolted him back to reality, and his countenance darkened. Miss Qing, what is the meaning of this? Chen Shu felt a surge of anger and confusion. They had met several times before and had parted on good terms. Why the sudden change now? Slap! Another sharp slap followed. Qing Jingru remained expressionless, her crimson lips parting ever so slightly. These 2 slaps are a lesson for you. My master is the leader of a peak, and I am, in name, your senior sister. Are you insinuating that both I and my master are blind and deaf fools? She huffed, casting a subtle glance at Su Mu. In the past, she had been oblivious, going to great lengths to prevent Su Mu from lingering, even resorting to actions that publicly humiliated him. But that would not be the case anymore. No one could insult you, Su Mu. No one could. Her resolve was unwavering. Upon hearing Qing Jingru's words, not only was Chen Shu taken aback, but the others in the square were also left in stunned silence. Even Su Mu himself was rendered speechless, his golden halberd nearly slipping from his grasp. What on earth just transpired? This storyline was undeniably flawed. Su Mu's mind was in turmoil, and he hastily called out to the system. System, get out here right now. Explain this situation to me. Post prompt. After system detection, current world line is functioning normally, with no anomalies detected. What nonsense is this? You dare to claim there are no anomalies? Su Mu felt an overwhelming urge to confront the system physically, demanding, do you even comprehend the gravity of your statement? Indeed, host. The system has conducted nearly 1,000 checks in the past second and confirmed no irregularities. Then what is going on? Sumues operation darkant. It is possible that the host is experiencing the butterfly effect of a reincarnation, and you are encouraged to seek out clues and explore the reasons independently. Huff. Su Mu took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure as he endeavored to contemplate the events of the day. Or had things gone awry? Wait. Su Mu's expression suddenly brightened. Since their initial encounter that day, something about Qing Jingru had seemed amiss, and at that time, he had not yet engaged with her. The only potential source of alteration could be others. Coincidentally, Mo Shuangxing's demeanor was also unusual, exhibiting an unexpectedly favorable attitude towards Su Mu. What could this imply? This indicates that when one seeks to buy the other's allegiance, the conditions presented must be exceedingly satisfactory. If that is the case, Su Mu murmured to himself, then it must indeed be your fault, father. Indeed, Su Mu es su ninga. is the leader of the Celestial Clan and a peak cultivator of the Celestial King realm. If the other party were to offer a sufficiently substantial price, it would certainly alter Mo Shuangxing's attitude. Perhaps witnessing his son expending excessive effort in pursuit of a woman inadvertently granted numerous benefits to the Qing family. Despite Qing Jingruo's usual icy demeanor, she remains deeply invested in her family. If a request were made by a family member, she would undoubtedly compel herself to change her stance, even if only for a day, as long as it is a request from family. She would manage to present a pleasant countenance to Su Mu. Yes, it must be so. Su Mu's gaze gradually sharpened. Although the logic began to cohere, he felt little joy. Instead, a towering figure emerged in his mind. "Father, you sly one, have you truly done so much in silence?" As he reminisced, his eyes unwittingly grew moist. To conceal his unusual emotions, Su Mu hastily reined in his feelings, fully immersing himself in his role. Meanwhile, the square had fallen utterly silent. After Qing Jingru concluded her words, everyone plunged into a state of quietude, either in shock or disbelief. What has happened to Fairy Qinghan today? Has her personality undergone a transformation? Has she faced some kind of provocation or threat? Miss Qing has never behaved this way before. Did Chen Shu provoke her? Why does it seem as though she is defending Su Mu? Could it be? Some murmured in disbelief. Everyone knew that although Su Mu was the young master of the Su family, he was, without a doubt, a foolish sycophant. To please Qing Jingru, he lavished countless resources upon her, elevating the Qing family to a new echelon among the elite. Even though Qing Jingru herself showed little interest, repeatedly rejecting, ignoring, and even humiliating him, Su Mu remained undeterred, resolutely devoted to her. What has transpired today? I understand. It must be due to Su Mu's father, a self-proclaimed genius. Someone exclaimed in realization. Consider it. Earlier we noted that Fairy Qinghan's demeanor was amiss, and it must undoubtedly be attributed to Su Mu's father. Perhaps he has pressured the Qing family or bestowed them with substantial benefits. In any case, all of Fairy Qinghan's actions today make perfect sense. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment, contemplating before they began to nod in agreement. Indeed, it must be so. After all, Su Mu's father is a celestial king. Precisely. Even the esteemed Mo Feng was not exempt from this. In their imaginative deliberations, they even concocted justifications for Mo Shuangxing, subtly stirring her heart. Su Mu, too, overheard this discourse, which only served to reinforce his suspicions, compelling him to stifle his emotions to avoid tears. Father, in a daze, he seemed to envision a majestic figure smiling broadly at him, patting his shoulder and saying, "Go forth, my son. I shall clear the path for you." A tremor coursed through Su Mu's heart, leaving him speechless and choked with emotion. "Father, I truly do not require this. I merely wish for them to perceive me as a sycophant, so they may trample upon me with fervor. Once they have done so, I can return home. Father, please." "No." His thoughts returned to the arena. After a brief moment of shock, Chen Shu regained his composure, his fists clenched tightly, almost drawing blood. Yet, he forced a smile upon his face. "Very well. 30 years of prosperity in the East, 30 years of hardship in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Let's wait and see." Oomph. With that, he let out a cold snort and turned to leave. "Wait," Qing Jingru interjected, reaching out to block his path. Chen Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. "Miss Qing, even if you wish to apologize now, it is far too late." He resolved never to address her as Jingru again, intending to instill in her a sense of regret for having offended him. To his surprise, Qing Jingru remained unfazed. "You think you could just turn and walk away? Such a privilege is not so easily granted. Oomph. You are to leave immediately." As they were in the plaza, where the use of martial prowess was prohibited, Qing Jingru summoned her family's secret technique, conjuring a fierce wind. Chen Shu, already gravely injured, was unable to resist. He let out a frustrated cry. The gust swept him off his feet, sending him rolling uncontrollably towards the outskirts of the arena. Much like a spinning top, in the blink of an eye, he had rolled far away, his voice fading into silence. Suddenly, A laugh erupted from an unknown source. This laughter seemed to possess an inexplicable contagious quality, rapidly spreading through the crowd. Ha ha ha! He truly has rolled away. The Celestial of Qinghan is exceptionally talented. You have me in stitches. Chen Shu has certainly made a name for himself now. Ha ha ha! Chapter 9. Childhood sweethearts Meng Xiao that night. The disciple recruitment ceremony had long since concluded, and the talented individuals from various regions returned to their respective abodes. As the favored disciple of the Peak Master, Su Mu naturally resided atop the mountain in a dedicated courtyard. The lesser inner disciples, on the other hand, made their homes on a mountainside or at the foot of the mountain, selecting a peak among the 9 based on their chosen cultivation style, or they could opt for solitude in a secluded location. Those who did not distinguish themselves during the ceremony would either be sent back or remain as outer disciples. However, since the establishment of the Holy Land, cases of disciples being sent back have been exceedingly rare, as everyone who arrives here is a prodigy in their own right. Even among the outer disciples, this remains true, as they often conceal formidable talents. At this moment, within a cave near the Pabing Peak in the outer region, Chen Shu bore a grim expression, gritting his teeth as he applied medicine to his wounds. The force of his actions caused the injuries to reopen, resulting in a profuse flow of blood. Yet, he remained silent. What did it matter how much pain he endured? His heart was ablaze with fury and humiliation. The memories of the day's events ignited a cruel desire for vengeance within him. Kill them. All of them. Chen Shu gritted his teeth and gazed towards the Pabing Peak, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Sumu, Qing Jingru, and Mo Shuangxing, I shall remember you all. Every person who has wronged Chen Shu will not escape unscathed. Heal Sumu. As for the other 2 women, a glimmer of wickedness crossed Chen Shu's eyes. In due time, I shall strip them of their powers, toy with them at will, and once I grow weary of the game, I will dispose of them, turning them into mere puppets. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Chen Shu began to channel his energy for healing. Just then, he felt a vibration from a jade token within his storage ring. Chen Shu's heart leapt with joy. What is this? He quickly grasped the jade token to communicate, discovering that the other party had also arrived at the Yaofeng Holy Land and was indeed an inner disciple. Overjoyed, he swiftly arranged to meet. Soon after, on a cliff in the outer region, the moonlight hung high, casting bamboo shadows that rendered the surroundings akin to an ink wash painting. As Chen Shu arrived, he spotted a familiar silhouette, igniting a surge of warmth in his heart as he hurried forward. Upon recognizing her face, his excitement intensified. Miss Meng, Master Chen, Meng Xiao greeted him with a charming smile, exuding a playful demeanor, her twin ponytails swaying behind her. The girl appeared youthful, around 15 or 16, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, her delicate features radiating an innocent beauty untouched by the world. Dressed in a light green gauzy dress, her slender calves peeked out from beneath the hem. A red string adorned her right ankle, attached to a tiny bell that jingled melodiously with her steps. Chen Shu found himself parched with longing, hastening towards her. To his astonishment, Miss Ming had truly come to the Holy Land. I arrived long ago. Did not Master Chen also come? The girl's voice was bright and clear, reminiscent of a mountain spring. Sigh. Chen Shu let out a breath of lament. I am but a humble outer disciple, unlike you, who are an esteemed inner disciple. By the way, may I ask to which peak you have pledged your allegiance? I have joined the Yunnan Peak, where my master is a formidable celestial being. Chen Shu was immediately filled with envy. After offering a few words of congratulations, his expression grew dim. What troubles you? Meng Xiao inquired with curiosity. Chen Shu then recounted the events of the day, and as his emotions deepened, his eyes turned red and his fists clenched. Those 3 who humiliated me today are truly despicable. Chen Shu's face was aflame with indignation, yet his gaze remained clear, harboring a glimmer of expectation as he glanced at Meng Xiao. The intent behind his words was to subtly hint to her, hoping she would take the initiative to assist him. In truth, their acquaintance was purely a matter of serendipity. When Chen Shu was young, having just stepped out of the confines of his childhood, he encountered Meng Xiao, who was ensnared in a trap at the edge of that very confinement. Without hesitation, he rescued her, for he was intimately familiar with the trap, having been laid by his father. As they continued on their respective paths of cultivation, their encounters became more frequent, and their bond deepened, ultimately becoming confidants. Indeed, are you suggesting that you seek retribution against Sumu? We, as cultivators, cannot simply let such injustices pass. Chun Shu raised his gaze to the moon, exuding an extraordinary presence. He was entirely oblivious to the gradually chilling gaze of Meng Xiao behind him. Her eyes flickered in the moonlight, subtly revealing a hint of murderous intent. A glimmer of cold light peeked from her sleeve, restless and poised. After a fervent declaration, Chun Shu finally turned around. "Miss Meng, would you lend me a helping hand?" "Of course. Young Master Chun is my dear friend, and I will certainly assist you." Meng Xiao's voice was bright and her smile sweet, as if the previous conversation had been but a fleeting illusion. "Miss Meng." Chun Shu's expression ignited with excitement, and he seized the opportunity to extend his hand, intending to grasp her delicate jade-like fingers. Based on his experience, the atmosphere was ripe, and he believed she would not resist. Moreover, in his eyes, they had already developed mutual feelings, and coming together would be a natural progression. To his surprise, Meng Xiao seemed unaware of his intentions, withdrawing her hand with a calm demeanor and pointing to the sky. "Look over there." What? Chun Shu grasped at empty air, hastily retracting his hand, awkwardly scratching his nose as he turned to look. "The moon tonight is so large and round." "Ah, yes, indeed." They then proceeded to discuss the subsequent details. Chun Shu requested Meng Xiao to use her position as an inner disciple to approach Su Mu. Inner disciples enjoy the freedom to traverse the various peaks, unlike outer disciples. He intended for her to gather intelligence about Su Mu, especially concerning the tattoo on the back of his neck. When Meng Xiao inquired about the significance of the tattoo, Chun Shu deftly deflected the question, merely stating that it was of great importance to him. As the night deepened and the dew grew cold, they exchanged pleasantries once more. Meng Xiao politely declined Chun Shu's invitation to visit his cave dwelling and departed directly. The girl's twin ponytails swayed gently against the night sky, and it took Chun Shu a considerable time to withdraw his gaze. Even upon returning to his cave dwelling, he continued to savor the moment. It must be said that Meng Xiao's appearance was truly to his liking, innocent yet undeniably alluring, and her family background was quite respectable. Although he was unaware of her exact origins, he had never encountered a girl lacking in cultivation resources. Chun Shu's mind wandered into a labyrinth of thoughts until the late hours of the night. Unbeknownst to him, a surge of inappropriate desire ignited within his abdomen, distorting his attire. His complexion changed drastically as he quickly scanned his surroundings. Confirming that he was alone, Chun Shu hesitated momentarily before extinguishing the luminous lamp, turning to burrow into his bedding, with faint rustling sounds barely discernible. Meanwhile, Meng Xiao stood alone under the moonlight, still at the same cliff, revealing that she had not departed. In this moment, the playful and charming demeanor she had previously exhibited was replaced by an icy glare, colder than the moonlight itself. The thought of making a move against Mu Gu was utterly unacceptable to her. Absolutely not. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, cleaving a large bamboo stalk in two, causing it to topple. Amidst the flurry of bamboo leaves, the girl's figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 10. Undercover? Splendid. The following day, Su Mu awoke early, brimming with anticipation, for today heralded the arrival of significant figures. As noon approached, he sent a message to Luo Haiqing via a jade tablet, requesting a few subordinates. Luo Haiqing replied, "Who are we to eliminate?" Su Mu responded, "Not assassins, merely ordinary subordinates." Within the sacred land of Yaofeng, there exists a tradition whereby each direct disciple can form their own retinue, selecting individuals who wish to support them. These individuals may comprise outer disciples, inner disciples, or even fellow direct disciples. Upon their graduation from the sacred land, this entourage will become their foundational support. Thus, every promising talent possesses a nascent faction during their cultivation period within the sacred land. Of course, Su Mu could choose to forego such endeavors, simply returning to inherit the family business. However, given that he was currently within the sacred land, entry for members of the Su family was prohibited. To maintain order within the sacred land, outsiders are barred from entry, except during special occasions. Furthermore, Su Mu had only just arrived the previous day, lacking any subordinates to call upon, hence his request to Luo Haiqing. He intended to confront Chen Shu today. In the original narrative, Chen Shu had decisively defeated Su Mu during the grand ceremony, only to find himself confronted by Su Mu, accompanied by his good friend Luo Haiqing, and a large entourage the following day. As for the reason behind such a sizable gathering, do not inquire. It is merely a matter of momentum. Why engage in a duel when one can overwhelm in numbers? Faced with the provocations of the crowd, Chen Shu adeptly retreated into his cave dwelling, luring them into one-on-one challenges. Ultimately, he managed to endure until reinforcements arrived. The incident, once disseminated, only served to enhance his reputation. Having contemplated the matter throughout the night, Su Mu recognized that the narrative of the master-apprentice ceremony had veered off course. Now that he had become a direct disciple, he needed to devise a means of rectifying the situation. Thus, he conceived this plot, knowing that two pivotal characters were set to make their entrance. Su Mu was filled with eager anticipation. Not long after he had stored the jade tablet, Luo Haiqing arrived with a considerable entourage. At least a dozen individuals could be counted at a glance. How is this? Is it sufficient? If not, I can summon more. Luo Haiqing declared with pride, delighted to be of assistance to Su Mu. That will suffice, Su Mu quickly interjected, raising his hand to halt further additions. He wished to adhere to the scale established in the original narrative, fervently hoping that no deviations would occur. While counting the number of people, his gaze drifted toward the foot of the mountain, eagerly anticipating the appearance of a certain figure. What are we doing today? Luo Haiqing inquired, puzzled. Oh, we're going to confront Chen Shu. Su Mu's seasoned demeanor returned, his face instantly adopting an expression of righteous indignation. That scoundrel dared to flirt with Jing Ro in my presence yesterday, and spoke ill of me before my master. He must be taught a lesson today. Luo Haiqing's eyes brightened at this revelation as he leaned in closer. Let me tell you, there will soon be an external trial. You can send word home to summon assistance. He then made a gesture across his throat. Su Mu was taken aback and hastily interrupted. I intend to confront him using my own strength. Only then will Jing Ro recognize my worth. A jest, indeed, that is the destiny of the protagonist. How could mere mortals hope to vanquish such a figure? Even if they were successful, the entire narrative would unravel, and one might find themselves compelled to relive the tale anew. The absurdity of such a scenario left Su Mu in a state of alarm, gesturing frantically. At that moment, a lively silhouette appeared in the distance. Su Mu's eyes brightened with recognition. Here she comes. Meng Xiao Xiao. The girl, adorned in a delicate green dress, bounced towards him, her face illuminated by a sweet and innocent smile. Greetings, senior brother. Might I inquire if this is the abode of senior brother Su Mu? Luo Haiqing, wary in demeanor, spoke first. And who might you be? My apologies, senior brother. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Meng Xiao Xiao, a disciple from the inner sect of the Yunnan Peak. I have come today to seek refuge with senior brother Su Mu. What? To seek refuge with Su Mu? Even Luo Haiqing's expression shifted to one of confusion, his gaze flitting between Su Mu and Meng Xiao Xiao. Su Mu interjected, what is with that look? It is rather impolite. What is wrong with someone admiring my magnificent presence and coming to seek my guidance? All right, of course. Luo Haiqing stifled a laugh. Although he shared a close bond with Su Mu, he had to admit that seeking refuge with him was not the wisest choice. On one hand, Su Mu's connection to the Su family meant that he would not invest much in the inner workings of the sacred land. On the other hand, Su Mu's reputation as the devoted admirer of the clear, cold fairy was well known. It was surprising that anyone would choose to ally with him. Greetings, senior brother Su. I have come to seek your protection, Meng Xiao Xiao said with a grin, bowing slightly, appearing rather endearing. Su Mu burst into hearty laugh, stepping forward to pat the girl on the shoulder. Splendid. From now on, you shall accompany me. I assure you, life will be rich and rewarding. Such a demeanor raised no suspicions. In fact, It seemed quite characteristic of Su Mu. A sense of excitement welled within him. Here she is, the first pivotal character. Meng Xiaoxiao. This girl is one of the heroines of the divine Abyss Continent. On the surface, she appears innocent and charming, yet beneath lies a cunning nature, with more mischief than anyone else. Moreover, she hails from the Meng family, not one of the 10 great celestial clans, but a formidable hidden lineage that wields the unique Dao of dreams. Due to its rarity, many are unfamiliar with such a power. Yet Su Mu understood that those who cultivate the Dream Dao experience a qualitative leap in combat prowess upon achieving immortality, allowing them to rival the mainstream paths, and even surpass in the realm of the uncanny. Most crucially, her identity is that of an undercover agent sent by Qin Shu. Excellent, Su Mu exclaimed, patting Meng Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Since you are now under my wing, you shall accompany me in our endeavors. As fortune would have it, we have tasks to undertake today. Let me witness your abilities. With that, Su Mu waved his hand, signaling her to follow. All right, Brother Mu, the girl replied sweetly, her eyes sparkling with youthful exuberance. The sudden address caused Su Mu to stumble slightly, yet he dismissed it from his mind. After all, she is a cunning little girl. This must be her means of manipulating the hearts of others. Indeed, it must be so. A large group soon arrived at the entrance of Qin Shu's cave dwelling. Their successful navigation attributed to the individuals brought from Luohai City. Among the dozen or so people, most were from the outer sect, and, through various inquiries, they quickly located the place. Open the door. Open the door. A sudden thought crossed Su Mu's mind. His subordinates took turns striking the cave's protective barrier, causing the entire small mountain to tremble slightly. After a brief moment, the cave's entrance swung open, revealing Qin Shu, who emerged with dark circles under his eyes, appearing somewhat haggard. It's you. You're back. Qin Shu immediately spotted the audacious Su Mu amidst the crowd, his eyes reddening as he clenched his fists. Haha, indeed, it is I. Su Mu laughed heartily and stepped forward. You little brat, I have yet to settle the score for your insults from yesterday. And you dare to speak ill of me in front of Jingro. I see you are courting your own demise. Chapter 11. The Deadly Assault on the Chicken. I see you are already on the path to your demise. Su Mu let out a chilling laugh. Qin Shu, why does that sound somewhat familiar? He raised a hand to rub his temple, forcing himself to stay alert. He had spent the previous night both healing and training, and even had a brief encounter with Meng Xiaoxiao, leaving him quite fatigued. Upon mentioning Meng Xiaoxiao, Qin Shu's pupils constricted. To his astonishment, he spotted the charming figure of Meng Xiaoxiao nestled amidst the crowd, right beside Su Mu. Such efficiency! In just half a day, she had managed to infiltrate Su Mu's side. Qin Shu felt a mix of shock and relief. Su Mu also stole a glance at Meng Xiaoxiao, silently hoping she would act swiftly. In the original storyline, it was not long after a group had located Qin Shu that Meng Xiaoxiao courageously rushed in, engaging in a fierce battle to buy time and subtly indicating for help. Consequently, Qin Shu had not fought for long before the arrival of his master, Imo Xuanxing. Xiaoxiao. To prevent any further mishaps, Su Mu waved his hand decisively, patting the girl's shoulder. Since you have chosen to ally with me, you shall lead the charge. Remember to take your time. There is no need to rush. Meng Xiaoxiao straightened her posture, her gaze resolute. Yes, Brother Mu. I will give my all and strive for a swift resolution. No. Let's not rush. I trust you completely. Su Mu menik da reassuring smile. Meng Xiaoxiao cast a deep glance at the young man, vowing to never betray his trust in this life, and turned with determined steps to face the challenge ahead. You must not betray my trust. Su Mu murmured so himself. Luo Haicheng furrowed his brow, nudging his good friend with his shoulder. Hey, she is quite attractive, but you hardly know her on the first day. Why would you let her take the lead? It's fine. Since she was drawn to me by my charismatic personality, there will be no issues. Rest assured. Luo Haicheng. Meng Xiaoxiao walked ahead, her figure trembling slightly. She had heard those words, feeling both embarrassed and even more resolved in her decision to follow him for life. In her previous existence, she had also been assigned to Su Mu's side. He truly was a gentle soul, especially towards those around him and his subordinates. During that time, Meng Xiaoxiao had rarely experienced what it meant to be cared for and cherished, feeling she had never encountered even within her own family, let alone beside Chen Shu. Chen Shu was entirely focused on how to exploit her. With that thought, she no longer hesitated. Chen Shu, come out and face me in a battle to the death. The girl's tone was fierce, exuding an imposing presence as a slender blue blade appeared in her right hand. Chen Shu secretly nodded in approval. Impressive indeed. He confidently believed that he and Meng Xiaoxiao had coordinated their roles, and it seemed today they were to put on a performance to earn Su Mu's trust in the girl. Without hesitation, he stepped boldly out of the cave, a bright smile on his face. Is there truly no one left under Su Mu? You sent a mere girl like her to confront me? As he stepped beyond the confines of the cave, Meng Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly brightened. In an instant, her form became ethereal, and she reappeared behind Chen Shu. Su Mu's pupils constricted. Was this the unique ability of the dream path? To become incorporeal, to teleport instantly without depleting one's essence, relying solely on mental power. Moreover, with this movement, her cultivation level was immediately revealed. Meng Xiaoxiao was indeed a practitioner at the celestial origin realm. In a flash, Meng Xiaoxiao materialized behind Chen Shu, who had yet to react, and the girl swiftly delivered a powerful kick, the bells on her delicate ankles jingling. Bang! Chen Shu was thrust forward, crashing down in an undignified manner, his face serving as a brake as he skidded across the ground for quite some distance. Damn it! Chen Shu exclaimed in irritation, rising to chastise Meng Xiaoxiao for her lack of martial ethics and questioning her cooperation. However, upon lifting his gaze, he found himself locking eyes with Su Mu. Chen Shu. Su Mu. Unknowingly, he had slid directly into Su Mu's face, who could even see the deep exhaustion etched on Chen Shu's features, his expression shifting from bewilderment to sheer terror. Luo Haicheng reacted more swiftly than Su Mu, immediately exclaiming with delight, "Everyone, attack! Beat him to a pulp!" A throng surged forward, encircling Chen Shu, raining blows upon him. A piercing scream erupted, drawing the attention of nearby practitioners, who peeked out to investigate. Upon seeing the large group and the leader clad in the attire of an inner-sect disciple, they promptly retreated, deflating their spirits. Su Mu's expression was complex as he glanced at Meng Xiaoxiao. The girl had returned to his side, standing tall with a look that seemed to implore him for praise. Su Mu managed a strained smile, patting her shoulder. "Haha, well done. You'll receive a reward when we return." Yet internally, he was screaming in frustration. Damn it, problems arise again. Can't you two coordinate any better? Thud, thud. A multitude of assailants struck without any semblance of strategy, solely intent on inflicting harm upon Chen Shu. The dull thuds echoed as they hit him. Yet, true to his status as the protagonist, Chen Shu exhibited extraordinary combat prowess. Even though he had yet to fully heal, he swiftly seized an opportunity amidst the chaos. With a sudden leap, he regained his footing, his essence surging forth as he invoked his defensive techniques, stabilizing his condition. Facing a dozen opponents of equal standing, he showed little sign of fatigue. Luo Haicheng raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Oh, he has got some skill. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to intervene personally. Hey, Su Mu quickly interjected. Let us just enjoy the spectacle. I relish this feeling of watching my subordinates trample others. Luo Haicheng pondered briefly, conceding that there was some merit to Su Mu's words, and thus he shouted encouragement. Put in more effort. There will be generous rewards upon your return. He then leaned back, arms crossed, watching the fray unfold, even pulling out 2 spirit fruits to leisurely snack on. Su Mu surreptitiously glanced at Meng Xiaoxiao. Since that initial kick, she had refrained from making any further moves. He couldn't help but exhale in relief. It indeed seemed to be a miscalculation in their coordination. It became evident that this was the first collaboration between Meng Xiaoxiao and Chen Shu, and an inadvertent error had resulted in Chen being propelled into the crowd. Just as he pondered this, Meng Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly brightened. Her small eyes sparkled with intense brilliance. An opportunity. It turned out that the reason she had held back from striking was her understanding of Chen Shu, knowing he possessed an exceedingly advanced defensive technique, the dragon tortoise-tide manipulation. In any battle against him, If an opportunity arose, one could leverage that moment to stabilize their stance. The greater the number of opponents, the more chaotic the situation, and the easier it would be for him to maneuver. Meng Xiaoxiao had been waiting patiently and finally identified a prime opportunity in that fleeting instant. It was a gap in his defense. Her figure vanished once more, only to reappear behind Chen Shu, her delicate foot aimed fiercely between his legs. Chapter 12. Master, something is amiss. Chen Shu's voice had altered. His face flushed a deep crimson. Su Mu and Luo Haichang exchanged pained glances, unable to stifle a sharp intake of breath. How ruthless! Luo Haichang instinctively tightened his legs and nudged Su Mu with a shoulder. You must ensure she keeps her distance from me in the future. Do you understand? Su Mu nodded fervently, yet the expression on Chen Shu's face evoked a shared sense of anguish within him. Meng Xiaoxiao had truly struck with deadly intent. She was clearly aiming to render her opponent utterly incapacitated. In the arena, after receiving that kick, Chen Shu's visage turned the color of a liver, his breath coming in ragged gasps, eyes bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. A fierce wave of energy erupted from within him, sending those nearby staggering back. Then, clutching his vulnerable area with one hand, he knelt down, trembling uncontrollably. Su Mu couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for him. My goodness, that kick. He cast a glance at the exuberant Meng Xiaoxiao, her delicate feet exposed and clad in dainty shoes reminiscent of sandals. Her petite feet were indeed exquisite, but Su Mu felt an unsettling chill below. The onlookers, all male, wore grim expressions, their faces contorted in shock at the sudden turn of events. For a moment, Su Mu found himself at a loss. This was not how it was supposed to unfold, was it? He had envisioned a fair one-on-one duel between Meng Xiaoxiao and Chen Shu, a contest to buy time for one another, yet, having been closely attentive, Su Mu had witnessed the entire sequence of Meng Xiaoxiao's actions, but he struggled to comprehend the rationale behind it. Why? Was it merely a miscalculation in coordination? Or perhaps, Su Mu's brow puckered. Could it be that Meng Xiaoxiao had betrayed him? No, that would not be accurate. It was more akin to a backstab, and a lethal one at that. What are you waiting for? Seize the moment. Quick, take him down. Luo Haicheng's expression was one of excitement, eagerly poised to take action himself. A collective glance passed among the group, and they rushed towards Chen Shu, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. This is madness. Su Mu felt a chill wash over him. If this continued, Chen Shu would soon be beaten to death. He could already see blood gushing from him. But this could not happen. If you kill the destined protagonist, how will I proceed with the ensuing narrative? How will I return home? Su Mu's heart raced with urgency, yet he felt powerless to intervene. Stop! At that moment, a voice of authority resonated from above. The crowd immediately halted, looking up in fear, retreating behind Su Mu. The Peak Master. Just when it mattered most, Mo Shuangxing arrived fashionably late. The once brazen crowd, who had just moments ago acted with such audacity, now cowered. Heads bowed. Only Meng Xiaoxiao stood tall, meeting Mo Shuangxing's gaze with unwavering courage. Su Mu's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, soaring and plummeting. He feigned terror. Master, you have come. At last you have arrived. Su Mu's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy, yet she knew she must conceal it. Had you arrived any later, the protagonist would surely have met his demise. Indeed, no matter how twisted the storyline may become, pivotal moments remain steadfast, and all necessary characters appear without fail. Is it finally returning to the right path? Su Mu endeavored to suppress her inner excitement. Organizing an assault on fellow disciples within the sacred grounds constitutes a grave sin. Punish me severely, Master. Punish me harshly. Su Mu understood that yesterday's irregularities could be attributed to her father, Su Ningya, but today's incident was far more serious. Striking fellow disciples is absolutely intolerable within the sacred domain. Moreover, the one who uncovered this matter was Mo Shuangxing. Everyone knew that Mo Shuangxing was the most stringent of the 9 Peak Masters, holding both herself and others to the highest standards. What? Should I not have come? Mo Shuangxing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. If I had not arrived, you might have nearly beaten him to death. Your actions are against the rules. Yes, this is the rhythm. Scold me. Punish me severely. Sumwes emotionserst. Yet unexpectedly, you should do this, Mo, Shuangxing declared, waving her hand to create a spatial battlefield, subsequently tossing Su Mu and Chen Shu into it. Though group fights were forbidden within the sect, dueling was permitted. You shall now determine the victor. Sumo, what are you saying? Su Mu glanced over to see Chen Shu still sprawled on the ground, occasionally emitting pained groans. At this stage, you still want me to duel with him? Are you hoping to provide me with a legitimate reason to kill him? That would indeed align with the rules. Mo Shuangxing spoke in a calm tone, making a conscious effort to mask the tenderness in her eyes. If you were to publicly beat him to death, the higher-ups of the sacred grounds would not stand idly by. Your father might even punish you, which would not be good for you. In that moment, Embo singing Grizembald Agental Elder earnestly advising Sumu. She aimed to allow Su Mu to deliver a lawful yet justified beating to her opponent. Of course, she was aware that Chen Shu could not die just yet. However, since this scoundrel had provoked Su Mu, allowing her to nearly beat him to death would serve as a cathartic release for her. Subsequently, she could employ certain means to save him, ensuring he did not fully recover, just enough to keep him alive with a spirit artifact. Yes, that shall suffice. Mo Shuangxing silently nodded in her heart. No, master. Su Mu was genuinely bewildered. Ever since yesterday, the situation had been awry, and it had only escalated since then. At the master-disciple ceremony, Mo Shuangxing's actions could be justified by the benefits received from Su Mu's father, but what could explain her current behavior? What happened to the rules you once upheld? What about your persona? Master, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Unable to contain herself, Su Mu directly inquired. Mo Shuangxing's fair face flushed slightly, hesitant to reveal that she had intentionally sent Jing grew away. Earlier that day, she had sensed Su Mu gathering people and concerning matters among the younger generation. She felt it was inappropriate to intervene. Moreover, amidst the throng, she discerned a familiar figure, Meng Xiaoxiao. With this woman present, Su Mu need not harbor any concerns during this venture. After all, in her past life, this woman was the most cunning, lurking beside Chen Shu, poisoning him for ages, and thwarting his ascension to the status of a mortal emperor. Mo Shuangxing was also aware that Su Mu undoubtedly harbored affections for Qing Jingru, and his current actions were indeed for her sake. Yet, for reasons unknown, a twinge of bitterness surged within her heart, despite Qing Jingru being her own disciple. Thus, she deliberately chose to make her appearance at a moment when tensions escalated, thereby granting her the justification to intervene as a senior. She would go to great lengths to protect Su Mu. Such was her principle. On the battlefield of the void, upon the ground, Chen Shu lay still, resembling a lifeless dog, his spirits having plummeted to the depths of despair. It is over. Am I, Chen Shu, destined to perish here today? I refuse to accept this fate. Chapter 13. The second significant character no. I cannot perish yet. Chen Shu lay on the ground, forcing himself to concentrate. He secretly summoned the vital energy within him, continuously mending his injuries. I have yet to achieve the status of an immortal emperor. I have not located my father. I have not unraveled the mysteries of my origins. How can I fall here? As his thoughts raced, the vital energy in the air began to pulsate, surging toward him. What is this? Su Mu, drawn by this sudden commotion, turned to look and was instantly filled with astonishment. A breakthrough in the face of adversity. Indeed, as the fated protagonist, Chen Shu achieved a breakthrough at this moment of despair. Unexpected, yet entirely reasonable. The vital energy continued to converge, and Chen Shu's aura soared with each passing moment. Boom! Sumu. For reasons unknown, Chen Shu's internal injuries miraculously healed in that instant. He sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from the water, gripping the black sword firmly. 7 layers of the sea. He had broken through 5 minor realms in one go. Su Mu marveled, exclaiming that the male lead was indeed formidable. Under normal circumstances, a breakthrough in each minor realm of the sea realm would require a diligent effort of 3 to 6 months, even for a genius. And Chen Shu? He had merely stayed up late practicing the night before and engaged in a life-and-death battle today. thereby saving nearly 3 years' worth of time. What? You actually broke through in the heat of battle? Sumu was taken aback. Ha ha, indeed. Chun Shu laughed heartily, his sword pointed directly at Sumu. Do not think that your numbers intimidate me. Even if your background is unparalleled and resources abundant, what of it? Given time, I shall stand atop this continent, gazing down upon all beings. Rumble. Though the sky was clear, thunder erupted. Mo Shuangxing furrowed her brows, sensing it. This is the aura of the Heavenly Dao. Sumu, are you bold enough to face me in battle once more? With his injuries fully healed, Chun Shu swept away his previous despondence, brimming with vigor. As the saying goes, when fortune arrives, heaven and earth unite in strength. When misfortune befalls, heroes find themselves unfree. Chun Shu now felt the tide of fortune turning in his favor, the will of the heavens enveloping him. The fragments of purple patterns representing the favor of the Heavenly Dao shimmered brilliantly on him, bestowing upon him a majestic aura. This is troubling. Mo Shuangxing silently clenched her fist. She understood that Chun Shu was intrinsically favored by destiny. Now, facing the brink of death, his fortune rebounded dramatically. Not only had he elevated his realm in an instant, but the resonance of his Dao also circulated within him. If he were to engage in battle, he would undoubtedly be emboldened, perhaps gaining profound insights that would yield tremendous benefits. Sumo. She could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Ha ha! Within the spatial battlefield, Su Mu laughed heartily, hands on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance. Just a mere bug who has achieved a breakthrough in the heat of the moment dares to challenge me? Today, let me show you my might. Su Mu was rather pleased. At last, the male lead, Chun Shu, had risen to his feet. He had already devised a plan. As long as he fought here and conceded defeat, he could significantly mend the original storyline. Chun Shu would once again emerge as the youthful hero renowned far and wide. Meanwhile, Su Mu would continue to play the role of the villainous underling, the mindless admirer of Qing Jingru. How splendid! Kulme, let us engage in a battle to the death. Suddenly, Su Mu brandished a large halberd, his face alight with excitement. His exhilaration was genuine. This time, he had learned from experience and refrained from using the growth-type sacred weapon gifted by Su Hanying. Come on, let the battle commence. The two roared at each other and abruptly collided. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed with fervor, their combat intensely fierce. Su Mu remained remarkably composed, despite his flamboyant demeanor. He had prepared thoroughly. Given Chun Shu's current state, losing to his opponent without being eliminated was a feat in itself. As they exchanged blows, Su Mu pondered how to gracefully and reasonably lose the fight, ensuring to elevate the male protagonist's stature while fully embodying the role of the devoted admirer. Such a daunting task was beyond the capabilities of an old actor like him. In a mere moment, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. As the battle escalated, Su Mu's heart brimmed with joy, and he began to hold back his strength. What are you two doing? A crisp voice suddenly rang out, and in an instant, a peculiar force swept through, quelling the emotions of the onlookers. The combat ceased abruptly, leaving the two frozen in place. What is this? The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, and not far away stood a young girl in a pale yellow gown, solitary and expressionless, holding a jade rui in her hand. The fervent atmosphere that had once filled the air seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water. This familiar sensation. Su Mu and Mo Shuangxing simultaneously gazed at the girl. Yiyan. Su Mu's pupils constricted. The second pivotal character of the day had made her entrance. He was no stranger to the girl before him. Yiyan was also one of the female leads in the original narrative, the most cherished disciple of the Lord of the Yaofeng sacred land, who had reached celestial cultivation at a tender age. Montak Fengtsu, may I inquire what this is about? Yiyan's voice was ethereal, naturally calming one's spirit. With a graceful flick of her sleeves, she lifted her delicate arm to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, resembling a figure stepped out from a painting. I am presiding over the duel between the two disciples. Is there something amiss? Mo Shuangxing furrowed her brow slightly, well aware of who Yiyan was, as they had numerous interactions in their past lives. Moreover, Mo Shuangxing also understood the unique abilities of her counterpart. If that is the case, why does she seek to intervene? Could it be that some unforeseen circumstance has arisen? Mo Shuangxing pondered deeply, realizing that the timing of Yi Yin's appearance was exceedingly fortuitous, as if she were deliberately stopping this clash. However, considering Yi Yin's enigmatic powers, Mo Shuangxing felt that there must be a valid reason behind her actions. Strictly speaking, disciple duels should occur on the designated dueling platform, rather than in an arbitrary battlefield. Yi Yan's demeanor was composed as her gaze traversed the faces of everyone present with great deliberation. When it reached Su Mu, her eyes lingered momentarily before swiftly moving on. Such occurrences were not to be taken lightly. Indeed, Yi Yan intervened to halt the confrontation. Mo Shuangxing, despite her initial intent to speak, ultimately chose to withdraw, dismantling the spatial battlefield with a casual gesture. It was my oversight, and I am grateful for Elder Ye's reminder. Indeed, Yi Yan was not only the favored disciple of the Holy Land Master, but also held the esteemed position of an elder tasked with oversight, possessing the privilege to report directly to the Master. Therefore, it was customary for even the Nine Peak Lords to extend some courtesy to her. Thus, the originally thrilling skirmish came to an inconclusive end. Su Mu exclaimed, "Vat, why did you appear at this very moment?" He felt a surge of frustration. In the original narrative, it was supposed to be Meng Xiaoxiao who engaged in battle with Chen Shu to buy time, while Chen Shu discreetly signaled to Mo Shuangxing. Su Mu, accompanied by a throng, was meant to rush in, while the opposing party adeptly countered their moves. At a critical juncture, Yi Yan was to emerge, admiring Chen Shu and masquerading as an ally until Mo Shuangxing's arrival. The sequence of events seemed awry, leaving Su Mu with a throbbing headache. Chapter 14. Peering into the secrets of heaven, a sigh escaped Su Mu's lips as he reflected on the situation. Yi Yan's appearance was impeccably timed, shattering his carefully laid plans in an instant. How could I possibly instill confidence in Chen Shu under such circumstances? How long will it take to turn this plot around? Clearly, there was no opportunity at present. Chen Shu, consider yourself fortunate today. I hope you experience such luck again in the future. Let's depart. With a grand gesture, he led the group away in a sweeping procession. As they parted, a fleeting glance exchanged between Su Mu and Yi Yan revealed an unspoken understanding in each other's autumn-like eyes. For reasons unknown, an unsettling sensation stirred within Su Mu, akin to something slipping from his grasp, increasingly beyond his control. Shaking his head, he cleared away the distracting thoughts. The group soon diverged, each pursuing their own paths. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, "Why do you persist in following me?" Su Mu inquired, exasperation creeping into his tone. Meng Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes, pouting with an air of feigned helplessness. "Brother Mu, did you not promise a reward?" "Oh, right." Su Mu smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting the matter. He pondered what suitable reward he had for his subordinate. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He retrieved a slender, narrow blade from his storage ring, its edge gleaming with a cold light, the spine cloaked in a frost-like sheen. "This dagger, which I obtained from Suhan, from my home, is now a gift for you." "Yay, this is wonderful. Thank you, Brother Mu. I am truly delighted to work for you," Meng Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her joy palpable as she accepted the scabbard, a flicker of nostalgia surfacing in her gaze. "Indeed, this dagger is named Qing Shuang," Su Mu remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively before plunging into contemplation about the day's events. Seated in a grand chair, his fingers rhythmically drummed against the armrest, his brow furrowed in concentration. Why the narrative veered off course again? All the key characters were present, and the male protagonist had valiantly intervened, yet something felt amiss. Very amiss. For instance, the person beside him. Su Mu lifted his gaze to Meng Xiaoxiao once more. Initially, he had been filled with joy at her entrance, believing a normal heroine had finally appeared. But who could have anticipated her ferocity in combat? The memory of that kick sent involuntary shivers down his spine, and he could only hope that Chen Shu's little brother had survived. Meng Xiaoxiao's attitude towards Chen Shu was undoubtedly questionable. Yet as the identity of the undercover agent remained concealed, Su Mu hesitated to inquire. He struggled to recall any such plot in the original work. Or was it that Chen Shu, in a bid to earn Meng Xiaoxiao's trust, willingly endured such a painful sacrifice? Su Mu's astonishment was palpable. Impressive. Truly, the male protagonist is remarkable. With such resolve, success is assured in any endeavor. To date, Qing Jingru had yet to make an appearance, seemingly indifferent to Su Mu, confirming that yesterday's events were indeed a consequence of Su Mu's father. In this light, Mo Shuangxing's actions appear quite reasonable, especially considering her acquaintance with Su Mu's father. Viewed from this perspective, Meng Xiaoxiao's behavior becomes understandable as well. Su Mu subtly nodded, feeling that there was no flaw in the logic, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the original objective of the day remained unfulfilled, there was still some good news. At the very least, Chen Shu had made significant progress in his cultivation, and it was only a matter of time before he could alter the course of events. One must have faith in the prowess of the destined protagonist. With this thought, Su Mu's mood seemed to lighten considerably. Xiao Xiao, do you know how to handle everything that transpired today? Su Mu glanced up, raising his eyebrows and hinting fervently. You are one of Chen Shu's people. You must seize this excellent material to tarnish my image. Meng Xiaoxiao suddenly understood, raising her hand to make a zipping gesture at her lips. Rest assured, Brother Mu, today's events will remain under wraps. I won't utter a single word. I promise not to tarnish your glorious reputation. Su Mu. That is not quite what I meant. Meanwhile, on the other side, wow, Chen Shu lay on the ground of the cave, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as a sheet. Damn it! He slammed his fist onto the stone slab beneath him, cracking the surface instantly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Su Mu, our feud is far from over. Although Chen Shu had achieved a breakthrough in the heat of battle, the injuries within him had not yet healed. The overwhelming aura he had exhibited was merely a result of using secret techniques. It was a fade of strength. If the confrontation were to continue, the outcome remained uncertain. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chen Shu's thoughts raced. Since I arrived in the sacred land, nothing has gone smoothly. It seems I'll have to resort to that tactic. His brow furrowed in concentration. He settled down once more to regulate his internal injuries. Once assured of his condition, he maximized the cave's defenses and established multiple layers of protection. After a sigh of relief, Chen Shu turned and retreated to the innermost part of the meditation chamber, shedding his garments. His focus honed in on the purple patterns etched upon his chest. These violet markings spread across his body, yet the designs were mostly fragmented. Only the patterns on his chest and back were complete, vaguely outlining mysterious characters. Heaven's mechanism prediction. I genuinely do not wish to resort to this unless absolutely necessary. Chen Shu hesitated slightly, but upon recalling Su Mu's arrogant visage, he steeled his resolve and concentrated fully. Heaven's mechanism prediction is another potent trump card of Chen Shu, often proving more effective than Heaven's favor. It is a proactive skill that permanently consumes the user's lifespan to gain insight into future events. In simpler terms, it allows one to foresee the future. This ability has been instrumental in allowing Chen Shu to grow to his current stature independently. However, the cost is exorbitant. Each glimpse into the future depletes a portion of his lifespan that is beyond control, and should he uncover something truly catastrophic, it could very well lead to his demise through this very ability. It is evident that Chen Shu harbors an intense animosity towards Su Mu, willing to inflict 1,000 wounds upon his enemy, while suffering 800 in return. Employing such desperate measures, Chen Shu's eyes are tightly shut, yet his thoughts drift to a higher realm, gazing into the boundless future through the power of the heavenly path. Simultaneously, his lifespan rapidly diminishes. At last, he glimpses a ray of hope. It is a woman gentle as jade, adorned in a soft yellow gown, her jade rui emanating a soft glow. Moments latte. He perceives several fragments, each profoundly significant. Cough, cough, cough. Before long, he abruptly returns from his glimpse into the celestial mysteries, feeling as though he has been pulled from the depths of water, drenched in sweat. His pallor deepens, yet his gaze sparkles with brilliance. I have found it. To my astonishment, there exists someone with the ability to foresee the future. Yiyan. A surge of joy fills Chun Shu's heart, and a smile threatens to stretch from ear to ear. Su Mu, this time, I shall see what you have to contest against me. Chapter 15. Young lady. Something seems amiss to Chun Shu's astonishment. It was indeed remarkable that such an extraordinary ability existed in the world. According to the information he had just gleaned from his celestial calculations, the key to extricating himself from his current predicament lay within Yiyan. This was not merely due to her being a disciple of the Lord of the Sacred Land, but rather because of a peculiar curse that enveloped her. From a fragments of insight Chun Shu had gathered, he pieced together a narrative. Yiyan, in her youth, emerged from a forbidden domain. Her age and origin shrouded in mystery, her demeanor strikingly apathetic. Wandering alone through the mortal realm, she possessed the uncanny ability to foresee the outcomes of events as they unfolded. It was during this time that the Lord of the Sacred Land discovered her and took her under his wing as a disciple. Before long, the Lord recognized the extraordinary curse that afflicted her. She was perpetually attuned to the myriad of information surrounding her, instinctively engaged in the extrapolation of future events. This ability was immensely formidable, so much so that Yiyan herself could not wield it with control. However, the drawbacks were equally pronounced. The deeper one immersed themselves in such an ability, the more their emotions would wane, ultimately approaching a state of detachment. For a mortal, this was far from favorable. Should one reach such a state, they might very well dissipate into the ether. It was only due to Yiyan's cultivation having ascended to the earth immortal realm that she could occasionally engage with the world outside. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Chun Shu's expression brimmed with excitement. The most pivotal aspect was that this ability could be transferred. According to his findings, if he could fully win Yiyan's heart, she would willingly bestow this ability upon him. Despite its evident drawbacks, once one transcended to the earth immortal realm or beyond, it would serve as a pure enhancement. If I possessed such an ability, I would no longer need to rely on celestial calculations. Contranting sumo again. I could always navigate the optimal course. Clenching his fists tightly, Chun Shu's eyes sparkled with fervor. He had not anticipated that she too had emerged from a forbidden domain. Chun Shu's thoughts drifted as he reflected on his own origins. Having lived in a lightless abyss with his father until the latter's sudden disappearance compelled him to step into the world. While their paths bore similarities, Yiyan's forbidden domain was known as the Cliff of Ignorance. His father. Suddenly, an unnameable thought slipped into Chun Shu's mind, causing him to relax unexpectedly. The violet fragments adorning him were inherited from his father. Where could you have gone? At that moment, a change flickered across Chun Shu's expression, and he sprang upright. He retrieved a vibrating jade talisman from his storage ring, a cold smile gracing his lips. Shortly thereafter, he met with Meng Xiao at their usual rendezvous. Young Master Chun. Miss Meng. Though puzzled by the barren bamboo grove, Chun Shu maintained a facade of cold amusement, suppressing his rising anger. I require an explanation regarding today's events. Meng Xiao, seemingly oblivious to Chun Shu's emotional turmoil, perched herself upon a branch, swinging her feet playfully. Su Mu now harbors considerable trust in me, and I have uncovered something of great significance. Would you like to hear it? The girl smiled gently. What is it? Chun Shu furrowed his brow, his heart instinctively wary. If you fail to present something worthwhile today, our relationship shall come to an end. The purple markings on Su Mu's neck are inherited from his father, Su Ningya. Moreover, Su Ningya acquired them from another member of the Chun clan. The girl paused momentarily. The Chun clan of the 10 great celestial races. Chun Shu's pupils constricted, and he nodded, urging her to continue. Meng Xiao, with her back to the moon, concealed her expression, leaving only her clear and ethereal voice to be heard. Interestingly, this member of the Chun clan happens to have a sister. Although she has succumbed to madness, she once had a husband named Chun Zhuo. What? Chun Shu was instantly taken aback. This was indeed the name of his father. Are you implying that I am actually a member of the Chun celestial clan? I cannot be certain, the girl shrugged. The information I have uncovered is quite limited. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. What is it? Chen Shu inquired eagerly. According to Su Mu, when he visited the Chen clan, he met that man's sister. Although she is deranged, she is still alive and keeps murmuring the name Zhuohe. Meng Xiaoxiao concluded her words, followed by a prolonged silence. Chen Shu's mind raced with thoughts. What do these words signify? Am I a member of the Celestial Clan? Or is my father connected to them? If that woman still lives, does it mean she's my mother? At this realization, Chen Shu trembled all over. He felt that the secrets of his lineage were tantalizingly close. If he could visit the Chen clan and meet this insane woman, all would be revealed. Wait, Chen Shu suddenly halted. As a future celestial emperor, his thoughts transcended the surface. My encounters with Su Mu are not recent, yet I've been facing obstacles these past few days, with others attributing it to Su Mu's father, Su Ningye. But what if there are others behind this? Chen Shu's thoughts spun ceaselessly, his gaze darkening. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a subtle smile from the shadows. Yes, just like that, go ahead and suspect. It will be best if you rush to meet the Chen clan. Then you'll be unable to impede my brother Mu. And, as if suddenly recalling something amusing, the smile on Meng Xiaoxiao's face broadened. If you knew, when you and your mother finally meet, your mother would be the first to wish to kill you. Chen Shu, would you still make the same choice as in your previous life? The following day, Su Mu rose from his bed, stretching lazily, feeling utterly refreshed. If there were no tasks, and I returned to the original world, I could indulge in such comfort every day. The mere thought of this dimmed Su Mu's good mood by several degrees. He turned his gaze sideways, and his entire being immediately froze, his expression one of astonishment. What? What are you doing? Not far away. Meng Xiaoxiao noticed that Su Mu had risen and instantly broke into a smile. You're awake, Brother Mu. Come, look at the breakfast I made for you. Following the direction of the girl as raised hand, Su Mu beheld a lavish spread of breakfast, the dishes still steaming, evidently prepared with great care. No, that's not what I was asking. Su Mu waved his hand dismissively. I was inquiring why you were here, and why you're doing this. Didn't I pledge my allegiance to Brother Mu yesterday? Meng Xiaoxiao replied, her expression one of confusion, her tender fingers as delicate as spring onions, tapping lightly on her lips. To pledge allegiance to Brother Mu means I should serve you, right? Pouring tea, doing laundry, cooking. Isn't it only natural for me to do these things for you? Chapter 16. A true protagonist model. Is it not expected of me to do these things for Brother Mu? Is it not expected? Expected? The voice of the young girl lingered in the air, leaving Su Mu momentarily at a loss. No, my dear friend, do not play me. You are the leading lady, an undercover agent. How can an undercover protagonist serve a mere cannon fodder villain and yet appear so joyous? System, I implore you, answer me once more. Su Mu roared at the system, a myriad of frustrations coursing through his mind like a stampede of wild horses. Are you certain that there are no issues with this world line? No collapse, no disorder, and certainly no reincarnation? Rest assured, host. The system has undergone countless verifications and confirms that the current world line is entirely stable. If there are aspects that remain difficult to comprehend, please examine the storyline closely for clues. Upon hearing the system's unwavering confidence, Su Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The present developments appeared rather absurd, and had the system not provided assurances, he would have hesitated to continue his performance. To this, Su Mu declared fiercely, System, you assured me that there were no issues. If there truly were any problems, I would not be acting for the third time. Please rest assured, should the world line collapse due to a system error, satisfactory compensation will be provided to the host. Compensation is of little concern. I simply wish to return home. This was the sole desire Su Mu harbored for the system. With a sense of resignation, he lifted his gaze to the young girl before him. Truly, you need not do these things for me. After all, you are the protagonist, while I am merely a cannon fodder character, a villainous sycophant. That simply will not do. Meng Xiaoxiao pouted. Brother Mu, I imagine you are accustomed to having dedicated attendants at home. Arriving at the Holy Land alone must be quite unsettling. Moreover, we agreed yesterday that I would ally with you. Thus, it is only proper that I assist you. Su Mu was left speechless. There was a semblance of logic in her words, yet he sensed something amiss. Brother Mu, look, I have even specially crafted a maid as attire. Do you like it? Meng Xiao twirled, showcasing her lovely figure to him. Only then did Su Mu notice that, although her dress remained a pale blue long gown, the style was notably different. It was no longer loose and ethereal, but rather form-fitting. The dress accentuated the contours of her youthful figure, emphasizing her curves and slenderness. Su Mu was taken aback, astonished that someone so young could possess such skill in tailoring, leaving him both impressed and intimidated. Ahem! Su Mu quickly averted his gaze. It was rather inappropriate to behold such sights so early in the day. Very lovely. Indeed. However, I must attend to dressing now, so please step outside for a moment. I shall assist you in dressing. The girl giggled mischievously, leaning closer. No need. I can manage myself. What are you doing? Do not pull my blanket away. I'm not dressed. After much commotion, Su Mu ultimately managed to dress himself, insisting on his own autonomy. Following this, the two sat together, enjoyed their breakfast, and then set out into the world. Today's itinerary had been thoughtfully devised by Su Mu the night before. Qing Jingru's whereabouts were unknown, and Mo Shuangxing had proven to be decidedly unreliable. Not to mention Meng Xiao, who had become entirely submissive to him. With so many enchanting beauties drawing near, one might expect others to feel elated. However, Su Mu found no joy in this. His intention for the day was to seek out Yi Yan. Since the other characters had all faltered, surely there must be one dependable individual left? As it stood, apart from Qin Shu, only Yi Yan remained. Based on yesterday's observations, her demeanor was not markedly different from what he remembered. She still exuded an air of coldness, viewing the world with indifference and detachment. Furthermore, even if others had succumbed to the allure of his father, Su Ningya, Yi Yan would surely remain unaffected. After all, her temperament was one of dispassionate detachment, and as a disciple of the Lord of the Sacred Land, her status was not inferior to Su Mu's. With no intersections in their lives, there was little chance of her being swayed. Contemplating this, Su Mu finally felt a sense of relief. Was he finally returning to the normal storyline? His tone even bore a hint of excitement, nearly betraying the acting skills he had honed for over a decade. Splendid. Before long, Su Mu arrived at a solitary pavilion, one that was not situated among the 9 great peaks, but rather perched beside a tranquil pool. The pavilion stood against a cliff, half suspended over the water, with bamboo shadows dancing by the shore and the distant sound of a waterfall cascading nearby. This place, pretty raffiné. After much contemplation, Su Mu could only conjure such an epithet, reminiscent of Yi Yan herself, as if she had stepped forth from an ink-wash painting. Unabashed and impulsive, Su Mu pushed the door open without hesitation. Inside the modest pavilion, Yi Yan was seated at a desk, brush in hand, engaged in her artwork. Upon hearing his entrance, she merely glanced up with a mild expression. "You've come," she stated, as if she had anticipated Su Mu's arrival. "I have come," Su Mu replied with a calm demeanor. "You should not be here, Su Mu. Let us not indulge in wordplay, shall we? I have high hopes for you." Taking a deep breath to adjust his composure, he lifted his gaze, now brimming with arrogance and audacity, revealing the seasoned actor within. What should or should not be is irrelevant. By the way, you had the audacity to thwart my plans yesterday? Do you know who I am? Of course. I know who you are, Su Mu, Yi Yan responded, finally setting down her brush and gliding over to the desk, her presence exuding warmth and elegance, unhurried in her movements. When I say you should not be here, it is for a reason. Since I intervened yesterday, I have my own justifications, and there is no need for further inquiries. As she spoke, the young woman nonchalantly took a seat and poured herself a cup of tea, embodying an attitude that clearly dismissed Su Mu. In his heart, Su Mu exclaimed with joy. At last, there was a proper female lead. Just look at her. This is what disdain looks like. This is what prestige entails. It is imperative that Qing Jingru and the others come over and learn from her. This is the demeanor a genuine female lead ought to possess. Do not cloud the issue with vague statements. Simply tell me how to proceed with this matter. Su Mu's demeanor was brazen as she nonchalantly perched her foot upon the chair, striving to project an air of ferocity. On the other side, Yin delicately sipped her tea before raising her gaze, silently acknowledging the undeniable truth. Indeed, you remain unchanged, still resorting to bravado as a shield, cloaking your gentle nature beneath a facade of toughness. A ripple of emotion stirred within Yi Yin, yet her expression remained unperturbed. I am the elder supervisor of the sacred land, as well as a disciple of its master. This is my duty. Do you intend to challenge that? You. Sumo glared intensely. Chapter 17, A Double-Edged Sword. You. Sumu glared, slamming his palm on the table. Do not presume that I am incapable of acting against you. Even if you are at the Earth Immortal Realm, I am unafraid. In response to Su Mu's assertive demeanor, Yi Yin exhibited no reaction. She simply gazed at the young man, remaining silent even as time passed. Su Mu was taken aback. Hey, aren't you supposed to say your lines? How can I perform alone? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that she intends to compel me into submission with her gaze? The notion sparked a flicker of excitement within Su Mu. Ever since the second act of the narrative began, every female lead he encountered had been peculiar. But now, there was one who could truly hold her own, and with such formidable prowess. In the original storyline, Su Mu had stormed over in a fit of rage after his plans were thwarted, seeking trouble with Yi Yin. Yet, she remained unfazed. In terms of lineage, she was backed by a sacred ground, rivaling Su Mu's standing. Regarding strength, she was at the Earth Immortal level, far surpassing Su Mu by an entire realm. Equipped with top-tier techniques and treasures, rendering the notion of being overpowered by a lower level entirely implausible. Moreover, although Yi Yin appeared aloof, it did not imply a lack of emotion. On the contrary, she possessed a profound sense of justice. Otherwise, she would not have intervened to stop Su Mu the previous day. Yi Yin carried herself with elegance, her movements measured and poised. In stark contrast, Su Mu's demeanor was brash and superficial. In the course of the narrative, particularly within the Sacred Ground arc, Yi Yin was the one who made Su Mu suffer the most, even exceeding Chen Shu in that regard. All of Su Mu's tactics proved ineffective against her. Su Mu felt a surge of exhilaration. It seemed that not all heroines had diminished. Some had indeed grown stronger. Observing Yi Yin's gaze, though aesthetically pleasing, it bore a significant weight of pressure, especially upon Su Mu. He pondered why she was approaching him ever closer. To his astonishment, Yi Yin had already risen and was drawing nearer, extending her hand towards him. Su Mu was taken aback. What are you doing? He quickly leapt back, a mix of confusion and anger. Were you just about to touch me? He was astounded. You may look, but I am the antagonist here. Can you just touch my face as you please? Do I not have any dignity? Or do you have some peculiar inclination? The mere thought of such a possibility unsettled him. Nonetheless, Yi Yin was not surprised by Su Mu's abrupt retreat, relying on her own abilities. She had anticipated this outcome from the subtle cues present in his demeanor. Yet, she remained undeterred and wished to test the waters. After all, encountering him again was a rare opportunity, having traversed many years. In her previous life, Yi Yin had genuinely believed Su Mu to be a troubled youth, a spoiled scion who wielded his influence to bully others. It was only after his demise, during her investigations, that she uncovered numerous details, his gentleness towards those around him, his filial piety, and the fact that he often merely intimidated others without truly causing harm. Unbeknownst to herself, she had recorded everything about the young man. The one she loved was Qing Jingru. The sole person with whom she would argue was Su Haining, and oh, indeed, the only one she had ever truly targeted was Chen Shu. Yayanska's Sharpenet. According to her deductions, the troublemaker would soon arrive, so time was of the essence. If you wish to discuss yesterday's events, then let us have an earnest conversation. Yi Yin retracted her delicate hand, yet did not step away, instead fixing her gaze directly into Su Mu's eyes. According to the rules of the sacred land, yesterday you gathered a crowd for a brawl, humiliated fellow disciples, and even incited your master. I have ample reason to suspect you are orchestrating a significant event detrimental to the entire sacred land. Wait a moment. Su Mu hastily raised his hand, pointing at himself. You mean me? A mere mortal cultivator plotting against the entire sacred land? Precisely. Yiyan replied calmly, her complexion unflushed and breath steady. Given these indications, I believe I must detain you, confining you for approximately a millennium. What? Is that even allowed? Su Mu was utterly astonished. If you truly imprison me for 1,000 years, the plot of the Divine Abyss Continent would surely have concluded. What will become of my mission? How shall I return home? Even if you were not confined for a millennium, just a few years would spell disaster for him. You are so malicious, Su Mu exclaimed, genuinely taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, for such a scenario had not existed in the original plot. Indeed, complications had arisen once more. Ian appeared to stifle a laugh. He is rather endearing, is he not? Are you beginning to fear? However, there remains room for negotiation. How shall we negotiate? Su Mu was on high alert, sensing that this protagonist bore certain peculiarities, different from the previous ones, yet equally terrifying. Are you aware that I possess a unique ability, foresight? Actually, I am aware. Su Mu longed to voice this, yet he refrained. For revealing this would shatter his persona. It was her secret. How did you come to know? Thus, he could only listen as she slowly elaborated. Essentially, due to the peculiarity of her foresight, Yin typically needed to suppress her emotions, but upon reaching the Earth immortal realm, she must re-experience emotions, or else this ability would backfire upon herself. Over time, she had experienced a myriad of emotions, yet with little success, leaving one remaining. Therefore, what I require from you is, Ian's tone paused. Although she had meticulously rehearsed this plan numerous times, when it came to articulating it, she felt a pang of shyness. I need you to be my Dao companion, just for a short while. What on earth? Su Mu stood frozen in place. Goodness, not only is this female protagonist problematic, but her issue is the gravest of all. I have experienced all emotions with little effect. Thus, I now seek to comprehend love, the affection between man and woman. Ian endeavored to speak in a calm tone, yet Su Mu still discerned the slight blush on her earlobes. It was as if to say, you too feel quite embarrassed, don't you? Then why utter such words? Why? Why me? Su Mu inquired earnestly. Because I wish for this matter to remain undisclosed to others, and fortuitously, I possess leverage over you. Su Mu. No, absolutely not. He shook his head vehemently, raising his chin with a demeanor of righteous indignation. My heart and soul will forever belong to Jingro. I will never betray her. Splendid. Su Mu had never been so grateful for his devoted persona. It was indeed a formidable weapon to navigate such an outrageous situation. Is that so? Yin remained composed. Then I shall recount your disgraceful actions towards your fellow disciples in detail to Qing Jingro, ensuring she holds you in utter contempt. How will you respond to that? 10 days is an eternity. Could it not be just one day? Su Mu's expression remained impassive as he swiftly capitulated. His devoted persona transformed from a sharp weapon into a double-edged sword, inflicting the first wound upon himself. Chapter 18. Please remain calm, my dear Japanese heroine. No, I cannot. Yeyan puset herlips, seemingly amuset. Ishuan, there is no room for negotiation, and you surely do not wish for this matter to reach Qing Jingru, do you? Su Mu, why does this conversation sound so familiar? Moreover, the unfolding of this plot evidently harbors significant issues. What is this so-called Ishuan's partner? Is this not merely a temporary boyfriend? According to the usual narrative, it should naturally evolve into something genuine later on. But this is clearly the male lead script, not a matter for a mere supporting antagonist like me. Su Mu sensed that Yi Yin posed a problem, and indeed a grave one. He had truly been foolish to deem Yi Yin a commendable heroine. This dilemma was no lesser than those encountered previously. Yet, he found himself unable to refuse her. Just a short while ago, he had used Qing Jingru as a shield, and now others were employing the same tactic against him. If Su Mu were to suddenly decline, his character would undoubtedly collapse. Noticing the youth's silence, Yi Yin inched closer. You teach me about love, and in return, I shall let you off the hook. A fair exchange, wouldn't you agree? Even if you say that, I remain utterly unconvinced. Su Mu regretted his decision to come here today. Now he found himself ensnared. If you do not speak, I shall assume you consent. Yi Yin moved even closer, and Su Mu could faintly detect a delicate fragrance emanating from her. He could now ascertain that the young woman was indeed smiling, albeit subtly. Wait, what are you planning to do? As she approached, Su Mu instinctively attempted to retreat, only to collide with a chair, causing him to collapse into it. Ian raised an eyebrow and continued to advance. Since you're now my partner, what do you think I intend to do? Su Mu, in broad daylight, amidst a crowd, you, as the heroine, dare to impose upon me? As they drew perilously close, just before contact was made, stop! Bang! Chen Shu abruptly pushed the door open and strode in, his gaze landing upon the two figures nearly entwined, igniting a fierce anger within him. Sumu, what are you doing? Sumu was at a loss for words. Can't you see clearly? Is this what I wish to do? Or what is being done to me? Chen Shu trembled slightly, his face flushed with indignation. He had not anticipated that after finally discovering Yi Yan's whereabouts, upon nearing, he would hear the dulcet tones within, along with the unmistakable voice of Su Mu. Without a moment to spare, he had pushed open the door. What he beheld was almost beyond description. Yi Yan was nearly entirely atop Su Mu, as if seated in his embrace, both their faces flushed, compounded by the exceedingly complex expression on Su Mu's visage. Chen Shu had every reason to suspect that something untoward had transpired between them. How dare you? Chen Shu's eyes glinted with malice. Yi Yan is the woman I desire, and Su Mu dares to be so reckless. Time and again he had opposed me, and now he audaciously touches my most vulnerable spot. Truly, he is courting his own demise. Chen Shu stepped forward, his voice rising sharply. Sumu, release Miss Yi at once. Chen Shu was seething with rage. Just yesterday, he had utilized the celestial mechanism prediction, incurring a considerable cost to uncover Yi Yan's past. He believed that with this knowledge, conquering her would be a mere trifle. In his mind, Yi Yan had already become his woman. Yet now, his beloved seemed tainted. Sumu, your incessant entanglement with Miss Qing Jingru was already unacceptable, and now you dare to pursue Miss Yi? Such moral decay is intolerable. For someone like you, the world would cheer for your downfall. Our battle yesterday remains unfinished. Do you dare to engage me once more? Chen Shu's voice thundered, exuding an intimidating aura. Though his heart brimmed with fury, he instinctively sought a legitimate reason, as he still wished to uphold his image before Yi Yan and win her affection. Are you blind? Su Mu retorted, equally vexed. If it weren't for you protagonists deviating from the script, how could I have fallen into this predicament? Must we play this out a second time? The male lead is utterly disappointing, unable to retain even a single female lead. The female leads themselves have strayed from the plot, revolving around him. The villain, what is going on? Very well. If you wish to fight, then come. Su Mu rose immediately. On one hand, he was indeed filled with emotion. On the other, he seized the opportunity to distance himself from Yi Yan. His seasoned experience as an actor kicked in instinctively. Moreover, after this commotion, Su Mu had calmed down somewhat. He contemplated further, realizing how fortuitous Chen Shu's arrival was. He must have received a tip-off from Meng Xiao. Quietly, Su Mu acknowledged him with a nod of approval. At the same time, he began to ponder. Yi Yan, being a practitioner of the Earth Immortal Realm, showed no reaction to Chen Shu's presence. He surmised that this was a performance orchestrated by Yi Yan and Chen Shu together. So that is how it is. Su Mu's eyes gleamed with understanding. Yi Yan, in her quest to compel Chen Shu to show concern for her, resorted to such extreme measures, truly worthy of being a female lead. Sumotot, feeling a tinge of anticipation, all he needed to do now was to play along with her. Wait. Yi Yan gently raised her hand, placing it between the two. Do you both believe I, as the supervising elder, am inconsequential? Dare you act before me? Her formerly ethereal voice now carried a hint of frost. Sumu failed exhilarated. Yes, this is exactly it. Come and punish me. Especially you, Chen Shu. Yi Yan's demeanor suddenly shifted as she turned her gaze towards Chen Shu, her delicate hand tightening around her jade, Rui. Su Mu frowned, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Yi Yan was genuinely angry. She had finally found an opportunity to be alone with him, and everything was proceeding according to her plan. Soon, Su Mu would agree to her. Once he did, Yi Yan was confident that within a span of 10 days, she could showcase her charm to him, thus winning him back from Qing Jingru. After all, she believed she was no less than Qing Jingru in any aspect. In terms of beauty, both were stunning, each possessing their own unique allure. In terms of lineage, Qing Jingru is merely a member of a newly prominent family, while her master is the sovereign of the sacred land, a pinnacle cultivator among celestial kings. From this perspective, it is she and Su Mu who are truly a match in social standing. As for cultivation and innate talent, Yin is even more confident. Despite Qing Jingru possessing a unique constitution, she is by no means inferior. In fact, she can even bestow upon Su Mu the extraordinary ability to foresee the future. With such advantageous cards in hand, how could she possibly lose? All that remains is for Su Mu to agree to her terms and become her Dao partner. Yet, at this critical moment, Chen Shu unexpectedly arrived. It is indeed her own fault for being so preoccupied with Su Mu that she neglected to sense the external situation. However, this does not quell her fury. Yian's expression is devoid of emotion. Chen Shu, as a mere outer disciple, you have trespassed into my personal palace. And this is one charge against you. I was engaged in a discussion of great importance regarding the sacred land with Su Mu, and you audaciously eavesdropped. I suspect you may be a spy for another faction, which constitutes a second charge. Furthermore, to privately arrange a duel among disciples in my presence, thus showing contempt for the law, is a third charge. For these three offenses, you shall face the punishment of 300 lashes, in addition to confinement in the nether realm. Execute this immediately. Qinshu, Chapter 19, Double Standards? I must report. Qinsu, no. Isn't it Su Mu who is bullying you? Am I not acting in defense of righteousness? Why am I suddenly being punished? He appeared utterly bewildered. Yet Yian offered him no opportunity for explanation. With a flick of her hand, the jade rui transformed into a long whip radiating a verdant glow, striking down upon Chen Shu with ferocity. Chen Shu intended to evade, but found himself immobilized. Yian, possessing two great realms above him, effortlessly suppressed him in place. Crack! A resounding lash fell, and Chen Shu screamed in agony. What the? This whip not only inflicts physical pain, but also directly affects the soul. Just as he attempted to explain, an overwhelming force forced him to the ground, and in an instant, the whip lashed out like a tempest. Crack! Crack! The sound echoed repeatedly, causing Su Mu to flinch. It truly looked painful. When Chen Shu first appeared, Su Mu genuinely suspected that this was a performance orchestrated by Yi Yin and Chen Shu together. In his mind, the truth of the matter should unfold as follows. Yi Yin deliberately lured Su Mu over, using the flimsy excuse of a temporary partner to keep him there. And then Chen Shu made a sudden entrance, with the male and female leads cooperating to unjustly burden Su Mu with several grave accusations. This would lead to a series of punishments, confinement, and a tarnished reputation. However, as the lashes intensified, Su Mu began to deeply doubt his own deductive reasoning. Why did the plot deviate so drastically from his expectations? Not far away, Yi Yin, expressionless and indifferent, coldly observed the relentless strikes of the whip. As a supervising elder, she possessed the authority to execute punishment on the spot. The severity of her actions stemmed not only from Chen Shu's disruption of her plans, but also from her sheer disdain for him. In her previous life, she recalled Chen Shu presenting himself in a seemingly virtuous manner, exuding charm and grace. Had it not been for the subsequent revelation of his sordid deeds, Yi Yin would have remained blissfully unaware. Chen Shu was no gentleman. He was merely a petty man coveting her foresight abilities. With this thought, the speed of the whipping escalated. Chen Shu screamed, his back already a mass of flesh and blood. Seizing the moment, he shouted desperately, "Miss Yi, you misunderstand. I did not eavesdrop intentionally. I came to thank you for yesterday's events. Moreover, I thought Su Mu was doing something to you, which prompted my impulsive intrusion." He believed that uttering these words would lead her to cease her actions. Yet, to his dismay, Yi Yan's expression darkened further. Had you remained silent, it would have been better. Your words infuriate me even more. Benaut her sidive, Yi Yan kunenchet her fistaitli, her kunukles turningvite. She longed for Su Mu to make a move, yet he was such a gentle youth that he would never take advantage of another's misfortune. Furthermore, do you truly think I intervened yesterday out of a desire to help you? Had I not foreseen Su Mu's sudden defeat and injury, I would have been indifferent. Upon reflecting on this, Yi Yin immediately summoned the vitality from the air, completing 300 strikes in swift succession. The speed was so rapid that, apart from Yi Yin herself, no one else could ascertain the exact number of lashes delivered. Suffice it to say, there was certainly more than enough. At that moment, Chen Shu found himself devoid of the strength to speak, resembling a mere puddle of mud sprawled on the ground, groaning softly. Yi Yin then glanced at Su Mu, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Mu, too, was hesitant to speak. Initially, he had thought that the male and female leads were merely collaborating to enact a scene involving him. However, it now appeared that something was amiss. If this were truly an act directed at Su Mu, why would they target their own with such ferocity? Moreover, Yi Yan's demeanor and tone had unmistakably conveyed a burning fury, which felt far too genuine to be mere theatrics. Confounded, Su Mu gestured towards the down Chen Shu. "Miss Yi, did you not hold him in high regard? Why the sudden change?" "I never claimed to admire him," Yi Yin replied with an impassive expression. "But you are the leading lady. If you do not appreciate the male lead, what becomes of the narrative?" Su Mu yearned to voice this thought outright, but restrained himself, opting instead for a more circumspect inquiry. "Is he truly a spy for another faction?" "Certainly not," Yi Yin answered succinctly. Thanks to her memories of a past life, she was not entirely unfamiliar with Chen Shu's history. Then why? Sumubundred alaud exasperated. 666 lashes? Is this truly the extent of the performance? Goodness. He was disheartened by Chen Shu's haughty demeanor, which was grating, and, as a junior, he exhibited not an ounce of respect towards his senior. "I'm merely teaching him the rules." Yi Yin, now composed, sat elegantly in a wooden chair, sipping a refreshing cup of tea. "Is that so?" Su Mu mused, lowering his head in contemplation. It seemed there was some merit to this perspective. After all, according to the standard plot progression, Chen Shu and Yi Yin had only met once, and even as the leads, their interactions have been rather limited. With this realization, Su Mu finally exhaled in relief. One could argue that the developments are indeed peculiar. However, to dismiss them entirely would be misguided. They do hold some truth. He had feared that Yi Yin had severed ties with the male lead Chen Shu. Should such a significant rift occur, the ensuing narrative would be rendered moot, necessitating a reset to a third cycle. At that moment, a radiant light emanated from Yi Yan's hand, reviving the prostrate Chen Shu. Upon awakening, he locked eyes with Su Mu, fury igniting within him. His tone had shifted from Miss Yi to a more formal address, reflecting his discontent. Chen Shu, struggling to rise from the ground, displayed a defiant countenance. "Since this is the decree of the sacred ground, I have no further objections. However, now that my punishment has concluded, is it not time to address Su Mu as well? Furthermore, I stand by my words. Su Mu has publicly harassed his peers, and you witnessed the brawl yesterday, not to mention his tarnished reputation." A cold chuckle escaped Chen Shu. "All you need do is inquire, and you will discover what sort of individual Su Mu truly is. Shouldn't such a person be penalized?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yin took another sip of tea and rose to her feet. "I am the elder responsible for the inspections of the sacred land, not you. I possess my own discernment regarding the rules. Moreover, I am far more acquainted with Su Mu than you are. The opinions of the outside world are merely fleeting whispers of the wind, unworthy of concern." Su Mu found himself somewhat bewildered. "Is this not only our second meeting today? How could you possibly know me? Or is there some method employed by the sacred land to observe its disciples? As for your assertion that the punishment is complete, it is, in fact, not yet so." Yi Yin gently set down her teacup and retrieved the jade ruby once more. "Remember what I just mentioned. In addition to 300 lashes, there's also confinement within the nether abyss." With that, the young woman flicked her sleeve, and the jade ruby emitted a crystalline radiance. Chen Shu suddenly vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. What kind of technique is this? Su Mu was taken aback. He had not sensed any fluctuations in the laws of space. How could such instantaneous movement be achieved? It is merely a trivial matter of substitution. Yi Yan's voice resonated ethereally, remaining composed as ever. Chapter 20. Kneel and bow inside the chamber. After Chun Shu's interruption, Yi Yin temporarily refrained from discussing the matter of a partner. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mu hastily slipped back to his cave abode, resolved not to venture out again that day. He was genuinely frightened, my friend. Upon opening the door to his dwelling, he was met by the sight of Meng Xiao, clad in a form-fitting long dress. The moment she laid eyes on Su Mu, the girl beamed with delight. Brother Mu, you've returned. I've prepared everything for you. Would you prefer to dine first, take a bath, or perhaps something else? The young lady's cheeks flushed a delicate hue. Meanwhile, in another location, the Yumming Pool, despite its name, was actually a sealed cavern situated beneath the sacred land of Yaofeng. Without special means, one could not enter. The cave remained perpetually frozen, shrouded in darkness. And even a brief stay would impart a bone-chilling cold that penetrated not only the body, but also inflicted sharp pain upon the soul of any cultivator. It was precisely due to this characteristic that the place was designated as a site for punishing certain disciples. As for the origins of the Yumming Pool, none could provide a definitive account. Some claimed it was a natural wonder. Others believed it to be a remnant from the fall of an ancient great cultivator, while some suggested it was a result of formations. In the dimly lit cavern, in a corner, click, click, Chen Shu's face had darkened from a cold. His body curled into a ball, his teeth chattering incessantly. Despite his dire condition, his gaze remained bright, and his fists were clenched tightly. Sumu, it's you again. Once I escape, I shall tear you to shreds. A fierce hatred fueled him, yet the cold and pain numbed his senses. He must not sleep, must not succumb. If he fell asleep, he might never awaken. Chen Shu forced himself to concentrate, sitting cross-legged on the ground, circulating his energy to alleviate the torment within and gradually accumulate his cultivation. If he could endure this period, there would still be a chance for him to turn the tide. After all, the images seen through the Heaven-S mechanism yesterday were not solely focused on Yi Yin. Junior, how did you acquire this technique? A voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Startled, Chen Shu sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings warily. Who is there? You need not fear. You cannot find me. I am merely a remnant soul. The voice gradually clarified, hinting at a middle-aged man. Where did you obtain this technique? Are you referring to the Heavenly Palace's wrathful tide severance? Chen Shu furrowed his brow. I learned this technique from my father. I have known it since childhood. But who are you, and how do you recognize this technique? Learn from your father, you say? The unknown voice suddenly expressed excitement. And then a semi-transparent soul materialized before Chen Shu. The figure appeared somewhat haggard, with long hair and a beard, yet exuded an imposing aura. This technique is a unique legacy of my lineage from the Tianhe Palace. No one else can master it due to the bloodline requirements. What nonsense is this? Chen Shu's frown deepened. He did not lie. This set of skills was indeed inherited from his father and cultivated since childhood. However, the sudden emergence of another person claiming it to be a technique passed down through his lineage raised questions. What could be the truth? The two engaged in a prolonged exchange of cautious inquiries, and Chen Shu felt as if he were on the brink of freezing. Only then did he begin to piece together the narrative. Are you suggesting that my father is actually a member of the Tianhe Palace? But is he not a descendant of the Chun clan? Chen Shu recalled the information provided by Meng Xiao a couple of days prior. Although the other party behaved strangely, such matters could not be easily deceived. The underlying logic was straightforward and easily verifiable. Thus it appeared. The lingering soul also seemed to ponder. Your father is very likely an undercover agent sent by the Tianhe Palace to the Chun clan. This is the only explanation. What? Chen Shu was taken aback. As their conversation delved deeper, the plot thickened. The soul before him was known as the Celestial Soul Master, a once revered immortal king from a millennium ago and the master of Tianhe Palace. He specialized in the path of ice and auxiliary soul techniques, having once engaged in a fierce battle with a certain era's sage at the sacred land, ultimately falling in defeat. After his demise, his essence transformed into this nether pool, where the ice remains unmelting for eons. Chen Shu's father was likely a prospective master of Tianhe Palace from a bygone era, tasked with infiltrating the Chun clan, only to later encounter some unforeseen event, leading him to hide with Chen Shu in a lightless forbidden zone, ultimately vanishing. Years later, Chun Shu suddenly appeared here. After countless years, the consciousness of the celestial soul master had long fallen into silence. To evade the initial searches, he had no choice but to enter a state of false death. Had Chun Shu not appeared, it would not be long before this lingering soul dissipated into the ether. Ha ha ha, young one, it seems you must now address me as your ancestral master. The celestial soul master laughed heartily. Oof. Chun Shu, however, felt unconvinced. You are but a remnant of your former self, and I have never heard of the Tianhe Palace you speak of. Even if I were truly your disciple, what difference would it make? The celestial soul master, upon hearing this, was not angered. Rather, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, I appreciate this attitude of yours, one that is unyielding. He raised his hand to stroke his non-existent beard. Young one, since I have been awakened by you, I owe you a debt of gratitude, especially since you are a descendant of my disciple. Today, I shall bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity. As soon as the words left his lips, the cold air within the cave surged violently, rushing heedlessly into Chun Shu's body. Chun Shu's expression changed dramatically. Old man, what are you doing? Before he could react further, the technique within him began to operate autonomously, transforming the originally piercing cold into a warm current that flowed through his meridians. Chun Shu was utterly astonished, feeling his cultivation begin to rise steadily, then plummet, only to ascend once more. This cycle continued several times before ultimately stabilizing at the initial stage of the Tianyuan realm. Have I just broken through? Chun Shu experienced an otherworldly sensation, an almost surreal feeling. Despite his rapid progress in cultivation, it was astonishing that he had just broken through the previous barrier yesterday, only to achieve another breakthrough today. It was truly hard to believe. Young man, do you now trust me? The celestial spirit master said, a hint of pride in his voice. The chill here is merely a remnant of my past power. Our cultivation methods share the same origin, so this effect is not unexpected. Master, without a moment's hesitation, Chun Shu immediately knelt and bowed deeply. The celestial spirit master burst into hearty laughter, his form swiftly merging into Chun Shu's mind. I shall accompany you for the time being, until your body is fully restored. Listen to me, young man, and proceed into the cave. I left some treasures there long ago. Yes. Chun Shu nodded eagerly, filled with excitement. Chapter 21. Suning Ye on this night, Su Mu lay alone in bed, gazing at the heavens. His mind was inundated with fleeting images of every recent encounter with the female protagonists. Su Mu, this is a gift for you. Obedient disciple. Brother Mu, I want you to be my Dao partner. Starkal Davek, Su Mu Satap. Feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding as peculiar events seemed to multiply around him. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his disquiet. Just then, he sensed an unusual fluctuation within the room, and the luminous pearl in the hall lit up spontaneously. Su Mu's pupils contracted. As he prepared to draw his weapon, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Son, over here. Dad. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, hastily donning his outer garment and stepping outside. Indeed, he beheld a familiar figure seated at the main seat of the hall. It was a dignified, middle-aged man, clad in a long robe with a short beard, exuding an aura befitting one who had long occupied a position of power. Yet, his face radiated warmth and friendliness. Father, it truly is you. You've emerged from seclusion? Su Mu exclaimed with delight. Su Ningye, Su Mu's biological father, was the current patriarch of the Su clan, one of the 10 great celestial families, and a peak cultivator among the celestial kings, regarded as one of the most formidable beings of his era. Ha, you rascal, have you stirred up trouble again lately? Though Su Ningye feigned admonishment, his joy was evident. It was impossible for him to remain angry with his only son. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Su Mu suddenly recalled the recent shifts in the attitudes of the various female protagonists, all of which had been orchestrated by the very man before him. Realizing this, Su Mu felt a sense of resignation. His father had gone to great lengths, even at considerable cost, to alter the sentiments of the female protagonists, merely to bring his son a modicum of happiness. Such indulgence from his father could be a source of vexation at times. Father, I raise a cup of tea to you. Thank you for your unwavering efforts. You little rascal, what has come over you all of a sudden? Su Ningye laughed heartily as he accepted the teacup and drank it in one go. The two conversed for quite a while before Su Ningye finally broached a serious topic. By the way, Han Ning will be returning in a couple of days. I plan to welcome her back properly, so you better come home. Han Ying. Su Mu's expression turned peculiar. He suddenly recalled that it was the golden halberd she had gifted him during the apprenticeship ceremony that had led to a rupture in the narrative. It seemed all the unsettling events had begun from that very moment. Why was she returning so soon? Perplexed, Su Mu thought back to the original storyline, where she was not supposed to return for at least another 6 months. Why had her arrival been so hastened? Moreover, the behavior of all the main characters in the Divine Abyss continent had grown increasingly erratic. Su Mu was nearly numb to it all. I remember there was a portion of the plot at this welcome gathering he pondered incessantly. Should he return? Certainly, as there was a narrative to adhere to. However, the experience would undoubtedly be far from pleasant, for his relationship with Han Ying could not be described as anything less than adversarial. They would likely engage in a conflict upon meeting. Noticing Su Mu's silence, Su Ningye observed him intently. Su Ningye rose and gently patted the shoulder of the other person, speaking with a weighty tone. My son, you are destined to inherit my position in the future. She is, after all, your sister and kin. The events of our childhood must eventually be laid to rest. Upon hearing these words, Su Mu immediately recognized his father's misunderstanding. However, he chose not to clarify, instead silently nodding in agreement. Su Ningye was somewhat taken aback. Today, his son surprisingly did not oppose him. It seemed he had truly matured. With this thought, a sense of pride swelled within him, and he took 2 steps back. Gulme, let me see if your recent cultivation has progressed. Su Mu instantly stood up, brimming with eagerness. His entire aura radiated, showcasing his peak cultivation at the Heavenly Origin realm. Su Ningye nodded in approval. It appears you have indeed been diligently restraining your cultivation and have not recklessly advanced. Of course, I have been quite mindful of that. Su Mu replied with a grin, aware that hastily elevating his cultivation would only complicate the unfolding narrative. Son, remember, cultivation does not always equate to everything. Our family possesses abundant resources, and it is quite simple for you to enhance your abilities. But do you know why I have refrained from doing so? Su Ningye turned away, gazing skyward. Without waiting for Su Mu's response, he continued, if I wish to elevate your cultivation, I could easily infuse you with energy. As father and son, our elemental characteristics are nearly identical. With just a few attempts, I could help you ascend to the Earth Immortal Realm, or even the Celestial Immortal Realm. However, he paused. Such a cultivation attained in this manner would be akin to constructing a grand edifice from mere sand. A gust of wind would scatter it to the winds. Therefore, with each breakthrough you achieve, I will specially concoct elixirs for you, forcing you to endure a period of restraint. This approach not only strengthens your foundation, but also allows your body to acclimatize. I have taken note of all this. The father and son exchanged a glance, both breaking into hearty laughter. Come, let's share a drink tonight. Excellent. Meanwhile, at the summit of the same mountain, within another secluded cave, Qing Jingru slowly opened her eyes, her aura flowing gracefully. With each breath, the energy around her gradually absorbed into her body, vanishing from view. Success. 2 days spent. Quite commendable. 2 days prior, her master, Mo Shuangxing, had unexpectedly entrusted her with a set of sword techniques, instructing her to master them swiftly as they would be of future use. Qing Jingru was somewhat perplexed, as she immediately discerned that this sword technique was incomplete, comprising only half of the whole. Yet, she resolutely practiced, believing it would prove useful in due time. With no other choice, to fulfill her task promptly, Qing Jingru had shut herself away for the night, fervently contemplating. At last, she had reached a minor breakthrough. Achieving this level in just 2 days might astound others, but for Qing Jingru, it was merely satisfactory. The girl's gaze seemed to penetrate through layers of barriers, fixating on another cave not far away. Su Mu, as the moon cycled and the night deepened beneath the Yao Feng sacred land, another pair of radiant eyes suddenly opened wide. With a deep breath, Chen Shu felt the stabilization of his Tiangong realm cultivation within him. while the celestial figure in his sea of consciousness continued to chatter incessantly. He adorned his right middle finger with a unique black ring, within which lay a peculiar and ancient black token, resting quietly. Unexpectedly, fortune had smiled upon him. Not only had his strength soared, but he had also acquired such valuable possessions. Chenshu's expression was one of fervent excitement. The celestial figure had bestowed upon him not merely an enhancement of his abilities, but also access to a formidable power. Indeed, it was the enigmatic Tiana Palace that the figure spoke of. Astonishingly, this force had endured through the ages, silently existing within the abyssal continent. Had it not been for the celestial figure's unwavering assurances that he sensed a familiar aura, Chenshu would find it difficult to believe. A clandestine power had managed to persist for millennia, even infiltrating the sacred grounds. With the token in his possession, he could summon this secretive and potent force to act on his behalf. Sumo. A sinister smile crept across Chenshu's face. Your demise is inevitable. Chapter 22. Childhood sweethearts Shun Zhao, the netherworld pool had indeed fallen into disrepair. The once pervasive chill had entirely dissipated, and the hidden opportunities had been seized by Chenshu. What remained was merely an ordinary cavern. At this juncture, Chenshu could have easily exited, yet he chose not to do so. After all, Yi Yin had permitted his entrance under the auspices of legitimate authority, namely, the power she wielded. Chenshu gritted his teeth. Just you wait. With a swift motion, he produced a black token from his storage ring and, adhering to the methods taught by the Tianshu immortal, infused it with a specific frequency of spiritual energy. A peculiar wave began to ripple outward. Within the sacred grounds, at Haizhong Peak, Yin Luan, who had been engrossed in seclusion within his own abode, suddenly opened his eyes, disbelief etched across his features. What is this? A summons from the Master. The Master has entered the sacred grounds. How was I not informed? Despite a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, he promptly rose and pursued the source of the wave, his figure vanishing in an instant. This extraordinary wave was exceedingly subtle, perceptible only to those who had cultivated the unique techniques of the Tianshu Palace. As an elder of the Tianshu Palace, Yin Luan held the official title of Deputy Peak Master of the Yao Feng Sacred Grounds, standing at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, just a step away from ascending to the immortal king level. Inside the cavern, Chenshu did not wait long before a composed middle-aged man suddenly appeared before him. The man wore an expressionless visage, clad in a black robe, his demeanor tinged with a hint of melancholy, resembling a weathered elder who had witnessed the vicissitudes of life. Chenshu was slightly taken aback by the man's rapid arrival. Yin Luan, upon recognizing the ordinary disciple before him, was momentarily stunned, soon noting the black token in the disciple's hand and the black ring adorning his finger. These were indeed symbols of the Master, the Tianshu token and the Tianshu Qianquan ring. Taking a breath, Yin Luan maintained his impassive expression and bowed respectfully. I greet you, Master. I was unaware of your esteemed presence and regret my failure to offer a proper welcome. Chenshu silently clenched his fists, a flame igniting within him. Yet he merely nodded nonchalantly, responding with an affirmative sound. Indeed, a moment later, Yin Luan, still harboring some confusion, departed from the now-defunct netherworld pool. The recent dialogue with Chenshu replayed in his mind. Chenshu, an outer disciple of the sacred grounds, possessed initial cultivation in the Tian Yuan realm. It now appeared that he was not the Master, but rather a prospective master or perhaps a disciple of the Master. Otherwise, obtaining the Tianshu token would have been impossible. As a disciple of the Tianshu Palace, regardless of rank, encountering the Tianshu token was akin to the Master's direct presence, necessitating unconditional obedience to the bearer's commands. Yet, Yin Luan remained perplexed, questioning why this individual had gone to such lengths to infiltrate the sacred grounds, only to issue orders to him regarding an inner disciple, Sumu. Upon returning to his abode, Yin Luan swiftly leveraged his connections to gather information on Sumu, his brows furrowing in surprise. He is the heir of the Su clan from the celestial lineage. In the ordinary course of his duties as an esteemed elder of the sacred land, Yin Luan was often preoccupied and seldom attentive to the affairs among his disciples. Nevertheless, he had established an intricate intelligence system precisely for moments like these. Having spent nearly 2 millennia in the sacred land, this was his first occasion to utilize it. Could it be that the palace master had decided to take action against the Su clan? Was the plan for infiltration into the 10 great celestial clans advancing to this extent? As a senior member of Tianhe Palace, Yin Luan possessed knowledge of many obscure matters, including the palace's infiltration strategies against the 10 celestial clans that had persisted for tens of thousands of years. He suddenly shook his head, dismissing distracting thoughts from his mind. As a subordinate, obeying orders was of paramount importance. From a young age, Yin Luan had undergone various training in Tianhe Palace, and his loyalty to the organization was such that he would willingly sacrifice his life. Now that directives had come from above, he was resolute in his commitment to execute them. Thus, Yin Luan spent a sleepless night, utilizing his intelligence network to gather information on Su Mu's vulnerabilities. Qing Jinru. Yin Luan frowned. It could be said that this woman represented a promising opportunity for exploitation. However, Chun Shu had specifically instructed that she was off limits, as were many others. Here, his expression brightened as he uncovered records detailing Su Mu's assembly of subordinates to assault Chun Shu and humiliate fellow disciples. Although these accounts were exceedingly vague, as if intentionally obscured, Yin Luan, as the vice leader of a peak, had dealt with countless matters over the millennia, endowing him with unparalleled experience. He immediately discerned the underlying clues. Coupled with information from his own channels, he swiftly pieced together a comprehensive narrative. Upon entering the sacred land, Su Mu had publicly harassed female disciples, and when Chun Shu had bravely spoken out, Su Mu leveraged his lineage to bully others and subsequently sought revenge. Quite the tale, Yin Luan mused inwardly. This would be his point of entry. As dawn broke, sunlight gently illuminated the earth. Su Mu stretched lazily, rising from his bed, invigorated. Despite having indulged in late-night drinks with his father, the formidable physique of a Tianyuan realm cultivator allowed him to disregard the effects of alcohol. Su Mu was in high spirits. However, his mood would have soared even higher had Meng Xiao, by his side, been more composed. "Brother Mu, you're awake." The girl's radiant smile lit up her face as she cradled Su Mu's garments in her hands. "I'm all set. Let me assist you in getting dressed today." Su Mu. The two engaged in their customary playful banter, with Meng Xiao pouting and being shooed away. Su Mu dressed himself, and soon they shared a meal together. At that moment, Su Mu suddenly sensed an unusual movement within his storage ring. With a flick of his hand, he produced a communication jade tablet. "Su Mu, I've heard you're cultivating in Yaofeng, sacred land?" I'm coming too." Just the words alone conveyed the girl's exuberance. Shen Jiaoi, Su Mu's childhood friend, could be regarded as the closest girl of his age in the public eye. Due to certain upheavals within her family, Shen Jiaoi spent her childhood residing with the Su family. The two grew up together, fostering a close relationship, and notably, Shen Jiaoi seldom opposed Su Mu. In contrast, Su Haining, despite spending a significant amount of time with Su Mu, largely took advantage of her younger counterpart. Su Muesiku Uprishambreitant. How did you end up in this sacred place instead of staying at your own home? Rarely feeling at ease, Su Mu found solace in his camaraderie with Shen Jiaoi. Furthermore, since she was not the heroine of the divine Abyss continent, their interactions were devoid of undue considerations and psychological burdens. It had been quite some time since they last met after Shen Jiaoi matured. It appeared they were destined for a heartfelt reunion. Before a response could be received from the person on the other end of the jade token, Su Mu's other communication jade suddenly trembled. "Luo Hai Siti, Su Mu. We are in trouble." Su Mu's hand froze momentarily, and he frowned. Chapter 23. The Rise of Public Opinion. Luo Haicheng. Su Mu. We are in trouble. Immediately, a lengthy message filled with various bits of information arrived. Su Mu's heart skipped a beat, and he furrowed his brow while reading through it, but suddenly his expression brightened. "Oh, à présent surprise?" According to the information sent by Luo Haicheng, an inexplicable rumor had begun circulating within the sacred grounds, claiming that Su Mu, the heir of the Su family, had publicly flirted with a female senior on his very first day of school. At a critical moment, Chen Shu stepped forward, vowing to put an end to this nefarious trend. However, Su Mu took advantage of his position, publicly humiliating Chen Shu, and subsequently gathered a large group of people to block the entrance of Chen Shu's cave dwelling, inciting a brawl and humiliating his fellow disciples. In the aftermath, he even used his connections to evade the penalties imposed by the sacred grounds rules. Meanwhile, Chen Shu's sincere heart led him to be imprisoned in the abyssal pool. As news spread like wildfire, more and more disciples, who were initially unaware of the conflict between Su Mu and Chen Shu, found themselves embroiled in the situation. Is this true? Is Su Mu really that arrogant? Poor Chen Shu, the good man who received no reward for his kindness, yet faced punishment himself. Bah! What are those useless members of the law enforcement hall doing? Why is there no response at all? Have they been bribed? Severe punishment for Su Mu. We cannot let him escape justice simply because of his connections. Numerous disciples were filled with righteous indignation. It must be said that the person who disseminated this information possessed considerable skill. On one hand, they ensured that the source of the rumor remained untraceable, while on the other, they crafted a compelling narrative. The aristocracy of the immortal clan humiliating ordinary disciples. This was indeed a trending topic, evoking strong emotions among many disciples. Severe punishment for Su Mu. Release Chen Shu. I know people in the law enforcement hall. I will inquire about their actions right now. I will go too. As public opinion fervently fermented, the focus of the incident became the enmity between Su Mu and Chen Shu, intertwined with widespread dissatisfaction regarding the ineffectiveness of the law enforcement hall. As the order-maintaining institution of the sacred grounds, the law enforcement hall operates independently from the Nine Peaks, even being referred to as the invisible 10th peak. The hall master, Nie Zhanhua, a formidable cultivator at the immortal king level, had also recently caught wind of the matter, causing him to furrow his brow. Conflicts among disciples? No. In his view, it was not so simple, having presided over the law enforcement hall for many years. A keen intuition informed Nie Zhanhua that there was more to this situation than met the eye, as if someone were covertly stirring the pot, exacerbating the turmoil. However, even if he sensed something amiss, he could not remain idle. Thus, he promptly dispatched a message to his subordinates. Investigate the matter concerning Su Mu and Chen Shu within the sect, and do so swiftly. Yes. However, Master, what if the rumors are true? Nie Zhanhua's finger paused momentarily. Then we shall apprehend him. Su Mu must be captured, and he shall be punished as warranted. Understood. Underground, in the abyssal pool, Chen Shu looked at the message from Yin Wan in his hands, a glimmer of joy appearing on his face. Yes, exactly. I want everyone to witness Su Mu's vile countenance. Listen well, young man. My words are not to be dismissed. The slightly smug voice of the master Tian Pao echoed. Chen Shu repeatedly clasped his hands in gratitude, his face brimming with appreciation. Thank you, esteemed master. Were it not for your benevolence in granting me this opportunity, I would not have been able to attain such significant assistance. Ha ha ha. You are indeed commendable, young lad. I hold great expectations for you. You possess the most authentic bloodline of my Tiana Palace. As long as you diligently cultivate, it is not beyond possibility for you to inherit my legacy in the future. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu's excitement surged. This was the earnest guidance of the Celestial King. Such a colossal opportunity was coveted by many, yet few could grasp it. He was determined to seize it with fervor. Consequently, he adopted an even more respectful demeanor, addressing the master as esteemed master repeatedly, which delighted the master immensely. Chen Shu felt a sense of pride as well. Fortunately, before employing the token, he had communicated with Master Tian Pao. By disguising his identity as the prospective palace master of Qianhe Palace, he could justifiably command Yin Wan, utilizing a celestial realm cultivator for his own purposes. In the Shenyuan Continent, there are 10 cultivation realms, each subdivided into 9 minor stages. The most significant threshold is the breakthrough from the celestial origin realm to the earth immortal realm. Prior to reaching the earth immortal realm, one is merely an ordinary mortal. No matter how formidable your background or unparalleled your talent, You remain a fleeting insect with a lifespan of merely a century. Even with the finest elixirs, you may extend your life to a maximum of 1,000 years. However, upon breaking into the earth immortal realm, one is granted the freedom to soar high like a bird in the sky or leap like a fish in the vast sea, with a guaranteed lifespan of at least 3,000 years. From this realm onward, cultivators formally engage with the concept of the Tao. Prior to this, they rely on various techniques and spells to battle. After becoming an immortal, it transforms into a clash of the great principles. Mortals condense their vital energy to activate their techniques, while immortals summon boundless energy directly from the cosmos, wielding the laws of heaven and earth to annihilate their foes. Becoming an immortal, a glimmer of fervor sparkled in Chun Shu's eyes. Who among the heavens would not aspire to immortality? Moreover, his directive for Yin Luan to target Su Mu was not merely an act of vengeance, but rather a calculated pursuit of benefit. Recently, while utilizing the heavenly mechanism divination, he had received crucial foresight regarding an impending event. The selection of the chief disciples was soon to commence. The Holy Ground recruits disciples on a large scale only once every decade, with each cohort comprising 2 chief disciples, 1 male and 1 female. The chief disciples not only ascend directly to personal discipleship, enjoying abundant resources, but they also have the opportunity to capture the attention of the Holy Lord, who may personally instruct them. A cold smile played on Chun Shu's lips. Su Mu, once I become the chief disciple, I shall no longer fear your connections. I shall see what you can do then. Chun Shu's choice to confront Su Mu at this juncture was indeed deliberate. It would allow him to settle old scores while simultaneously tarnishing Su Mu's reputation swiftly, all the while establishing his own character. According to Yin Luan's information, the public perception of Su Mu was that of a heinous individual, oppressing his peers, while Chun Shu was seen as sincere and upright. This was precisely the reputation he sought. To become the chief disciple not only required meeting the standards of cultivation, but also excelling in subsequent trials, with a commendable reputation being of utmost importance. Public opinion is a formidable force, difficult to reverse in a short span of time. It is often said that spreading rumors requires merely a word, while refuting them demands considerable effort. Chun Shu had lost faith, with the selection of the chief disciple approaching. Could Su Mu truly manage to alter the prevailing sentiment in record time? If such a feat were possible, Chun Shu might as well write his name backwards or even adopt the surname of Su Mu. Within the confines of the cave abode, Su Mu reclined leisurely on his bed, joyfully exchanging messages with Shun Zhao Yi. Brother Mu, do you not care about the matters unfolding outside? Meng Xiao stormed in, her face flushed with anger. On her way back, she had overheard numerous individuals gossiping about Su Mu. Had she not been concerned about embroiling him in trouble, she would have charged at them, sword in hand, to silence them all. Yet, even so, her indignation was palpable. How could they target someone as gentle as Su Mu? To her surprise, Su Mu merely chuckled, appearing quite pleased. It's nothing. I am indifferent to their words. Let them speak as they wish. The harsher their insults, the more delighted I become. As long as my reputation is tarnished, the male protagonist can rise once more, and the narrative can return to its rightful course. Su Mu was on the verge of laughter. Indeed, this was a fortuitous windfall. Chapter 24. Nangong Lu observing the young man's apparent indifference. Meng Xiao felt a tremor in her heart. He remained as gentle and warm as ever. Yet despite this, there were those who relentlessly sought to undermine him. This thought brought another figure to her mind, Chun Shu. The girl's expression darkened immediately. She knew without a doubt that this matter was being instigated by Chun Shu, especially since the current public sentiment was being swayed in his favor, with all the benefits accruing to him. Su Mu, oblivious to Meng Xiao's inner turmoil, had firmly rejected Luo Haicheng's suggestion to devise a strategy to assist him. Absurd. Since the inception of the second act of my narrative, everything has been awry, as if the heavens themselves could no longer bear witness to it. Now that there were finally signs of a shift in public opinion, how could I allow you to ruin my prospects? The more Su Mu pondered, the more elated he became. As long as he remained indifferent, his reputation would continue to tarnish, while Chen Shu's image would shine ever more resplendently in the eyes of others. In due time, the female protagonist would abandon Su Mu, seeking refuge in the male lead's embrace, and the storyline would revert to its intended course. How splendid! With a spirited countenance, Su Mu rapidly tapped on his device, sending another message to Shun Jiaoi. I've arrived at the Holy Land. Remember to bring me a gift. How shameless! As a guest, should it not be my prerogative to receive offerings? On the other end of the jade tablet, the girl pouted, yet she could not suppress her smile. Su Mu contemplated for a moment. Perhaps there was some truth to her words. Indeed, what do you desire? Anything at all. By the way, when I arrive at the Holy Land, will you come and fetch me? Certainly. Su Mu agreed readily, primarily because the other party was not the female lead, and he felt no reservations in such matters. However, he would probably need to consult Jing Ro's opinion. You understand, right? In crucial moments, Su Mu remained vigilant of his persona as an ardent admirer, even though he rarely entertained the notion of seeking out Jing Ro when the narrative was dormant. Nevertheless, he was cautious about maintaining his character. Seasoned actors do not commit lowly blunders. TSK, why haven't you two cooled off yet? Shen Jiaoi's remark was rather blunt. Yet Su Mu raised an eyebrow, his face lighting up with delight. Ah, see? It's always the familiar ones who speak the truth. The tale of a typical admirer and a female lead must conclude with a cooling off. After years apart, her conversational prowess has certainly sharpened. What is this? The two continued their discourse, and only after some time did Su Mu reluctantly set down the jade tablet, feeling exhilarated. He did not need to lift a finger. The narrative was destined to normalize on its own. Could this be some form of cosmic rectification? Just then, a sudden knock reverberated through the cave's protective barrier. Is Su Mu in there? A deep male voice called out. We are from the enforcement hall. We need to investigate some matters. As Su Mu's expression brightened, he swiftly intercepted Meng Xiao, who was about to draw her sword, and joyfully opened the door to the cave. A pair of large, fluffy buns immediately caught his eye, grand and pristine. However, that was not the focal point. Shaking his head, Su Mu turned his attention to the group standing before the cave. Leading them was a remarkably capable young woman, whose once loose enforcement uniform was now fitting rather snugly. Following her was a cohort of burly men, one of whom had just knocked on the door. Are you Su Mu? Nangong Lu inquired, lightly brushing her hair aside. Despite the years that had passed since they last met, the sight of the boy stirred something within her, creating ripples of emotion. Indeed, that's me, Su Mu responded, standing tall. You have come to investigate me, right? That is splendid. I will accompany you at once. The disciples of the enforcement hall were momentarily taken aback. Had they not heard that Su Mu was arrogant and disdainful? Why was he exhibiting such a cooperative demeanor? Could it be that they had misjudged him? Well, it appears to be the case. They stammered, finally stepping forward to encircle Su Mu, their attitudes noticeably softened. Junior brother Su, you need not worry. The enforcement hall has stood for millennia on the principles of fairness. If you are wronged, we will assuredly restore your justice. One senior brother patted Su Mu on the shoulder, presenting a radiant smile. Su Mu was elated. That's wonderful. Please make sure to investigate thoroughly, because I truly did those things. Observing the boy before her, who showed no signs of resistance, Nangong Lu momentarily fell into a trance. You remain unchanged, just as in a last life, devoid of any defiance. She concealed these thoughts within her heart, her gaze towards him deepening with a mix of nostalgia, compassion, and an immeasurable yearning. Thus, she gently stepped forward, her soft hand enveloping Su Mu's, and then she offered a warm smile. Junior brother Su, there is no need to be anxious. I will ensure you receive justice. With that, she led Su Mu away. Su Mu, other disciples of the enforcement hall. Meng Xiao, who was secretly watching from inside. Wait a moment. Su Mu found himself in a state of bewilderment. Was the enforcement hall's approach truly so gentle, or was something amiss? He ruminated, recalling that the original narrative contained scant details regarding Nangong Lu, even fewer concerning his involvement. In the original tale, while Nangong Lu was indeed one of Chun Shu's significant figures, her role was not as pronounced as that of her sister, Nangongshi. Deep in thought, Su Mu considered two pivotal plot points in the original narrative. The first act, currently unfolding, mirrored his earlier experience when he too had been captured, albeit without hand-holding or being shackled. As long as the storyline remained unaffected, Su Mu maintained a nonchalant attitude towards everything, even towards Qing Jingro. Whatever. If they wish to hold hands, so be it. As long as the narrative proceeds smoothly, we are all good friends. Another significant plot unfolds shortly thereafter. In the original narrative, Chen Shu and Qing Jingru developed a close relationship, which incited Su Mu's fury to the point where she nearly ground her teeth in frustration, prompting her to seek revenge once more. At that time, the bond between Chen Shu and Yi Yin had blossomed, and they had also become acquainted with each other's dear confidant, Nangongshi. Under the instigation of Meng Xiaoxiao, Su Mu resorted to the drastic measure of kidnapping Nangongshi. Chen Shu, leveraging the influence of his Tianhe palace, rushed to her rescue, with Nangong Lu also becoming embroiled in the situation. Amidst relentless pursuits, Chen Shu resorted to unscrupulous methods, nearly endangering Nangong Lu's life, until Su Mu, unable to bear the sight, intervened to save him. At this moment, Su Mu suddenly stroked her chin, pondering. Chen Shu must have acquired his grandfather by now, she mused. Su Mu was aware that within the original plot of Shenyuan Continent, there existed a soul of a celestial king claiming to be the celestial master of heavenly fate in the Yuming Pool, who had bestowed upon Chen Shu the initial semblance of power. Although there were deviations from the original storyline, with Chen Shu visiting the Yuming Pool prematurely, Su Mu held the conviction that as the male protagonist, he was undoubtedly favored by fortune. Chapter 25. They could no longer endure it. Su Mu was lost in contemplation. The sisters of the Nangong family were originally part of Chen Shu's harem, with the emphasis on Nangongshi, the elder sister of Nangong Lu. Even considering the initial plot, Su Mu had not met Nangong Lu frequently, and they were not particularly familiar with one another. This resulted in a lack of animosity between them. Thus, Su Mu glanced down, noticing that Nangong Lu still held onto her hand. Perhaps this was an unknown quirk. As long as it did not interfere with the main storyline, Su Mu was quite forgiving, or one might say indifferent. However, others did not share the sentiment. Nangong's steward, along with the muscular men who accompanied Nangong Lu, exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Su Mu was their subject of investigation. What did it mean for her to be holding someone else's hand? Was it an expression of affection? Or perhaps a troubling suspicion arose among them? Could it be that Nangong's steward had feelings for Su Mu? Despite their myriad questions, they hastily departed, attracting the attention of countless disciples along the way. Look, a beauty, so grand, and she's holding that young man's hand. They seem so affectionate. Are they partners? Wait, aren't those people dressed in the enforcement hall's uniforms? Something feels off. Some members of the crowd wore puzzled expressions. The enforcement hall's personnel kept their heads down, silent as they walked. Only Su Mu and Nangong Lu appeared at ease amidst the throng, showing no signs of discomfort. Su Mu had long grown accustomed to the peculiar gazes of the onlookers. Remaining unfazed, Nangong Lu, with her flushed complexion, held tightly onto the young man's hand, almost as if flaunting it, striding confidently and proudly. Before long, the group arrived at the enforcement hall's headquarters, where Su Mu was promptly escorted to the interrogation room. Upon seeing the grim instruments of torture surrounding her, with faint traces of dark red blood visible, Su Mu couldn't help but twitch her lips. So you admit to it? The disciple responsible for the interrogation looked utterly perplexed. He had not conducted any questioning. Indeed, Su Mu nodded, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. She then proceeded to confess to all the details of her confrontation with Chen Shu, leaving nothing concealed. Although the disciple in charge of the incident found it rather odd, he quickly drafted a punishment, a fine of 10,000 yuan stones and 3 months of confinement in the enforcement hall. Su Mu accepted this with delight. Yuan stones, imbued with the essence of the earth, served as the currency of this world. She could hardly recall the last time she had even touched such things. Given her status, she rarely ventured out with money. 10,000 yuan stones were but a trifle. As for the 3-month confinement, she was even more pleased. It was an opportune time to rest, allowing public opinion to further ferment. By the time she emerged, perhaps the heroines would have gravitated towards Chen Shu, clustering around him. At that point, she would not need to exert much effort. Completing the remaining plot would be swift. She suddenly thought, it seems that the chief disciple selection was approaching. If I were to simply be absent, Chen Shu would surely become the chief disciple of this cohort. At that moment, he would be able to connect with Nangong Shi. Each generation of disciples from the sacred land selects a chief, one male and one female, often referred to as the holy son and holy daughter by the outside world. Su Mu clearly remembered that this generation's holy daughter, the female disciple chief, was none other than Nangong Shi, the sister of Nangong Lu and a dear friend of Yan. It felt as though the plot was on the verge of a dramatic twist. Su Mu, increasingly elated, sprawled on the floor of the confinement chamber and drifted into a deep slumber. As long as he could calmly navigate these 3 months, everything would turn out well. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mo Shuangxing wore a grim expression as she summoned Qing Jingru. Just now, your junior brother, Su Mu, was taken away by the law enforcement hall. Why? Qing Jingru's face instantly darkened, her grip tightening around the long sword in her hand. Mo Shuangxing slowly shook her head. I am uncertain. I heard that an unfavorable message regarding Su Mu suddenly emerged from within the sacred land. I hope you can check on him. Understood. Qing Jingru did not hesitate and nodded immediately. Mo Shuangxing sighed inwardly. Despite being a revered immortal king and the leader of a peak, her position often rendered her less capable of acting than Qing Jingru. After all, her role was of great importance, preventing her from participating directly in many matters. However, the thought of Su Mu's attitude towards Qing Jingru left Mo Shuangxing feeling somewhat despondent. Both were her disciples, yet she found it difficult to feel joy. By the way, Mo Shuangxing spoke again. Do you recall the sword technique I asked you to practice some time ago? Qing Jingru paused slightly. I remember, but it seems there are some issues with the technique. She hesitated to respond. Mo Shuangxing nodded candidly. Indeed, the sword technique I provided you is only half of the complete set. This is a combined sword technique titled Phoenix Dance Seeking the Phoenix, which I personally created. You have likely heard that although it has not been officially announced, the selection for this generation's chief disciples will commence soon. I hope you can assist Su Mu. Mo Shuangxing gazed into Qing Jingru's eyes, feeling a twinge of envy at the affection Su Mu showed her. Each disciple selection involves an external trial, during which they can select one external aide whose cultivation does not exceed the Tianyuan realm, and you're the most suitable candidate. You're not only his senior sister, but also share. Mo Shuangxing's words faltered. A profound relationship. I hope you can help him secure this generation's chief position. But before that, remember to visit the law enforcement hall to check on him. After hearing all this, Qing Jingru trembled slightly. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Mo Shuangxing, then clasped her hands in respect. Thank you, Master. I will remember. Thank you, Master, for giving me the opportunity to be alone with junior brother Su Mu. The young girl could hardly contain her excitement, hastily bowing before swiftly turning to leave. Once the surroundings were empty, Mo Shuangxing sighed again. If she were not the peak master, but merely an ordinary disciple, approaching Su Mu might indeed be much easier. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Mo Shuangxing's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and she leapt to her feet, her skirt flowing gracefully around her. Perhaps it was not an impossibility after all. The sound of bubbling water echoed nearby. With a sharp crack, the brush in Yan's hand snapped, and she abruptly lifted her gaze, a rare expression gracing her features. Su Mu had been taken away. She meticulously perused the tome in her hand. As the elder responsible for supervision, acquiring intelligence about the sacred land was part of her daily duties. Yet today felt markedly different, as she had stumbled upon information regarding that young man. Su Mu had been accused of mistreating a fellow disciple. This had provoked an investigation by the enforcement hall, resulting in a 3-month confinement. Unacceptable. Instantly, Yan rose, summoning her jade rui with a flick of her wrist. Chen Shujiao had brought this upon himself. The punishment was mine to decree, and it bore no connection to Su Mu. As long as I draw breath, no one shall dare to torment him. Within the loft, The young girl's figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 26. I just smile and remain silent. What is this all about? Within a towering edifice, Nie Zhanhua rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of immense pressure. As the head of the Sacred Enforcement Hall, maintaining his position for an extended period required not only exceptional capability, but also a keen sense of diplomacy. Just moments ago, he had received a message from Su Ningye. Although the latter merely inquired about the situation, he ultimately conveyed a rather clear implication. You must uphold justice impartially. Do not release Su Mu, nor extend any preferential treatment. Nie Zhanhua found himself both amused and exasperated. My dear brother, you are a peak celestial king, one of the most formidable individuals in today's world. When it comes to understanding the circumstances, you need only hint at your interest, and countless informants will eagerly provide you with information. Why would you personally send a message to inquire? To Nie Zhanhua, Su Ningye's intent was unmistakable. Su Mu is my son. How you choose to adjudicate is of little concern to me. Just remember, if I am dissatisfied, your pleasant days will come to an abrupt end. As a peak celestial king and the clan leader of the celestial race, Su Ningye exuded an undeniable pressure that made Nie Zhanhua feel as if he were walking on pins and needles. Furthermore, within the circle of celestial kings, everyone was acutely aware of the situation. Su Ningye, having his child late in life, had only Su Mu as his sole heir. Anyone who dared to harm Su Mu would face dire consequences. Nie Zhanhua felt a headache coming on. What on earth am I to do? As the head of the enforcement hall, inaction was not an option. A suspect must be apprehended. Yet, as a mere mortal, he dared not act too decisively, knowing full well that Su Ningye was capable of ending his life. If only there were a way to release Su Mu. But how? At that moment, an idea struck him. It seems that the young lady from the Nangong family was the one who brought Su Mu back. Perhaps I could enlist her assistance? Nie Zhanhua shared a close relationship with the father of the Nangong sisters, and in fact, Nangong Lu could be considered his niece, which was why she worked under his command. With this thought in mind, he promptly sent a message to Nangong Lu, requesting her presence at the top floor of the enforcement hall. Before long, Nangong Lu arrived. Upon entering the room, she immediately noticed Nie Zhanhua's smiling demeanor, along with a cup of hot tea he had prepared for her. The young lady quickly grasped that he had a request to make. Coincidentally, she too had a matter to discuss with him. Thus, they exchanged knowing smiles and began to subtly probe one another, taking quite some time before they reached the crux of the matter. Nangong, it seems that Su Mu was brought back by you, correct? Nangong Lu's expression shifted slightly. Indeed. What of it, Uncle Nie? I merely wish to inquire if you have clarified those rumors. Nangong Lu slowly shook her head. I had yet to investigate, as Su Mu himself confessed to all charges, appearing rather pleased with himself. Nie Zhanhua found himself at a loss for words. It can't possibly be that simple. Here's the thing. As the enforcement hall, we must uphold justice. Even if he has confessed, we still need to conduct a thorough investigation. Thus, Nie Zhanhua circled back to the main point. I believe this matter warrants further discussion, at least until we ascertain the facts. We should not hastily imprison anyone. Don't you agree? Nangong Lu suddenly lifted her gaze, casting a sidelong glance at her uncle. To her surprise, they were on the same wavelength. Long before Nie Zhanhua had sent her a message, Nangong Lu had been contemplating ways to extricate Su Mu. In her view, if Su Mu truly was the nefarious individual as rumored, how could he face the law enforcement hall with such composure and an untroubled conscience? Moreover, she recognized that Su Mu was fundamentally a gentle and kind-hearted person. It seemed that his eagerness to confess was driven by a fear that the malicious gossip might harm Qing Jingru. Cursing under her breath, Nangong Lu felt a twinge of jealousy. However, the more she thought about it, the more resolute she became in ensuring that the young man did not suffer injustice. She must champion his cause. Uncovering the complete truth of the matter was merely the first step. The priority now was to liberate him from the law enforcement hall. Originally, she was not in a position to intervene directly. Typically, when a disciple is confined in the law enforcement hall's detention chamber, there are two methods to secure their release. The first is the passage of time, and the second is bail, which requires a guarantor. The guarantor must meet the following criteria. at least a disciple of the inner sect, with a minimum of 3 years of admission, a substantial deposit of spirit stones. And should the accused reoffend, the guarantor would also face confinement. There are also some unspoken conditions, such as having influential connections. Nangong Lu met nearly all the criteria. What she lacked was a motive, or rather, a plausible reason. Despite her desire to release the youth immediately, she was apprehensive that approaching him might alert Su Mu and create distance between them. However, with Nie Zhanhua's subtle hint, Nangong Lu suddenly found her rationale, allowing her to use it as a pretext for their mutual agreement. I understand, Uncle Nie, the young lady replied with a charming smile. I will personally secure Su Mu's bail, and then I shall investigate the truth of the matter. I must take my leave now. With that, she waved her hand and turned to depart, visibly eager. Nie Zhanhua was momentarily taken aback. He had intended for Nangong Lu to utilize the authority of the law enforcement hall. How had it suddenly transformed into a personal bail? Was this girl being intentionally contrary? Furrowing his brow, Nie Zhanhua pondered, could it be that she has developed feelings for Su Mu? Recently, various rumors have been circulating within the sacred grounds. Some claimed that the young master of the Su family had bullied his peers and flirted with senior sisters. Others asserted that the law enforcement hall acted justly in detaining Su Mu. Additionally, there were whispers of Chun Shu, a young prodigy who stood undaunted against tyranny. The heated nature of this incident had garnered significant attention and discussion. Did you hear? The conflict between Su Mu and Chun Shu originated from Qinghan Ferry. You mean Qing Jingru of the Pulian Peak? Indeed, that is her. I heard Su Mu is infatuated with Qinghan Ferry, and his entire family has paid a hefty price to win her favor. Yes, I've heard that too. After all, she is the celestial fairy of Qinghan, endowed with an innate physique of the ice phoenix. Moreover, her combat prowess is unparalleled. If it were me, I would be enamored as well. What? Do you aspire to be a sycophant? Begone. Such discussions reverberated everywhere, and Su Mu had become the subject of ridicule among the masses. Yet, a discerning few recognized the truth. While most individuals allowed into the sacred land for cultivation are indeed prodigies or possess formidable backgrounds, in comparison to Su Mu, the vast majority pale in insignificance. Among those who mock Su Mu, how many are not driven by envy? Ah, look, a figure just soared by. It appears to be the celestial fairy of Qinghan. She is heading towards the law enforcement hall. Someone exclaimed suddenly, capturing the attention of the crowd. What urgent matter could the celestial fairy be attending to? I recall that Su Mu is currently confined in the law enforcement hall. Someone murmured, plunging the crowd into silence. No, it couldn't be. Is the celestial fairy not rather indifferent towards Su Mu? A person forced a smile, as a sense of foreboding began to brew within their heart. Chapter 27. The encounter was not so pleasant within the sacred grounds. Qing Jingru transformed into a radiant arc, soaring directly towards the law enforcement hall, unabashedly revealing her presence and capturing the attention of many. The celestial maiden Qinghan hurriedly made her way to the law enforcement hall, likely due to Su Mu. Rumors quickly circulated, but they were met with derisive laughter. Anyone with common sense knows that the celestial maiden Qinghan has no interest in Su Mu. It's laughable how baseless the gossip has become. Simultaneously, within the law enforcement hall, numerous young disciples were engaged in hushed conversations. Hey, did you hear that Sister Nangong brought someone back today? You mean Su Mu? Of course. Everyone in the law enforcement hall is discussing it. I heard Sister Nangong was holding Su Mu's hand when she returned. No way, is that true? Would Sister Nangong really do that? The speaker appeared incredulous. Sister Nangong, known among them as Nangong Lu, was a youthful figure of remarkable prowess, possessing the cultivation of a terrestrial immortal and serving as a steward according to the sacred grounds hierarchy. In this system, ranks are determined by cultivation level. Stewards are terrestrial immortals. Elders are celestial immortals, and only those of the immortal king realm ascend to positions akin to peak masters. Achieving the immortal king realm signifies one's integral role within the sacred grounds, akin to a stakeholder. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Yin, despite being a terrestrial immortal, holds the esteemed position of elder, thanks to her exceptional mentor. The crowd pondered why Sister Nangong would take Su Mu's hand, their hearts igniting with a tinge of irritation towards him. Nangong Lu was renowned as the enchanting steward of the law enforcement hall, possessing exquisite beauty and a commendable character, the object of many dreams. Yet now, she displayed such singular favoritism towards Su Mu. No one had ever received such treatment from Nangong Lu before. It infuriated them, and to think Su Mu was merely a useless sycophant. Sister Nangong, you deserve better. The disciples seethed with jealousy, their resentment reaching a boiling point. At that moment, a wave of energy surged through the hall, and a graceful figure emerged at the center, clad in a delicate pale yellow gown that fluttered with the breeze. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall. Yi Yin surveyed the surroundings and swiftly approached several disciples of the law enforcement hall, producing a token. I'm a supervisory elder. Have you apprehended an individual named Su Mu? The guarding disciples momentarily froze in place. What a stunning beauty! She rivaled even Nangong Lu. The tone of her inquiry indicated she had come specifically for Su Mu. More importantly, upon witnessing the token, the female disciple steadied herself, instinctively trembling as she confirmed its authenticity. Indeed, she was a true elder. How could she be so young? We have indeed apprehended him. May I inquire how this esteemed elder is addressed? What business do you have with Su Mu? The disciple on duty spoke with utmost respect, hastily performing a bow. I'm here to bail him out. I am well aware of the regulations of the law enforcement hall. You may take the token for registration. Yi Yan's tone was calm, striving to conceal her inner anxiety. Su Mu had endured hardships since childhood, growing up within his family and coming to the sacred land for further training. It was already a challenge, and now he found himself imprisoned. The thought stirred a pang of pity within the young girl. The disciple on duty, not daring to delay, promptly received the token with both hands, glancing at the name inscribed upon it. Please, Elder Yi, step into the reception room and wait. I shall attend to this matter immediately. Upon seeing the token accepted, Yi Yin gradually made her way out. The disciple on guard was already contemplating ascending the stairs to consult with his superior, Nangong Lu. After all, it was he who had apprehended the individual in question, and proper protocol required his consent. Once Yi Yin departed, the other disciples in the hall exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. What on earth is happening? Wasn't Su Mu supposed to be wicked beyond redemption, morally decrepit? How could someone come to bail him out? Did you catch that Elder Ye's identity? She is no ordinary elder. She is the supervising elder. I noticed that as well. I've heard this position has far-reaching authority. Say, do you think? One disciple suddenly furrowed his brow. Since Su Mu is able to associate with such a person, could he truly be the individual described in the rumors? A hush fell over the group as they pondered this revelation. Whoosh, outside in the plaza, a streak of light descended from afar, landing gracefully. Qing Jingru leaped down from her flying sword and hurried into the law enforcement hall. Upon spotting the disciple on duty, she rushed forward and produced her identification token from within her robes. I am Qing Jingru, a disciple of the Pulian Peak. I have heard that Su Mu has been apprehended here. I come to bail him out. The crowd was taken aback. Goodness, another stunning beauty. And for what she just said, her name is. Are you the famed Qing Jingru? The disciple on guard wore an expression of astonishment, scrutinizing her from head to toe, marveling inwardly. Truly, she lived up to her reputation as the celestial fairy of the clear cold. Her beauty, her figure, her aura. Even as a woman, I find myself envious. Amidst this whirlwind of thoughts, the disciple had already accepted Qing Jingru's token. Please, wait in the reception room as well. I will verify the token and consult with my superior. Also, Qing Jingru keenly seized upon this key word. Are you implying that others have come as well? Yes. The disciple nodded, shaking the other token in his hand. Before your arrival, an elder by the surname Yi expressed her intent to bail out Su Mu. She is currently in the reception room. A rare flicker of emotion crossed Qing Jingru's otherwise serene face. Her brows knitted slightly, adding a touch of melancholy to her typically ethereal demeanor, evoking sympathy from those who cast secretive glances her way. The young woman, however, remained unfazed. Upon hearing the disciple's words, she immediately deduced the identity of the other elder. Yian actually surpassed me in speed. Indeed, her unique abilities within the sacred grounds allow her to effectively disregard spatial distances. Although Qing Jingru comprehends the underlying principles, she finds it difficult to feel joy. To her surprise, she is not the first. And when did Su Mu forge a connection with Yian? Was it during her seclusion? The young girl's mind swirls with countless thoughts. Just then, a graceful figure clad in uniform descended from the law enforcement hall, approaching the disciple on duty. Junior sister, here is my token. Please assist me in navigating the process to bail out Su Mu. The disciple stood frozen, bewildered. Just moments ago, she intended to present her token to Nangong Lu, yet now the latter appears directly, seeking to secure Su Mu's release as well. Is this the standard procedure? Something feels amiss. Why are so many individuals rallying for someone like Su Mu, whose reputation is tarnished? At that very moment, Qing Jingru abruptly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Nangong Lu. Chapter 28. The Four Beauties. Nangong Lu was momentarily taken aback. Having hurriedly arrived, her mind was consumed with the hope of securing Su Mu's release, so much so that she neglected to observe her surroundings. Two breathtaking young women stood facing each other, their gazes locked. The sentry disciple felt an inexplicable tension in the atmosphere, as if something was amiss. She glanced at the 3 tokens in her hand, uncertain about what to do next. Qing Jingru furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. How did Nangong Lu come to be here? It seems this very woman was responsible for capturing Su Mu. The realization darkened Qing Jingru's expression. Why was she here? Could it be that she had begun to regard Su Mu with significance? The girl felt as though she were facing a formidable adversary, her heart surging with heightened vigilance. It was well known that Su Mu held affection for Qing Jingru. If both were to secure his release simultaneously, Su Mu would have the choice of whom to accompany, placing Qing Jingru at a natural advantage in this scenario. If Su Mu were aware of Qing Jingru's presence, he would undoubtedly choose to leave with her. No, Su Mu is mine. Qing Jingru had already failed Su Mu on numerous occasions. She could not allow this wicked woman to harm him further. He must protect Sumo. Nangong Lu's gaze turned resolute as she turned to the sentry disciple. Junior sister, please take these tokens to the top floor. Mastigny stated he would personally review them. The disciple trembled slightly, stealing a cautious glance upward. She sensed that Nangong Lu seemed different, an aura of fierce determination enveloping her. What was this? The very person she had apprehended was now being personally released by her. Was she merely a pawn in their game? The disciple harbored deep suspicions, yet she dared not delay. Nodding in acknowledgement, she turned to leave. Wait, just then, another graceful figure descended from outside the law enforcement hall. The newcomer adeptly stowed her flying sword and presented a token. I, too, wish to secure Su Mu's release. Qing Jingru and Nangong Lu simultaneously turned their heads, their expressions turning to confusion. Who are you? Seeing that even Qing Jingru did not recognize her, Mo Shuangxing felt a surge of delight. Although she had not employed her disguise for many years, her skill in the art of transformation remained proficient. She first handed over the token in her hand, then tossed her long hair. Who I am is of little consequence. I merely come at someone's behest to secure Su Mu's release. Danger. The more beautiful a woman, the more perilous she is. Qing Jingru and Nangong Lu reached a tacit understanding in that instant. They could not allow this unknown yet striking woman to secure Su Mu's release. Esteemed sisters, the sentry disciple said awkwardly with a smile. She had just caught a glimpse of the token Mo Shuangxing had presented after disguising her identity, which bore the title of Deputy Sect Master. She herself was merely a junior disciple of the law enforcement hall, her status slightly above that of outer disciples, yet inferior to inner disciples. In the face of celestial powers clashing, she truly had no place in this conflict. Esteemed sisters, I shall now present the token to the hallmaster. Perhaps you might prefer to retire to the reception room for the time being? The 3 women exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. After their departure, a profound silence enveloped the enforcement hall. The disciple on guard let out a soft sigh and ascended the stairs. Suddenly, the hall erupted into a cacophony of noise. Goodness, am I seeing this correctly? For stunningly beautiful women, all seeking to bail out Sumu. Why? What merit does he possess? This is outrageous. I am indignant. Whispers filled the air as the crowd quickly pieced together the identities of the four. The esteemed elder of the Sacred Lands Inspection, a terrestrial immortal, disciple of the Sacred Lands Master, Yi Yan. The favored disciple of the Phantom Peak, a pinnacle celestial being, the ethereal Qing Han, Qing Jingro. The youngest steward of the Enforcement Hall, also a terrestrial immortal, and their direct superior, the formidable Nangong Lu. Lastly, there was an unidentified enchanting maiden. Someone, in a moment of clarity, recognized that the token she bore was of a rank belonging to a vice peak master. Four breathtaking women, all vying to secure Su Mu's release. I can hardly bear it. I feel as though my teeth are rotting from envy. Someone muttered to themselves, their tones steeped in despair. Alas, I am consumed by jealousy. Meanwhile, in the confinement chamber, ah, how delightful! Su Mu stretched languorously, having just awakened. It must be said, since the commencement of the second chapter of the narrative, this was the most peaceful slumber he had enjoyed, entirely free from any psychological burden. Truly splendid. Su Mu was overjoyed, abruptly imprisoned, yet now, all signs indicated a return to the narrative's rightful course, no longer needing to fret over the protagonist's lack of cooperation. It was simply marvelous. The preceding events had descended into chaos, but now Su Mu could finally relish a moment of tranquility and comfort. Hey, brother, what trouble landed you in here? The burly man who had recently entered the adjacent cell struck up a conversation with Su Mu. Su Mu cast a glance at him. A massive figure, rippling with muscles, bald, with two prominent scars etched across his face. A familiar fuss, gathering a crowd to brawl, humiliating fellow disciples, flouting the Sacred Lands regulations, and teasing senior sisters. Su Mu recounted a litany of offenses. The bald man next door was momentarily taken aback, before suddenly giving a thumbs up. Impressive, brother. You are the first I've encountered bold enough to commit such acts within the Sacred Land. Kian Kun Smirketh. I too am a frequent visitor to the Enforcement Hall's confinement chamber, coming here every so often. I've seen many, yet you're truly a first. Is that so? Su Mu dismissed the comment with ease, reclining comfortably, resting his hands behind his head as a makeshift pillow. He recalled that this bald man, named Qian Kun, was someone he had encountered during his previous stay in the Enforcement Hall's confinement chamber. Indeed, it is also plausible that Qian Kun frequently finds himself in the confinement chamber. As he himself remarked, a regular patron of the Enforcement Hall's detention facility. What of it, my friend? How did you find yourself here? I did not possess your audacity. It was merely that someone offended me, and while they were in seclusion, I took the liberty to relieve myself upon the ventilation array of their cave dwelling, which subsequently led them to seek recourse from the Enforcement Hall. Su Mu, if memory serves him correctly, during a cultivator's seclusion, the entire cave abode is utterly sealed, with no circulation of air. The sole conduit for interaction with the outside world is through the cave's ventilation array, which typically relies on spirit stones for maintenance. In essence, this rascal Qian Kun defiled the only ventilation passage between another and the external realm. The thought alone is repugnant. Su Mu shuddered at the mere contemplation. He could vividly imagine the mental state of the individual suddenly assaulted by the foul odor during their seclusion, an essence that would cling persistently. With no means of escape due to their meditative state, the stench would be inescapable. This, indeed, represents the most despairing form of suffering. Su Mu could not help but offer a thumbs up in admiration. Impressive. Before the two could delve further into their conversation, a disciple of the Enforcement Hall approached, directly opening the door to Su Mu's confinement chamber. You're free to leave. What on earth? Su Mu was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 29. I'm going to jail. Wasn't it said that I'd be confined for 3 months? Why am I being released now? Su Mu felt eitterly perplexed. Could it be that his father had managed to secure his bail so swiftly? Although Su Mu was aware of the bail regulations within the Enforcement Hall, he still prudently inquired, is there some sort of mistake? No mistake has been made. Someone has indeed secured your bail, replied the disciple of the enforcement hall, looking somewhat exasperated. It was our senior sister, Nangong, who personally arranged for your release. Who? Su Mu asked, bewildered. Nangong Lu. In the original storyline, there was no mention of Nangong Lu playing such a role. Why would she bail him out? Ordinarily, Nangong Lu's only involvement was in apprehending Su Mu, after which she vanished from the narrative. Why was there now an unexpected plot twist involving a bail arrangement? A chill ran down Su Mu's spine. Was this absurd narrative taking another unforeseen turn? Oh, and the disciple paused, glancing at the jade, token in hand. It wasn't just senior sister Nangong. There are also senior sister Qing Jingru, elder Yi Yin, and a Miss Yu who have jointly secured your release. You are free to go now. The four women had encountered one another in the reception room, discovering that they all shared the same intention of bailing out Su Mu. None were willing to yield, leading them to adopt this compromise. To clarify matters, they even split the bail fee among themselves. Su Mu, what on earth is happening? Why is Nangong Lu involved? And what role do Yi Yin and Qing Jingru play? Most crucially, who is this newly emerged Miss Yu? Su Mu was utterly stunned. One person was already a headache, and now there were four. This plot had veered completely off course. It was beyond salvation. No, a spark of determination ignited in Su Mu's eyes. No one can prevent me from returning home. No one can disrupt my narrative mission. You go and inform them that I, Su Mu, do not require their bail. I will take responsibility for my own actions. With that, he reached out and pulled the already unlocked door of the enforcement hall back shut. With a resounding click, the door was locked once more. The disciple of the enforcement hall stared in disbelief. Huh, is that even possible? As a seasoned disciple who had worked in the enforcement hall's confinement room for decades, he had never witnessed someone who had been granted bail yet refused to leave. Was the confinement room's environment truly so pleasant? After merely half a day, was he reluctant to depart? Not only the disciple, but also the other inmates in the surrounding rooms were astounded. Chen Kun gave a thumbs up once more. Bro, you're incredible. It's clear you're no ordinary person. While others were eager to escape, Su Mu seemed to revel in his confinement. Young Master Su, please, you must be joking. The disciple of the enforcement hall chuckled awkwardly, mistakenly believing Su Mu was merely throwing a tantrum. Previously, we had no choice but to bring you back. The law enforcement hall is under immense pressure. Currently, the matter is still under investigation, so we thought it best to let you go for now. No, Su Mu resolutely declined. What a joke. If I were to be released now, the narrative that had finally begun to shift would be thrown off course once again. At this rate, who knows when the situation could be reversed? I will not go out. I would rather die than step outside. Su Mu shook his head vehemently, rolling over onto the bed, turning his back to the outside. You go out and tell them that Su Mu stands tall and upright. How can one commit an error and not bear the consequences? Unless they overturn the law enforcement hall today, I absolutely refuse to leave. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were left speechless. It seems you have truly become accustomed to staying here. Although Su Mu spoke with righteous fervor, the question lingered. Had he gone through all this just to remain imprisoned? The disciples expressed their confusion, yet maintained their respect. Very well, one murmured, turning away in resignation. At this moment, in the reception room of the law enforcement hall, four women exchanged glances in silence. The atmosphere was charged with an unusual stillness, with only the flicker of their eyes hinting at the tumultuous emotions beneath the surface. Who would have thought our dear Qinghan fairy would grace this humble law enforcement hall? Yi Yin was the first to break the silence, her tone devoid of warmth yet brimming with mockery. She had long known of Su Mu's affection for Qing Jingru, while Qing Jingru had repeatedly dismissed Su Mu, even causing him distress. The thought left her with little fondness for Qing Jingru. At Yi Yan's words, Qing Jingru's already frosty demeanor grew even chillier. Humph! Su Mu is my junior brother, and as a senior sister, this is a matter within our family. I see no need to explain to an outsider like you. She emphasized the term outsider with palpable disdain. Yi Yin, typically indifferent, felt a flicker of anger at Qing Jingru's provocation. Now it's a family matter, is it? Yet when Su Mu pursued you, you were the first to flee, proclaiming you would never harbor feelings for him. Have you now changed your mind? Elder Yi, Qing Jingru replied, her expression still impassive. If possible, I suggest you visit the Medicine Stone Peak. It might remedy your hearing. I have never uttered such words. Do not take hearsay at face value. Throughout, Qing Jingrou's attitude towards Su Mu had been one of avoidance and neglect, rarely engaging in direct confrontation. Even prior to her rebirth, when she had no affection for Su Mu, the Su family had rendered her significant kindness. Though she would not offer herself in return, she was still a woman of reason. Enough. What purpose does your quarrel serve? Su Mu is still inside. Are we not all here to secure his release? Nangong Lu interjected, acting as a peacemaker and offering gentle counsel. After all, this is her domain. If Qing Jingru and Yi Yin truly fell into a dispute, it might leave Su Mu dissatisfied with Nangong Lu upon his emergence. She could not possibly accept such a situation. Once these words were spoken, the other two indeed fell silent. As long as it was for Su Mu's benefit, they could temporarily set aside their personal grievances. Mo Shuangxing, in her transformed state, remained silent, quietly observing the other three from her corner. Little one, unbeknownst to you, you have already gathered so many around you. Her thoughts drifted farther and farther away until a sudden knock echoed at the door of the reception room. Bang, bang. The female disciple on guard entered, her face betraying an expression of apology. The four stood up promptly, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked around. Yet Su Mu was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Why hasn't he come out? As the tension began to rise among the group, the female disciple could only bow repeatedly in apology. Ladies, young Master Su has stated that he will not be going out today, no matter what. One must bravely face the consequences of their own actions. The female disciple mimicked Su Mu's tone as she relayed the message. In an instant, the four within the room were left utterly bewildered. Chapter 30. Truly remarkable, he is reluctant to leave? Nangong Lu furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Not just her. The other three were equally puzzled. Why? Why would he refuse bail? Did he say anything else? Yiyan inwided. Yes, indeed, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The female disciple recalled everything Su Mu had said, meticulously reenacting his words. Once she finished, all four women sighed in unison. Alas, Su Mu is simply too earnest, holding himself to an excessively stringent standard. It is clear that he is not responsible for these allegations. They are mere rumors. A heaviness settled in their hearts. Yet they found no surprise, for Su Mu is precisely the kind of person, demanding utmost perfection from himself and allowing not the slightest mistake. Now, what should we do since he is unwilling to come out? Mo Shuangxing's embodiment grew anxious. She had come specifically for Su Mu. How could she stand by as he continued to suffer in the confinement chamber? Perhaps. Yean Furuit had Budai Sidaiti. Shall we rescue him? At her words, everyone turned to look at her in unison. Aren't you the supervising elder of the sacred land? Shouldn't it be your duty to uphold the rules? How could you propose such a thing? What is wrong? In the face of their bewildered gazes, Yi Yin maintained her composure. We have already gone through the bail procedures. Now, we merely wish to personally retrieve him. Is that not permissible? What a splendid idea to retrieve him. Truly deserving of being a guardian of the rules, adept at exploiting loopholes. Nangong Lu scratched his face, pondering for a moment. This course of action indeed seemed viable and did not contravene the sacred land's regulations. Thus, the group exchanged glances, affirming their mutual thoughts, and nodded in agreement. Follow me. With the advantage of being on home turf, Nangong Lu took the lead, guiding everyone directly to the confinement chamber of the law enforcement hall. Inside the confinement chamber, the space was not large, yet it was divided into dozens of rooms, lacking windows or any amenities. Each room contained only a simple bed frame. Many disciples who had erred were temporarily detained here, awaiting subsequent judgment. After the trial, they could either be released outright, detained for a further period, transferred to another location, or in some cases, face execution. Consequently, the atmosphere here was perpetually oppressive, with each individual burdened by an inexpressible gloom. Suddenly, what the hell? Someone exclaimed. Beautiful women. So many beautiful women. At this exclamation, the others perked up, straining to catch a glimpse, and their expressions brightened instantly. I can't believe it. It's Fairy Qing'an. She actually came to the confinement chamber. Qing Jingru, cold as ice, donned a simple long gown, her flowing hair enhancing her ethereal presence, making her stand out starkly against the dark confinement. That is, El Dadiyan, Qian Kun trembleth. He had lost count of how many times he had been caught by Yi Yin, each encounter etched vividly in his memory. Yi Yin, adorned in a delicate gown of goose yellow, holding a jade rui, appeared as if she had stepped forth from an ink-wash painting, elegant and breathtaking. Exuding en indéniable scolari aura. And, to their astonishment, the steward Nangong had also arrived. The numerous imprisoned disciples momentarily faltered, although the two preceding figures were well known. Their impact paled in comparison to the formidable presence of Nangong Lu. Most of those present had been captured by him. Yet, despite this, they could not help but admire Nangong Lu's beauty. Clad in a loose-fitting uniform of the law enforcement hall, the garment was tautly drawn across his form, accentuating a graceful physique. The slender waist, delicate yet formal, radiated an ineffable allure. As for the last figure, who could she be? Her unfamiliar presence sparked whispers and conjectures among the crowd, yet no consensus emerged. Regardless of their ignorance regarding her identity, her noble aura was undeniable, exquisite beyond words. The crowd nodded in agreement, thoroughly convinced. Mo Shuangxing, as the leader of a peak and a celestial king cultivator, even when appearing in a transformed state, bore an indelible essence that could not be erased. In such a populous gathering, the imposing aura of one who had long occupied a high position naturally radiated, complemented by silvery hair and a resplendent gown, rendering her utterly captivating. What an extraordinary day was this! 4 stunning beauties had graced the occasion together. Some individuals, brimming with excitement, found it difficult to contain themselves. It was no wonder. Each of the 4 women, on any ordinary day, would be a rare sight to behold, let alone their simultaneous appearance. Surely, the legendary beauties of antiquity, those who could make fish sink and birds shy, could not compare. The crowd was immensely thrilled, yet dared not act impulsively. This was not solely due to the presence of disciples from the law enforcement hall, but also because the elegance of the 4 women starkly contrasted with the plight of the ordinary disciples confined within. They seemed like celestial beings amidst mere mortals, eliciting feelings of inferiority with just a glance. What could their purpose be? Could there be someone among them with whom they shared a connection? Some began to ponder. Laughable. If one could truly be associated with such heavenly figures, would they have fallen to confinement? Suddenly, a thought struck. Wait, could it be that there's indeed someone? The crowd's minds wandered, their gazes trailing the 4 women towards the room at the end of the corridor. Surely not. Su Mu was universally regarded as a joke, rumored to be a mere sycophant of the clear cold fairy. Moreover, it was said that the clear cold fairy held no affection for him. What was the situation now? Though their hearts were filled with doubt, they did not believe that the 4 women had come for Su Mu. On one hand, the ladies exuded such nobility, entirely at odds with their impression of the disheveled Su Mu. On the other hand, not long ago, Su Mu had been released on bail, yet he had vociferously declared he would not leave, sounding as if he were wholly deranged. Would a rational person utter such words? With this thought, their curiosity only intensified. Such remarkable goddesses undoubtedly possess lofty aspirations, and it is unlikely that their presence is merely to attend to the troubled Su Mu. If their intent does not revolve around him, what could possibly draw these 4 illustrious ladies into this confined space? Ignoring the astonished gasps of those around and disinterested in the myriad thoughts swirling in the minds of others, the 4 women remained resolute in their purpose. Under the guidance of Nangong Lu, they proceeded directly toward the end of the corridor, ultimately arriving at Su Mu's door. What on earth do you intend to do? Su Mu exclaimed, feeling utterly exasperated. He had nearly drifted into slumber when the cacophony surrounding him abruptly roused him from his rest. Could you not exhibit a modicum of composure while shouting about beauties? Su Mu silently did. However, upon raising his gaze, he was taken aback to find all 4 women standing before his door, a sight that genuinely startled him. Wait a moment. Why is this happening? How did you all come inside? Chapter 31. Sisters, please don't mess with me. Su Mu felt somewhat exasperated. Vingru, Nangongliu, Yeyan. and an unfamiliar figure, the embodiment of Mo Shuangxing, had all entered. They stood in a line right at his door, staring at him. What is this? A cosplay of the Paris Commune? What on earth do you intend to do? Su Mu could not comprehend the situation. He merely sought a brief respite in the confinement room, yet it had suddenly transformed into this. Aren't you the protagonists? Shouldn't you be visiting Qinshu? Qinshu is also under confinement, situated in the subterranean realm of the Nether Abyss. Why on earth are you all here with me? A mere cannon fodder villain. Especially Nangong Lu, who had just captured him yesterday, now appearing to bail him out. What kind of logic is this? Hadn't I already confessed? Or is it Su Mu pondered deeply, vaguely sensing a possibility? Could it be that they intended to collaborate with the protagonist and perform alongside me? With a little contemplation, Su Mu easily deduced that public opinion must be linked to Qinshu, for he alone had reaped all the benefits amidst this storm of public sentiment. Do they think my confinement is too lenient? Do they wish to ensnare me in a grander scheme? His thoughts spiraled. Yi Yin might be seeking to entrap him, while Nangong Lu could be fishing for evidence. But what about Qing Jinru? Had Su Mu's father bestowed favors upon her family? And what of this unfamiliar individual? Su Mu scrutinized the embodiment of Mo Shuangxing, confirming she was entirely unfamiliar. Was there such a character in the original story? Su Mu was even tempted to summon the system for clarification, but he could easily guess its response. No anomalies detected. No anomalies detected. Still no anomalies. So many people have come to ensnare me. I am merely an ordinary villainous cannon fodder, a malicious male counterpart. Is such a grand spectacle truly necessary? Su Mu was both flattered and bewildered. However, the others were utterly astonished. They had genuinely come for Su Mu. How could this be possible? Had I been confined for so long that the prevailing sentiment outside has turned in favor of someone like Su Mu? Had these four goddesses been enchanted? Some found themselves plunged into profound self-doubt. Outside the confinement room, the four women peered through the gap in the door, surveying the dimly lit interior. Its black walls illuminated only by a faint glow. The room contained nothing but a bed, its wooden frame resting directly on the floor. One might mistakenly believe it was a morgue. This was the place where Su Mu had been imprisoned. A wave of sympathy washed over them, nearly bringing them to tears. Qing Jingru stepped forward first, snatching the key from Nangong Lu's hand, and with a determined push, opened the door. Su Mu, I have come to take you home. Jingru. Su Mu instantly immersed himself in his role. He had to respond. Although he was bewildered by the circumstances, he could not allow his character to falter. Jingru, what brings you here? Is it because of me? This place is far too filthy. It is not a place for you. Su Mu's expression was profoundly moved, yet his heart raged with a wild outcry. You must leave at once. Do not concern yourselves with me. Depart immediately. What do you mean by returning home? The confinement room is my home. No one shall think to remove me from this place. You are the protagonists. Refrain from indulging in such trivialities and hasten to the male lead. Just allow me to enjoy a peaceful respite and let my reputation quietly decay. Alas, others could not hear his inner tumult. This is not a place for you to be. Yi Yin spoke urgently, unable to fathom that the cheerful youth, who had been coddled since childhood, was confined in such a dismal place. A small room, devoid of anything, dimly lit with stagnant air. How could anyone endure such conditions? Come with us. Do not remain here, nor venture to your dilapidated dwelling. Stay with me, where the environment is much better. Yi Yin felt genuine sorrow, yet could not resist inserting her personal agenda. To be honest, the loft she referred to did indeed offer a pleasant atmosphere. Sumo, Sith. This is the confinement room of the enforcement hall, not a vacation resort. Should we adorn it with some greenery? Not to mention a loft. To Sumo. The entire sacred place held a similar significance in his heart. This was not an academy for cultivation, but a battlefield shrouded in unseen smoke. Only by engaging in this covert war against the various protagonists could he hope to reap the fruits of victory, a chance to return home. Moreover, you are the female lead. It seems rather off to concern yourself with the comfort of a mere cannon fodder antagonist. Sumo, please come with us. The enforcement hall has already uncovered some leads. The rumors circulating within the sacred grounds have been deliberately disseminated. We are investigating. Nangong Lu also urged, her face etched with concern. Once you are free, I will promptly organize a team to manage public opinion, ensuring you are no longer harmed. Nangong Lu felt a deep sense of guilt. She had long known the problematic origins of these rumors, but had failed to act promptly, resulting in harm to the boy she cherished. It will not happen again. Upon hearing this, Su Mu was taken aback. What? Are you serious? This is no assistance. You are driving me to the brink. Please do not attempt to control public opinion. Allow it to develop naturally. Do not concern yourselves with me. Let the narrative unfold as it should. All the female leads should fall for Chen Shu and then collectively denounce me, the cannon fodder antagonist. Once I have completed my role, simply cut me off. That will be the greatest help. You are all meddling in ways that complicate matters. Su Mu firmly refused, his demeanor resolute. If one has erred, one must bear the consequences. With mouths belonging to others, can one truly supervise everyone? The most vital task is self-cultivation and self-restraint. Despite my seemingly confident facade, he was genuinely a bit anxious. If this continued, the plot would unravel even further. Would they still be able to enjoy their playful escapades? Do not concern yourself with these matters. We have already devised a strategy. Yi Yin spoke softly. First and foremost, your bail is entirely in accordance with the regulations of the sacred land. Furthermore, there is undoubtedly a conspiracy lurking behind this inexplicable public opinion. With the selection of the chief disciple approaching, disruptions such as this are commonplace. This is not your fault. We have already arranged a plan to dispel the rumors, ensuring its swift implementation. Should anyone dare to speak irresponsibly, I will establish a new regulation upon my return, confining those individuals. Su Mu, what on earth are you saying? Sister? He had initially believed that Yi Yin was the more rational protagonist, as she had not faltered in her character, despite her confrontation with Chen Shu, which was indeed within her purview. However, it was evident now that normal was a far cry from the truth. Indeed, Su Mu, this situation is not a reflection of your wrongdoings. Even if your father were to learn of it, he would not hold you accountable. Qing Jingru spoke gently, her gaze filled with tenderness. No, I absolutely refuse to leave. I must take responsibility for my mistakes. Su Mu clenched his teeth resolutely and sat down on the ground. Chapter 31. Cleaning up after them, I absolutely will not leave. I shall take responsibility for the mistakes I have made. Su Mu declared earnestly, resolute in his belief that he could turn the chaotic narrative around today. Even if you were to kill me, I would not depart. This situation is infuriating. Su Mu raged internally, his anger mounting with every thought. Suddenly, he found himself imprisoned. This was a golden opportunity. Yet, these female protagonists failed to seize it. In the end, it was only he, the cannon fodder villain, who diligently played his role. It was truly exhausting. Su Mu felt a deep frustration. What the hell? Next door, Qian Kuan was utterly astonished. Truly, you are remarkable. For stunning beauties have come to personally escort you out, and you still refuse to leave? Qian Kuan's gaze towards Su Mu flickered, shifting from shock to admiration, and finally to profound respect. He had made up his mind. Once this confinement was over, he would follow Su Mu, setting everything else aside just for that exquisite skill in attracting women. Qian Kuan deemed it worthy of a lifetime of study. Outside the confinement room, the four women exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with helplessness and sorrow. As breathtaking beauties, they had never been short of suitors and had witnessed all manner of tactics. If they were not aware of the backstory, they might have thought Su Mu was merely posturing. However, it was precisely because they understood the circumstances in Su Mu's character that their hearts fluttered. They found his unwavering determination to be incredibly charming. This was quintessentially Su Mu, truly deserving of my admiration. Even in such a moment, he steadfastly adheres to his convictions. Su Mu, you're truly an exceptional person. How adorable you are, it makes my heart ache. Each of the four had their own thoughts. Yet in an instant, they made the same decision and stepped confidently into the confinement room. Su Mu retreated repeatedly. Panic etched across his face. What do you intend to do? In broad daylight, what are you planning? Su Mu, come with us. The four acted in unison, their formidable powers descending upon him. Among them, even the one with the weakest cultivation, Qing Jingru, shared the same realm as Su Mu. One at the heavenly origin realm, two at the Earth Immortal Realm, and one concealed at the Celestial King Realm. Su Mu was utterly unable to resist. He could only lie flat on the ground, struggling to turn his eyes, his lips moving. "What do you want? Please don't come any closer. If you do, I will scream." Su Mu was genuinely frightened now. Why had they resorted to direct action? Could it be? He suddenly considered a possibility. They no longer wish to act with me? Are they prepared to eliminate me directly? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, he had indeed assaulted Chen Shu, and Chen Shu's confinement was directly related to him. The female protagonists, in their desire to protect their beloved male lead, might very well join forces to dispose of Su Mu. This was utterly reasonable. Su Mu began to harbor doubts about whether their initial intention to bail him out was driven by a desire to act more conveniently outside. Should I play along with this? Su Mu pondered, if I were to die like this, would it count as completing the narrative task? After all, with this trajectory, the plot is on the brink of returning to its normal course. Perhaps I might return soon? He suppressed his inner excitement, hesitating over whether to feign a struggle. However, upon feeling the overwhelming vitality coursing through him, he promptly abandoned this immature notion. How amusing! It's not that I don't wish to resist, but rather that I am utterly incapable of doing so. The four women exchanged determined glances, each recognizing the conviction reflected in the other's eyes, and simultaneously waved their delicate hands. In an instant, Su Mu found himself floating in midair. "Let us go," Qing Jingru softly urged. Subsequently, the group soared towards the entrance of the enforcement hall at an astonishing speed. During this journey, Yian even utilized her unique techniques to teleport multiple times. The confinement room of the enforcement hall had already descended into a profound silence, leaving only Qian Kun with eyes filled with envy and admiration. "Incredible, bro. When we meet next, I'll definitely bow to you first." Not only were there stunning beauties vying for attention, but an entire throng of them. As if that weren't enough, they were so exhilarated that they directly fought over him. "Sumu, no, bradermu. Once I'm out, I absolutely must stick with you." Before long, the four women gently lowered Su Mu at the summit of Palai Peak, a decision made after much deliberation. For delivering him to any one of them alone would not have been acceptable to the others. Thus, they temporarily returned Su Mu to his own cave. What is happening? Su Mu stood before the entrance to his cave, bewildered. He glanced back to see the silhouettes of the four women gradually fading into the horizon. They really just brought me back? Without doing anything else? He stood there in a daze, filled with countless unanswered questions. Why bail him out? Why return him? Why did they all appear simultaneously? And who exactly was that Misyu? Is she also a protagonist? What do they truly desire? The young man was utterly perplexed. Just then, a cheerful voice called out, "Brother Mu, you're back." Meng Xiaoxiao swiftly dashed past the entrance barrier, rushing to Su Mu's side. Her joy evident as she fussed over him like a delighted little sparrow. Su Mu smiled wryly. It seemed that for the time being, Meng Xiaoxiao was indeed more reliable, as she had refrained from engaging in any reckless actions at the enforcement hall. Meng Xiaoxiao herself felt a wave of relief. She had wished to bail Su Mu out as well, but unfortunately, she did not meet the necessary criteria. To bail someone out, one must be an inner disciple for at least 3 years, and Meng Xiaoxiao had only just entered the sacred grounds this year. Time was insufficient. Nevertheless, she had managed to confirm Su Mu's condition remotely through her family's secret methods, and inexplicably, in her perception, Su Mu seemed to be quite content in the confinement room. Though it may seem peculiar, knowing that the other party is well is sufficient. To be on the safe side, Meng Xiaoxiao even sent a message to her master, hoping for their intervention in securing her release. Unexpectedly, Su Mu returned earlier than anticipated. "Brother Mu, are you all right?" Meng Xiaoxiao felt a pang of concern, aware that the conditions in the confinement room were far from favorable, and the youth must have suffered. "I'm fine, although it seems you wish for my misfortune," Su Mu murmured to himself, his voice barely audible, leaving Meng Xiaoxiao unaware of his words. The young man then shook his head, clearing his mind of distracting thoughts. Never mind the musings of the protagonists. One step at a time. Perhaps due to the recent disarray in the narrative, Su Mu had begun to feel somewhat desensitized. Nevertheless, as a dutiful antagonist, he would endeavor to rectify the storyline regardless of how the heroines contrive their antics. Am I merely cleaning up their mess? Sumubandard. Chapter 33. The Trial of Ascendance. Upon departing from Su Mu's abode, the four heroines convened for a brief moment. In the depths of their gazes, they discerned a shared resolve. The tribulations that befell Su Mu were instigated by Chun Shu. How dare he inflict harm upon the young man they cherished? This was utterly unforgivable. They were resolute in ensuring that Chun Shu would face consequences. Even though they were not acquainted with Mo Shuangxing's incarnation, they subtly conveyed this sentiment, urging her to thoroughly investigate the circumstances surrounding Su Mu's unjust imprisonment. Mo Shuangxing nodded in agreement. Yet, she had no one behind her. It was merely herself. Nevertheless, her eyes narrowed, glinting with a dangerous light. She would spare no one who dared to harm Su Mu. The group soon dispersed. Yi Yin returned to her own loft. Nangong Lu made his way back to the law enforcement hall, and Mo Shuangxing's incarnation vanished on the spot, drawing the attention of others. Meanwhile, Qing Jingru lingered for quite some time. The young woman turned to cast a distant glance at Su Mu's dwelling, feeling a tumultuous energy lingering within her. Filled with an indescribable sensation, she did not need to travel far, for her own abode was atop the same mountain, in close proximity to Su Mu, as if to guard him. Guard! Qing Jingru's eyes suddenly brightened, her steps halting. In her past life, she had dedicated herself to rigorous cultivation for the sake of her family, the pursuit of immortality, or her own dreams. However, in this life, she had experienced a prolonged period of confusion, uncertain of the purpose behind her cultivation until now. Ishil protect sumo. To safeguard the one I love. This is the essence of my cultivation. In an instant, clarity dawned upon the young woman. The cultivation that had reached a bottleneck within her began to surge. An extraordinary wave swiftly radiating outward, stirring the energies of the atmosphere. What is this? Mo Shuangxing, just returned to the Grand Hall, suddenly raised her gaze. A hint of astonishment crossing her features. Is someone undergoing the tribulation to attain immortality? This aura, it is Jingru. In a bid to protect her, Mo Shuangxing immediately took action, teleporting the dazed Qing Jingru back to her abode, ensuring that no external disturbances would intrude. Thus, Qing Jingru stood in serene silence, the fluctuations of energy intensifying, reaching towards the heavens and delving into the depths of the earth. The trial of ascendance is an ordeal that a cultivator must endure to transcend into the earth immortal realm, intertwining their own cultivation and comprehension with the grand principles of heaven and earth, harnessing the dual energies of the cosmos to refine themselves. The more profound the accumulation, the greater the celestial energies that can be summoned. In this process, the cultivator must utilize the energies of heaven and earth to shatter their original chi-si, and in the ethereal heights establish their own celestial domain. The waves emanating from Qing Jingru grew ever more potent, yet many remained oblivious. Only those who had already attained immortality or were on the verge of undergoing the tribulation could perceive the slightest hint of it. The perils inherent in this process were unfathomable to outsiders. Only the individual could truly grasp the gravity of the situation. Time passed, though it was uncertain how long, until Qing Jingru once again opened her eyes, her gaze bright and clear, her ethereal aura becoming increasingly pronounced. Mo Shuangxing stood before her, a smile gracing her lips, her expression complex. On one hand, she felt a sense of pride in Qing Jingru's swift attainment of the earth immortal fruit position. On the other hand, her original plans may now be in jeopardy. In Mo Shuangxing's initial design, she had hoped that Qing Jingru would refrain from breaking through, maintaining her status at the pinnacle of Tianyuan, thus enabling her to assist Su Mu during the selection trial for the chief disciple. However, once she ascended to the status of a celestial being, her identity would automatically elevate to that of a steward, precluding her from participating in the selection of disciples. Congratulations on your ascension. Thank you, Master, for your protection. Qing Jingru expressed her gratitude with genuine sincerity. Now that you have become an immortal, what path shall you pursue? Qing Jingru paused for a moment, a particular youthful figure materializing in her mind, and a hint of a smile broke through her previously cold demeanor. Master, my path is that of guardianship, to protect those I cherish and who cherish me. Only the mightiest power can safeguard. Therefore, my path shall be the way of ice. Mo Xuanxing was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts drifting to that same youth. Yet, she merely smiled softly, affirming Qing Jingru's resolve. Indeed, the way of ice holds great promise, perfectly suited to your constitution. As you advance further, you may even consider transitioning to the 5 elements. As for those we wish to protect, Mo Xuanxing smiled again. We all have those we desire to safeguard. Perhaps they are even the same. The last remark lingered in her thoughts, unspoken. Yao Feng's sacred land. Deep underground, in the depths of the Yuming pool, Chen Shu awoke once more from his meditation, invigorated by the rapid advancement of his cultivation. His expression brightened as he clenched his fists. The mere thought of Su Mu being imprisoned filled him with enthusiasm, accelerating his training significantly. Su Mu, just wait for me. When I emerge, it will be your demise. During this period of confinement, Chen Shu's resentment had not waned. Rather, it had intensified into a fierce desire for vengeance. Moreover, he had begun to devise a preliminary plan. Buzzing, the jade token within his storage ring vibrated. It was news from Yinluan. What is it? Chen Shu inquired. On the other end of the jade token, Yinluan hesitated before ultimately deciding to divulge everything. What nonsense is this? Su Mu has been bailed out? The ones who bailed him out are Qing Jingru, Nangong Lu, Yi Yin, and an unfamiliar Misyu? Who the hell is this Misyu? Chen Shu was at a loss, and an overwhelming surge of anger welled up within him. Had this news not come from Yinluan, he would have thought it a cruel jest. How could this possibly be? It meant that Su Mu hadn't spent a single day in prison before being bailed out by 4 stunningly beautiful women. What kind of absurdity was this? The realization that he was unable to leave, trapped in confinement with an uncertain end, gnawed at him. One does not fear scarcity, but inequity. Chen Shu felt a bitter resentment swell within him, his teeth gritted in frustration. These women are mine. Mine. He was also aware of Nangong Lu, renowned in the enforcement hall for her beauty and exceptional figure. He had barely managed to establish a connection with the other party when that very individual had already engaged in such intimate interactions with Su Mu. Chen Shu found it utterly unacceptable. It felt as though he were burdened with multiple green hats of infidelity. Young master, there's indeed more to the story. Yinluan spoke in fragmented sentences. Chen Shu forced himself to regain his composure, took a deep breath, and through gritted teeth managed to utter a single word. Speak. The unfavorable rumors I had previously disseminated about Su Mu within the sacred grounds are now experiencing a shift in perspective. As Yinluan pondered, he responded with a jade tablet. It appears that those opposing me from behind are, at present, individuals from the Resolute Peak, with Yin taking the lead. Yin? Isn't she the elder responsible for inspections? Does she involve herself in this matter as well? Chen Shu was momentarily taken aback. Well, she typically does not meddle in such affairs, but Yinluan's tone shifted, revealing a hint of exasperation. As the elder in charge of inspections, Yi Yin possesses the authority to establish temporary regulations for the sacred grounds, and she has enacted numerous related stipulations, often apprehending individuals without hesitation. This has resulted in an atmosphere where no one within the sacred grounds dares to discuss the issue. Chen Shu. Chapter 34. Is she back? Shall I go to meet her? This can't be right. Chen Shu felt utterly bewildered. Goodness can be played this way? There is no pretense left. Is there? Chen Shu was infuriated, yet he felt utterly powerless. How could she so brazenly abuse her authority without anyone intervening? However, there was someone who could intervene. Yinluan felt equally helpless. According to the rules of the sacred land, the only person who could manage Yi Yin was the lord of the sacred land. But the lord had been in seclusion for several centuries. How could he possibly emerge for such a trivial matter? Chen Shu exhaled heavily, forcing himself to take deep breaths, striving to expel the pent-up frustration within. Calm down, calm down. All of this turmoil was instigated by that petty person, Su Mu. Once I emerge and attain the title of chief disciple, I shall reclaim my women one by one. With this thought, Chen Shu's expression improved considerably. Yet, he noticed that Yin Wan had not severed the connection. Is there more? Young mistress, there are actually a few unfortunate updates. Chen Shu felt as if he might have an aneurysm. Could he not just convey everything in one go? Very well. Yin Wan proceeded to relay a multitude of messages, covering every detail. Chen Shu perused them one by one. First and foremost, Su Mu had been released on bail, which had already been mentioned. Furthermore, their initial plan to tarnish Su Mu's reputation had been halted, and they could no longer continue spreading it. Additionally, the person at the center of the public uproar, Qing Jingru, personally appeared to speak on Su Mu's behalf. What? Did he harass me? No, Su Mu did not harass me. He is a gentle person and would never do such a thing. Our relationship, we, our fellow disciples, friends, and also... The remainder of her words faded away. Under these circumstances, Su Mu's reputation not only remained unchanged, but began to shift in a favorable direction. Such advantageous statements regarding Su Mu emerged in abundance, surpassing what Chen Shu and his associates had initially orchestrated. Who was the mastermind behind this? Chen Shu's brow furrowed as he continued to read. According to investigations, Nangong Lu had wielded the power of the enforcement hall to vigorously investigate the source of the initial slander against Su Mu. Many of Yin Wan's covert operatives had been captured and could only lie low, too fearful to act. Moreover, from the information available, it was precisely Nangong Lu, Qing Jingru, and Yi Yin who were collaboratively promoting favorable narratives about Su Mu, determined to transform his image. Chen Shu was left dumbfounded. How infuriating! You women not only stab me in the back, but now assist Su Mu in opposing me. Once I am free, you shall all regret your actions. At that time, you will kneel before me, licking my feet. Chen Shu's expression darkened, his countenance grim. Yet even so, the bad news had not concluded. According to the internal information obtained by Yin Wan, the leader of Palai Peak, Immo Shuangxing, had disseminated such sentiments within the higher echelons of their sacred land. Chen Shu is incapable. I have grievances with him. Anyone who takes him as a disciple in the future disrespects me. Chen Shu. Huh? Are we friends? I have not offended you this time, have I? Is it merely because Su Mu is your disciple? Must you defend him to such an extent? Chen Shu furrowed his brow. If no peak master is willing to accept him as an inner disciple, the prospect of becoming the chief is utterly unattainable. Fortunately, Yin Wan subsequently provided a solution. There are still a few peak masters who harbor animosity towards Immo Shuangxing. Perhaps aligning with their faction could be a possibility. Chen Shu could only accept this with resignation, silently noting the relevant information in his mind. He pondered continuously, contemplating how to deal with Su Mu in the future. Suddenly, he recalled Meng Xiao still lurking by Su Mu's side. However, Chen Shu grimaced. Every time he thought of Meng Xiao, he was reminded of that ruthless kick she delivered, leaving a lingering pain in a certain area. Never mind, Meng Xiao is unreliable. At that moment, another message from Yin Wan arrived. Young master, not all news is bleak. I recently obtained potentially useful information. Oh, what is it? Chen Shu inquired eagerly. I heard that Su Haining from the Su family is returning, and they are preparing a welcome banquet. Fortunately, I possess some means to infiltrate. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu's expression brightened instantly. Excellent. Su Mu, our affairs are far from over. Let the competition continue. In the dim cavern, a sinister smile became vaguely discernible. The next day dawned. At the summit of Palai Peak, Su Mu stretched lazily, rising from his bed and glancing at the fiery dawn outside. His spirits lifted. How should he put it? While the confinement room was rather reassuring, nothing compared to the comfort of his own bed. Before he could even don his clothes, he felt the vibration of a message from the communication J tablet. Upon inspecting it, he saw it was from his father, Su Ningye. You brat. Hurry back to the clan today. I've sent Uncle Immo to fetch you. Has something happened at home? Do they need me? Su Ningye replied, What nonsense. Your sister Haining is returning, and I plan for you to welcome her. The clan is also organizing a banquet. Su Mu was utterly bewildered. Wait, she is really coming back? So soon? Su Mu distinctly remembered that though she had mentioned her return recently, in the original storyline, her return occurred 6 months later. He thought that even if it were expedited, it would be at most 1 or 2 months. Now, she was arriving a full 6 months early? Such eagerness. Was there something urgent? This posed quite a dilemma. Furrowing his brow, Su Mu rested his chin on his hand, murmuring to himself, "Is the storyline about to veer off course again?" The father and son continued their conversation, during which Su Ningye subtly inquired about Chun Shu's attitude during his confinement by the law enforcement hall. Upon learning that Su Mu had only been detained for half a day before being released, Su Ningye's mood visibly improved. He remarked on how this little rascal was rather sensible, suggesting he would cast his vote for him in the next election. Su Mu found himself perplexed and indifferent to the matter at hand. His thoughts were consumed by the impending encounter with Su Haining. It was quite troublesome. Su Haining, one of the heroines of the Divine Abyss Continent, was Su Mu's half-sister, having lost her biological parents on the battlefield. She was adopted by Su Ningye, who bestowed upon her the surname Su, intending to groom this orphan child as the heir of the Su family. This plan, however, was altered with the birth of Su Mu. Although Su Ningye doted on Su Mu immensely, his numerous responsibilities meant that during Su Mu's formative years, it was Su Haining who took on the role of caretaker. Su Haining's methods of child-rearing were exceedingly harsh. Disobedience was met with punishment, mischief with reprimand, and any form of flirtation was swiftly dealt with. She firmly believed that discipline was essential in nurturing dutiful children. In his childhood, to maintain the facade of innocence, Su Mu was compelled to engage in various mischievous antics, which often resulted in him receiving quite a few harsh beatings from her. Each recollection of those days caused Su Mu's lips to twitch involuntarily as he drew in a sharp breath. Was he really being asked to fetch her? This hardly seemed right. Chapter 35. Su Haining, what was my father thinking? To have me pick her up? Uncle Mo, what is your perspective on this matter? On board the flying vessel, Su Mu tilted his head to inquire about Uncle Mo's opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Mo replied, "Young master, there must be something amiss here." In truth, Uncle Mo felt rather helpless. He was aware that Miss Haining and Su Mu had never gotten along, particularly as they grew older, their encounters often ending in conflict. Although Su Mu was always on the receiving end of the blows, it did not deter his fervor for confrontation. With a slight pout, Su Mu appeared somewhat lost in thought. He recalled that during his initial foray into the storyline, Su Haining returned after 6 months. By that time, Su Mu's own narrative tasks were nearly complete. Chun Shu had leveraged the sacred land as a springboard, leading to the downfall of the entire Su clan, transforming the once mighty family into a leaky bucket riddled with issues. In a frenzy, Su Haining rushed home to extinguish the fires of chaos, so preoccupied that she had no time to quarrel with Su Mu. Even when Su Mu faced dire consequences, he never had the chance to see Su Haining. With this early arrival, he wondered what new troubles might arise. Reluctantly, he made his way to the designated meeting spot. It was a tavern in the city, an impressive structure spanning 17 stories, with their agreement set in a private room on the 16th floor. Upon entering the establishment, Su Mu sensed something was amiss. "Uncle Mo, is it just me, or are there an unusually large number of people here?" "Indeed, young master," Uncle Mo replied, a sense of vigilance suddenly rising within him. Instinctively, he moved closer to Su Mu and dispatched several attendants to investigate the situation. When Su Mu finally reached the designated private room, the scouts returned with news. "Young master, we have gathered intelligence." "Oh, what is the situation?" "It is said that today, the renowned Ningxiu fairy from the Miao Yin sacred land will be making a brief stop here. The crowd has gathered to catch a glimpse of her beauty." "Oh." Su Mu understood, a hint of surprise crossing his mind. He had anticipated encountering another prominent female figure in this place. Indeed, it was the very Ningxiu fairy. Full name Yin Ningxiu. Her origins were shrouded in mystery. All that was known was that she was a revered saintess of the Miao Yin sacred land. Despite her youth, she had already attained the pinnacle of heavenly origins, her mastery of musicality astonishingly extraordinary. Even many seasoned warriors of the older generation could only shake their heads in resignation when facing Yin Ningxiu, feeling woefully inadequate. "So, the tavern is filled with admirers?" Su Mu mused, his expression peculiar. He knew that Yin possessed breathtaking beauty, exceptional talent, and, most importantly, an enchanting voice that had compelled countless individuals to spend their fortunes merely to hear her sing. Secretly shaking his head, Su Mu thought to himself, what is the point? In truth, he was acquainted with Yin, as she was a close friend of Su Hanying from their youth. They had met numerous times when they were children, and he never found her particularly remarkable, just a bit endearing. Little did he expect that she would blossom into such a captivating figure, wielding beauty and melodious voice as her two formidable assets. Yin is quite renowned across the entirety of the Shenyuan Continent. In simpler terms, she is a top-tier celebrity. Buzzing, a message from Su Hanying arrived via the communication J tablet. Where are you? Given the other party's indifferent demeanor, Su Mu couldn't help but curl his lip, directly countering without hesitation. Su Hanying, I am here to pick you up solely for the sake of our father's reputation. So could you not display such a poor attitude? I must inform you, should you continue to act this way, I shall take my leave. Ha! I dare you. Su Hanying ritorti diligently. However, Su Mu felt an unexpected sense of relief. This was indeed the typical exchange style between him and Su Hanying. Engaging in a verbal spar was, in fact, a form of polite interaction. The absence of physical conflict was already remarkably courteous. Moreover, the most pivotal aspect, Su Hanying's attitude exhibited no significant alteration. It remained as he remembered, unapologetically aloof. Splendid. Su Mu nearly erupted in joy. Within the sacred grounds, he had been overwhelmed by those few leading female characters. Finally, a normal female protagonist had arrived, observing Su Hanying's demeanor. This was precisely the correct way to treat the antagonist's insignificant little brother. This was exemplary. Su Mu even contemplated capturing this moment to bring back to the sacred grounds for the others to learn from. All right, you all wait here. I shall go downstairs to receive her. He waved his hand nonchalantly and turned to descend the stairs. Uncle Mo was momentarily taken aback, but quietly followed, as the young master should never be without protection, especially amidst such a crowd. After lingering in the private room for a while, the number of patrons in the establishment grew, making it difficult for Su Mu to navigate through. Come on, make way, please. Who the hell just stepped on my foot? Like someone just farted. Damn. After much effort, Su Mu finally managed to squeeze his way to the first floor. Were it not for the city's prohibition on cultivators below the earth immortal realm from flying without cause, he would have leaped out of the window. Glancing back at the crowded establishment, he was suddenly reminded of a can of sardines. When he refocused his gaze, a particularly familiar figure appeared before him. What are you staring at? Su Hanying playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, clad in a pure white dress, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Su Mu observed her. She still possessed the beautiful visage from his memory, albeit with a touch more heroism, having matured considerably from her experiences on the battlefield. This added an entirely different charm. Many passers-by directed their gazes toward her, their expressions filled with astonishment, inwardly exclaiming what a striking beauty she was. Someone failed somewhat helpless. Was she beautiful? Undoubtedly. Despite their contentious relationship, he could not deny that Su Hanying was indeed stunning. Alas, inside, she was a different story. A vibrant darkness, beautifully complex. Why the change in style? Weren't you always in men's clothing before? Sumo inquired, puzzled. In his recollection, Su Hanying was the epitome of a fierce woman, habitually donning masculine attire, and anyone daring to suggest a dress would surely incur her wrath. Why do you suddenly claim that skirts are inconvenient on the battlefield? Su Mu couldn't help but furrow his brow. This dress seemed oddly familiar. Do you not recognize this garment? Su Hanying's delicate brows knit together, displaying her displeasure. Why should I recognize it? Sumo shrugged indifferently. The fact that they could engage in a calm dialogue without resorting to violence was already a sign of progress in their relationship. He had no reason to concern himself with what the other wore. Oof. Su Hanying snorted coldly, turning her face away. This attire was a gift from Su Mu himself, and now he couldn't even recognize it. At that time, he had even sneaked into her boudoir to obtain the measurements for this custom piece, an endeavor that had resulted in him being roughly dealt with. How infuriating. Su Hanying felt a twinge of anger. It was a thoughtful gift he had painstakingly crafted, and now, after finally wearing it, he failed to recognize it. Silly pig. Chapter 36. The Killing Intent? Foolish pig. Just as foolish as in childhood. Su Haining wore an expressionless face, her arms crossed over her chest, silent. Enough, enough. Why are you just standing there? Oh, right. Sumo suddenly remembered. Your good friend In Yinxio will be arriving shortly. Will you wait here or head to the private box? The simultaneous appearance of In Yinxio and Su Haining at this establishment was evidently no coincidence. They must have arranged to meet. No need. Let us return home directly. She will naturally come for the welcome dinner. Very well. I shall go summon Uncle Mo and the others. No need, young master. Just as Su Mu was about to turn away, Uncle Mo's figure suddenly appeared, and he bowed respectfully to Su Haining. Miss. Suhani nadi lightly. Offering no further words. Young master, you may wait here. I shall fetch them. Observing the hurried departure of the other, Su Mu found himself perplexed. Couldn't you simply send a message with the communication jade token? Must you go and call them? After Uncle Mo had walked a distance, he glanced back, thinking to himself that the young master must strive to engage meaningfully with Miss Haining. This was all I could assist you with. Where's the gift I sent you? Su Haining suddenly spoke, noticing that Su Mu was not wearing the storage ring she had specially crafted for him. I have put it away, and besides, that ring is too feminine. How could someone as formidable and commanding as I wear that? Su Mu straightened his back proudly. Then what is this one on your hand? Su Haining furrowed her brow, spotting an unfamiliar storage ring adorned with intricate designs on Su Mu's hand. She recalled that Su Mu had only ever possessed one storage ring since childhood, never changing it. Not due to a lack of options, but simply because he did not like to switch. Hee. Su Mu proudly raised his right hand, displaying the ring given to him by Qing Jingru upon entering the sacred land. As a seasoned admirer, Su Mu certainly paid special attention to such details. After receiving this gift, he had worn it ever since. Don't ask. The answer is maintaining an image. You would believe it, but this was given by Jingru. A hint of pride colored Su Mu's expression. Yet, Su Haining stiffened, as if a sudden wave had swept through her. You still have feelings for her? Of course. Sumo nodded without hesitation. I certainly like Jingru. What else would it be? Like you? Su Mu could not help but roll his eyes. Feeling a bit puzzled at Su Haining's unusually sentimental demeanor today. Why had she donned a dress? Something felt amiss. Bah, shameless. I am your sister. I have watched you grow up. Su Haining shot back with an eye roll, having long since developed immunity to Su Mu's manner of speaking. My foolish brother, why can't you see clearly? If that is the case, then in this lifetime, let me protect you well. Shameless indeed. Su Mu felt an urge to dig into his ears. What was the matter with Su Haining today? Hadn't they often exchanged such banter? Shouldn't she have been immune by now? Yet, despite this, Su Mu could distinctly sense the disdain and aversion that Su Haining harbored for him, both in her words and her demeanor. Splendid. Su Haining epitomized the essence of a quintessential female protagonist. Su Mu felt an unusual surge of delight. Coincidentally, at that moment, Uncle Mo, accompanied by others, descended, and the group hastily boarded the flying vessel, swiftly making their way towards the Su clan's territory. One might wonder why they returned so early. Was it not stated that they were to undergo training in the abyssal battlefield? The current phase of cultivation had concluded, and moreover, his father had mentioned that there were matters within the family requiring his assistance. Su Haining lied with an unflinching countenance, exhibiting no concern that her deceit might be uncovered, for thus far, Su Mu had shown no interest in family affairs and remained oblivious to the specifics of what transpired at home. As expected, Su Mu merely nodded in acknowledgement, uttering a nonchalant "oh," refraining from further inquiries. The vessel, designated for Su Mu's exclusive use, was of exceptional quality, traversing vast expanses in mere moments. Mrs. Back. At the entrance of the clan's territory, the guarding guards called out in jubilant tones, their voices brimming with delight. The return of the eldest young lady was indeed a cause for celebration. A considerable number of clan members emerged to welcome her, their faces adorned with sincere smiles. In the presence of Su Haining, they genuinely hoped for her to take the reins of the family, as she appeared far more reliable than Su Mu, the future heir. Shortly after their return, an announcement was made by the guards outside. Miss Yinshu has also arrived. Everyone immediately turned towards the source of the voice. A stunning young lady clad in a purple silk gown approached gracefully, flanked by 4 beautiful maidens, creating a captivating tableau. Su Mu was initially indifferent, but found himself unable to look away after a fleeting glance. Astonishing, his admiration was not for Yinshu's beauty, but rather for the 4 individuals accompanying her. Mei Lan, Zhu and Zhu, how did you come to associate with these 4? In the original plot of the Divine Abyss Continent, Su Mu had encountered information regarding these 4 maidens, who, in essence, were assassins subtly linked to an immensely powerful faction. The specifics of this faction remained a mystery to Su Mu, as the author had cleverly concealed clues without any intention of revealing them. In the original narrative, these 4 exquisite assassins serendipitously became aligned with a male protagonist, Chen Shu, who would eventually incorporate them into his harem. Su Mu found it somewhat perplexing. Why would Chen Shu, who practiced youthful cultivation, surround himself with so many beautiful women? Was it merely for aesthetic pleasure? Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, the 4 assassins, each proficient in a musical instrument and adept at employing melodies as lethal weapons. As Su Mu recalled the details of these 4 individuals, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could they be sent by Chen Shu to eliminate him? Surely not. Su Mu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Chen Shu should not be afflicted with such folly, especially here in the Su family territory, surrounded by members of the Su clan. Is it truly conceivable that one would dare to lay hands on Su Mu, the contemporary scion of the Su family and its future sole heir? Surely, you must be jesting. Despite the swirling doubts in his heart, Su Mu could only suppress these thoughts and greet Yinshu with a smile. It had been quite some time since their last encounter, and she had grown even more beautiful. In the hallowed grounds of the Yuming Tan, Chen Shu received yet another message from Yinuan. Young mistress, the arrangements on the Su family's end have been set in motion, and I shall keep you informed at every juncture. Chen Shu nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention to the remaining messages. In accordance with your directives, I have redeployed the lurking operatives, who are now diligently gathering intelligence on Qing Jingru and Yiyan, among others. Presently, aside from the enigmatic Miss Yu, whose whereabouts remain elusive, we have made varying degrees of progress with the others. Young mistress, do you intend to take action against them? Chapter 37. Younger Brother Mu. Brother Mu, are you planning to take action against them? In response to Yinuan's inquiry, Chen Shu furrowed his brow. Certainly not, at least not for now. They're still quite useful to me. Remember to instruct our subordinates to be discreet. Understood, Yinuan replied respectfully. The two continued to discuss various recent matters, and after a moment of hesitation, Yinuan ventured forth with his speculation. Young mistress, since they are so protective of Su Mu, could it be that they... Yinuan's words trailed off, but Chen Shu had already grasped his meaning. Impossible. They could never harbor any affection for Su Mu. A cold smile graced Chen Shu's lips. Even if he were beat him to death, he could never convince himself that the likes of Qing Jingru and Yiyan, such paragons of virtue, would be interested in a frivolous second-generation heir, a mindless sycophant. You need not worry on that front. I have my own arrangements. Oh, right. Chen Shu suddenly recalled an important matter. What is the status of the task to infiltrate Su Mu's side? Reporting to the young mistress, according to their messages, they have arrived at the Su family's territory and are attempting to take action. Yinuan replied dutifully. However, given that this is the ancestral domain of the Celestial Clan, we have lost communication and can only wait. Chen Shu nodded. He had previously considered having Meng Xiaoxiao undertake this task, but after her recent betrayal, he realized that she was likely no longer trustworthy. Although their relationship had never been one of subordination, the sudden change of heart from someone close to him ignited an unusual fury within Chen Shu. Not only did he need to find another to infiltrate Su Mu's vicinity, but he also intended to discern Meng Xiaoxiao's true intentions. Even Chen Shu's expression darkened. If she had indeed turned against him, he would not hesitate to eliminate an obstacle on his path to advancement. Young mistress, are you truly contemplating taking action against Miss Meng? Yinuan inquired cautiously. If she has indeed betrayed me, the matter shall be entrusted to you. Chen Shu's tone was chillingly cold, causing Yin Luan to furrow his brow at the other end of the communication jade pendant. From what he understood, Meng Xiao had been a close friend of the young mistress for many years. One could even describe their relationship as childhood sweethearts. And yet now, simply due to her suspected betrayal, Chen Shu was already plotting her demise. A shiver of dread coursed through Yin Luan. If Chen Shu could treat a childhood friend in such a manner, what would become of those who served under him? Moreover, in her quest to obtain information about Qing Jingru and the others, she had forcibly activated the Dark Agents, showing a complete disregard for their lives. In addition, Chen Shu's message came once more. There is less than a month until the selection of the chief disciple. Before that, it is imperative to uncover the truth behind their unwavering support for Su Mu. Understood. After securing the jade pendant, Yin Luan sat alone in the cave, lost in thought for a long while. He sighed quietly. As an elder who has grown up in the Heavenly Palace, he harbors a secret known to few. He has an illegitimate daughter. Although conceived through an unanticipated encounter, this revelation stirs a long-dormant turbulence within Yin Luan's heart. Despite the impossibility of their recognition as father and daughter, he continues to watch over her in secrecy. Ningxiu, Yin Luan's expression is a tapestry of emotions. He has always safeguarded her from the shadows, never entertaining any other thoughts. Yet, the current mission compels him to activate the four guardians, Mei Lan Ju and Ju, who have long been stationed near his daughter. Their original task was to protect Yin Ningxiu without her knowledge, but now, one among them must infiltrate Su Mu's side. Overwhelmed by guilt towards his daughter, Yin Luan feels a wave of agitation, struggling to find tranquility. At that moment, his gaze falls upon a communication jade tablet beside him, bearing a report from an informant. Esteemed elder, recent intelligence indicates that a significant figure from the Mieshang Lu is set to arrive at the Yaofeng sacred grounds. Specific details remain elusive, but it is known that she is a woman with the surname Shun. Yin Luan's brow furrows in concern. The Heavenly Palace, a mysterious force that has withstood the test of time, is not without adversaries. Mieshang Lu, another clandestine organization, has long been in competition with them, vying for resources and establishing covert networks. What a tumultuous season this is. The sacred grounds are increasingly unsettled. Stepping outside the cave, Yin Luan gazes skyward, his thoughts more intricate than the vast expanse of stars above. Meanwhile, within the Su family's estate, Su Mu, Su Haining, and Yin Ningxiu withdraw their gazes from the heavens, exchanging glances and engaging in conversation. The four guardians stand a short distance behind them, clad in garments of the same hue, yet differing styles, their hands gracefully resting on their abdomens, maintaining a poised silence. Not long after a brief greeting, the trio settles into the courtyard for idle chatter. Although the occasion is ostensibly a welcome banquet for Su Haining, the true focus remains on Su Mu's father, Su Ningya, the patriarch of the clan, whose status is paramount. However, as Su Ningya is preoccupied with pressing matters, the three must bide their time. Su Mu feels a sense of helplessness. If given the choice, he would prefer not to linger with Su Haining, fearing that their conversation might escalate into conflict. In terms of cultivation, Su Mu is no match for Su Haining. Moreover, as a pampered heir with scant combat experience, he is acutely aware of Haining's frequent excursions to the treacherous wastelands, rife with perilous beasts and sinister practitioners. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Only those truly seeking to hone their skills would venture into such realms. As for Yin Ningxiu, Su Mu's gaze shifts to her. Their eyes meet, and she smiles, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Su Mu, why do you keep staring at your sister? Do you find me beautiful? She teases, laughter dancing in her voice. Indeed, you are quite beautiful, Su Mu responds somewhat distractedly. Her renown across the abyssal continent is well-deserved. Her beauty is exquisite, delicate brows, a refined nose, and luscious lips, all strikingly perfect. Su Mu, however, remained largely unconcerned, for he recalled that this individual was also one of the female protagonists, a character from the original text associated with Chen Shu. After many years of absence, the changes were quite significant. The two engaged in casual conversation. Yet Su Haining couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity. Since childhood, Su Haining had maintained an unusually aloof attitude towards Su Mu, often resorting to reprimands and scolding. Thus, her friendship with Su Mu was hardly deep, and their acquaintance could barely be classified as close, rarely exhibiting such intimacy. Consequently, she discreetly signaled to her companion and transmitted a silent inquiry. "What is happening? Weren't you two unfamiliar with each other?" Yin Yinxiu blinked her eyes, appearing somewhat charming and playful. "What? I don't understand. After all, Su Mu is your brother. As your good friend, is it not permissible for him to extend a greeting?" While this rationale seemed somewhat strained, upon further reflection, it appeared quite reasonable. Although Su Haining felt a hint of perplexity, she chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Just then, Brother Mu, a sweet, youthful voice suddenly resonated from behind, causing the two women in the room to freeze momentarily before turning to look. Chapter 38. The atmosphere grew awkward. "Brother Mu, I have prepared some pastries for you. Would you like to try them?" Meng Xiaoxiao approached with a radiant smile, cradling a tray in her hands. Her presence here was a result of her fervent desire to accompany Su Mu when he departed from the sacred land. Meng Xiaoxiao had fully embraced the role of Su Mu's personal maid, and as such, she felt it her duty to follow her master wherever he went. The thought of referring to him as master made the young girl blush, though she maintained her composure. Su Haining was taken aback, raising her hand to point at Meng Xiaoxiao. "Who is this?" Su Haining had encountered Meng Xiaoxiao in her previous life, as she was a lady of the Dream Clan, and they had shared numerous interactions, particularly during the climactic battle that thwarted Qin Shuqing's ascension to become an emperor. Their cooperation had been significant. However, now, faced with Su Haining's icy inquiry, Su Mu raised an eyebrow. "This is a follower I took on in the sacred land. She is now my maid." "What of it?" Indeed, this tone, imbued with an undercurrent of hostility, was precisely what one would expect from a leading lady, and Su Mu found himself increasingly satisfied with Su Haining's demeanor. "Greetings, miss." Meng Xiaoxiao introduced herself with remarkable clarity. "I am Meng Xiaoxiao, an inner disciple of the rhythmic peak in the sacred land, and I am now Brother Mu's devoted follower." Upon hearing the term Brother Mu, Su Haining's already frosty expression darkened further. She suddenly recalled that Su Mu had numerous maids by his side, and now, with the addition of such a beautiful one, her feelings of irritation intensified. "How vexing!" "Oh," Su Haining coldly replied, her displeasure palpable, and a sense of vigilance began to rise within her. Could it be that Meng Xiaoxiao was deliberately drawing closer to Su Mu? Unbeknownst to her, Su Haining developed a strong sense of wariness towards the alluring young woman. Meng Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, found the situation perplexing. In her previous life, she had indeed met Su Haining. While their initial encounter could not be described as particularly warm, it certainly did not carry the tension and hostility that characterized the current moment. It was utterly baffling. It wasn't just the two of them who sensed the peculiar atmosphere. Yin Yinxiu froze upon hearing Brother Mu, her mind racing with thoughts, and she felt a twinge of regret for being older than Su Mu. If only she were younger, perhaps she too could use such an affectionate title. The atmosphere in the room grew noticeably colder. Su Mu felt somewhat bewildered. What was happening? He surveyed the small courtyard, noting that there were a total of 8 individuals present, with him being the sole male. Why did the ambience feel so strange? Su Mu frowned inwardly. In the original narrative, Meng Xiaoxiao and Su Haining had indeed met before. Although not in the context of Su Mu bringing them home, the circumstances had been quite similar. Given that the situation resembled the original plot, he had not paid it much mind. Yet something felt amiss. Su Mu pondered quietly. In the original storyline, the atmosphere between these two leading ladies had never been so charged with tension. Witness the intense exchange of glances between the two, as if they were on the verge of igniting sparks, each seemingly asserting their sovereignty without yielding an inch. "No, wait." Su Mu abruptly shook his head. "This must be a figment of his imagination. These two are undoubtedly the principal female leads, the most reliable ones at that." Su Haining has consistently treated Su Mu with disdain, while Meng Xiaoxiao had recently been discreetly informing Qin Shu. Su Mu had not forgotten this. When he went to meet Yi Yin, had it not been for Meng Xiaoxiao's prior warning, how could Qin Shu have arrived at the scene so swiftly? Most importantly, they are the leading ladies. Instead of vying for the attention of the male lead, Chen Shu, they have come to assert their dominance over a mere supporting antagonist. This makes no sense at all, both logically and otherwise. Perhaps I'm overthinking this. Sumo silently nodded, pondering whether the recent narrative inconsistencies had caused him to become somewhat paranoid, affecting his logical reasoning. Meanwhile, Inyenchio was lost in thought, at one moment contemplating how she could refer to Su Mu as little brother, and the next, wondering if it would be delightful to call him big brother. The young girl found herself in a quandary, her delicate brows furrowing beautifully, rendering her exceptionally endearing. Enough. Su Mu stood up and waved his hand casually. I shall return to my room for a while. Call me when father arrives home. With that, he departed with Meng Xiao, leaving Su Haining and Yin Yinxiu exchanging glances. Su Haining's expression suddenly turned serious. Though she often appeared stern, Yin Yinxiu, as her close confidant, could still discern the change in her friend's demeanor. Yinxiu, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. The two dismissed those around them. Su Haining spoke with gravity. I must share a secret that is immensely significant to me. This secret could even impact the fate of my family. I hope you will listen intently and offer your counsel. At that moment, Su Mu had returned to his courtyard. Upon entering, he was greeted by neatly arranged weapon racks lining the pathway, each brimming with various styles of halberds, each exuding an impressive aura. This was a manifestation of Su Mu's personal collection. He had a penchant for such awe-inspiring weapons. Brother Mu, may I give you a massage? Su Mu turned to glance at Meng Xiao. He could not help but admire Chen Shu. How remarkable! In an effort to eliminate a mere supporting character like himself, the antagonist had sent his future wife as an undercover agent, allowing Su Mu to reap all the benefits. Su Mu laughed heartily. Certainly. Once inside, Su Mu lay on his bed, and Meng Xiao removed her shoes, stepping onto his back. She began to apply pressure with her delicate feet, each press perfectly measured. Su Mu, feeling utterly relaxed, soon closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, Su Ningye had already returned, thus marking the official commencement of the welcome banquet. The scale of the banquet was modest, intended solely to welcome Su Haining back home. Strictly speaking, it was indeed a family gathering. The entire ensemble comprised Su Mu, Su Ningye, Su Haining, and a close friend of Su Haining, Yin Yinxiu. It had been many years since Yinxiu last graced our home. During the meal, Su Ningye spoke with a smile. Yin Yinxiu had often visited the Su household in her childhood, but with Su Haining frequently away, she ceased to come. Uncle Su, I apologize for the intrusion today, Yin Yinxiu said, her manner poised and embodying the grace of a refined young lady. Laughter and lively conversations filled the air, and, as all present were cultivators, the discussion inevitably turned to topics of cultivation. What realms have you all attained? Su Ningye inquired with a smile. Normally, prying into another's cultivation level is considered quite rude. However, as an elder with considerable prowess, Su Ningye's query was more of a conversational opener than an intrusion. One by one, they shared their progress. Su Mu stated, Peak of the Celestial Origin Realm. Yin Yinxiu replied, Third stage of the Celestial Origin Realm. And Su Haining declared, Peak of the Earth Immortal Realm. A half step to the Celestial Immortal. Su Mu could not help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. Chapter 39. I Want You. Goodness, the breakthrough came so swiftly. Su Mu was taken aback. Although Su Haining was slightly older than him, the age difference was minimal, at most 5 or 6 years. He never anticipated such a vast disparity in their cultivations. Upon hearing this, Su Ningye also nodded with a smile, her eyes reflecting a sense of pride. Your speed of cultivation is already approaching my own from back in the day. Indeed, the new generation surpasses the old. Father, you are the most formidable individual of our time. The entire Su family relies upon you. Ha ha! The father and daughter playfully bantered, and before long, the conversation shifted to Su Mu. Su Ningye suddenly paused, her hand holding the wine glass, trembling slightly, her brow furrowed, and then she spoke with seriousness. Mu'er. This was Su Ningye's exclusive term of endearment for her beloved son. You have now entered the sacred land for cultivation. I trust that in due time, you will achieve remarkable results. Thus, I believe it is time to formally announce your status as the heir. What the heck? Su Mu was utterly astonished, nearly spewing his tea. He hastily waved his hands. No, father. Isn't this a bit too hasty? You are a celestial king, with a lifespan nearing 10,000 years. Why rush to select an heir? This is absurd. Although everyone was aware that Su Ningyi would eventually pass the position of clan leader to Su Mu, given that he was her only son, knowing it and openly declaring it were two entirely different matters. This was not part of the original plot at all. Su Mu was now genuinely apprehensive about elements that could significantly alter the storyline. He could easily envision that if he were to publicly declare himself the heir of the Su clan, not only would the male protagonist's attitude change, but many unfamiliar female supporting characters would also regard him in a vastly different light. After all, he would be the heir of a celestial clan. The weight of such a title was beyond comprehension. If Su Mu genuinely acquired this identity, what would happen if the female protagonist refrained from crossing him due to his status? Would the story even proceed? Su Mu shook his head fervently. No, absolutely not. No way, absolutely not. In the face of his only son, Su Ningyi relaxed her stance considerably. I am a clan leader. I dictate who the heir is. Of course, I want to rush you. Since you have entered the sacred land, I recall that each new disciple undergoes a selection for the chief disciple. I need you to excel in this selection. You must also elevate your cultivation to at least the earth immortal realm. Only then will I publicly announce your status as the heir. Su Mu felt as though he had been struck dumb. No, father. Please don't put me in this position. I've already been forced into the second round, and most of the preceding plot has been tangled with you. Do we really need to play this out? Su Mu couldn't help but suspect that the greatest traitor by his side was none other than his father, Su Ningyi. Yet, he found himself unable to resist, so he quickly devised a clever plan. Father, if I must choose, I would not mind becoming the heir. But I have one condition. Oh, you dare to set conditions for me? Su Ningyi chuckled. Fine, speak. When did you ever have conditions that I agreed to? Su Mu took a deep breath. If you wish for me to be the heir, I hope to have Su Haining as my guiding elder. Upon hearing this, Su Ningyi's smile abruptly froze. According to the traditions of the Su family, each heir is accompanied by a guiding elder, typically someone of great cultivation and close ties to the main lineage. This position signifies not only the protection of the heir's growth, but also fosters an extremely intimate relationship, sometimes as a mentor, at other times as kin, and in certain cases, leading to direct marriage and becoming partners in the path. Once the heir ascends to power, the guiding elder becomes a figure of immense authority. Father, you know well that I have always lacked patience for learning, and I am utterly oblivious to managing a family. However, Su Mu paused slightly. Haining is different. She has grown up under your watch and understands family management far better than I do. If I were to inherit such a vast family without her by my side to assist, wouldn't I ruin the Su family in mere days? Su Mu spoke confidently. Su Ningyi furrowed his brow in contemplation, feeling that Su Mu had a point. He knew his son's capabilities all too well. Moreover, he had watched Su Haining grow up. Her talent and character were beyond reproach, and he had complete trust in her. Yet he still hesitated. After all, he was aware of the nature of the relationship between Su Mu and Su Haining. Why has this boy suddenly changed? Has he truly matured? Su Ningyi fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. This matter is beyond my authority. You must ask your sister. The father and son then turned their gaze towards Su Haining. However, she was utterly bewildered. The moment Su Mu proposed her as the guiding elder, a flurry of thoughts raced through her mind, and her cheeks flushed. Why? Why would Su Mu want me to take on this role? Although his reasoning was detailed and logical, therein lay the greatest absurdity. After all, our relationship is so complex. Despite her inner turmoil, her battle-hardened composure allowed her to regain her calm. After a brief contemplation, Su Haining nodded in agreement. All right, yes. Su Mu silently cheered vidin. In the original narrative, the identity of the heir was supposed to belong to Su Haining. Although Su Mu's father intended to pass this identity to his son at that time, the entire Su family would suffer due to Su Mu's actions, inciting the fierce retribution of the male protagonist, Chen Shu. Even as the clan leader, he could not act against the will of the heavens. Thus, Su Heining's character was established as a powerful woman managing the family's affairs. Even if the plot deviates, Su Mu must strive to restore the protagonist's character. It absolutely cannot collapse. He has already devised a plan. Even if, in the end, his father truly bequeaths the identity of the heir to him, he can simply become a hands-off manager and mold Su Haining into the true heir. Furthermore, when faced with such unforeseen circumstances, Su Mu contemplated extensively. His father insisted that Su Mu must secure the position of chief disciple while simultaneously ascending to the realm of the earth immortal. Although this sounds promising, it is merely gilding the lily. Su ninge will undoubtedly employ various tactics to assist Sumo, though it remains uncertain how much the plot will be distorted as a result. There is no choice. He must delay as much as possible. Sumo Saudin Bardley. This strategy of procrastination is the only approach he can currently conceive. If he resists too vehemently, he risks shattering his own character. After the family discussions concluded, they deliberated over numerous details. Inyenshio, standing aside, appeared somewhat dazed. Did she just witness the transmission of power within the Celestial clan with her own eyes? Chapter 40. The Celestial Pavilion. Although the banquet had yet to conclude, the minds of the attendees were far from meal. Su Mu was preoccupied with thoughts of how to mend the storyline. Would his father cause trouble again? What should he do? How could he ensure the successful completion of his narrative task? Inyenshio regarded Su Mu with a captivating gaze. Indeed, he was her younger brother, and at such a tender age, he had already ascended to heights unattainable by many in a lifetime. Su Haining remained silent, yet her heart was tumultuous, her emotions in disarray. Did Su Mu truly need her so desperately? Upon reflection, she realized that each of his arguments was quite valid, and it was indeed reasonable for her to assume the role of the guardian elder. However, Su Mu did not exclusively require her. The Su family was vast, with countless individuals, and even among those closely related to the main lineage, there were easily dozens who could fulfill the role of guardian elder. Therefore, Su Mu's choice of Su Haining for this position must carry ulterior motives. Could it be that despite their daily bickering, he still held a place for her in his heart as his sister? A tremor ran through the girl's heart. She suddenly recognized that, in this pivotal moment, Su Mu was indeed relying on and trusting her. With this realization, Su Haining instinctively raised her gaze to observe the youth across from her. He was engrossed in his meal, yet his eyes sparkled with a brilliance that indicated he was also deep in thought. Su Mu. A resolution formed within Su Haining's heart. Since you are my brother, I shall protect you for a lifetime. No one shall harm you. No one. The meal concluded swiftly, and the group continued their discussions. Just then, a servant arrived with news that someone from Luohai City was seeking Su Mu. Instantly, Su Mu felt as if a weight had been lifted. He dashed outside in a flurry. If he lingered any longer, who knew what mischief his father might concoct? Run. He had to run. The news from Luohai City had come at the most opportune moment. Su Mu had never been so grateful for the timely visit that offered him an escape from the gathering. Watching Su Mu's retreating figure, Su Ningye felt a tinge of helplessness. Yet, he reminded himself that he was still a child. Let him play, for he had the strength and resources to shield him from any trouble he might cause. Slowly, Su Ningye then to Su Haining. Haining, from now on, you will be responsible for this lad. He may not excel at anything, so you must lend him your support. Upon hearing such a profound declaration of trust, Su Haining instinctively clenched her toes beneath the table, her cheeks flushed. She acknowledged her father's words. However, perhaps Su Mu was not as lacking as one might assume. Su Ningye laughed heartily, interpreting his daughter's remarks as mere attempts to console him, and paid no heed. Only Su Haining appeared lost in thought, recalling the time in her past life when she had Su Mu's belongings and discovered an intact scroll in his drawer. It contained numerous intriguing ideas and thoughts, even forecasting the crises faced by the Su family, along with feasible solutions. Su Haining was utterly astonished, having never anticipated that the individual before her possessed such remarkable intelligence, concealed beneath a veneer of modesty. Upon examining the solution proposed by Su Mu, she found it not only innovative in its perspective but also highly actionable, ultimately preserving the integrity of the Su clan to the greatest extent. It was as if the young man had foreseen that his demise would bring troubles to the Sioux family. In the expanse beyond the Sioux clan's territory, a lavish flying vessel hovered gracefully in the air, surrounded by a dazzling array of neon lights, a spectacle powered by energy-driven formations, serving no purpose other than to impress the eye. Sumu glided through the air and soon alighted upon the vessel. "Hey, Sumu, let us go. I'll take you out for a wild time," exclaimed Luo Haicheng, grinning widely. "Wild time my foot," Sumu retorted, gesturing with a thumbs down. "By the way, where have you been lately? I haven't seen you around." While still confined in the enforcement hall, Sumu had contemplated whether Luo Haicheng had come to seek him out upon his unexpected release. Later, he learned from Meng Xiao that she had indeed sought out Luo Haicheng, but he seemed to have been preoccupied with urgent family matters, absent from the Holy Land. "Ah, you and know?" Luo Haicheng replied, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. "My sister and I had a significant disagreement recently. It was quite a scene. I had to go back and reason with her." "Your sister? Lui?" Sumu suddenly recalled this individual, one of the heroines of the Divine Abyss continent, and notably, the person who had dealt a fatal blow to Luo Haicheng in their previous life's narrative. Luo Haicheng sighed in resignation. "You know my little sister well. She only heeds my words at home, disregarding everyone else, so I had no choice but to return." Speaking of which, a thought struck him. "Weren't you inquiring about my sister previously? What is this? Are you hoping to establish a closer bond?" "Get lost," Sumu retorted, somewhat exasperated. "You can keep cursing me. She the heroine. I must not become entangled with her. Just a casual encounter will suffice. By the way, I heard you were confined by the enforcement hall recently. Is that true?" Luo Haicheng's expression became oddly amused, as if he were suppressing laughter. Sumu's Vatsadarkant. As a loyal friend, he would naturally rush to aid another in distress. However, if he were to learn of his companion's misfortune after the fact and manage to refrain from laughing, that would indeed demonstrate great loyalty. "Damn it, say another word, and I'll turn right back home." Sumu fumed, recalling how his plans for incarceration had been thwarted, and to make matters worse, the culprits were none other than several heroines. That wretched Miss Yu, who could she possibly be? Even now, Sumu remained in the dark, growing increasingly vexed. All right, my bad. Let us hurry along. I have made arrangements for a splendid outing today." Luo Haicheng chuckled, his face displaying a knowing grin. Before long, the flying vessel reached its destination, Lingxiao Pavilion. Sumu raised his gaze towards the imposing plaque above the water pavilion, and a surge of information about this place flooded his mind. The Lingxiao Pavilion is quite a fashionable locale among contemporary young cultivators, situated beside a spiritual spring, with the flowing waters beneath comprising condensed vital energy. However, Sumu felt a sense of helplessness regarding the purpose of this establishment. In his view, it primarily served as a venue for lonely young men and women to express their emotions, albeit not in a physical sense, but rather in search of entertainment and excitement. This place caters not only to male cultivators, but also to many female ones. Yet, all who enter share a common trait: wealth. They possess profound backgrounds, either affluent or noble. The Lingxiao Pavilion spans 9 stories, with the costs increasing as one ascends, and it is rumored that if you have the means, any form of thrill can be found here. Furthermore, it operates on a membership basis, and non-members are barred from entry. Sumu failed Sambatrizant. He was not a member. It wasn't due to a lack of funds, but rather because he had not been invited, as his reputation was rather tarnished. This was his first visit. Well, enough gazing. Let's venture inside. Luo Haicheng urged Sumu forward into the establishment. Chapter 41. I am not your elder brother. Sumu entered the Lingxiao Pavilion. As he raised his gaze, he was met with a dazzling display of gold and intricate carvings, which was somewhat blinding. Alas, it was far more ostentatious than he had anticipated. Regardless, the extravagance was favored by the elderly men of his family, not by them. Luo Haicheng shrugged. Besides, each floor here boasts a distinct style. Let us ascend to the 6th floor. As they climbed, Sumu pondered the narrative surrounding this place. In the original work of Divine Abyss Continent, there were indeed descriptions of this location, albeit from the perspective of Chen Shu rather than Sumu. According to the original plot, At that time, Chen Shu had already become the chief disciple, triumphing over Su Mu during the selection and trials, thereby winning the heart of Qin Jingru. In the course of the trials, Su Mu, in a bid to undermine Chen Shu, covertly orchestrated a mishap that inadvertently unleashed an ancient beast upon the trial grounds, resulting in significant casualties. Yi Yin and Nangong, she also suffered injuries during the trials. Su Mu thus incurred the ire of many, with discontent brewing even within his own family, drawing the wrath of heaven and the disdain of the people. In contrast, Chen Shu soared to greater heights. His already resounding reputation was further amplified as he single-handedly restrained the ancient beast, saving numerous disciples and earning the title of savior. The thought of the impending disciple trials, during which he would inevitably release the ancient beast once more, darkened Su Mu's mood. Here we are. The sixth floor has arrived. Su Luo and the others stepped in side by side. Welcome, young masters. Upon entering, they were greeted by 2 rows of maidens who curtsied in unison, their voices sweet and gentle, their sleeves fluttering gracefully. Su Mu scrutinized the scene, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. The maidens, suitable representatives of the Lingxiao Pavilion, possessed pleasing appearances certainly above average. However, perhaps due to his exposure to the beauty of female protagonists, Su Mu had developed a certain immunity to such charms. His mind still occupied with thoughts of the unfolding narrative. The two found a seat and ordered some food and drinks, while Luo Haicheng began to scout for potential acquaintances, soon exclaiming with delight, I've spotted a remarkable group. Their looks and lineage are quite commendable. They seem to be from the neighboring Chun family. Shall we join them? Luo Haicheng extended a warm invitation, as his intent in bringing Su Mu here was to expose him to the world. If Su Mu encountered more women outside, he would surely not become overly fixated on Qin Jingru. One must open their eyes to the world. There are plenty of women in this world, so why constrain oneself? Not interested, Su Mu replied, wrinkling his nose. He had never been fond of overly boisterous places. Oftentimes, if not for the demands of the plot, he would prefer to find a quiet corner and remain there all day. Moreover, he already had maidens at home, and Meng Xiaoxiao's foot massages were something he held in higher regard. Very well, Luo Haicheng sighed in resignation. He thought to himself that perhaps it was Su Mu's first visit to such an occasion, and he was simply not accustomed to it. He would bring him here more often in the future, or perhaps I could devise a way to secure a membership card for Su Mu as well. I shall return to you shortly. Luo Haicheng turned to leave, leaving Su Mu seated alone at the table, positioned by the window where he could gaze out at the distant scenery. The moon hung bright, yet the stars were sparse, and the mountains shimmered in a misty blue haze. Brother. Su Mu had initially thought he could enjoy the view and relax, but unexpectedly, a familiar face appeared. He turned to see Qianqin, his expression one of surprise, surrounded by a number of companions who promptly approached him. I never expected to see you here, brother. Su Mu was taken aback. When did I become your brother? By the way, when were you released? No, you are indeed my brother, Qianqin proclaimed with sincerity, bowing in respect. The last time we were together in the confinement room, I resolved to regard you as my elder brother. Henceforth, I shall be your follower, accompanying you wherever you go. Why? Su Mu was still perplexed. Qianqin's admiration was evident. Just the way you managed to secure bail from the 4 beauties last time is enough for me to learn from for several lifetimes. Please, brother, accept me. Su Mu. It seems you have articulated my own thoughts. He glanced at the individuals behind Qianqin. And who might they be? Brother, allow me to introduce them. Qianqin volunteered, already exhibiting the demeanor of a subordinate. This is young Master Hai Song from the Hai family. This is young Master Chun Yi from the Chun family. And this one is. He rambled on extensively, concluding with the remark that they were all recently released from the confinement room. He then stood in silence, as if awaiting Su Mu's assessment. Goodness, I had no idea so many were present in the confinement room. Qianqin spoke at length, but Su Mu only remembered 2 names, Hai Song and Chun Yi, as they were part of the original storyline. He couldn't help but glance over. They appeared as 2 eager young men. In the original narrative, these 2 were the subordinates of the male protagonist, Chen Shu. In the realm of male-centric literature, those who align with the protagonist prosper, while those who oppose face demise. These two exemplified the former. They were akin to the proverbial dogs and chickens that rise with the fortunes of their master. Upon this realization, Sumu waved his hands repeatedly. No, I am not your elder brother. I am not accepting any subordinates at present. You may go play elsewhere while I sit in peace. How amusing. These individuals are indeed the subordinates of the male protagonist, and as a mere villainous foil, how could I dare to accept them? Do they wish for their lives to be cut short? And to acknowledge me as their elder brother? Please do not. Your elder brother remains in the Holy Land. Suddenly, Su Mu froze, recalling that Chen Shu was still confined, his sentence not yet complete. Brother. No, you are indeed our elder brother. We have all succumbed to your inexplicable charm. Please teach us a couple of tricks. Sumu. After all this, you wish to learn how to court women from me? Have you considered what you are actually saying? Am I courting women? They are the protagonists, and that day, they nearly ended my life. You have truly erred. That is not I, nor do I possess such skills. Sumu offered an awkward smile, eager to dismiss these individuals swiftly. Brother, please cease your pretense. We all witnessed it that day. Chen Yi's voice suddenly escalated. If Su Mu's memory served him correctly, this individual appeared to be associated with the Chun family, suggesting a familial connection to Chen Shu. This was perilous, extremely perilous. The four goddesses extracted you directly from the confinement chamber. In all my years, I have never encountered such an extraordinary spectacle. Brother, we implore you, please teach us. Su Mu was neither willing nor able to instruct. He recognized that the other party had entirely misconstrued the situation. Just as he contemplated offering an explanation, he suddenly heard a derisive snicker from nearby. Umph. Chen Kun, Chun Yi, is this the brother you speak of? Approaching was a young man clad in a brocade robe. While speaking, scrutinized Su Mu with evident disdain. Chapter 42. The Swallow Tower. Not long ago, Chen Shu received an urgent message from Yin Luan. Young mistress, a crisis has arisen. Our informant within the Luo family has reported that the young princess, Luo Yi, has gone missing, suspected to have eloped. As a senior member of Tianhe Palace, monitoring key figures among the 10 major families was part of Yin Luan's daily responsibilities, especially concerning someone of Luo Yi's standing. Subsequently, we received further intelligence indicating that her whereabouts had been traced to the Lingxiao Pavilion. Ordinarily, this would fall under Yin Luan's purview, and there would be no need to inform Chen Shu. Yet, the reason for his report was twofold. Firstly, after assuming power, Chen Shu had issued a command. In the future, if you encounter any promising individuals, do report them to me. I will find use for them. He had also implied that such individuals should preferably be young, beautiful women. When Yin Luan received this directive, he was somewhat taken aback, though he did not show it. Having ascended to his position, he had witnessed countless peculiarities. Chen Shu's rationale was sound. He wished to explore potential avenues for leveraging such individuals. There were myriad methods of manipulation, with the so-called beauty trap being among them. Whether Chen Shu harbored ulterior motives was not for Yin Luan to ponder. On another note, Yin Luan's eyes glimmered with subtle insight. During his last report to Chen Shu, he had sensed that Chen Shu, merely suspecting Meng Xiaoxiao of betrayal, was ready to eliminate this childhood friend. If he could so easily discard someone he had known for over a decade, what could be expected of the subordinates who had only recently aligned themselves with him? Moreover, despite Chen Shu's reluctance to acknowledge it, Yin Luan felt a significant disparity in the attitudes of Qing Jingru and her companions towards Su Mu and Chen Shu. However, Chen Shu had never contemplated retaliating against Qing Jingru and her associates. Instead, he directed his ire solely at Su Mu and Meng Xiaoxiao. Yin Luan sighed softly. Young mistress, what course of action will you pursue? As a subordinate, Yin Luan could only probe his superior through such inquiries. If Chen Shu truly was a person who forsook loyalty for beauty and profit, Yin Luan could not predict the aftermath. Afterward, Yin Luan conveyed additional intelligence gathered by their informants, including that Su Mu and Luo Haicheng were also present at the Lingxiao Pavilion. Chen Shu's response arrived swiftly. Oh, Luo Haicheng's sister, Luo Yi, has indeed run away? And Su Mu and Luo Haicheng happened upon her? This is splendid news. What an extraordinary opportunity. In light of this unforeseen circumstance, Chen Shu quickly devised a nefarious scheme aimed at Su Mu. It was well known that Luo Haicheng had an intense affection for his sister. Though he appeared gentle and refined, any mention of Luo Yi in his presence, especially if approached carelessly, could lead to reprimand or worse, violence. Thus, we could devise a plan to exploit Luo Yi, igniting discord between Su Mu and Luo Haicheng. Chen Shuk had not forgotten the beating he had endured, with Luo Haicheng being one of the primary participants. He quickly laid out his plan. Thus, you should dispatch someone to keep an eye on Luo Yi at the scene, ensuring the basic safety of the individual. Additionally, you should. Yin Luan swiftly comprehended. Chen Shuk's intent was clear. Let their undercover agents provoke Su Mu and subtly guide him to take an interest in Luo Yi, ideally leading to some flirtation. After all, in a place like Lingxiao Wangxia, it was inevitable that young men and women would struggle to restrain their impulses. At the critical moment, Chen Shuk would then intervene to halt the proceedings, thereby winning the favor of the Luo family, while simultaneously sowing discord between Su Mu and Luo Haicheng, turning them against each other. Yin Luan frowned slightly. Young master, are you not still under confinement? Furthermore, what if the relationship between Su Mu and Luo Haicheng is better than we imagined? Do not worry, Chen Shuk replied nonchalantly. I have my ways to leave, and I will find a means to disguise my identity in order to establish connections with the Luo family. As for the relationship between Su Mu and Luo Haicheng, Chen Shuk suddenly let out a scornful laugh, tapping his finger against the communication jade tablet. Someone like Su Mu will surely be merely a fair-weather friend to Luo Haicheng. Their bond is unlikely to be profound. Moreover, Luo Haicheng is notoriously infatuated with women. To a reckless degree, with his double assurance, this plan is foolproof. Though Yin Luan felt somewhat helpless, he promptly agreed and set about making arrangements. Within the Yuming pool, Chen Shuk also stored the communication jade tablet and focused his mind inward. Master, you are certain you have a way for me to leave the sacred land quietly, correct? Absolutely. The ancient voice of the Tianpao master resonated. When you leave, remember to take the ring I gave you. It will also lead you to a splendid place. A splendid place? Chen Shuk inquired, puzzled. The black ring I bestowed upon you is a token, a symbol of Yuyin Tower. What? Yuyin Tower is real. Chen Shuk exclaimed in astonishment. Yuyin Tower, a legendary assassin organization hidden in the shadows of the continent, could eliminate anyone for the right price. Indeed, it is real. This token was something I stumbled upon in my youth, and the essence stones within the ring are reserved for this purpose. The Tianpao master paused momentarily. You have just taken over Tiana Palace, and your manpower is evidently insufficient. When necessary, you may seek assistance from Yuyin Tower. Do you understand my meaning? Feeling the elderly man's meticulous care for him, Chen Shuk was deeply moved and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, master. The Tianpao master stroked his beard, content with his soul's state. Now, prepare yourself. I will employ a secret technique to transport you directly. Within Lingxiao Wangxia, on the 6th floor, Su Mu furrowed his brow, following the source of the irksome voice. The speaker was a long-haired youth clad in a brocade robe, his face etched with disdain. And who might you be? Su Mu asked, somewhat bewildered, as he did not recognize this individual. Humph. The youth arrogantly tossed his bangs aside and waved his fan with a flourish. I am Yin Long, hailing from the Yin family. He turned to glance at Qian Kuan and his companions, curling his lips in disdain. Qian Kuan, Chun Yi, is this the elder brother you speak of? Isn't he the renowned young master from the Su family? Many have heard of Su Mu's reputation. In a certain sense, he is a celebrity. Isn't our esteemed young master Su infatuated with the ethereal fairy, Qing Han? Why then does he need to venture out to seek new conquests? To indulge in variety? Yin Long's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, causing Qian Kuan and the others to stiffen in response. The matter at hand pertained to power. Yin Long, you speak utter nonsense. Chun Yi retorted, invoking the essence of their culture. Are you blind? Deaf as well. It is our elder brother who is deeply enamored with Qing Jingru, not the other way around. What nonsense is this? Suddenly, Yin Long burst into laughter. Chapter 43. The Challenge of Suppressed Laughter? Then I have lost. What nonsense is this? You say that the celestial maiden Qing Han is relentlessly pursuing Sumu? Ha ha ha. Yin Long laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. The social circle of these young masters was not particularly vast, and certain matters were well understood among them. For instance, Su Mu harbored deep affections for Qing Jingru, to the extent of becoming a sycophant. However, Qing Jingru held a profound disdain for Su Mu, evading him whenever possible and ignoring him when she could not. Chunyi, is it possible that foolishness is contagious? Has he already succumbed to such folly? In the venue, it was not only Yin Long who could no longer contain himself. The group of his friends behind him was also doubled over with laughter, tears nearly streaming down their faces. Yin Long turned to Qian Kuan. What? Do you think the same? I fear it is my duty to inform you that the celestial maiden Qing Han may have affections for anyone in her lifetime, but it will never be for Su Mu. Yin Long recalled the task he had received from his superiors and quickly redirected the blame. Su Deshao, do you agree? Is this not the truth? Everyone turned to look at Su Mu. Yet, he remained expressionless, feeling somewhat disinterested. This was not a plot mission. Why should he concern himself? In the brief moment while others were speaking, he had already finished an entire pot of tea and was contemplating whether to refill his cup. You all are rather dull, Su Mu said with a sense of resignation. He found little interest in this group of affluent young men. Before his arrival in the Shenyuan Continent, he had been a true heir of immense wealth, having built a fortune of billions on his own. Thus, he looked down upon these individuals. Su Deshao, I have heard that you possess quite the charm with the ladies. Why not demonstrate for us? Show us your extraordinary allure that sets you apart from other female cultivators. Yin Long exaggerated his demeanor, prompting further laughter from the crowd, their gazes towards Su Mu filled with derision. Not interested. Sumorima and Dimbasive. Propping his head with one hand while holding his teacup with the other, gazing out the window. How about this? Yin Long seemed to have a sudden revelation. Let's place a bet. We shall randomly select a female cultivator from the audience, and you, Su Deshao, shall showcase your prowess. If you win, I will kneel before you and apologize. A smirk spread across his face. If you lose, then you too shall kneel and apologize. Shouting 3 times that Su Mu is a good-for-nothing. What do you say? Su Mu, feeling somewhat exasperated, looked up at him. Could you move a bit further away? I truly have no interest in you. Go amuse yourself elsewhere. Humph. Yin Long scoffed coldly. If you're too cowardly, then so be it. Just shout aloud here today that Su Mu is a useless softy, and we can consider this matter settled. Yin Long's eyes were icy, yet he was inwardly seething. How could Su Mu be so slippery, like an eel? Normally, one would expect youthful vigor at this age, wouldn't they? I am practically pointing my finger at your nose, and you can't even muster a response? Sun will sigh deeply. Then tell me how you wish to compete. Once we are done, please leave me be, and do not bother me further. Enduring the incessant nagging of his father at home was one thing, but encountering mosquitoes while trying to unwind outside was quite another, their incessant buzzing a constant nuisance. It was evident that if he did not manage to chase away this bothersome insect today, he would surely be restless throughout the night. It was rather straightforward. Observing that Su Mu had fallen for his trick, Yin Long stifled his excitement and feigned a casual glance around. Hadn't they claimed that he was adept at charming female cultivators? Then let us find a suitable candidate right here and engage in a friendly competition. Yin Long pretended to suddenly discover something, pointing towards a small table in the distance, where a graceful silhouette could be seen. The challenge was clear. Who could strike up a conversation with that lovely lady first? The others turned in astonishment, their expressions revealing their surprise. Who would have thought they could encounter such a stunning beauty in this place? Though only her back was visible, her figure was slender and elegant, her long hair flowing gently, with a blue ribbon securing it at the back of her head. Occasionally, she would glance out the window, a hint of melancholy adding an exquisite charm to her already captivating presence. In truth, many had noticed this young lady early on, but her regal aura made her seem unattainable, clearly not of ordinary lineage. Yin Long smirked coldly, stepping forward first. This young lady was none other than Luo Yi, who had escaped from home to seek solace here, hoping to lighten her spirits. Yin Long had devised a plan. He would engage Luo in a casual conversation, after which he would let Su Mu approach her for a chance encounter, thus fulfilling his task. To ensure that Su Mu would indeed have an opportunity to interact with Luo Yi, Yanlong discreetly retrieved a pill from his sleeve, crushing it to release a fragrant aroma. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yanlong confidently approached Luo Yi, raising his cup and initiating small talk. However, Luo Yi maintained an indifferent demeanor, her expression hinting at impatience. The onlookers stood at a distance, unaware of the content of their conversation, as Yanlong had opted for a discreet method of communication to prevent eavesdropping. Su Mu, however, couldn't help but furrow his brow, feeling an odd familiarity with the young lady's silhouette. Had he seen her somewhere before? Where have I seen her? He pondered. Do you have any confidence? Came the concerned inquiries from Qian and the others, their expressions a blend of excitement, hoping Su Mu would once again display the prowess he had shown in the confinement chamber, drawing the attention of the four exquisite beauties. Su Mu felt speechless. After all, this predicament was a result of their meddling. Why were they asking him about his confidence? He remained silent. Not far away, it became apparent that whatever Yanlong and Luo Yi had discussed had taken a turn, as the young lady's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately leading her to hurl her teacup at him. Yet, Yanlong did not react with anger. Instead, he smiled respectfully, wiping his face with a nonchalant air as he returned. He graciously admitted, "Well, I have failed. The stage is now yours, young Master Su." Su Mu and his companions were left in a state of shock. Just moments ago, Yanlong had exuded an air of arrogance, suggesting he was a master. And yet this was the outcome? With a smile on his face, Yanlong felt he had done all he could. Although there had been a slight mishap during their conversation, where he had subtly mentioned an old acquaintance with the surname Chun, he remained unfazed. The individual above had previously communicated with him, and all his current actions are orchestrated by the young Master Chen Shu. Thus, Yanlong intended to leave a lasting impression on the other party. However, he was taken aback. Upon hearing a person with the surname Chun, Luo Yi's expression instantly darkened, and she unhesitatingly splashed water. Nevertheless, this did not deter him. "All right, young Master Su, it is your turn now." Yanlong smiled, while Su Mu couldn't help but feel a tinge of suspicion. The demeanor of the other party seemed rather peculiar. Nonetheless, he rose to his feet, shaking off his attire. Very well. He then proceeded directly towards Luo Yi. Su Mu's demeanor was remarkably nonchalant, casually holding his teacup as he ambled over. Yanlong glanced around and suddenly communicated with the crowd telepathically. To be candid, that girl is actually Luo High City's sister, Luo Yi. What? No way. Chapter 44. My dear girl, it is too soon for you. Alas, I knew you couldn't contain yourself. Yanlong's companions immediately burst into sly laughter, swiftly grasping the intention behind his actions. Luo Haiqing was a dear brother to Su Mu, and Luo Yi was the sister of Luo Haiqing. However, the crucial point was that Luo Haiqing was an unabashed sister-con. Previously, when someone dared to flirt with Luo Yi, Luo Haiqing had summoned the family battleship, prepared to lay waste to the offender's home. They could already envision the scene when Su Mu attempted to flirt with Luo Yi and was subsequently witnessed by Luo Haiqing, which could lead to a bloody catastrophe. I must confess, Luo Haiqing is actually downstairs and can effortlessly catch sight of us. Yanlong's tone carried a hint of pride, eliciting curious glances from the crowd. Goodness, how audacious! Yanlong, the young master, is willing to use himself as bait to draw Su Mu into the fray? Some observed in astonishment. After all, if Luo Haiqing were to witness Yanlong's recent actions, it would be far more severe than mere water splashed. He would surely be in for a world of hurt. Nevertheless, Yanlong remained unperturbed, for there were members of their Tianhe Palace stationed below, ensuring the right moment for Luo Haiqing to look up. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he recalled the crushed pill he had just obtained. It was a Tianyin pill, whose sole purpose was to enhance a female cultivator's allure, rendering others utterly unable to resist. Su Mu, prepare for your demise. Anticipation swelled among the onlookers. Meanwhile, Qian and his companions stood a short distance away, utterly bewildered. What was the matter with these people? Why were they so elated after a failed attempt at flirting? Who knows? Perhaps there was honeybee droppings in their tea. On the other side, Su Mu had approached the young girl, regardless of whether she noticed him, and began to speak. "Hello, miss. May I have the pleasure of getting to know you?" He initially intended to keep it casual, but halfway through his sentence, the girl turned to face him. Su Mu froze, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Xiao Yi, Su Mu Ge," the girl whispered, her face lighting up with delight. Goodness, Su Mu was genuinely astonished. What a small world it was that he could encounter the leading lady while merely strolling about. Luo Yi, the sister of Luo Haichen, one of the prominent female protagonists of the Shenyuan Continent, and future matriarch of the Luo clan. What a serendipitous encounter. Yet, the timing seemed amiss. Su Mu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. In the original narrative, his meeting with her should have occurred much later when he was on the verge of being forsaken by all. The protagonist, Chen Shu, had meticulously orchestrated a scheme to sever Su Mu's last support, Luo Haichen, while simultaneously seeking to acquire the Luo family's influence. This led to both Su Mu and Luo Yi disappearing for a time. Under Chen Shu's manipulation, everyone believed that Su Mu harbored ulterior motives towards his dear brother's sister, even going so far as to accuse him of kidnapping and coercion, condemning him in the process. Little did they know that at that time, Su Mu and Luo Yi were busy evading capture. Reflecting on this, Su Mu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. To be honest, Luo Yi was the most unfortunate female protagonist he had ever encountered, without a doubt. In the original narrative, Su Mu and Luo Yi find themselves ensnared and subsequently exiled to a desolate expanse, a wilderness within the realm of cultivation fraught with peril. The duo struggles desperately for survival, facing relentless adversities. One day they consume a poisonous mushroom. The next they are bitten by venomous insects while resting in a tree. And on the following day, they unexpectedly plunge into a swamp. An array of calamities befalls them. To ensure Luo Yi's survival during their initial ordeal, Su Mu exerted considerable effort, cunningly playing along with the circumstances, all under the pretext of safeguarding a hostage. In Su Mu's eyes, Luo Yi is indeed a troublesome companion. The young woman's gaze lingers on Su Mu, imbued with a hint of surprise and nostalgia. She absent-mindedly brushes a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her attention fixed on the dazed boy before her, her expression somewhat dreamy. Unbeknownst to her, she recalls a previous life when the boy, in a valiant bid to rescue her from the swamp, had transformed himself into a muddy figure. A smile graces Luo Yi's lips. "You, my dear bandit, are rather inept in your craft." Yet, during that time, she found joy. Su Mu's eyes rove over her. In his childhood, he had indeed encountered Luo Yi, back when she was less the object of adoration and more a playful companion who enjoyed outings with her brother. However, subsequent events led to years of separation, during which he learned that Luo Yi had been diligently practicing in seclusion, seldom appearing in public. "What brings you here?" Su Mu refrains from using the childhood nickname Xiao Yi, a slip of the tongue rather than a deliberate choice. Luo Yi has transformed entirely. Once a round and adorable child, she is now a graceful young woman. Her form is fluid as water, her eyes radiant with warmth. He sneaked out, Su Mu Ji. "There has been a bit of a situation," she replies, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she lifts her teacup, cradling it before her. Su Mu suddenly recalls a recent conversation with Luo Haicheng, who mentioned a conflict within the family regarding Luo Yi. However, as this is a matter of her household, Su Mu finds himself disinterested. Moreover, with Luo Yi being the female protagonist, his perspective has shifted entirely. His curiosity has waned. Not far away, Yen Long and his companions are visibly exhilarated. Look, this Su Mu truly deserves the title of the foolish admirer of Qing Jing Ro. How could he engage so awkwardly with a girl? She hasn't even spared him a glance. Indeed, just look, she is already signaling for him to leave by sipping her tea. Su Mu remains oblivious to the unfolding dynamics, much to the amusement of those nearby. In contrast, Qian Kuan and his companions exhibit a more subdued demeanor, beginning to question if the events in the confinement room were merely coincidental. Yen Long, brimming with excitement, envisions the forthcoming scene. Under the influence of Tian Yen Dan, Su Mu becomes infatuated, poised to make a bold advance toward the young lady from the Luo family. Just then, Luo's elder brother, Luo Haicheng, glances up from below, witnessing the spectacle. However, something feels amiss. Yanlong discreetly surveys the surroundings. Should T-Lord Chun Shu have arrived by now? Where is he? We need a hero to save the damsel. Before the small case table, Sumoi's nostril flared in curiosity. Did you bring a sachet? No, I didn't. Then why does it smell so delightful? Luo Yi's slender figure stiffened, her earlobes tinged with a delicate blush. Could it be that Su Mu was attempting to flirt with me? The young girl continued to cradle her teacup, stealing furtive glances at Su Mu from the corner of her eye. I see. Then I shall take my leave. Su Mu waved his hand dismissively, turning to depart. Engaging with the female protagonist was undeniably cumbersome, and besides, the moment for her role had yet to arrive. Su Mu had no desire to entangle himself. Moreover, he had fulfilled his obligations, and it was time for Yanlong and his associates to remain silent. Wait. Luo Yi suddenly rose, her tone urgent. The reason she had endured grievances at home, choosing not to venture elsewhere, but rather to come to Ling Shao Wangxia, was undoubtedly to wait for Su Mu. Chapter 45. Would you care to listen to what you were saying? Wait. Luo Yi suddenly stood up. She had been waiting here specifically for Su Mu. In her previous life, it was here that Su Mu had kidnapped her, and together they roamed the world. Although she herself was uncertain if she would encounter Su Mu at this moment, she instinctively came. The unreasonable demands from the elders in her family had left the young woman utterly exasperated, and even her brother advised her to endure it. Yet, she did not wish to endure any longer. She had already suffered for many years. Luo Yi no longer sought the path of immortality. If the price of eternal life was missing Su Mu, she would rather embrace the fleeting moments of life. Were you not seeking to strike up a conversation with me? Why turn and leave without exchanging communication tokens? Luo Yi was exceedingly anxious. After much effort, she had finally arrived at this opportunity. Fate had conspired for her to meet Su Mu, and she would not let him slip away easily. Thus, in a moment of desperation, Luo Yi suddenly grasped Su Mu's hand and pulled him into an embrace. Sumo. Feeling the softness of her arms, a chill surged through Su Mu's body, and he wondered what this eager expression from her could possibly mean. What are you doing? Hey, Miss, Su Mu said, his tone tinged with helplessness. He prepared to feign ignorance, secretly conveying that he had approached her as part of a bet with someone else. Upon reflection, I think I should prioritize my life. If this flirtation succeeds, your brother will surely kill me. He invoked Luo Haicheng as a shield, hoping she would relent and allow him to leave. For reasons unknown, the seasoned actor's intuition warned him that something was about to go awry. Not far away won the world. Yanlong and his companions were dumbfounded. What was unfolding before them was utterly incomprehensible, especially for Yanlong. He was completely bewildered. This is not what we had planned. Did the Tianyin Dan have this effect? Wasn't it supposed to enhance feminine charm? Why is it the opposite now? And such remarkable results for such a low price? Yanlong shook his head vigorously, suddenly recalling something, and thought to himself that this was bad. He quickly turned to look in another direction. The structure of Ling Shao Wangxia was relatively light and airy, with many areas partially concealed. Moreover, since Luo Yi was by the window, her view was unobstructed, making her easily visible even from below. Thus, in the despairing gaze of Yanlong, Luo Haicheng, who was engaged in a lively conversation with a female cultivator downstairs, was suddenly splashed by a droplet of water. Frowning, he looked up and immediately saw his sister tightly clutching Su Mu's arm. Luo Haicheng! He instantly petrified, as if turned to stone. Others nearby noticed the scene as well. Some were curiously inquiring, while others simply looked up. Among those who glanced over were also other members of the Luo family who recognized Luo Yi. What in the world? In this moment, it is impossible to discern whether the feelings are those of awe or terror. They can hardly believe what their eyes have beheld. What have I just witnessed? Is that truly Sister Luo Yi? Was she not meant to be with her family? What is she doing here? But that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that she is embracing a man. Who could he possibly be? It is Su Mu, a voice filled with despair. resonates among the crowd. An immediate silence envelopes them as they all turn to gaze at Luo Haichin. Ha ha ha. Just upstairs, Qian Kuan and his companions burst into laughter, brimming with pride. Look at this. I told you my elder brother is a master in romance. Behold, witness the stark contrast. All present are cultivators. And when Su Mu conversed with Luo Yi, he did not make a conscious effort to conceal his words, allowing everyone to hear what he said. As for the subsequent dialogue, Su and Luo communicated telepathically, leaving the others in the dark. Consequently, to Qian Kuan and his group, Su Mu merely inquired if he could make an acquaintance, and then the lovely maiden responded in kind. This is simply astounding. Truly, he is my elder brother. Are you not impressed? Who else can compare? Chun Yi raised his chin, his demeanor even more arrogant than Yen Long's had been moments prior. In my opinion, it is merely that certain individuals lack capability and charm. Look at how effortlessly my brother accomplishes this. Qian Kuan cast a sidelong glance, his posture exuding an air of disdain. They remain ignorant of Luo Yi's true identity, as Yen Long had only shared this information with his close circle during their telepathic exchange. Qian Kuan silently vowed that from now on, anything Su Mu requests of him would become his lifelong creed. Yen Long, however, was enveloped in an unusual silence, having noticed the peculiar occurrences down below with Luo Haichin. It is over, utterly over. This plan has deviated completely from what was envisioned. Why has Su Mu not been affected by the Tianyindan? Why is Luo Yi displaying such eagerness towards him? Why is Qin Shu yet to make an appearance? Will I be the one to bear the consequences? At this juncture, even though Qin Shu is his superior, Yen Long could not suppress a flicker of disdain and reproach towards his incompetent ally. I initiated the engagement. Damn it, no one is following. Oh right, Qian Kuan feigned a sudden recollection, dramatically slapping his forehead. How could I have nearly forgotten? We made a wager, young Master Yen. You do remember that you owe an apology, don't you? Yen Long's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, and he could only force himself to respond. Oof. Our competition is in the art of courtship. Even if Su Mu is holding someone else's hand, it does not imply he has triumphed. Do you care to hear what you are saying? Qian Kuan replied with a look of disdain. You're not attempting to weasel out of this, are you? He had already devised a plan. Should Yen Long attempt to evade his obligation, he would ensure this incident was broadcasted far and wide, turning him into a notorious hypocrite across the entire Shenyuan Continent. Yet, Yen Long harbored similar thoughts. Apologizing? He would rather die than concede to such a thing. If he were to proceed with such actions, his life would be irrevocably ruined, and his reputation would descend to a level more outrageous than that of Su Mu's current plight. In that eventuality, the companions surrounding him would not mock Su Mu, but rather him, Yen Long. At this moment, he could only silently pray for Chun Shu to appear swiftly. Meanwhile, Su Mu hastily withdrew his hand, his expression filled with alarm. What are you doing, dear lady? Did you not wager with them? As Su Mu turned to leave, Luo Yi, visibly anxious, quickly communicated telepathically. If that is the case, let us pretend not to know each other and start as mere acquaintances, shall we? Do you not wish to strike up a conversation with me? Su Mu responded. Well, how should I put it? When a younger sister of his good friend displayed such an attitude before him, even with Su Mu's thick skin, he began to question whether there was something amiss within himself. In response, Su Mu calmly waved his hand and said no need. Chapter 46. I never expected you to be this kind of person, no. Thank you. Su Mu waved his hand, declining the other suggestion. Although he had known Luo a few times in their childhood, they hadn't seen each other in over a decade, rendering their relationship akin to that of strangers. Moreover, and most importantly, Luo Yi was the protagonist. Despite her role not yet being prominent, Su Mu was resolute in avoiding any entanglements with her, harboring no desire whatsoever. The mere thought that he could inadvertently trigger a butterfly effect, leading to a collapse of the subsequent narrative, filled him with dread. Would that not imply he would need to traverse the plot anew? Would he ever return home? Thus far, the female protagonist had exhibited various flaws. With only Su Haining appearing reliable among them, the others were lacking. Su Mu felt a sense of helplessness. What was Qin Shu doing? The heroines were faltering. Yet he remained uninvolved. He exhibited no sense of duty as the male lead, leaving Su-mu, the expendable antagonist, to toil endlessly. Wait, Su-mu paused momentarily. Based on his current experiences, everyone in this world was not merely one-dimensional as depicted in the original narrative. They possessed their own thoughts and lives, particularly the female protagonists, each one distinct and possessing a unique mindset. If that were the case, perhaps they were not merely following a rigid storyline, but rather had their own perspectives. Su-mu pondered. However, despite this, they remained protagonists, with fundamental traits still intact. He couldn't help but reflect on the narrative since his rebirth. Thus far, it seemed there had been nothing normal. Yet, every plot point that was meant to occur had transpired without exception. This indicated that future events would undoubtedly evolve as well. Su-mu's gaze flickered. Since the narrative would change, the protagonist's actions would also adapt, yet their fundamental positions remained unaltered. It would be wiser for him to take a more proactive stance, seeking ways to cooperate with the protagonist's endeavors, ensuring the narrative unfolded as intended. As for the ultimate outcome, that was beyond his concern. After all, he was merely an expendable antagonist, and his likely fate would be to perish in the shadowed grounds, at which point he could finally return home. With this thought, Su-mu felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders, and many of his long-standing confusions began to unravel. Previously, he had regarded these heroines as mere paper dolls, NPCs, entirely overlooking their inherent agency. But that led him to ponder what had caused Luo-yi to undergo a transformation. Su-mu fell into contemplation. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier oddity and cast a glance toward Yanlong. Indeed, this individual's behavior was exceedingly erratic and exaggerated. His presence seemed to rival that of the protagonist. Why? Su-mu's mind raced, quickly recalling a pertinent detail from the original work, which mentioned that the Tianhe Palace had numerous hidden agents among the 10 great families, activated at critical moments. Now, knowing that Qinshu had ventured to the Yuming pool, he surmised that an encounter with the Elder was inevitable. This meant that Qinshu currently held sway over the Tianhe Palace, and Yanlong was affiliated with it? Was Yanlong working on Qinshu's behalf? Upon this realization, Su-mu felt as if the clouds had parted, revealing the moon. Indeed, Luo-yi, being the heroine, must surely engage in actions that serve the male protagonist. What, then, could be the purpose of Luo-yi's current display of affection towards Su-mu? It soon dawned on him, inciting jealousy as well as provoking enmity. This would not only deepen Qinshu's hatred for Su-mu, the villainous supporting character, but also prompt Qinshu to take notice of the heroine, fostering a sense of jealousy that would lead him to cherish her even more. Eureka! Su-mu's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. It must be so. He marveled at the formidable narrative resilience of this world, able even to redirect the male protagonist's trajectory in such circumstances. Moreover, Su-mu had just come to the realization that he could not rigidly adhere to the script. He needed to actively engage with the behaviors of the protagonists. Thus, he halted his departing steps, turned to face Luo-yi, and, drawing upon his seasoned acting skills, began to play along. Are you suggesting we start as ordinary friends? Though a hint of confusion lingered in his mind. After all, he had previously played the role of a jealousy-inducing tool. He pondered why she had chosen him. Surely it couldn't be merely due to his looks. Ah well, a tool is a tool. Supporting characters are meant for such roles. Ordinary friends? The young girl's expression dimmed momentarily, but then she recalled something. Her delicate fists clenched as she nodded vigorously. Yes, even as ordinary friends, I wish to be with you. I shall never part from you again. Su-mu observed the rapid and intricate shifts in Luo-yi's gaze, a blend of tenderness, regret, and steadfast affection that made him acutely aware of having encountered a worthy adversary. Wow, what a remarkable talent. No wonder she is the heroine. Her acting prowess is nearly surpassing my own as a seasoned performer. Then let us begin with introductions. Luo-yi inhaled deeply, reminding herself to remain composed. My name is Luo-yi, from the Luo family. And you? Su-mu. Su-mu nearly rolled his eyes internally. What an elaborate display. They had known each other since childhood, having called each other by their nicknames, and now they were engaging in formal introductions. It was evident that, as the heroine, Her thoughtfulness was commendable. Thus, they began to interact, creating a sense of urgency for the male protagonist while avoiding irreparable rifts in trust. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Now, may we sit down and converse? Luo Yi inquired with eager anticipation. Of course. Sumu replied with a hearty smile. While he may not excel at being the primary focus, he was certainly adept at supporting roles. He readily took her hand once more, leading her towards a seat. Luo Yi felt her heart race in that fleeting moment. Am I blushing now? Surely I am. I wonder what Sumu would think. The young girl lifted her gaze, meeting Sumu's gentle eyes. Then, Miss Luo, what would you like to drink? Meanwhile, not far away, Qian glanced at Yanlong, whose face appeared ashen. What should we say now? Should we hurry and bow to my elder brother first and settle the rest later? Humph. Yanlong gritted his teeth and coldly scoffed. Did you not hear what they just said? It all began with ordinary friends, which is not an ambiguous relationship. Do you truly believe that? Qian gazed at him as if he were a fool. Do you hold hands when you go out with your friends, or good brothers? Not that it's impossible. Wait, no. Yanlong suddenly realized the implications of his previous words and quickly waved his hands in denial, having been preoccupied with observing Luo Haiqing. I did not mean it that way. What I meant, oh dear, it's hard to articulate. In any case, Sumu has not yet achieved success. Our wager is far from over. At this moment, Qian was no longer concerned with the details of the bet. His expression towards Yanlong shifted to one of peculiar strangeness, tinged with wariness and detachment, as if to say, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Yanlong felt a surge of anger, but suddenly noticed Luo Haicheng ascending the stairs, compelling him to suppress his fury and observe silently. Soon enough, Luo Haicheng reached the 6th floor. Chapter 47. There s a mole. Cease transactions. To Yanlong's astonishment, Luo Haicheng ascended to the 6th floor without immediate outburst. He merely sat down in a corner with an impassive expression, quietly observing Sumu and Luo Yi. What? Is that all? Yanlong was utterly bewildered. Aren't you supposed to be infatuated with your sister? Sumu is currently pursuing your sister. Show some reaction. Suddenly, Luo Haicheng raised his hand. Yanlong's eyes widened, believing a confrontation was imminent. Instead, hey, come over here. Luo Haicheng summoned a servant, whispering something into the latter's ear while handing over several large pieces of elemental stones. The servant immediately smiled, leaned down to whisper back, and soon after, Luo Haicheng abruptly lifted his head, gazing in Yanlong's direction. A chill surged through Yanlong, reaching the very crown of his head. An aura of lethal intent. He sensed an almost tangible murderous energy. Where's Lord Qinshu? I can't maintain control of this situation. Yanlong felt despondent, contemplating how he might escape Ling, Xiao, Wang Xie unscathed. On the other side, Sumu and Luo Yi were holding hands by the window, their faces beaming with joy, clearly engrossed in delightful conversation. Yanlong discreetly recorded the unfolding events with a crystal recording stone, then communicated the situation to Qinshu via a messaging jade tablet, fervently hoping for a swift arrival. This is not right. Yanlong was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Wasn't it said that Miss Luo was not to be approached by outsiders? And yet here they were, holding hands so soon? Wasn't it also claimed that Luo Haicheng was obsessively protective of his sister? Why wasn't he intervening? Sumu is supposedly worthless and irritating. What is happening now? If that were the case, why was my exquisite pill ineffective? Yanlong was baffled, but he could not afford to remain idle. Thus, he suddenly rose, drawing the astonished gazes of those around him as he made his way towards Luo Yi once more. It must be the exquisite pill that is flawed. I must give a poor review. Yanlong was incensed. However, he absolutely could not allow Sumu to truly connect with her. In his view, Sumu had merely exchanged a few words with her, and Luo Yi had immediately expressed a desire to be friends. Surely, the earlier approach was flawed. With that thought, he strode up to Luo Yi, forcing a suave smile, attempting to touch the girl's shoulder. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am, get lost. The girl's expression was devoid of warmth. If you dare to touch me, you can forget about this hand today. having lived a sheltered life within her family. Luo Yi had never permitted anyone, apart from Luo Haicheng, to touch her. Naturally, this excluded Su Mu. Yin Long's expression stiffened, yet he remained undeterred. How is my approach any different from Su Mu's? Why the disparity in results? He spoke again. Miss Luo, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Do you recall the gentleman named Chen I mentioned earlier? Indeed, upon hearing this, Luo Yi's expression became increasingly grim. She was well aware of who the person surnamed Chen was, and although she had yet to meet him, the nauseating feeling had already begun to linger in her mind. Let me reiterate, I have no interest. Moreover, I harbor a disdain for all individuals with the surname Chen, particularly the younger men currently cultivating in the Holy Land. With such words spoken, it was evident to those present. I know who you are connected to, but I have no desire to engage with him. Su Mu's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Previously, he had presumed that Luo Yi's friendly demeanor was intended to provoke Chen Shu, and now it seemed that was indeed the case. However, it was somewhat perplexing, as in the original storyline, the two should not have known each other at this point. Why did it appear they were quite familiar? Su Mu pondered. Could this also be a result of the butterfly effect in the narrative? Perhaps to facilitate the union of the protagonists, they were allowed to meet earlier? That seemed plausible. Su Mu nodded to himself. Meanwhile, Yin Long was utterly bewildered. He had never divulged specific information about Chen Shu. How could the other party be aware? Could it be there's a mole? The mere thought of this possibility sent a shiver down Yin Long's spine, caught in a dilemma. Simultaneously, in a pitch-black valley, there lay an inn beneath the cliffs, bearing the name Rain Swallow. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and a disheveled Chen Shu emerged, having disguised his identity. He had not anticipated that the people at Rain Swallow would be so difficult to deal with. Even verifying a token required an arduous test. This was a disaster. Chen Shu looked up at the sky, his eyes widening. How could it be this time already? He hastily retrieved a communication jade token from his subordinate, which bore information that Yin Long had shared with him long ago. The plan has changed. Su Mu and Luo Yi have become involved. Hurry. Attached was a recorded message. Chen Shu. What transpired? He had merely delayed for a brief moment. How could the plan have devolved into this? Logically, it should have been Chen Shu making advances on Luo Yi, only to be rejected by her. Subsequently discovered by Luo High City, leading to a brotherly rift and public condemnation. What does becoming involved mean? Chen Shu furrowed his brow and quickly activated the subsequent recording. In the image, Su Mu was seen slowly approaching Luo Yi, casually stating, "Hello, miss, may I have the pleasure of your acquaintance?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shu's frown deepened. How could someone with such a painfully straightforward demeanor cause a stir? Yet, in the next moment, Chen Shu's eyes widened in shock. He witnessed Luo Yi turn to meet Su Mu's gaze, suddenly grasp his hand, pulling him into an embrace, and then began to request an exchange of communication jade tokens. Chen Shu, what? What in the world is this? The information provided by Yin Luan indicated that Luo Yi had lived a sheltered life within her family, with minimal interaction with the outside world, especially with peers of the opposite gender, resulting in her innocence and reserved nature. This was a significant reason Chen Shu felt confident in his ability to win her over. Is this what you call subtlety? Chen Shu's face flushed crimson as he tightly gripped the communication jade tablet in his hand. This scene felt eerily familiar. Lately, it seemed that every woman he had taken an interest in, starting with Qing Jingru, had ultimately betrayed him, seeking solace in Su Mu's embrace. No, that couldn't be. Chen Shu forced himself to regain his composure and broaden his thoughts. He was all too aware of Su Mu's character. The information provided by Yin Luan was undoubtedly accurate. It was inconceivable that Luo Yi would engage in such irrational behavior. At this moment, two explanations emerged. The first was that Luo Yi had fallen head over heels for Su Mu, which was utterly implausible. Thus, it was likely that Luo Yi was merely putting on an act for someone else's benefit. But for whom? Chen Shu furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling notion that she might be aware of his scrutiny. As for the second possibility, a flicker of intrigue ignited in Chen Shu's eyes. What if Yin Luan was deceiving him and all the information was mere fabrication? But what could be the motive behind such deception? Just as he was about to dismiss this unfounded speculation, he received the latest message from Yanlong on site. There is a mole. Cease all operations. Chen Shu's pupils constricted instantly. Chapter 48. An awkward situation. There is a traitor. Upon reading this message, Chen Shu stood frozen in place for an extended duration, rendered speechless. The image on the jade talisman continued to play. He observed as Su Mu and Luo Yi exchanged a few words, and suddenly, Su Mu took hold of Luo Yi's hand. The young girl not only did not shy away, but, with a rosy complexion and a look of sheer bliss, entwined Su Mu's arm in her embrace, making it appear as though she were his cherished wife. Chen Shu's teeth clenched in fury, the veins in his palms bulging as he nearly crushed the communication jade talisman. "Ah, Su Mu, it's you again," Chen Shu bellowed in wrath. "I will kill you, at any cost." This was always the case. Whether it was Qing Jingru, Yin, or even Meng Xiaoxiao and Mo Shuangxing, he had even heard rumors of Su Mu's close relationship with a beauty named Nangong Lu. And now, the target he had painstakingly set his sights on, Luo, had also succumbed to the embrace of that man. Chen Shu had completely lost his composure. Anger and jealousy clouded his judgment. He no longer cared about the so-called chief disciple or the Heavenly Harmony Palace, the Yaofeng sacred land, or the Su family. All he desired was Su Mu's demise, at any cost. With this thought, Chen Shu immediately seized Yin Luan's communication jade talisman and sent a message. "Let the ambush within the Su family act tonight. I want Su Mu dead." "Tonight? Act within the Su family? Absolutely not." Yin Luan replied almost instantaneously, betraying a hint of panic. Chen Shu's pupils constricted. He suddenly recalled Yin Long's earlier mention of a traitor among them. Could it be Yin Luan? Meanwhile, Yin Luan was unaware of Chen Shu's current predicament. He only knew that if the assassins were to strike at the Su family, his daughter Yin Yinxiu would undoubtedly face certain death. After all, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu were the ones she had brought along, and they were inextricably linked to this matter. The mere thought that this command could cost his daughter her life prompted Yin Luan to vehemently refuse. Yet he quickly realized there was a flaw in his reasoning and hastily attempted to clarify. However, Chen Shu did not respond to his message. A foreboding feeling suddenly surged within Yin Luan. In the canyon, Chen Shu's expression darkened as he set down the jade talisman, his countenance growing increasingly furious. "So it is you. If the people of the Heavenly Harmony Palace cannot be relied upon, then I must." With this resolve, Chen Shu turned and re-entered the Rain Swallow Tavern. With a resounding slam, the door closed and the night deepened. Within Ling Xiao Pavilion, Yin Long had not anticipated that his insinuations would yield the opposite effect. Not only had Luo Yi's demeanor not improved, it had grown even more hostile. He had previously thought that perhaps he had chosen the wrong moment to speak, but it was now evident that Luo Yi harbored a profound loathing for Chen Shu. It was certain that our actions had been discovered by the other party. Yin Long was increasingly convinced. There must be a traitor within our ranks. Someone who informed the Luo family of our movements. Despite his extraordinary anger, Yin Long hesitated to unleash it. The fact that the other party had not directly confronted him suggested that there was still a final avenue for negotiation, preventing an outright confrontation. Thus, Yin Long ceased his entanglement, forcing an awkward smile before turning away in disarray. Setting aside the fact that their scheme against one another was fundamentally unjust, he was merely a distant branch of the Yin family, with his status and position significantly inferior to those of the legitimate descendants like Su Mu and Luo Yi. The resources effortlessly accessible to them were far beyond his reach in a lifetime. Witnessing Yin Long's humiliation, the other second-generation elites were momentarily left speechless. Those who had previously felt eager to engage were suddenly subdued, casting complex glances at Su Mu, an amalgamation of envy, jealousy, and ire. Su Mu, acutely aware of these scrutinizing gazes, could not help but let out a bitter laugh, marveling at the situation. Truly, the prowess of a leading lady was remarkable. She had deftly used him, the antagonist, as a shield to draw the ire of the male protagonist, Chen Shu, while simultaneously inciting resentment from these affluent youths. Was he merely a scapegoat for Chen Shu? Su Mu felt a sense of resignation. It was evident that the leading lady could effortlessly achieve dual purposes with her actions. However, there were still some advantages to this predicament. Luo Yi, oblivious to the attitudes of the other second-generation elites, merely noticed the change in the young man's demeanor, sensing that he seemed somewhat displeased. Therefore, she offered, "Shall I give you a massage?" Her smile was radiant. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that bearing the blame had its perks. Today, he could relish a taste of the protagonist treatment. Luo, he was exceedingly gentle with Su Mu, and this scene did not go unnoticed by others. Some, undeterred by the atmosphere, contemplated making their move on Luo. Yet, they could not overlook the menacing gaze of Luo Haicheng lurking in the corner. Indeed, this group of second-generation elites had already recognized Luo Haicheng. He remained seated quietly in the corner, sipping tea without displaying any change in demeanor. However, should anyone dare to approach, he would immediately issue a stern warning with his eyes. The disparity in treatment was glaring. The crowd seethed with jealousy, gritting their teeth. Why could Su Mu pursue Luo Yi, while others were met with resistance? And what of Luo Yi? She seemed indifferent to everyone, yet showered Su Mu with tender care, resembling a devoted wife and provoking a sense of envy in onlookers. What was it about Su Mu that captivated her so? They found themselves utterly perplexed. At that moment, the departing Yanlong suddenly froze, a flush rising to his face. Wait, was this the effect of the Tian Yandan? He had not realized it earlier, but now, having distanced himself from Su Mu, an uncontrollable urge surged within him. Yanlong abruptly turned around, perceiving Luo Yi as exceptionally beautiful, irresistible even, to the point where his desire began to awaken. His gaze gradually lost focus as he raised a hand, intending to approach Luo Yi once more. In the corner, Luo Haicheng's expression darkened to the hue of a soot-covered pot. How audacious of Yanlong to be so oblivious! Not only did he dare to disrupt the budding romance between Su Mu and my sister, but he also displayed such despicable reactions. As a high-ranking cultivator, his gaze was exceptionally sharp, and he swiftly perceived the irregularities in the other's demeanor. Consequently, he immediately rose to his feet and, in a flash, positioned himself behind Yanlong, delivering a powerful strike with an expression that flickered with cold, merciless intent. "What is it that you intend to do?" he demanded. Yanlong abruptly came to his senses, casting a furtive glance over his shoulder, his heart racing in terror. This is the end. Just as he believed his fate was sealed, Su Mu unexpectedly stood up and turned his attention toward them. When did you return? Come and sit." Su Mu gestured for Luo Haicheng to join him, clearly reluctant to be alone with the female protagonist. Although the process had its thrilling moments, it was, after all, the sister of a good brother. To court his sister in front of her. Chapter 49. Are you being affectionate, sister? Su Mu found herself in a rare moment of embarrassment, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts while facing her brother and sister. It was Luo Haicheng who broke the silence first. "What is going on between you two?" Completely at a loss for words, Su Mu merely attributed their presence to coincidence. Luo Yi tilted her head, pouted, and let out a haughty hum, all in one breath. Faced with his younger sister's demeanor, Luo Haicheng felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He refrained from inquiring why she was in such a place, aware that her spirits had not been high of late. "I won't say much, but if you two are really—" Luo Haicheng began slowly. "Stop!" Su Mu exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. "How dare you make such an insinuation? We are merely ordinary friends." She emphasized the last four words, prompting Luo Haicheng to cast a quizzical glance at Luo Yi. Noticing no change in her expression, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Fine, I won't meddle in your affairs. You are both my closest companions. I shall let nature take its course. Speaking of which, why are you back so soon? Did you fail to find target?" Su Mu inquired. "Basalt. Changed my taste lately. I'll visit another place next time," Luo Haicheng replied, instantly reverting to his usual flamboyant persona, reclining in his seat in a casual manner. Unlike Su Mu's earnest character, Luo Haicheng had a revolving door of women in his life, rarely encountering the same one twice. To him, women were akin to garments. with only two individuals he genuinely valued, his loyal brother Su Mu and his sister Luo Yi. In the original narrative of Divine Abyss Continent, the intricate dynamics between Su Mu and Luo Haicheng were not elaborated upon. However, when Su Mu first traversed into this world, he had gradually grown up alongside Luo Haicheng. Their relationship was forged step by step through shared experiences. He was aware that the siblings had faced a tumultuous childhood, having been ostracized by the Luo family for reasons unknown. It was Su Mu who brought them back to the Su household, ensuring they did not succumb to starvation. Though the duration was not extensive, merely 2 to 3 years, it was during this time that the bond between Su Mu and Luo Haicheng blossomed remarkably, sharing every endeavor and earning a reputation as notorious companions in the eyes of others. Yet, only they understood the deeper significance of their connection. This was also the reason why, in the first cycle of the plot, Luo Haicheng was willing to risk his life to uncover the truth behind Su Mu's mysterious demise. At that moment, a group led by Qian Kun rushed over, their faces alight with excitement. "Brother, you are truly incredible." In the presence of Luo Haicheng, they dared not disclose the specifics, but their admiration for Su Mu was palpable. "Brother, please accept us as your underlings." Qian Kun reiterated his request, which left Su Mu feeling somewhat exasperated. Just as he was about to decline, an idea struck him. "Well, it's not entirely out of the question. If you can convince that Yin something long to join me as well, I will recognize your abilities and allow you to follow me from now on." Exchanging glances filled with enthusiasm, Qian Kun and the others nodded in agreement and promptly set off to locate Yin Long. When Yin Long received news, he was momentarily taken aback, yet after a brief contemplation, he readily acquiesced. Su Mu smiled knowingly, as anticipated. "Since you belong to Qinshu, I have presented you with the opportunity to act as a spy. If you fail to seize it now, I shall be at a complete loss." "Big brother." Yin Long's attitude shifted rapidly as he acknowledged his previous misjudgments, candidly admitting that all his earlier doubts stemmed from his own narrow-mindedness. Luo Haicheng, seated nearby, furrowed his brow in silence. He had just witnessed Yin Long's insincere behavior. How could such a person remain in Su Mu's company? A sigh escaped his lips. Since Su Mu chose not to take action, he would step in on behalf of his good friend. If he could ensure that Yin Long lived to see the dawn of the next day, he would be willing to turn his name around. "All right, let's return," Su Mu declared, stretching lazily. "So soon?" The Luo siblings frowned in unison. One hoped Su Mu would linger a while longer with his sister, while the other simply wished to spend more time with him. "It is getting late. We must head back," Su Mu affirmed, waving goodbye to Qian Kun and the others, tossing them a jade token. "This is my communication jade token. You may return. I will naturally reach out to you if needed." "Understood, big brother," Qian Kun replied with a grin, bowing before promptly departing without hesitation. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, he possesses some discernment." As Yin Long prepared to leave, Luo Haicheng's eyes glimmered. He rose with a hearty laugh. "You all can go ahead. I wish to stay and play a little longer. I shall seek you out next time." With that, he too turned away, leaving Su Mu and Luo exchanging glances. Upon reaching the door, Su Mu suddenly noticed that Luo had been following him closely, step for step. He found it rather peculiar. "Isn't it enough that you have successfully irked the male protagonist? Why are you still trailing behind me?" He turned to look at her. "What is the reason for your persistent following?" "Kidaring hertrot, loi kafudlaitli." "Ahem, Su Mu gu. Did you not say we are friends now?" "As a friend. I am currently a runaway, without a place to stay. I was wondering if I might temporarily reside at your home." "No, absolutely not. I refuse." Su Mu sivifti rejected her proposal. He was bewildered, pondering what exactly Luo was up to. As the female protagonist, she ought to adhere to her established narrative. After aiding her earlier this evening, did she truly intend to impose upon him? Surely, she could not be contemplating cohabitation with him. At his words, Luo blinked her large eyes repeatedly, appearing quite pitiable. "Su Mu gu, shouldn't friends help each other? I genuinely have nowhere to go." Su Mu glanced down at her opulent attire, her youthful beauty accentuated by a storage ring adorning her finger. Each piece of equipment he could see was worth no less than 100,000 stones, and yet she claimed to be homeless? Could this excuse be any more pathetic? If you wish, you may wait here for your brother and return with him, or I could go fetch him for you right now. No. Luo grasped Su Mu's sleeve tightly, her voice dropping several notches, rendering her appearance even more pitiable. Brother Su Mu, I have genuinely run away from home, and this time the conflict with my family has escalated significantly. If I return now, they will undoubtedly beat me to death. Can you bear to watch me meet such a fate? The girl's eyes were profound, akin to a serene autumn lake brimming with emotion, causing Su Mu to momentarily lose his composure. Goodness, she is undoubtedly one of the most skilled actresses he has encountered thus far. With just her gaze, she conveyed a tender affection that could easily mislead one into believing she was playfully flirting with her lover. After a moment of silence, Su Mu resolved within himself. Very well, he had come to a realization. After all, the heroines always concoct some mischief, so he would simply do his utmost to cooperate with her. As a malevolent antagonist, that was his role. Chapter 50, The Calm Before the Storm? Something seems amiss. That night, Chen Shu returned once more to the ghostly abyss, sitting alone in silence for an extended period. Despite his inner admonitions to remain calm, the mere thought of Su Mu stirred a tempest of emotions within him. How infuriating! Chen Shu abruptly opened his eyes, his expression twisted in rage as he unleashed a fist upon the ground. With a thunderous crash, the blue stone shattered beneath his strike, and he continued to unleash his fury, as if the stones beneath his feet were the very face of Su Mu. Once a promising youth, he had emerged from the forbidden grounds at the tender age of 6, battling his way forward alone, experiencing triumph after triumph. His cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, and he was never short of admirers, opportunities, or legacies. Yet everything changed upon encountering Su Mu. Suddenly, nothing seemed right. How long had he been in the Holy Land? Not even a week. His childhood friend, Meng Xiao, had betrayed him, while Qing Jingru and Mo Xuanxing publicly humiliated him during the apprenticeship ceremony. Yi Yin even imprisoned him in this ghostly abyss for Su Mu, and he remained trapped to this day. But what of Su Mu? Not only had he befriended the alluring enforcer Nangong Lu at the law enforcement hall, but he had also captured the heart of Luo Yi. Chen Shu was utterly bewildered by these developments. What was it about Su Mu that endeared him to everyone? He was merely a worthless second-generation scion, a mindless sycophant. Why did everyone revolve around him? With a swift motion, Chen Shu produced a jade token inscribed with a message from Yin Luan. The latter elucidated his earlier statements, explaining that the time was not yet ripe for eliminating Su Mu, as he was still within the clan's territory, and taking action would entail significant risks. They could bide their time until the upcoming selection of the chief disciple, manipulating events from the shadows to incite conflict among the factions, prompting others to deal with Su Mu. In fact, Yin Luan had already devised a comprehensive plan, intending to have Yin Long infiltrate Su Mu's circle and incite chaos at a crucial juncture during the selection, unleashing the ancient beast, Ba Huai, sealed within the Holy Land. At that point, the disciples would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties, and countless families and factions would turn their ire upon Su Mu, allowing them to reap the benefits of the ensuing turmoil. Moreover, the young master would make a timely appearance to rescue key figures, establishing connections with them, thus achieving dual objectives. By then, Chen Shu would have firmly established his reputation, reversing his previous setbacks and emerging as a prominent star within the Holy Land, potentially even earning the friendships of the 10 great clans. Yin Luan's words were coherent, and Chen Shu found himself calming down. The plan appeared to be impeccably crafted, yet the notion of an insider traitor lingered in his mind, leaving him indecisive. Perhaps I am overthinking this, he mused. After all, given Yin Luan's position, should he choose to betray them, the repercussions would extend far beyond what I currently perceive. Let Su Mu live for another fortnight. Then, I shall deal with him appropriately. Gritting his teeth, Chen Shu suddenly recalled something. Why, since last night, had there been no word from Yin Long? In the subsequent fortnight, Su Mu experienced the most serene period since the onset of the second narrative arc. There were no entanglements with the protagonists nor any other pressing concerns. Each day, he found solace in his quaint courtyard, indulging in the specially crafted foot massages administered by Meng Xiaoxiao, a delight beyond compare. He suddenly noticed that her footwork had become increasingly adept. Well, was that so? Regardless, since moving into the Su household a fortnight ago, Luo Yi had piqued Su Mu's curiosity with her markedly subdued demeanor. Aside from her habitual visits during designated hours to provoke him, she had engaged in no particularly outrageous behavior. Indeed, Su Mu vaguely recalled the peculiar atmosphere when Luo Yi and Meng Xiaoxiao first met. An oddly familiar tension reminiscent of the initial encounter between Su Haining and Meng Xiaoxiao, thick with an almost palpable hostility that left one breathless. Reflecting on Luo Yi's actions, Su Mu surmised that her presence in his home was likely a scheme to vex Chen Shu, with intentions of long-term residence. Yet, he deemed Luo Yi no longer a cause for concern. His apprehension had shifted towards Su Haining, who, upon returning home, seemed disinterested in familial affairs or intensive training, instead becoming fixated on culinary pursuits. Each day, she concocted new dishes, presenting them to Su Mu for his critique. He vividly remembered the first day he sampled her cooking. One bite had him collapsing on the spot, nearly convincing him that Su Haining had abandoned her pretense and was poised to eliminate him, the future male lead. Moreover, Su Haining had developed a habit, making it a point to poison him with her culinary experiments every afternoon without fail. Su Mu found himself in tears over the plight of a mere supporting character. Indeed, the life of a villainous foil lacked any semblance of dignity. Then, abruptly lifting his gaze, Su Mu turned towards another figure beside Meng Xiaoxiao. It was a gentle maiden, exuding a soft aura, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, clad in a delicate, scanty gauze dress that lent her an air of allure. This was the maid bestowed upon him by Su Haining, procured from her good friend Yin Yinxiu, one of the four renowned for their virtues, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, now referred to as Xiaolon. Su Mu had been taken aback at the time, drenched in cold sweat. Why would you send a killer to my side? He thought, recalling that Xiaolon was an enigmatic assassin temporarily masquerading while residing alongside Yin Yinxiu, also destined to become one of the future female leads. A troublesome situation, indeed. Yet, he could not refuse her presence, for Meng Xiaoxiao had insinuated that with someone of her ilk by his side, it would facilitate a balance of power. Given her own ambiguous origins, Su Mu felt exasperated. What do you mean by someone of your own? I have no allies here. Everyone seems intent on my demise. In addition to the aforementioned individuals, Meng Xiaoxiao also weighed heavily on Su Mu's mind. Recently, she had been unnaturally quiet. Despite her role as an informant for the protagonist Chen Shu, Su Mu had never observed her engaging in any actions that would indicate the transmission of vital information. Was she truly silent, or was her subterfuge simply too intricate for him to discern? Su Mu found himself engulfed in uncertainty. In the previous life, the other party had been lurking by his side, consistently providing Chen Shu with intelligence after Su Mu had fallen into a deep slumber. Recently, Su Mu had been particularly vigilant, yet astonishingly, he had not detected any similar activities. This left him in a state of perplexity. As the protagonist's undercover agent, one must question the efficacy of such skills. Su Mu even entertained the notion that perhaps the surveillance within the Su family was excessively stringent, rendering the other party's movements inconvenient. Consequently, he took the time to revisit the sacred land, only to find Meng Xiaoxiao still indifferent, persistently striving to be a competent maid, attending to Su Mu's daily needs. Occasionally, she would indulge in playful yet audacious disguises. Su Mu could hardly endure it. He would occasionally request Meng Xiaoxiao to massage his back, merely to reveal the fragment of purple veins at the nape of his neck in hopes of sparking her curiosity. Yet, it seemed as if she were oblivious to it all. This female lead is utterly neglectful of her duties. Su Mu's inner thoughts brimmed with disdain. As time passed, the selection for the chief disciple of the sacred land drew near. Chapter 51. The Outer Gate Grand Competition of the Yaofeng Sacred Land. The decade-long selection of the chief disciple has commenced, prompting many disciples who were previously in seclusion to emerge, resulting in a bustling atmosphere within the sacred grounds. The selection for the chief disciple is not merely a singular event. Rather, it comprises three distinct phases. The first segment involves a grand competition among the outer gate disciples, where inner gate disciples do not participate. This competition purely assesses the combat prowess of the practitioners, utilizing a point system to ultimately designate a champion, who will receive focused resources for cultivation and ascend to the inner gate. Other participants will also be rewarded based on their rankings. The second segment entails a trial within a secret realm. Both inner and outer gate disciples partake, entering the sacred land's mystical environment known as the Huchi. Rankings will be determined based on their performances within this realm, with the tradition dictating that the disciple ranked first within the secret realm will be acknowledged as the chief disciple. To qualify for this trial, outer gate disciples must secure a position within the top 1,000 during the grand competition, a restriction that does not apply to inner gate disciples. The final component of this event diverges from combat, serving instead as a form of leisure and entertainment for the disciples of the sacred land, commonly referred to as the bonding assembly. Upon returning to the sacred land, Su Mu was immediately enveloped by discussions among the crowd. Have you noticed? Brother Qinshu, despite being an outer gate disciple, possesses the strength of the Tianyuan realm that is equivalent to the standard of an inner gate disciple. Indeed, I recall during the apprenticeship ceremony, Brother Qinshu was merely at the second tier of the Nahai realm. Who would have anticipated such rapid advancement? Truly a prodigy. It takes me half a year to advance a minor realm. The disparity among individuals is astonishing. In my view, Brother Qinshu is certainly destined to claim the title of first in this year's Outer Gate competition. The crowd nodded in agreement, firmly convinced. The cultivation levels within the Shenyuan Continent are categorized into 10 tiers, ascending from the lowest to the highest as follows: Xuanqi, Ningdan, Hunti, Nahai, Tianyuan, Dixian, Tianxian, Xianwang, Xinzuan, and Xindi. As for realms beyond these, such knowledge eludes those present. The Yaofeng Sacred Land stands as one of the three great sacred lands of the Shenyuan Continent. The typical standard for Outer Gate disciples hovers around the Honey or Nahai realms, a level that would signify leadership within remote regions. The benchmark for Inner Gate disciples is the Tianyuan realm, a level that both Qinshu and Su Mu have attained. I beg to differ. A sudden, melodious voice pierced through the crowd. I believe Sister Nangong may also seize the first place in the Outer Gate competition. Indeed, how could we have overlooked her? The crowd, reminded, experienced a moment of realization. Nangong Shi, the legitimate daughter of the Nangong family, suffered damage to her soul in her youth, forcing her into a decade-long slumber. She commenced her cultivation 6 years ago and has now reached the first tier of the Tianyuan realm. Moreover, she is the sister of Nangong Lu, an official in the law enforcement hall. Upon hearing this, Su Mu could not help but cast his gaze in her direction, feeling a stir within his heart. Nangong Shi, sister to Nangong Lu, one of the female protagonists in the original narrative, would typically be positioned as second in this year's Outer Gate competition, with the first place undoubtedly belonging to the male protagonist, Qinshu. However, Nangong Shi would also become the chief disciple, as the Sacred Land selects one male and one female chief disciple every decade. In simpler terms, these are referred to as the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Countless prodigies engage in fierce competition for this title every 10 years, often at great cost to themselves. Su Mu vaguely recalls that Yin Yinxiu seems to be the holy daughter of the myriad melody Sacred Land. He cannot help but reminisce about her languid demeanor during her stay at the Su family, finding it rather amusing. Ultimately, the true rulers of the Divine Abyss continent are the 10 great families. However, the 3 sacred lands were jointly established by these families, their connections intricate and difficult to discern. This is also a method employed by the 10 great families to recruit untamed talents. The 3 sacred lands consist of the Yaofeng Sacred Land, where Su Mu resides, the Myriad Melody Sacred Land, where Yin Yinxiu is from, and finally, the Tianyuan Sacred Land. As Su Mu makes his way towards his cave dwelling, he has been staying at the Su family lately, as it is undoubtedly more comfortable. Along the way, he overhears numerous discussions regarding the upcoming Outer Set competition, and it seems that the current dark horses are Qinshu and Nangong Shi. It appears my storyline is about to unfold, Su Mu murmurs to himself. Once the second phase of the Secret Realm trial commences, he will follow the original plot and unleash the ancient ferocious beast, Ba Hui. He wonders how many lives will be claimed this time. The youth seems somewhat pensive, yet he acknowledges that he has no choice for the sake of the narrative. Suddenly, Su Mu remembers that he has matters to attend to. According to the original plot, he should have just emerged from confinement in the law enforcement hall, seething with rage, accompanied by a large group of followers seeking trouble with Chen Shu. Thus, Su Mu quickly gathers a sizable entourage, preparing to storm the outer sect competition. However, there is something amiss when he counts his companions. Su Mu furrows his brow. Where's Yin Long? Huh? Has this fellow not shown up? Qian Kuan scratches his head, somewhat indifferent. Who cares? I haven't seen him in half a month. Frankly, I never thought highly of him anyway. He is probably too scared. We can manage on our own. Su Mu ponders for a moment, considering that since Yin Long is associated with the protagonist Chen Shu, he might have been summoned for some task. Very well then, follow me. Before long, the group arrives at the venue for the outer sect competition. On stage, Chen Shu is engaged in a fierce battle with an outer sect disciple, and Su Mu, along with his entourage, approaches the scene. In midair, Yi Yin immediately takes notice and feels a surge of joy. Su Mu has indeed arrived. Due to the large number of participants in the outer sect competition, it has been divided into several arenas, each overseen by an elder responsible for maintaining order. Coincidentally, Yi Yin has been assigned to this location. Although she is only at the Earth Immortal Realm, which pales in comparison to the other elders, she is more than capable of handling battles involving outer sect disciples. The leap from the Tianyuan Mirror to the Earth Immortal Realm may appear minor, yet it signifies a qualitative transformation. Prior to reaching the Earth Immortal Realm, no matter how powerful one may be, they are still merely mortal. Only upon ascending to the Earth Immortal Realm does one's lifespan significantly increase, with boundless vitality allowing one to harness the principles of heaven and earth with every movement. This is the true essence of immortality. Kulme, kulme, kulme. Reveal all those prepared, commanded Su Mu, gesturing to his subordinates. Qian Kuan and the others immediately formed a circle, enclosing the modest arena and drawing the attention of the crowd. What were these individuals up to? Surely, they did not intend to cause a disturbance, did they? It seemed improbable, considering this was the outer sect grand competition. Under the watchful eyes of the elders, they would not dare, as any injury inflicted could lead to grave consequences. After all, the outer sect grand competition was a matter of significant importance concerning the legacy of the sacred land, and the higher-ups would not permit any unruliness. Anyone who chose to act foolishly at this moment would face repercussions far beyond mere confinement. Thus, during the outer sect grand competition, disciples typically resolved their grievances on the arena, contributing to a more harmonious order within the sacred land. However, Su Mu chuckled to himself. He had indeed come to incite chaos today. Moreover, he intended to make a tremendous racket. The louder, the better. Chapter 52. A serious illness requires strong medicine within the venue. Countless spectators were captivated by the scene before them, their faces etched with confusion. Was he always this bold? After all, he was Su Mu. Nothing was beyond his capabilities. At this moment, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, for the statement held an undeniable truth. Suddenly, Yi Yin descended gracefully from the air, coming to rest before Su Mu, her expression gentle as her crimson lips parted. What brings you here? Yi Yan. Su Mu feigned surprise, seemingly oblivious to her status as the elder responsible for this area, and then let out a cold snort. I am, of course, here to seek trouble with Chen Shu. His abrupt change of tone nearly caused Su Mu to stumble over his words. He had the urge to echo the original script, claiming he was there to take revenge on Yi Yin and Chen Shu, but a sudden realization struck him. The narrative had deviated. According to the original storyline, such a declaration would be rather peculiar. Clearing his throat, he spoke anew. Ahem, I am here to confront Chen Shu today. It has nothing to do with you. The matter of him embarrassing me in front of Jing Ro is far from over. Oh, a glimmer of amusement danced in Yi Yan's eyes as she keenly detected the hesitation in Su Mu's words. Indeed, he was not adept at concocting excuses. He had just mentioned me, had he not? Was he truly here to seek her out? A flicker of recognition stirred within Yi Yan, prompting her to recall her previous plans regarding a potential companion. How infuriating! Had it not been for Chen Shu's untimely interference, Su Mu would have already been hers. Why then did she continue to use Qing Jing Ro as an excuse? Her irritation towards Chen Shu intensified, yet upon gazing at Su Mu before her mood brightened considerably. She suppressed her amusement. Revenge, you say? How do you intend to proceed? I am, after all, the elder responsible here and cannot simply stand by. Yi Yan understood that Su Mu possessed a kind heart, and she had also noticed the unusual nature of his actions. If he had truly intended to disrupt the order of the competition, he would not have brought along only a handful of unruly companions. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. What? Why are you not adhering to the expected script? In the original narrative, Su Mu had arrived with his entourage, poised to create chaos, only for Yi Yan to immediately intervene and suppress them, forbidding any disruption to Chen Shu. It was only after Chen Shu's duel concluded that she allowed Su Mu and his companions to enter the venue. But now, Su Mu scrutinized Yi Yan's lovely visage, as if catching a fleeting smile upon her lips. Is that so? What is that expression on your face? As an elder, you should uphold the order. Hurry and expel me. Why did it feel as though she were teasing him? Su Mu was utterly perplexed, determined to exert some pressure. He feigned a stern demeanor. Do not obstruct my path. Even if you are an elder and a woman, I will not be courteous. Are you planning to strike me? Yi Yan feigned ignorance, her tone laced with a hint of confusion and sorrow, fully embodying a delicate demeanor. Su Mu. Something was amiss. What was this playful banter with Yi Yan? Would she truly dare? Yi Yan stepped forward, slightly tilting her head, significantly narrowing the distance between her and Su Mu. An enchanting fragrance wafted to Su Mu's nose. His eyes widened in astonishment as he clearly beheld her fair and delicate neck, along with the alluring depth beneath her collar. Possessing memories from her previous life, Yi Yan had long anticipated Su Mu's arrival, ever since her previous plan to find a companion was abruptly interrupted. She had been seeking opportunities to spend time with him. Now that moment had finally arrived. For this occasion, Yi Yan had taken special care to adorn herself before stepping out that morning. Su Mu, taken avec, instinctively recoiled. What is happening? Is the plot of the female lead about to unravel? Su Mu, you loathe me. Whatever grievances you have, direct them at me. Suddenly, Chen Shu appeared beside them, slowly speaking. His words resonated with authority, instantly capturing the attention of the onlookers and eliciting a sense of admiration within them. Chen Shu felt a pang of irritation. He had been engaged in a fierce competition with someone. Despite the intensity of the battle, he immediately noticed the unusual scene below. Seeing Su Mu leading a crowd to encircle the arena initially thrilled him. Could it be that Su Mu dared to confront me directly at such a moment? What a delightful turn of events. It is well known that the outer set competition is a pivotal occasion for the Sacred Ground's legacy. If Su Mu were to disregard the rules at such a crucial time, he would surely face the wrath of the higher-ups. Even with his father's intervention, this matter would not conclude easily. Chen Shu, feeling a surge of pent-up frustration, welcomed the opportunity presented to him. Excellent. Come on, Su Mu. Let us see you make your move. Just as he began to anticipate the confrontation, Yi Yan unexpectedly descended, engaging in intimate conversation with Su Mu, an unmistakable aura of flirtation surrounding them. Chen Shu. His smile faltered, instinctively clenching his fists as he quickly dispatched his original opponent who had appeared here. Chen Shu had always regarded Yi Yan as his possession and would not permit Su Mu to engage in flirtation with her. Upon the arrival of the protagonist, Su Mu's spirits lifted. Indeed, the male lead always emerges at the most critical moments to diffuse the tension. Su Mu immediately crossed his arms, a playful expression gracing his face. Chen Shu, today I have prepared a grand surprise just for you, he declared, striking a rather arrogant pose and signaling his subordinates to act swiftly. Qian Kuan and the others understood immediately, hastily retrieving a crystal stone from their pockets to publicly display its contents. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. This matter is far from over. You better get out of here. Ha ha! Surrounding the arena, 8 massive light screens began to play simultaneously, ensuring that all spectators could see. The content displayed was identical, showcasing the scene where Chen Shu was publicly humiliated by Qin Jingro during his master acceptance ceremony, forcibly ordered to leave. The audience was taken aback. Most were outer sect disciples who had witnessed the event firsthand and were now reliving the classic moment. Some could no longer contain themselves. Puffed. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Madness. The talent displayed is extraordinary. Each viewing incites laughter anew. The audience erupted in mirth. Chen Shu, momentarily bewildered, gaped in disbelief. What the hell? Su Mu, you deserve nothing but the worst. His realization struck swiftly, his face flushed with rage, and he bellowed vehemently. As the protagonist, despite his unique temperament, he remained a young man. No one could endure such public humiliation. His body trembled violently, the fury on his face unmistakable, his teeth clenched tightly, revealing an ominous ferocity. Su Mu nodded in satisfaction. Yes, indeed, this was a reaction he sought. Yet, the flames of anger needed to be stoked further. Su Mu stepped forward, casting a sidelong glance, exuding an air of arrogance, and provocatively taunted, Chen Shu, do you recall this moment? I went to great lengths to procure this memory crystal just for today, to grant you a delightful surprise. Su Mu laughed heartily, his demeanor overwhelmingly boastful. Do not assume that participating in the outer sect competition grants you any advantage. You dared to embarrass me before Jingro, and now I shall allow you to fully experience that sensation. Chen Shu was incensed. Chapter 53. Nangongshi Chen Shu was furious, his entire being visibly flushed with rage. Sumu. Ah, you will pay for this. Initially, Chen Shu had intended to bide his time, waiting for Yin Wan's plan to take effect, to eliminate Su Mu by subterfuge. However, his patience had worn thin. Su Mu had to be dealt with immediately. Su Mu, do you dare to face me in another duel? Chen Shu roared vehemently. Su Mu merely smirked, his expression dripping with disdain. I came here precisely for this. Watch as I make you call me father. Chen Shu froze. Memories of their first duel flooding back. The embarrassing moment when he had been so flustered by Su Mu that upon regaining consciousness, he had unwittingly uttered the word father. The thought only fueled his fury further. Su Mu, not only do you covet my woman, but you also dare to humiliate me publicly. You have chosen the path to your own demise. Observing Chen Shu's uncontrollable rage, Su Mu felt a surge of elation. Yes, exactly. The angrier he became, the better. In truth, Su Mu did not need to employ such ostentatious tactics. In his previous life, he had merely provoked Chen Shu in a more subdued manner, without resorting to such viciousness. However, the recent deviations in the plot had left him no choice but to act decisively. If he did not implement measures soon, how would he navigate the upcoming narrative tasks? Thus, Su Mu devised a bold stratagem overnight, aiming to irrevocably offend Chen Shu in full view of the crowd, fully exposing their conflict. The greater the uproar, the better. The more spectators were aware of the situation, the more advantageous it would be. Su Mu had meticulously planned this. In the original narrative, his pent-up resentment from repeatedly clashing with Chen Shu had culminated in an explosive release during a trial in a secret realm, leading him to unleash an ancient beast. Yet, now the story had diverged. Chen Shu's resentment was evidently far more intense than Su Mu's. Hence, Su Mu began to escalate the conflict intentionally, crafting a stage for the protagonist, Chen Shu. If Chen Shu could defeat him soundly today and humiliate him, the protagonist's reputation would be restored in full. Afterward, when Su Mu had suffered such a public disgrace, his psyche would shatter, justifying his unleashing of the ancient beast in the secret realm. The rationale for such actions would be far more plausible now. As Su Mu contemplated this plan, he couldn't help but marvel at his own ingenuity. I am truly a genius. With both the male and female leads unreliable, it falls to me to patch things up for them. The ensuing narrative would present no issues. Suddenly, Su Mu lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Chen Shu. Observing Chen Shu's imposing and righteous demeanor, Su Mu burst into laughter, drawing forth a golden spear from his ring, pointing it defiantly at Chen Shu. Chen Shu, come and fight. Wait. A melodious voice interjected, as a young woman descended from the outskirts, positioning herself before Su Mu, her gaze resolute. Allow me to fight in Su Mu's stead. Su Mu gasped in surprise. What? Meng Xiaoxiao has arrived? In the arena, Meng Xiaoxiao, clad in a flowing gown and wielding a sword in one hand, exuded an aura of formidable grace despite her slender figure. The crowd was momentarily rendered speechless. What kind of development was this? Yi Yan's brows slightly furrowed. She naturally remembered Meng Xiaoxiao, having interacted with her in a previous life and encountered her a few times in this one. Why was she fighting on behalf of Su Mu? What was their relationship? Wasn't Su Mu only fixated on that woman, Qing Jingru? It was actually Meng Xiaoxiao. On the arena, Chen Shu's expression was exceedingly grim. He had anticipated that today's battle with Su Mu would undoubtedly encounter complications, but he never expected that the first person to appear would be his childhood sweetheart. So, it seems you have indeed betrayed me? Why? Chen Shu's thoughts churned with bitterness and rage. Why must you abandon me for Su Mu? What merits does that worthless Su Mu possess? Chen Shu's grip on the black sword tightened even further. He had once been unable to believe that Meng Xiaoxiao had truly betrayed him, merely harboring suspicions. He had also considered whether Su Mu, after winning her over, might use Meng Xiaoxiao as a trump card, revealing her at a crucial moment. Yet, he never imagined it would be exposed in such an abrupt manner. Why? Chen Shu's words were cold. He genuinely wished to inquire. What has Su Mu offered you? Or perhaps, what has the Su family bestowed upon you? That you could forsake our years of friendship? Meng Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a cold smile, offering no response. Her actions today were undoubtedly the result of profound contemplation. In her previous life, Su Mu had been severely injured by Chen Shu during the competition and publicly humiliated. It was precisely because of this that Su Mu's mentality had shattered, leading him to unseal the ancient ferocious beast under the influence of others, subsequently plunging into an irretrievable abyss. As someone who had once stood by Chen Shu's side, Meng Xiaoxiao was acutely aware that all of this was part of a scheme, aimed at utterly eliminating Su Mu and delivering a devastating blow to the Su family. After her rebirth, Meng Xiaoxiao had resolutely vowed that no one would harm Su Mu again. No one. If anyone dared to threaten Su Mu, they would have to tread over her corpse. Meng Xiaoxiao could no longer bear to witness that gentle youth descend into depravity. She did not wish to lose him again. Chen Shu and Meng Xiaoxiao faced each other, their auras clashing. Su Mu stood there, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? He had envisioned countless scenarios of battling Chen Shu, even contemplating how to lose in a manner that would be reasonable and elevate the male lead's prestige. Yet, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not have anticipated the current situation. Why was Meng Xiaoxiao intervening? This twist was entirely absent from the original plot. Su Mu felt a surge of frustration. Could you, the female leads, refrain from adding unnecessary drama? Just moments ago, Yin had done the same. One after another, they were deviating from the script. Suddenly, Su Mu recalled that during his confinement not long ago, the other female leads had been quite unruly, while only Meng Xiaoxiao had remained unaffected. He had foolishly placed high hopes on Meng Xiaoxiao, believing her to be a refreshingly normal female lead. Now it seemed what normalcy was there. Had the drama escalated to this extent? Su Mu could not comprehend, and he quickly raised his hand to tug at Meng Xiaoxiao's sleeve. This matter between Chen Shu and me has nothing to do with you. It does matter. Meng Xiaoxiao displayed an expression of unwavering determination. As a devoted follower of Brother Mu, I am naturally prepared to brave any peril. Su Mu replied, I truly appreciate your professional integrity. However, could you perhaps devote some attention to your primary role and focus on being the leading lady? He forced a smile, ready to offer further counsel. Wait. A melodious and charming voice interrupted, and someone gracefully descended into the scene. Su Mu's heart sank as he quickly turned to look. Before him stood a young lady, her steps light and graceful. Is that Nangong Shi? Su Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. How could the new female lead appear at this moment? Nangong Shi, one of the heroines of the divine Abyss continent and the elder sister of Nangong Lu, was clad in a flowing robe and carried a large guzheng upon her back. She stepped forward, positioning herself between Chen Shu and Su Mu, her tone resolute. This battle is meant for me. Sumu exclaimed, huh? Chapter 54. Interconnected? Nangongshi stood between the two. Sumu's eyes widened in astonishment. Nangongshi, the most uniquely charismatic heroine of the Shenyuan Continent, favored donning a light-colored Taoist robe. With a colossal, enigmatic gujing slung across her back, her hair adorned with a slanted pin, and her beauty ethereal as a dream. In the original tale, she was the sole woman who captivated the protagonist, Qinshu, at first sight. Nangongshi parted her cherry lips slightly. This battle should be mine. She turned her head towards her dear friend Yi Yin, forcing herself to refrain from glancing at Sumu, her gaze resolute. This was the final match of the outer sect competition. As per protocol, it should now be my battle against this individual. Yi Yin instantly grasped her best friend's intention, though still somewhat puzzled. You wish for my assistance to confront Qinshu? While it sounds reasonable, doesn't the timing of her appearance seem a tad too fortuitous? Sumu was also engulfed in doubt. The timing of Nangongxi's emergence was uncanny, coinciding perfectly with her impending duel against Qinshu, with Meng Xiaoxiao stepping in to fight on her behalf. It appeared as though Nangongxi intended to replace Sumu in the contest. Sumushu had heaved vehemently. That is impossible. As the narrative's heroine, Nangongxi's allegiance undoubtedly lay with Qinshu. Her choice to appear now, could it possibly imply? A light dawned in Sumu's eyes. Indeed, her arrival at such a moment, insisting on the continuation of the outer sect competition, must be to thwart Sumu's plan to humiliate Qinshu, preserving the male protagonist's dignity. How remarkable, the heroine indeed. Her timing is rife with stratagems. No, as Yi Yin and Nangongxi were on the verge of reaching an understanding, Meng Xiaoxiao hurriedly stepped forward. Qinshu has offended my Muji. This battle must be fought by me. What? My Muji. At this proclamation, Qinshu, Yi Yin, and Nangongxi turned their piercing gazes towards her, their eyes brimming with intense hostility, seemingly questioning the meaning behind such a title. I almost forgot. Meng Xiaoxiao is a follower of Sumu. She had referred to him in that manner before. Yi Yin's beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Why does she not use such an affectionate term for Sumu? This will not do. She must devise a title of her own. Suddenly, a sense of inexplicable urgency washed over Yi Yin, prompting her to reconsider her long-term companion plan, seeking another opportunity. With this thought, she quickly raised her hand. This is the arena for the outer sect competition. Disciples are free to challenge one another, but the finals should take precedence. You. Meng Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anger brewing within her, sensing that Yi Yin was deliberately obstructing her from aiding Muji. Despite her discontent, Yi Yin's status as an elder compelled her to comply. The girl suddenly had a revelation. Throughout the selection tournament, disciples were permitted to challenge one another. Why not wait for their finals to conclude before I take the stage again? Meng Xiaoxiao's spirits soared, brimming with anticipation. Thank you. Nangongxi offered a gentle smile to her dear friend, her expression filled with gratitude. With a swift motion, she leaped onto the stage, assuming a poised stance and facing Qinshu. Come on. Qinshu, momentarily taken aback, stood there in a daze. The anger from his previous humiliation by Sumu having dissipated into the ether. The allure of Nangongxi before him was simply overwhelming. Her demeanor was deep and tranquil. Her beauty unparalleled, with a slender waist and straight, elegant legs. It was as if every aspect of her form resonated with his aesthetic sensibilities. Thus, Qinshu found himself in no rush to engage in the competition. He first brushed his hair back and then revealed a warm smile. I am Qinshu. May I inquire how to address this esteemed junior sister? Nangongxi furrowed her delicate brows. She was well aware of who Qinshu was. In her previous life, she had nearly perished at his hands, the memory etched vividly in her mind. Their paths had crossed during the outer sect competition, where Qinshu not only defeated her, but also taunted her with his words. She had immediately sensed his unworthiness and felt a profound aversion towards him. The girl narrowed her eyes, gazing at him. To be candid, Qinshu's appearance was not unpleasing. On the contrary, he was quite handsome, exuding a sunny disposition. His speech gentle, and blessed with the advantage of possessing a fragment of the purple pattern. enhanced by the will of the heavens. Typically, a stranger encountering Chen Shu for the first time would harbor fond feelings towards him. Yet, Nan Gongxi remained expressionless as she retrieved the guzheng from behind her, positioning it before her. I have not disclosed my name to you. Prepare to receive my challenge. With her graceful fingers, she plucked the strings, releasing a melodious sound that resonated throughout the arena. Chen Shu's complexion changed drastically as he hastily summoned his inner energy. Could it be that she is a master of the sound path? The art of sound is exceedingly enigmatic, with its means of attack being difficult to predict. However, Chen Shu remained unperturbed, for he understood the critical weakness of practitioners of the sound path. Their defense is often feeble. Without hesitation, he activated his energy and, employing agile footwork, rapidly closed the distance to Nan Gongxi. Yet, she seemed to anticipate his move, vanishing from her spot and reappearing on the opposite side of the arena. Furrowing his brow, Chen Shu altered his trajectory in pursuit, only for Nan Gongxi to evade once more. The two engaged in a relentless dance of shifting directions, their battle devolving into a stalemate, leaving the audience in stunned silence. How could the finals unfold in such a manner? Were they merely playing hide and seek? Yian's brows knitted with concern as she quickly grasped the situation at hand. Nan Gongxi, utilizing her ranged attacks and agile movements, evaded Chen Shu's persistent pursuit, who was simultaneously on the defensive. Should Chen Shu falter in his defense, or if Nan Gongxi were to be caught, defeat would swiftly follow. This had transformed into a pure tug-of-war, a contest of their mutual reserves of energy. Su Mu, however, observed with great interest. In her previous life, she had been cast out of the venue at this juncture, unable to witness the interplay between the male and female leads. Now, she could watch up close, her heart brimming with awe. The two leads were indeed playing a unique game, their flirtation expressed in such an unconventional manner. She fled, he pursued. She seemed to have wings, yet could not escape. In a moment, Su Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him, primarily because he was not required to participate. The narrative unfolded smoothly on its own. This familiar sense of security was truly delightful. Bradermu, mengieo aproximo sida, displaying no interest in the battle taking place on stage. Regardless of who emerged victorious, it bore no consequence for her. If Nan Gongxi lost, Meng Xiaoxiao would ascend to the stage for a duel with rightful claim. If Nan Gongxi triumphed, she could still muster the audacity to drag Chen Shu into a rematch, provided the opponent had not completely lost their fighting spirit. By the way, what brings you here? Su Mu inquired, perplexed. In the original storyline, you were not present at this juncture. What on earth has transpired? Meng Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze and retrieved a food box from her storage ring, extending it toward Su Mu with both hands. This is what Miss Su Haining prepared for you today. She specifically instructed me to deliver it to you. I didn't anticipate that upon my arrival, I would witness Chen Shu provoking others, which I found utterly irresistible. The young girl smiled sweetly, appearing somewhat bashful. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that this was all due to Su Haining. Could this also be a manifestation of the butterfly effect? Chapter 55. What if the protagonist were to be killed? The battle on the stage raged on. Below, as Meng Xiaoxiao recounted the events in intricate detail, Su Mu nodded in understanding. This scenario made sense. The early returning Su Haining seemed to have strayed from her previous obsession with family affairs, now fervently engaged in the culinary arts. Thus, could this be today's poison? Su Mu's expression twisted in disdain as he struggled to comprehend why the other insisted he taste her dishes. Did it imply? The youth's gaze suddenly darted to the arena. Could it be that Su Haining had, in advance, encountered Chen Shu and developed a secret infatuation? It is often said that women in love undergo a remarkable transformation. Thus, even a tomboy like Su Haining might attempt to prepare meals for her beloved. Moreover, she could conveniently use him, this expendable villain, to test her concoctions. Two birds with one stone. Su Mu curled his lip. The logic was undeniably coherent. Villainous side characters truly lacked rights, trampled not only by the protagonists but also forced to consume such half-baked toxins. He pinched his nose and forced a piece of pastry into his mouth, only to be taken aback by his sudden surprise. Ah, today's flavor had remarkably improved. Just days prior, he had endured that unbearably salty osmanthus cake, and that dish made from some unknown creature that still writhed. He had nearly perished on the spot, eager to escape this less than pleasant world. Seeing that the youth harbored no suspicions, Meng Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. This was a portion she had procured from Su Haining in advance, granting her a legitimate reason to be present at the competition at this moment. As Su Mu munched on the pastry, he observed the battle unfolding above. As time progressed, the clash began to draw to a close. The two fighters on stage were merely at the celestial origin stage, Chen Shu at the third level and Nan Gongxi at the second. Their energy was finite. Huff. Damn it. Chen Shu panted heavily, gritting his teeth. He had to not only defend against the opponent's sonic attacks, but also find ways to disrupt their rhythm. Chen Shu now felt that the techniques of the sonic path were utterly detestable. They not only stirred one's energy, but also inflicted mental harm, all while providing an all-encompassing assault. Had he not possessed profound cultivation, he would have likely succumbed to exhaustion long ago. However, alas, a cold smile crept across Chen Shu's lips as he silently informed the celestial spirit of his predicament. Immediately, it took over his mental defenses, alleviating much of his burden. While it appeared that Nan Gongxi was engaging him, she was actually contending with the remnants of a celestial king's spirit. How could she possibly prevail? Noticing the fatigue evident on her face, Chen Shu seized the moment, advancing with his sword raised. Indeed, Nan Gongxi's complexion had turned pale, her evasive movements alarmingly sluggish. The strike was poised to land, yet suddenly, her expression shifted, a flush coloring her cheeks. Oh no, it's a trap. A warning bell rang in Chen Shu's mind as he hastily attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted in the arena. Chen Shu and Nan Gongxi were simultaneously propelled away, crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. What on earth? En explosion. Su Mu sprang to his feet, his eyes nearly bulging out. Was the conflict between the male and female leads in the original narrative this fierce? Had they resorted to self-detonation? It seemed they were intent on utterly annihilating one another. Yi Yin was equally stunned, but her profound cultivation allowed her to react swiftly, safeguarding her dear friend's life. Nan Gongxi's complexion was ashen as she managed a faint smile. It was not a self-detonation. Rather, she had employed an exceedingly powerful artifact, albeit with severe side effects. I did my utmost, she thought. The girl was aware that Chen Shu possessed numerous hidden trump cards and that a remnant soul of an immortal king resided within his consciousness. That was an immortal king, a dominator in the entire Shenyuan Continent, far beyond the reach of her mortal prowess at the Tianyuan realm. Thus, she chose this method to inflict significant damage upon him. Despite her own grievous injuries, she could recuperate with time. Was it worth it? Yi Yin's expression was complex. However, Nan Gongxi's gaze unconsciously drifted toward a certain direction in the audience. Her young man had risen, his face etched with concern. The girl suddenly smiled. Of course, it was worth it. To me, victory was already achieved. As long as Chen Shu was gravely wounded and rendered incapable of fighting, he would have no time to provoke Su Mu, who would therefore not be driven to despair and unleash the ancient ferocious beast, plunging himself into an abyss of no return. For Su Mu's sake, all of this was worthwhile. The girl then lost consciousness. In the audience, Meng Xiaoxiao was utterly stunned. She had not anticipated that Nan Gongxi, appearing so delicate, could be so ruthless in battle. She was merciless even toward herself. This was troubling. The girl furrowed her brow. Chen Shu had completely lost his fighting capacity, lying on the ground, his life uncertain. Now, even if she challenged him, he had the right to refuse. Someone save him. The other healing cultivators present finally reacted, rushing forward to tend to Chen Shu. As for Nan Gongxi, Yi Yin had already taken matters into her own hands. Thus, this outer set competition came to an abrupt and chaotic conclusion. Su Mu remained in a daze, speechless for a long while. This was not right. Was there such a tumultuous battle in the original narrative? Inflicting 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while sustaining the same to oneself? Surely, they were not jesting with him. Were they not the protagonists? How had the conflict escalated to this extent? Sumoi's heart suddenly stood. He gazed at the still oblivious Chen Shu, inwardly consulting the system. System, if I were to directly eliminate the protagonist now, would that count as completing the narrative task? Host prompt. Your identity is that of a narrative supporting character. Thus, this would not count as completing the narrative task, nor would it allow for a return. Sumu inwardly mused as expected. This world was ultimately a novel, Shenyuan Continent. Without that male lead, all subsequent events would collapse. Hektaruf, mirli ayist. Keep it up, host. Returning his thoughts to the arena, chaos had already erupted all around. No one anticipated that the grand finale of the outer set competition would conclude in such a manner. The elders have just conveyed the news that neither of the two contenders perished. Rather, they are both gravely injured and require a period of recuperation. But wait. Suddenly, Sumu realized the implications. What if Chen Shu does not appear until the second phase of the selection? What will happen to the subsequent plot? Should I still introduce the ancient ferocious beasts in the second phase? And most crucially, what about the third phase, the occasion known as the Fate Conference? In the original narrative, both the first phase of the outer set competition and the second phase of the secret realm trial showcased the protagonist, Chen Shu, demonstrating his might. While the Fate Conference featured all the female leads making their entrance, culminating with Chen Shu winning the heart of his beloved, a perfect conclusion. When the world has transpired, Sumu was in a frenzy. When did the storyline deviate to such an absurd extent? Initially, it was thought that everything would be resolved today. Unexpectedly, the previously unconscious Chen Shu suddenly awakened. Although his gaze was vacant and his complexion pale, after a brief adjustment, he astonishingly stood up. Is there truly a master among them? Sumu gasped in astonishment. Chapter 56, The Blood of All Races. A new ability. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Shu unexpectedly stood up after enduring such a ferocious assault. How could he still move autonomously? Incredible. Sumu couldn't help but secretly admire him, truly deserving of the title of protagonist. His vitality is remarkable. Thankfully, he had refrained from harboring any ill intentions earlier. Had he attempted to eliminate Chen Shu, he might have faced a perilous counterattack due to unforeseen circumstances. It seems the system is truly looking out for me. Sumu mused. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly brightened, her eyes sparkling with determination as she seemed eager to spring into action. Chen Shu had risen once more. Did this imply that he still possessed fighting capability? Could she challenge him? Sumu noticed the change in Meng Xiaoxiao's demeanor and couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Ah, how cleverly you disguise your intentions, dear woman. Indeed, you are the heroine, your every glance filled with concern for the male lead, Chen Shu. The moment he transitioned from peril to safety, she was overwhelmed with excitement. On the stage, Chen Shu swayed unsteadily, his complexion ashen, giving the impression that he might collapse at any moment. Yet, he raised his head to survey his surroundings, appearing somewhat dazed by the chaos. That concludes the outer set competition, as Yin was preoccupied with tending to her close friend, Nangong Shi. Another elder who had recently arrived took charge of the proceedings. After a brief assessment, he swiftly announced the results of the duel. First place in the outer set competition, Chen Shu. Second place, Nangong Shi. Sumu let out a sigh of relief. Although the events had unfolded differently, the outcome aligned perfectly with the original narrative. The plot had not deviated. For a moment, he felt a sense of discomfort. Since commencing the second cycle of the storyline, this was the first time nothing had gone awry. But what did it matter? The results were correct. Suddenly, Chen Shu, Meng Xiaoxiao exclaimed, leaping onto the arena and pointing her sword at him. Since the outer set competition has concluded, it is time for our duel. I have yet to settle the score for the humiliation you inflicted upon my brother Mu. Sumu was utterly taken aback. What was this relentless pursuit of vengeance? Wasn't Meng Xiaoxiao worried about his well-being? Why was she now intent on putting on a show? Could it be that, to earn Meng Xiaoxiao's complete trust, Chen Shu was willing to go to such absurd lengths? Was he truly exerting himself just to deal with a mere supporting character like me? A surge of admiration welled up within Sumu. Indeed, he is the protagonist. Such professionalism. Even when facing a minor foe, he gives his all. If he doesn't succeed, who will? On the stage? Chen Shu clearly had yet to grasp the situation. He swayed slightly, tilting his head, and pointed at himself. Huh? Who am I challenging? Me? The elder presiding over the event furrowed his brow. He recognized Meng Xiao, one of the 16 disciples who had directly become an inner sect disciple this year. As a disciple, you, as the senior sister of the inner sect, should not challenge your junior brother when he is gravely injured. Perhaps it was out of compassion, feeling a twinge of pity for Chen Shu, that the elder intervened to prevent this battle, initiating subsequent arrangements instead. Meng Xiao pouted, visibly displeased. Su Mu felt a twinge of confusion, sensing that Meng Xiao harbored a sense of regret for not being able to vanquish Chen Shu. It must be an illusion. Surely, it is merely my misconception. After all, she is such a reliable protagonist. I must have been poisoned too much by Su Haining lately. My mind feels a bit muddled. Su Mu nodded, finding this reasoning quite plausible. Suddenly, he lifted his head, scanning the surroundings with a furrowed brow. Something still felt amiss. He recalled that in the original plot, he should have had a more prominent role at this juncture. Su Mu vaguely remembered that in the original storyline, he was supposed to have just returned from outside the arena, witnessing the triumphant Chen Shu, who was brimming with pride. Su Mu, feeling irked, would provoke him directly, only to be met with another brutal beating and scathing humiliation. Unwilling to accept this, he would then direct his ire towards Yi Yin, voicing grievances about the unfair judgment. Seeing her dear sister being targeted, Nangongshi also felt incensed. Consequently, the male lead, Chen Shu, and the two female leads formed a united front against Su Mu, their relationships intensifying rapidly. In fact, Chen Shu and Nangongshi would subsequently team up for the Secret Realm trial. But now, what to do? Su Mu was utterly baffled. With Chen Shu gravely injured and uncertain about participating in the trial, and Nangongshi in a similar predicament, the prospect of forming a team seemed bleak. If Chen Shu did not enter, was there any point in releasing the ancient beast? Su Mu pondered. He faintly recalled that in the original plot, he had approached the seal of the ancient beast, a barrier crafted by the ancestors of the Su family, unlockable only by their bloodline. Chen Shu had obtained this information from the Tian Pao immortal and entrusted the plan to Yin Luan to orchestrate, creating a chain of events. When he reached the seal, Su Mu hesitated, failing to unlock it immediately. Thus, an undercover agent left by Chen Shu acted, making the decision for Su Mu. The beast rampaged, injuring countless individuals. At a critical moment, the protagonist Chen Shu discovered the beast's weakness, emerging to save the day with great prowess. Speaking of which, where has the undercover agent beside me gone? Or did I simply overlook their presence? What about the previous Yanlong? Su Mu felt perplexed and vaguely headache-ridden. Presently, he had not faced any humiliation, and aside from the somewhat unusual Meng Xiao, there were no other agents of Chen Shu around. So, what was his motivation for releasing the ancient beast? Where lies the rationality of the plot? How vexing. Su Mu silently seated. He had believed that today, a storyline would pose no issues, but it now appeared that significant problems had arisen. Can these protagonists not adhere to some semblance of logic? Do not constantly trouble me. It feels as though I am perpetually cleaning up after you, and I am utterly exhausted. A sense of disdain welled up within Su Mu as he observed the protagonists. Even as a mere antagonist, the competition is fierce. The main characters engage in reckless antics. And yet it falls upon him to untangle the narrative, proactively providing the male lead with opportunities to showcase his prowess. Meanwhile, Chen Shu had completely regained consciousness, thanks to the elixirs provided by the sacred grounds, and the injuries within him had not worsened. His brow furrowed as he recalled the events that had transpired, his expression notably grim. That was close. Had I not inadvertently activated another ability at that critical moment, I might have succumbed to unconsciousness for months, missing out on numerous subsequent opportunities. Chen Shu's gaze fell upon the back of his right hand, where faintly a series of purple patterns formed a script. In that moment of peril, he instinctively summoned all his inner strength, inadvertently triggering the purple fragment. The newfound ability he acquired was Blood of All Races. This ability, belonging to the realm of transformation, allows one to mimic the appearance and aura of others, significantly enhancing physical capabilities, strength, and recovery speed. A smile crept across Chun Shu's lips. Most importantly, this power enables the imitation of another's bloodline essence. Chapter 57. Reassuring allies, Chun Shu had long since returned to his secluded abode. After thoroughly investigating his newfound ability, the blood of all races, and confirming his capacity to mimic the bloodline aura of others, an entirely fresh plan began to take shape in his mind. Although this imitation was not exhaustive, it should suffice for confronting the clandestine seal that the celestial spirit had alluded to. After all, that seal had endured for nearly 100 millennia, its otherworldly essence now fractured and feeble. Given this, it became apparent that I must undertake the trial in solitude rather than forming a team. Chun Shu furrowed his brow. In his original scheme, he had intended for Yen Long to persuade Su Mu to unravel the seal. Yet Yen Long had not responded thus far, leaving Chun Shu in uncertainty about the situation. There was even a possibility that he might have been eliminated. Chun Shu couldn't help but emit a soft sigh. Something felt amiss. It seemed that Su Mu was not the only one opposed to him. What precisely was the issue? Meanwhile, Su Mu awoke in his own retreat. He had now grown accustomed to Meng Xiaoxiao's presence. After completing his usual routines, he began contemplating the upcoming trial of the Secret Realm set for 3 days hence. Following the conclusion of the Outer Sect competition, disciples were granted 3 days for recuperation in preparation for the forthcoming trial. In this session, all inner disciples, along with the top 1,000 from the Outer Sect competition, would qualify to enter the Sacred Land's Secret Realm. Brother Mu, let us form a team for this trial. As your devoted follower, this is the perfect opportunity for me to contribute, Meng Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. Su Mu's lips twitched in response. However, he could not decline her request, as in the original narrative, Meng Xiaoxiao indeed teamed up with him. Furthermore, she was an undercover agent for the protagonist, Chun Shu, and thus needed to monitor him closely at all times. Very well, Su Mu acquiesced with a nod. Shortly thereafter, at midday, Su Mu astonishingly received 2 packages delivered by flying swords. What? Someone is sending me packages? Do I have acquaintances in the Sacred Land? Su Mu wondered as he opened the first package, only to find it was from Nangong Shi. It contained a communication jade token, a letter, and a few small gifts. The letter conveyed that Nangong Shi had observed Meng Xiaoxiao and found her to exhibit considerable strength, hence wishing to team up with her for the trial, but had heard she was your follower and sought Su Mu's opinion. Su Mu. Nangong Shi had awakened and was now seeking to ally with Meng Xiaoxiao. However, Su Mu's expression turned peculiar. To maintain the integrity of the plot, he must keep Meng Xiaoxiao close, implying he would be teaming up with Nangong Shi. But wasn't he that role originally meant for Chun Shu? Why was it now falling to him? Moreover, why had Nangong Shi suddenly chosen to approach Meng Xiaoxiao? Had they not just met? There was an uncanny sense that she was coming for him. Perplexed, Su Mu proceeded to open the second package. This one was from Yi Yan, also containing a communication jade token, a letter, but no gifts. Upon reading the letter, Su Mu finally grasped the situation. It was, in fact, Yi Yan who recommended Meng Xiaoxiao to her close friend Nangong Shi. This generation of inner disciples comprises 16 members, presumably the most formidable among them. Consequently, each position available for teaming up with an inner disciple is exceedingly coveted. Yi Yan, believing herself to be somewhat familiar with Su Mu, thus took on the role of intermediary. As Su Mu continued to read, a sudden furrow appeared on her brow. The matter from our last encounter remains unresolved. Once you emerge from the secret realm, we shall have a thorough discussion. Su Mu began to suspect that the introduction to her dear friend was merely a fade, and that the true intent lay in that statement. She had certainly not forgotten the previous incident, where Yi Yan, in a fit of fervor, insisted that she, as the antagonist, should become a partner in this narrative. Utterly exasperated, Su Mu covered her face with her hand and inhaled sharply. How could she still recall that matter? How much time had passed? By the way, shouldn't you be seeking out Chun Shu? He is the true protagonist, after all. After some contemplation, Su Mu concluded that the best approach to such a situation was to adopt a stance of indifference. as long as she ignored the other party. The fervor would eventually wane. Yes, that is precisely it. Quietly nodding to herself, Su Mu resolved to disregard Yin and refrain from replying. As for Nangongshi, after some deliberation, she decided to respond briefly. Her message conveyed that if Nangongshi had not found a teammate before the commencement of the Secret Realm trials, she could come to her. Neither acceptance nor rejection was offered. Su Mu had already pondered that since both Nangong, Shi, and Chun Shu had awakened, their paths would inevitably cross, igniting sparks that would lead them to naturally form a team for the trials. She was all too familiar with such melodramatic narratives. The nature of the tome, The Divine Abyss Continent, was quite predictable. Thus, although she had granted Nangong Shi a glimmer of hope, it was evident that the latter would not seize it, especially since the male lead, Chun Shu, was still awaiting her. Su Mu couldn't help but privately admire her own sagacity. It was only someone as brilliant and attractive as she was who could shoulder the burdens of the antagonist role, using various methods to highlight the protagonist and propel the story forward. Alas, Su Mu gazed up at the sky, feeling a sense of wistfulness. If only you all were a bit more reliable, I wouldn't have to exert myself so much. That afternoon, Su Mu was taken aback when yet another individual approached her. Wang Tizi, an inner disciple from the Luoshang Peak, was at the first level of the Tianyuan realm. Big Brother Su, Wang Tizi exclaimed, bowing deeply, startling Su Mu in the process. What are you doing? Big Brother Su, I have come to seek your favor. Wishing to team up with you for the Secret Realm trials. I earnestly request your consideration. Upon hearing this, Su Mu's brows arched in intrigue. She recalled that the original text had mentioned Wang Tizi in passing. This individual seemed to be one of Chun Shu's subordinates from the Tiana Palace, another undercover agent. Su Mu was elated. This was splendid. The protagonist, Chun Shu, had been unusually quiet of late, leading her to believe he had succumbed to despair after sustaining serious injuries. Little did she know he was here waiting for her. This was truly wonderful. Overjoyed, Su Mu patted Wang Tizi on the shoulder with enthusiasm. Excellent. Very good. Henceforth, you shall accompany me. We shall team up for this endeavor. According to the rules of the Sacred Lands trial, disciples are permitted to form teams, with a maximum of 4 members per group. Currently, Su Mu is accompanied by 2 others, Meng Xiao and the newly joined Wang Tizi. All 3 are inner disciples, presenting a formidable lineup. Glancing at his companions, Su Mu feels a profound sense of reassurance. Both are undercover agents for the protagonist, Chun Shu, ensuring that the narrative will proceed without a hitch. Wang Tizi offers a stiff smile, his eyes flickering with a hint of intrigue. The young master summoned me to keep an eye on the others and to cooperate with him within the secret realm, but I wonder what the subsequent plan entails. Moreover, Elder Yin Luan advised me upon his departure to maintain a sense of propriety in my actions. What could that possibly mean? Is it related to the power struggles among the higher-ups? Wang Tizi is perplexed, merely grinning foolishly at Su Mu and feigning simplicity. 3 days later, the moment of the trial has arrived. Su Mu rises early, brimming with enthusiasm. He opens his front door with a smile, only to be taken aback. A figure stands before him, strikingly poised. What are you doing here? He exclaims. Nan Gongshi tilts her head in confusion. Didn't you ask me to come? P.S. In a moment of leisure, I added an extra chapter. Thank you, brothers, for your support and interaction. I hope those who finish reading can leave a review or a few comments. Chapter 58, Sumo, the strongest. Nan Gongshi's gaze was piercing, while Su Mu was drenched in sweat. No, I was merely jesting. Why did you take it seriously? You actually came to seek me out for a team? Nan Gongshi's eyes flickered, and indeed, she caught a familiar figure beside Su Mu, who smiled at her with an endearing innocence. It appeared to be Wang Tieji. It seemed that in her previous life, this individual was not the same. Regardless, it mattered little. A flicker of memory crossed the girl's eyes. In her past life, Chun Shu had planted a mold beside Su Mu, framing him for the release of the ancient ferocious beasts. Although she retained the memories from her previous existence and recognized those under Chun Shu's command, she was powerless to act directly, unable even to warn Su Mu, as she could not disclose the source of her information. Thus, she was left with no choice but to employ such clumsy methods to protect her young companion. Are you truly willing to join us? Of course, Nangong Shi, still bearing her enormous gouging on her back, defiantly lifted her chin, appearing somewhat playful and endearing. She then explained the circumstances, stating that she had been preoccupied with recuperating from her injuries and had not managed to find any teammates, thus leading her to this place. Su Mu's lips twitched, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. How could he have been so foolish as to mention that he was in need of a team? Now he was faced with this predicament. He forced an awkward smile. Have you really not encountered anyone else these past few days? What he truly meant to inquire about was the male protagonist, Qinshu. No, I've been in seclusion, the girl replied with resolute finality, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in Su Mu's heart. He gritted his teeth. Fine, then you shall accompany us. Damn it. The day had barely begun, and yet chaos had already ensued. Su Mu's earlier good spirits had evaporated completely. He found himself unable to refuse Nangong Shi's request to team up, since she had chosen not to seek out the protagonist. How could the pivotal moments of the plot unfold without the female lead? Thus, Su Mu was compelled to sacrifice his own interests to guide Nangong Shi to the appropriate position. Lest apart, the four of them, all at the Tianyuan realm, soared into the sky, leaving behind the maid Xiao to guard the residence. Logically, this trial mission only required 18 practitioners of the Tianyuan realm, and their group comprised 4 of them, alongside 16 inner disciples, as well as Chun Shu and Nangong Shi. They represented the entirety of Tianyuan realm cultivators among this cohort of disciples. Su Mu pondered quietly, reflecting that their team was perhaps the most illustrious in this assembly. However, regrettably, his sole objective was not to partake in the secret realm trial. He was only focused on completing the narrative tasks, with everything else being of little consequence. If by chance he were to inadvertently win the trial, he would subsequently have to face trouble from his father, Su Ningye. Should he emerge victorious and become the rightful heir of the Su family, that would be disastrous. Su Mu resolved firmly to engage solely in the narrative tasks. Eschewing all else, the group swiftly arrived at the entrance of the secret realm pool, located atop a mountain peak. Amidst the ethereal mist that enveloped the surroundings, white cranes took flight, and several elders had already gathered here to maintain order. Among them was Yi Yin, though situated atop a mountain. It appeared as if the pinnacle had been abruptly truncated, giving rise to a milky white abyss below. This was the secret realm of heaven and earth. Huqi. Legend has it that the waters within this pool contain an entire world, abundant with precious resources and, most crucially, the vital essences of weather and earth. Even Su Mu understood that a cultivator must connect with these dual energies to transcend from the celestial origin realm to the earth immortal realm and attain immortality. However, the extent to which one could harness these forces depended entirely on one's innate talent and accumulated cultivation. Yet, Huqi was distinct within it. The dual energies of heaven and earth were manifested in tangible form, allowing one to absorb them directly and fortify their foundation for ascension. Such invaluable resources were typically reserved for the most exceptional disciples of the sacred grounds. For the current cohort, only 16 inner disciples, and those ranked within the top 1,000 of the outer set competition, could gain entry. Naturally, the secret realm was fraught with peril as well. Within Huqi resided a peculiar type of ink beast, characterized by remarkable speed, formidable attacks, and thick hides, with some even capable of flight, making them quite formidable adversaries. Should one fall to such a beast, they risked being assimilated into it, an irreversible fate. Su Mu, however, was unperturbed, adorned with an array of defensive treasures. If an ink beast were capable of injuring him, he would feel compelled to commend its prowess. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Yi Yin blinking in his direction. Was she signaling to Nangong Shi? What could her gesture possibly signify? Kandijankri Su Mu's brow. Yi Yin was undoubtedly aligned with Chun Shu's interests, yet according to the natural progression of events, Chun Shu and Nangong Shi's relationship had yet to truly develop, making her actions seem out of place. Then again, considering he was the male protagonist, even the most absurd scenarios could be deemed plausible. Raising an eyebrow, Su Mu glanced at his 3 companions, all affiliated with Chun Shu, and felt an immediate sense of relief. Excellent. This was precisely the type of supportive allies he desired. You must sell me out decisively. He sought to locate Chen Shu among the crowd, only to discover that he had arrived alone without a team. Noticing Su Mui's gaze, Chen Shu shot him a look of intense animosity. Why did Chen Shu not gather a team? Was it because I whisked Nangongshi away? Before he could ponder further, a commanding voice resonated through the air. Disciples, heed the call. The Hu Chi shall open. Brace yourselves. An elder clad in white suddenly proclaimed, his voice reverberating with authority that shook the very heavens. The crowd instantly straightened, focusing their minds, for entering Hu Chi required utmost concentration, lest one suffer injury. The elder surveyed the assembly with a nod of approval, then exchanged knowing glances with the other elders. Yi Yin, returning to her senses, felt a flicker of irritation over Su Mu's recent disregard. Yet, it mattered little. Upon your return from the secret realm, you shall still belong to me. A smile graced Yi Yan's lips as she and the others prepared for action with unwavering resolve. The milky waters of the pond suddenly surged upwards, ascending into the heavens, only to transform into clouds and rain, engulfing the figures of the disciples. When clarity returned, the droplets cascaded back into the pond, leaving only a few elders atop the grand mountain peak. One elder stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Kulme, let the leaderboard be unveiled. In the air, a colossal jade stone of azure and white materialized, adorned with golden characters writhing like tadpoles, precisely 1016, symbolizing each disciple. Delving into it, one could observe the current conditions of every disciple. Who among this cohort would seize the first place in the trials and become the foremost? Perhaps it might be the young lady from the Nangong family, given her unique constitution. I believe it is Su Mu from the Su family. After all, he possesses the highest cultivation among them. I beg to differ. I think it could be Chen Shu. A voice interjected softly, prompting the others to frown in contemplation. Are you referring to that Chen Shu, the one who triumphed in the outer sect competition? Indeed. It is not entirely implausible. Yi Yin observed coldly from the sidelines, choosing not to partake in the discussion, merely sneering inwardly. If not for Su Mu's disinterest in competition, how could Chen Shu have ever claimed the title of the foremost in the previous life? Su Mu is undoubtedly the strongest. Chapter 59. The seal is broken. Yi Yin did not engage in the conversation among the elderly men. As the supervising elder of the patrol, it was deemed inappropriate for her to become overly familiar with others, with the exception of Su Mu. Her gaze was fixed intently on Su Mu's name on the leaderboard. Su Mu, in this lifetime, you should not suffer unjustly. Even if there are those who seek to frame you, I will ensure justice is served. She held tightly to a uniquely shaped jade ring, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Su Mu felt a dizzying sensation before opening his eyes again, only to find himself in a peculiar realm. The ground was awash in a crimson hue, while ancient trees, dark as coal, grew wildly, reaching towards the sky. The heavens above were a deep azure, occasionally adorned with golden streaks of light. Is this the manifestation of weather? Su Mu wondered, observing the golden glimmers that seemed markedly different from those in his family's treasury, appearing somewhat thin and insubstantial. He had witnessed numerous forms of weather and earth energy in the Su family's vault, their essence incredibly pure. His father, Su Ningya, had once stated that when Su Mu ascended to immortality, he would personally safeguard him, connecting the energies of heaven and earth to aid Su Mu in achieving true immortal status. Su Mu was perplexed. Though born into a family of cultivators, he had always played the role of a reckless second-generation heir, believing it beneath him to indulge in cultivation. Wasn't that akin to neglecting his duties? Yet, despite his reservations, over the years, he had forcibly raised his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Tianyuan realm. Had he not deliberately suppressed it, he would have long since broken through to the earth immortal stage. There was not a soul in sight. Some things remained unchanged. Su Mu began his aimless exploration, determined to locate Chen Shu or Nangong Shi and guide them to the Seal S location to advance the unfolding narrative. This was where the advantage of teaming up with Nangong Shi became apparent, as long as they were within a 5-mile radius. The jade ring in his possession would react to her presence. This jade ring was a token issued by the sect, used for real-time monitoring of the disciple's status. The external green jade leaderboard functioned in conjunction with this jade ring. Before long, Su Mu's expression shifted. Why is my luck so favorable today? Have I found someone so quickly? The jade ring emitted a soft glow, indicating that his teammate was located to the southeast. Without hesitation, Su Mu took to the skies, excitement bubbling within him. Who could it be? Regardless, they're all associated with Qin Shu. They will quickly reveal my location. To his surprise, it was Nangongshi. Her starry eyes brightened. She had not anticipated that the first person she would encounter today would be Su Mu. Could this mean she might have the opportunity to act alone with him? A date, perhaps. The girl's earlobes flushed with a hint of red as her thoughts wandered. How about we explore together? Su Mu scratched his head awkwardly. He truly did not wish to be alone with the heroine. The previous incident with Yin had left him with psychological scars, and he was wary of any potential antics she might conjure. By the way, suddenly, Su Mu pondered. Since he had already encountered Nangongshi, could he not directly lead her to the ceiling location? Waiting patiently for the inevitable arrival of Qin Shu's subordinates? After all, they were bound to come. He silently prayed that nothing would go awry this time, imploring the universe to adhere to the script. Oh, how delightful! Nangongshi appeared somewhat cheerful, meandering aimlessly alongside Su Mu. It could have been a mere illusion, but he felt as though she was also guiding him towards the ceiling site. Both were cultivators of the Tianyuan realm, moving with remarkable swiftness until they chanced upon a uniquely shaped canyon. Hey, Su Mu, look over there. What intriguing canyon. Shall we venture in for exploration? Who knows what resources might lie within? Su Mu was taken aback, for he sensed that Nangongshi was exhibiting more initiative than he was. The canyon was precisely where the seal of the fierce beast, Basya, was located, and now it seemed he need not utter a word. As Nangongshi began to lead him deeper into its embrace. Just as they were about to enter the canyon, the young woman suddenly paused, as if recalling something. Right? Let's first observe our surroundings to avoid any potential dangers. Agreed. Su Mu seized this opportunity to assess whether Qin Shu's people had arrived. If they did not appear soon, he would be left to devise a means of keeping Nangongshi here. The youth hesitated, glancing at the bustling figure of Nangongshi not far away. The maiden moved with grace, her long hair flowing like a delicate butterfly flitting among blossoms, captivating the gaze of anyone who beheld her. Under normal circumstances, the plot would have unfolded as follows. Qin Shu and Nangongshi would enter the canyon hand in hand, while Su Mu arrived just in time at the canyon's entrance, only to learn that he could unravel the seal of the ferocious beast within. Thus, he would inadvertently break the seal, ensnaring the protagonist within the canyon, face to face with the ancient beast. Qin Shu, calm and collected, would navigate the peril alongside the heroine, ultimately escaping and winning her heart. Yet, there had been a flaw in this narrative during his previous life. Qin Shu had fled on his own, while it was Su Mu who had rescued Nangongshi, thus steering the protagonist's relationship onto the right path. Should he bring her inside? Su Mu hesitated. To lead her into the canyon seemed to align with Qin Shu's narrative, but to leave the maiden behind. He could not conjure a plan to keep her here. The ensuing plot could not lack Nangongshi, so he steeled himself for the inevitable. Alright, Su Mu. I have scanned the area, and it is safe. Let us proceed. Very well. Su Mu nodded, oblivious to the inexplicable presence of numerous tiny crystal shards surrounding the canyon. Had he examined them closely, he would have recognized these shards as the very filming crystals he had recently utilized. As their figures vanished into the canyon, two others soon arrived at the location. Little Palace Master Wang Tizi greeted respectfully, guided by a fragment of the celestial spirit of Tian Pe, which had led him to Qin Shu. Qin Shu nodded casually before inquiring, "Have you found Su Mu?" The subordinate's ineptitude is evident. Furthermore, as we approach the gorge, the resonance of the jade ring begins to blur, rendering it increasingly difficult to locate. Qin Shu pondered for a moment. This matter is not your fault. It is merely the peculiarity of this place. He surveyed his surroundings and then smiled softly. You shall guard me while I unravel the seal here. The young lady. Wang Tieji spoke with a hint of trepidation. Are we truly going to unleash the ancient ferocious beasts? If the Basya is released, I fear none of the disciples within this secret realm will survive. The Holy Land will undoubtedly pursue this with all their might. Of course. What do you fear? Chun Shu frowned. The individual Yin had procured for him was proving increasingly unreliable, faltering at a critical moment. I have my own methods to implicate Su Mu in this affair. I shall leave behind a unique trace of his bloodline here, which I will subsequently conceal. No one will know of our involvement. Now, assist me in keeping watch. I shall commence at once. Without further ado, Chun Shu settled into a meditative posture, and a wondrous aura began to weave through the entire gorge. The aura surged higher, and then collapsed with a thunderous roar. The seal has been lifted. Chapter 60. The female protagonist's desire for mutual destruction. The canyon lay eerily desolate, echoing only with the footsteps of Su Mu and Nan Gong, as they surveyed their surroundings. Su Mu's gaze was profound. The familiar environment and scenery brought back memories of his previous life, when he had ventured into this canyon after the seal had been broken. To his astonishment, the essence of heaven and earth here was astonishingly potent. Nan Gong, taken aback, retrieved a jade flask from her possession to collect the ambient essence, her expression gleeful, seemingly without a hint of concern. In contrast, Su Mu felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He had little enthusiasm for such matters. Setting aside the fact that he possessed plenty of these essences at home, he was inherently indifferent to cultivation, his mind preoccupied with the unfolding narrative. How had he ended up in this canyon? A headache began to form as he pondered his current location. It should have been the domain of the male protagonist, Chun Shu. Yet, even now, there was no sign of Chun Shu. Damn it! Su Mu found himself regretting his unfortunate luck in encountering Nan Gongshi first. How could this impede the connection between her and the male lead? The cause of this predicament lay in the fact that both protagonists had strayed from the script, altering the plot at will. Su Mu was exasperated. As protagonists, did they not bear some obligation to adhere to the main storyline? And now, during such a critical moment, the male lead Chun Shu was nowhere to be found, while the female lead was accompanied by him, the villainous side character. What sort of absurdity was this? Su Mu contemplated making a hasty retreat, yet he was uncertain when Chun Shu's associates would arrive to break the seal. If by chance, the female lead were to perish in the process, the ensuing narrative would become exceedingly convoluted, potentially jeopardizing his own fate as a side character. In such a scenario, he would be compelled to embark on a fresh exploration of the storyline. What a ludicrous predicament. It seemed far more advantageous to navigate the plot normally, allowing him to coast towards a satisfying conclusion. Su Mu was not foolish enough to impose unnecessary challenges upon himself. The notion of re-exploring a new narrative was utterly unacceptable to him. How infuriating! Su Mu's frustration mounted. All these deviations in the storyline had only served to increase his workload. Were it not for this, he might have already completed his narrative tasks and returned home in comfort. As he contemplated this, Su Mu furrowed his brow, pinching his chin. The breaking of the seal required his bloodline. What was Chun Shu's plan? But what did it matter? After a moment of reflection, he decisively abandoned the thought. Being the male protagonist, Chun Shu would surely devise a solution when the time was right, leaving him free from worry. Meanwhile, Nan Gongshi discreetly withdrew her gaze from Su Mu, feigning concentration on gathering the essence of heaven and earth before her. If her memory served her correctly, it would not be long before Chun Shu's subordinates moved to lift the seal. In her past life, it had been Yin Long who took action. This time, it was likely to be Wang Tizi. Though she was unaware of the precise method to break the seal, she had meticulously prepared for every eventuality. The young girl sensed a unique circular jade pendant within her storage ring, which provided her with a sense of reassurance. This was an item she had painstakingly brought from her clan at a considerable cost, rumored to withstand even a strike from a half-step immortal king. Sumu, I will protect you. A glimmer of determination flickered in Nan Gongshi's eyes. At that moment, buzz! An eerie sound resonated suddenly from the depths of the canyon, reverberating throughout the entire secret realm, causing everyone to look up in bewilderment. Su Mu's expression changed dramatically. What the hell? Who just opened the seal? Is it really this coincidental? I just entered. He turned to flee, Although he wished to save the heroine, it clearly contradicted his character as the antagonist. Thus, a complete plan formed in Su Mu's mind. Flee first. Once the heroine lost consciousness, he would return to rescue her, attributing the act to the protagonist Chen Shu, just as in his previous life, allowing him to alter the narrative while preserving his own anonymity and glory. All right, let's do this. However, just as Su Mu turned, his arm was firmly grasped by Nan Gongxi, who seemed terrified of him escaping. What the? Su Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world? Are you planning to drag me down with you at a time like this? While Su Mu remained baffled, Nan Gongxi gripped his arm tightly, turning to sprint desperately deeper into the canyon. Huh? Su Mu was genuinely astonished. Was Nan Gongxi truly leading him to his doom? The deepest part of the canyon was where the seal of the ancient beast, Ba Xia, resided. That was an ancient ferocious creature, an embodiment of the Dao, possessing the strength of a half-step immortal king. Were they truly hastening their demise as mere fledgling cultivators in the Shenyuan realm? What in the world was happening? Follow me. I sense a glimmer of hope, Nan Gongxi exclaimed, darting forward while briefly glancing back at Su Mu to explain. His current predicament was entirely due to her plan. She had to protect him diligently. The young girl, resolute, rushed toward the direction of the fragmented magical array etched in her memory. Before long, a crescent moon radiating golden light appeared before them. Without hesitation, Nan Gongxi leaped into it with Su Mu, and they were instantly enveloped in a warm, golden glow. Only then did the girl exhale in relief. Phew. By the way, are you all right? Su Mu, still in a daze, recalled that this array was a remnant node of the seal and the only safe haven at present. In the original narrative, it was supposed to be Chen Shu who sheltered Nan Gongxi here, but last time, things had gone awry. It was Su Mu who brought her to this place and then quietly departed. Why had the roles reversed this time? Su Mu was filled with confusion, pondering how the other party knew of this place and why they seemed so prepared. Could it be that they had also been swayed by Chen Shu? Had they received information in advance? After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu shook his head. It is incorrect. She was originally a person of Chen Shu. Yet, the unfolding events left Su Mu in a state of bewilderment. Before he could contemplate further, the entire canyon began to fracture, revealing a void beneath the shattered earth. There was nothing, only an endless abyss of darkness. However, everyone sensed the arrival of an entity. This is the Ba Xia, a concept transcending the material realm, a part of the celestial laws. Soon, countless minuscule black dots surged towards the canyon in a frenzy, and Su Mu's gaze sharpened as he discerned that these were myriad bizarre beasts of ink, drawn by the allure of the Ba Xia. These ink beasts poured into the canyon. Moments ago, Su Mu lamented the absence of any encounters within the secret realm, and now they all appeared at once. These are the ink beasts. Yet, fear not, for I am here. Seeing Su Mu remain silent, Nan Gongxi feared he was paralyzed by terror, and guilt washed over her as she instinctively grasped the young man's hand. Su Mu turned to her immediately. The young girl smiled brightly. I will always protect you. Su Mu. Chapter 61. The defense is maxed out. Achieving a flawless victory, something feels amiss. Very amiss. Utterly perplexing. At this moment, the exquisite and gentle maiden before Su Mu appeared far more daunting than the tide of beasts. He found himself in a state of confusion. Why? What could possibly account for your sudden display of tenderness? And how could you maintain such composure in the face of an overwhelming wave of demonic beasts? It all seemed highly suspect. While the storyline appeared to unfold normally, with the seal having been lifted, an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. Su Mu furrowed his brow deeply, rendered momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Nan Gongxi displayed even greater warmth, retrieving a circular white jade pendant and presenting it to the young man. Take this. It is a life-saving talisman bestowed upon me by my father, capable of withstanding a strike from a half-step immortal king. Su Mu inhaled sharply, taken aback. He was not surprised that Nan Gongxi possessed a protective charm. He himself had one, as both hailed from noble celestial lineages. However, the significance of her gifting this jade pendant to him was profoundly intriguing. Why? He inquired candidly. The maiden's expression turned slightly remorseful. It is because I led you into the gorge, and now, With the unforeseen turn of events, I wish to do what I can to help. Understanding dawned on Sumu, and he exhaled in relief. So, it was merely a manifestation of the heroine's innate kindness that had him momentarily alarmed. Fearing something was amiss with Nangongshi. "It's not necessary," he declared, waving his hand dismissively. "I have plenty of these talismans. Now, we must devise a strategy to confront the current predicament and find a way to escape." Agreed. Sumu and Nangongshi turned their backs to each other, feigning to inspect their surroundings. They soon reached the same conclusion. There existed a seal within the gorge, which had now been broken, releasing an unknown entity. Their current location was, for the time being, secure, a remnant of the original seal. However, this incomplete seal could only counter the mysterious presence and would not suffice against the onslaught of demonic beasts. Thus, they needed to withstand the beast tide until rescue arrived. Having organized the information at hand, Sumu glanced up at the maiden opposite him, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. Is there such an unspoken synergy between Nangongshi and myself? The process of gathering information and deducing conclusions has been remarkably smooth, as if we were privy to it beforehand. The same doubt flickered in Nangongshi's mind. Yet neither voiced their thoughts. Instead, they exchanged a knowing smile. In that case, let's first deploy our defensive artifact to buy some time. Once they are exhausted, we shall engage in battle. Indeed, both nodded in agreement, then began to retrieve items from their storage rings. As they rummaged through their supplies, a silence enveloped them. Gazing at the pile of defensive artifacts before them, resembling a small mountain, an awkward atmosphere began to permeate the air. "Ahaha! I didn't expect you to have such an impressive stockpile. Gifts from your family?" Sumu scratched his head, realizing that all these artifacts were gifts from his father, Su Ningya, who was always concerned about his well-being. The young girl's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. These spiritual artifacts were her temporary reserves, specifically prepared for this very moment. She had no habit of utilizing them in her daily life. Nevertheless, she nodded in affirmation. Indeed, since there exists a natural justification, there is no need for excessive explanation. The more one explains, the more apparent the flaws become. A moment of silence enveloped the two. With the current array of defensive spiritual artifacts at their disposal, they could endure for several months without issue, perhaps never even needing to engage in combat. Sumu casually tore open a talisman, conjuring a protective barrier inscribed with intricate spiritual runes, requiring no effort from himself. Countless ink beasts surged forth, frantically clawing at the shield before them. Apart from a faint shimmer, their efforts bore no fruit. Sumu exchanged glances with Nangongshi. Suddenly, the young man retrieved a game of Go from his storage ring. "Shall we play?" he inquired. Sure." Nangongshi hesitated momentarily, yet a sweet sensation stirred within her. This moment was precisely what she had longed for, an opportunity for solitude with Sumu. As they played, their conversation flowed effortlessly. "How long do you think it will take for the Holy Land to discover our whereabouts?" "Uncertain. I estimate several days at least, considering the differing time flows between the two realms and the existence of the boundary. Can those junior disciples outside hold their ground? It's precarious." Their bodies stiffened at the thought. Each of those ink beasts bore the aura of the sea-nourishing realm, matching the disciples in strength, yet their numbers were overwhelming. Speaking of which, Sumu suddenly stood, shaking the pieces from his clothing. His expression turned contemplative. "Have you noticed that the ink beasts here seem to be increasing in number?" "It does seem that way," Nangongshi replied, rising to survey their surroundings, her gaze eventually settling on the talisman Sumu had employed. "Why does your talisman make such a pronounced commotion?" She had observed it earlier, but had refrained from commenting. Sumu's lips twitched. He could hardly admit that he had brought enhanced versions of the talismans solely to maintain his facade. As the young man fell silent, Nangongshi seemed to have an epiphany. Her spirit stirred. Could it be that Sumu had done this intentionally? Had he prepared for this scenario even before being surrounded, deliberately creating a commotion to draw all the ink beasts toward them to protect their fellow disciples? Sumu truly was an extraordinarily kind-hearted individual. Nangongshi vaguely recalled her previous life, where she had fainted in this very canyon. only to awaken to the sight of Su Mu's resolute face. He had rescued her from the tide of beasts and selflessly attributed the credit to others. It took her many years to grasp the significance of that moment, and when she sought Su Mu again, she learned that he had perished at the hands of Chen Shu. It felt as if the world had collapsed around her. Yet, fortunately, Nan Gongxi's expression softened, her eyes resembling a tranquil autumn lake. I have encountered you once more, Su Mu. The two resumed rolling the dice, for there was little else to occupy their time. Though the games were trivial, the young girl laughed joyfully, as if imbued with a special significance. Su Mu momentarily lost his focus, shaking his head in astonishment. Indeed, as the heroine, her charm was undeniable. The girl possessed a gentle grace, her long hair cascading near Su Mu's hand. Due to the limited space, the two were in close proximity, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat intimate. Yet, Su Mu remained composed, for he was merely a minor antagonist, the enemy of the protagonist. The girl before him was, after all, the heroine. Each of them merely needed to follow their respective narratives and ensure their own well-being. Meanwhile, Nan Gongxi felt a flicker of annoyance, perceiving Su Mu as rather dense, and she was about to speak. Suddenly, boom! Crack! A powerful tremor emanated from the void, swiftly followed by a great rift tearing through the azure sky of the secret realm, and a soft voice echoed in every corner. Su Mu, where are you? Chapter 62. A swift response to the speed of light outside the canyon. Chen Shu and Wang Tizi concealed themselves in a prearranged location, casting a glance at the surging tide of ink beasts beyond. A smirk graced Chen Shu's lips. The outside world was perilous at present. It was prudent for them to remain hidden. Once the Holy Land became aware of the situation, it was likely that many would perish in the ensuing days. Wang Tizi trembled slightly at these words, stealing a glance at Chen Shu, who remained calm and smiling. In that moment, he understood the meaning of Elder Yin's advice about exercising discretion before their departure. Among the current disciples, there was a girl whom he secretly admired. Wang Tizi stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Mu, where are you? A fissure suddenly opened in the air above the canyon, and a delicate voice emerged, tinged with urgency and concern. Yin? Su Mu looked up in disbelief. What? How could it be so quick? During his first narrative quest, it had taken the Holy Land nearly 3 days to notice anything amiss, as time in the secret realm flowed much faster than in the outside world. How long had Su Mu been hiding? Was it even an hour? If so, that meant barely a few minutes had elapsed outside. Before he could ponder further, the void shattered, and Yi Yin, accompanied by a throng of elders, rushed in, quickly spotting Su Mu and Nan Gong. She huddled in a corner. Relief washed over her. Just as she was about to move, her gaze fell upon the assortment of toys Su Mu and Nan Gong she had previously occupied themselves with, still scattered on the ground. Yi Yan's expression shifted to one of confusion. Why do you seem so much more relaxed than I imagined? Outside, Yi Yan had remained intensely focused, her eyes glued to Su Mu's name. The moment she sensed a disturbance, she sprang into action, leading to the current scene. The other elders followed suit, swiftly recognizing the anomaly at hand. This is bad. The seal on the Xie has been broken. What? How could this happen so suddenly? Quickly save them. Call for assistance. Immediately. Panic ensued, and the elders unleashed their full powers, their energies pressing down in all directions. Roar! Countless ink beasts howled at the sky, baring their fearsome fangs. Oomph! Beasts! An elder waved his hand, effortlessly suppressing a large number of the ink beasts, creating deep indentations in the ground. Under Yi Yan's protection, Su Mu and Nan Gong, she made their way towards the exit of the secret realm, and he cast one last glance back. A multitude of luminescent figures surged from the Holy Land into the secret realm, each radiating immense, unyielding power. Among them, he even spotted a familiar figure, Imo Xuanxing. What a familiar sight, Su Mu mused silently. In the previous narrative, when calamity struck the secret realm, the elders had united to reseal the Xie and rescue the disciples. However, by then, most of the disciples had perished, and if Su Mu recalled correctly, fewer than 100 had survived, nearly leading to the extinction of the Holy Land's legacy. Consequently, Su Mu had faced severe repercussions, which had repercussions for the entire Su family. Yet now, Su Mu felt a pang of discomfort, instinctively brushing his face with his hand. Why do I feel that this incident has little to do with me? I did not break the seal. Nevertheless, Chen Shu will eventually frame me. And as long as the seal is broken, the plot remains intact. Nan Gongxi's gaze remained fixed on Su Mu. She observed the youth glance back at the secret realm. His expression a mixture of compassion and complexity, stirring her heart deeply. Indeed, Su Mu is not only concerned for my well-being, but also for the lives of our fellow disciples. He truly is a kind-hearted individual. Nan Gongxi's eyes flickered as she gently bit her crimson lip. An impulsive desire surged within her to embrace Su Mu and reassure him that everything would be fine. Yet, she refrained, aware that their relationship had not yet reached such intimacy, and she did not wish for Su Mu to distance himself from her because of it. Yin swiftly escorted both individuals back to their respective abodes. After confirming that Su Mu was unharmed, she turned to leave, immersing herself in the rescue efforts within the secret realm. In the cave, Su Mu sat in contemplation at the main seat, his head bowed. The maid, Xiaolan, respectfully awaited his command, her demeanor devoid of any hint of a killer's aura. This should be fine now, Su Mu thought as he gazed skyward. He understood that, according to the typical narrative progression, this would mark a pivotal juncture in his life, where the glories of the past would recede into the distance. Yet, he felt no regret, as it was merely a plot device. However, an unsettling feeling lingered. Something felt amiss, though he could not quite articulate it. Su Mu scratched his head in contemplation. Before long, half a day had passed, and the Holy Land exhibited remarkable efficiency in response to the incident. Su Mu soon grasped the full scope of the situation. Intruders from rival factions had infiltrated the Holy Land, deliberately entering the secret realm to unseal the Basya seal, aiming to eradicate the talented individuals of this generation. Fortunately, Elder Yi Yin detected the threat in time and swiftly took action. While over 1,000 disciples were injured, not a single fatality occurred. The higher-ups of the Holy Land regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. The 3 peak leaders remaining in the Holy Land had united in their efforts to uncover the perpetrator. Su Mu clenched his fists in secret. Excellent. Next would be the Holy Land's investigation, and he would bear the brunt of the blame. Although he was unsure why Yi Yin reacted so swiftly, the necessary events had transpired, all undoubtedly part of the male Li Qinshu's scheme. Truly, he was deserving of the title of protagonist. One could always count on him in critical moments. Su Mu could not help but commend him with a silent thumbs up. Now, he merely needed to await further news. The Holy Land housed numerous high-ranking cultivators, and their capabilities exceeded imagination. He believed that clues would surface soon. Indeed, that night, Yi Yin identified a person with direct ties to the matter, Wang Tizi. He had been present at the seal's entrance and had lingered for an extended period. The Holy Land promptly convened a public trial. Su Mu mentally applauded this decisive action. Yi Yin had finally regained her reliability. Wang Tizi was Su Mu's comrade. Should there be any suspicion regarding his motives, he would certainly be the first to approach Su Mu. Under the night sky, a throng of people gathered in the square, bustling with discussions. Is this person really Wang Tizi? He is just an inner sect disciple. It is said that this person has unraveled the seal of the secret realm and is a spy for the evil cultivators. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Su Mu happened to enter the square, and, upon seeing Wang Tizi, his face registered profound shock. What? How could it be him? In such a crucial situation, Su Mu's seasoned acting skills were fully unleashed, his expression revealing a blend of guilt, astonishment, concealment, and a hint of trepidation. It was a classic display of emotional turmoil. At this moment, Meng Xiaoxiao had returned to Su Mu's side and felt a pang of sympathy. This matter is actually unrelated to you. Not far away, Yi Yin and Nangong, she also noticed Su Mu, their hearts tightening with concern. They knew Su Mu to be kind-hearted and were well aware of his family background, making it impossible for him to commit such an act. Silence. In the air, Mo Shuangxing made her appearance, flanked by 2 other peak masters. The 3 bore serious expressions, ready to personally investigate the matter. Before the formal inquiry began, Mo Shuangxing lifted her beautiful eyes and surveyed the surroundings. Among the disciples, if anyone had relevant information, now was the time to speak. This was a subtle prompt, encouraging self-disclosure. Su Mu's eyes sparkled. He could not let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away. He stepped forward and declared, "I confess this matter pertains to me." Chapter 63, Is this a revelation? Perhaps. I concede, this matter pertains to me. The moment these words escaped his lips, every gaze in the vicinity turned toward him, eyes brimming with incredulity. Sumo. Once again, it is he. Could it be that he has unraveled the seal? But why? This is unexpected. After all, he is a member of the Celestial Clan. How could he possibly be a practitioner of dark arts? Su Mu's assertion seems not entirely implausible. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. Upon the high platform, the three peak masters also redirected their attention, with the exception of Mo Shuangxing, the other two exhibiting a demeanor fraught with peril. The oppressive aura of high-ranking cultivators bore down upon Su Mu, nearly bringing him to his knees, yet at that critical juncture, an inexplicable force mitigated the weight. This is... Su Mu lifted his gaze towards Mo Shuangxing, his heart stirring. After all, he is her disciple. In such a circumstance, she would surely afford him some consideration. Little did he know that Mo Shuangxing was on the verge of an explosion of fury. She vaguely recalled a similar scene from her previous life, when she presided over this very trial, unjustly accusing Su Mu and dragging the entire Su family into the fray. This time, she would not allow anyone to wrong him. Whoever dared to do so would meet their demise. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She could no longer afford to ponder further. If Chen Shu intended to eliminate Su Mu, she would preemptively eliminate Chen Shu. At this moment, she cared not for destiny or the forces lurking behind. Her sole desire was to protect Su Mu. No one shall harm him in my presence. No one. In the square, Su Mu stood tall, resolutely declaring, "Wang Tieji is my ally. This matter concerns me." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Su Mu could hardly contain his laughter. "Damn it, no one can stop me today. I shall bear this burden." Meng Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze on the young man's silhouette, tears brimming in her eyes. In her previous life, it was the same. Despite her attempts to ensnare him, he would always take upon himself all the blame. It was utterly unwarranted. She was merely a subordinate. Yet Su Mu was that kind of sincere person, attentive to those around him, pouring out his heart and soul. At times, Meng Xiaoxiao found herself thinking Su Mu was quite foolish. Did he not understand that one must look after oneself to survive? Yet, Su Mu continued to act thus, sheltering his own time and again. When she asked him why he did so, Su Mu would merely flash a grin and say, "I am your leader. Of course I must protect you." In stark contrast, Chen Shu was no better than a beast, a vile creature. He not only schemed to get close to her, exploiting her, but ultimately drained her of all worth, even contemplating her demise to further his own cultivation. In her previous life, following this very plotline, Chen Shu's underlings successfully framed Su Mu, leading only to Chen Shu's murderous silence. No happy endings awaited. Chen Shu was a quintessential scoundrel, and Meng Xiaoxiao had long seen through his facade. As Su Mu boldly announced his stance, an increasing number of disciples caught wind of the commotion and hastened to the square, while the enforcement hall arrived to maintain order. Su Mu seized the opportunity to survey his surroundings, nodding discreetly. Indeed, every anticipated character was present. Mo Shuangxing, Qing Jingru, Yin, Meng Xiaoxiao, Nangong Shi, and Nangong Lu. Most importantly, Chen Shu was there, hiding among the crowd, his hood obscuring his face and concealing a sinister grin. "Yes, just like that. Continue the investigation, and you will soon uncover the trace of Su Mu that I have left on the scene. Su Mu, your reputation will soon be in tatters." Chen Shu's eyes glowed red, and the corners of his mouth stretched towards his ears. The hatred he had harbored for so long was finally poised for release today. On the high platform, Mo Shuangxing stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Su Mu. "All right, since you claim this matter concerns you, we shall investigate thoroughly from the beginning. Summon the Heavenly Mirror." Feeling the imposing aura of his opponent, Su Mu's heart soared with joy. Yes, just like that. The plot is finally returning to normal. They're even resorting to the heavenly mirror. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The heavenly mirror, a half-step imperial artifact, was the treasure of the Yao Feng sacred land. It would not be employed unless the matter at hand was of utmost importance to the sect's survival. The sect was evidently taking this matter very seriously. Everyone's gaze fixated intently on Mo Xuanxing. Yi Yan's heart sank. The evidence they had gathered was highly detrimental to Su Mu, and Mo Xuanxing was renowned for her adherence to rules. Should they uncover any clues, even without substantial evidence, it would likely spell trouble for Su Mu. Suddenly, Yi Yan soared into action, brandishing her token. I am the elder of the Sacred Lands Inspection Supervisory Committee. With this token, I represent the authority of the sacred land itself. I demand to join the investigation. Very well. Mo Xuanxing readily agreed, leaving Yi Yan momentarily stunned. Huh? Why did she consent? Although Yi Yan spoke with conviction, the realm of cultivation respected strength above all. With the lord of the sacred land currently in seclusion, if Mo Xuanxing chose not to show her any favor, Yi Yan would truly be powerless. Then let us commence. Su Mu felt somewhat bewildered. Was there a previous plot that involved Yi Yan? Wasn't she supposed to be a mere observer? How had she become involved? No, the further this progressed, the more he needed to alter the trajectory of the narrative. It was time to showcase the skill of an experienced actor. Su Mu stepped forward with extraordinary presence. There is nothing more to say. Wang Tieji is my subordinate. Regardless of the truth behind this matter, all that he has done is my responsibility. No one can prevent me from bearing this burden today. Not even Jesus himself. Unbeknownst to anyone, in the center of the square, Wang Tieji trembled at his words, his head bowing even lower. All right, let's officially begin. Mo Xuanxing lightly took over the conversation, redirecting everyone's attention to the heavenly mirror. Waves shimmered, and soon images began to materialize. Mo Xuanxing's fingers glided deftly, allowing her to adjust the perspective and observe freely. The use of the heavenly mirror theoretically allowed one to witness all past events. The truth would soon be revealed. In the mirror, the silhouette of a handsome youth made its debut, and the crowd's pupils constricted. This individual was none other than Su Mu. The mirror began to showcase every action taken by Su Mu after he entered the secret realm. Upon landing, the young man surveyed his surroundings before soaring toward a particular direction, soon encountering a second person, Nangong Shi. I expected it to be Wang Tizi, but to my surprise, is Sister Nangong. Could it be that Sister Nangong is an accomplice of Su Mu? That is inconceivable. I would rather believe that the heavenly mechanism mirror is malfunctioning. Indeed, how could they not inquire about Sister Nangong's esteemed reputation? As murmurs arose, many continued to observe intently. Within the scene, Su Mu and Nangong Shi met. The young man displaying a mixture of confusion and awkwardness, while the young woman beamed with joy, resembling a delicate blossom. The pair journeyed together, with Su Mu occasionally uttering a few words, while Nangong Shi chattered incessantly. Her gaze upon the youth sparkled like the stars, imbued with an indescribable meaning, brimming with tenderness and focus. It was as if in her world, only Su Mu existed. Su Mu. The crowd. It seemed. Something was amiss? Someone murmured. Chapter 64. Is this really the Su Mu you are? Clearly, something is amiss. Su Mu is in trouble. I can't take it anymore. The crowd seethed with suppressed anger, their eyes fixated on the images displayed by the heavenly mechanism mirror. What on earth is this? Are they throwing us a curveball? At this moment, Su Mu was equally bewildered. He had not noticed the peculiar dynamics within the secret realm, but now, from this third-person perspective, it was evident that Nangong Shi's demeanor was deeply troubling. Could it be that she? Su Mu's eyes widened as a terrifying suspicion dawned upon him. Has Nangong Shi also wavered? Mo Xuanxing, too, was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a development. Her gaze shifted, now directed at Nangong Shi with an unmistakably dangerous intensity. She is a rival. Among those sharing the same sentiment were Qing Jingru, Meng Xiao, and Yi Yan, all present on the scene. Nangong Lu cast a complex look at his sister. Sister, could it be? That you have fallen for Sumu as well? But why? Why? This question echoed in the minds of all present, and the vast square fell into an eerie silence. Chun Shu was so astonished that he nearly dislocated his jaw, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. No, this is impossible. Nangongshi is mine. She belongs to me. Chen Shu could not forget the moment he first laid eyes on Nangongshi, as if his life had suddenly brightened, a meteor streaking across the sky. He had fallen for her at first sight. Yet now, she was inexplicably devoted to Su Mu, this worthless sycophant. Why? Chen Shu's jealousy ignited into a raging inferno. The images on the heavenly mechanism mirror continued to unfold. In the scene, the young girl remained joyfully encircled around Su Mu, her eyes filled with affection. The two soared through the air, covering vast distances until they arrived above canyon. Here it is. The tension in the air heightened as everyone anxiously awaited what would transpire next. In the footage, Su Mu and Nangong, she lingered briefly at the canyon's edge, scarcely exchanging a few words before entering the canyon itself. They had not disturbed the surrounding seals at all. This. A wave of confusion swept over the crowd. Could it be that Su Mu was not the one they thought? But why they arrived here? Was it mere coincidence? If so, why would Su Mu so boldly admit to it? This defies logic. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Yet, Mo Shuangxing felt a sense of relief wash over her. She had deliberately summoned the sacred treasure, the heavenly mechanism mirror, to publicly vindicate Su Mu, and it seemed her efforts were beginning to bear fruit. In the images, the two did not pause. After entering the canyon, Nangongshi proceeded to gather resources, while Su Mu appeared somewhat disinterested, standing idly. Why isn't Su Mu collecting the essence of heaven and earth? Is he up to something? Foolish. Someone scoffed, rolling their eyes. After all, Su Mu is the young master of the Su family. Does he truly lack these resources? The essence of heaven and earth, while precious to us, is mere trifles to him. The crowd fell silent. While the words may have been crude, they held an undeniable truth. They are all prodigies hailing from various corners of the continent, drawn to this sacred land in pursuit of superior cultivation and abundant resources, engaging in fierce competition with one another. However, to Su Mu, these pursuits are merely commonplace, hardly worthy of mention. Many who had previously looked down upon Su Mu now find themselves reflecting on the vast chasm that separates their statuses. Look, the scene is changing, someone exclaimed, prompting the crowd to turn their gaze. They beheld Su Mu standing still for a moment. Yet before he could take any action, the gorge began to tremble violently. The earth split and the void shattered. Even through the celestial mirror, the onlookers could sense an overwhelming aura, as if confronting the very heavens and earth. This was the oppressive presence of an ancient, ferocious beast. In an instant, the crowd turned pale, a sense of insignificance washing over them. Mo Shuangxing raised a hand to shield against this pressure, continuing to observe. Within the gorge, Su Mu and Nangong, she were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, but merely for a fleeting moment, before swiftly reacting. As the youth lifted his foot, Nangong, she grasped his hand tightly. What the heck? Are they not even pretending anymore? The crowd was incredulous. Is Nangong's senior sister? Nonsense! Someone suddenly shouted, countering. This is clearly a testament to senior sister Nangong's kind heart. Faced with such turmoil, she wishes to save Su Mu. In a moment of urgency, she chose to act in this manner. The crowd furrowed their brows in contemplation. There seemed to be some merit to this line of reasoning. Look, Nangong's senior sister is indeed leading Su Mu to flee. As they heard this, the crowd lifted their eyes once more to the celestial mirror, a glimmer of hope igniting within them. The scene depicted the young couple running hand in hand, evading the imminent dangers that lurked around them. Though the path was fraught with peril, they soon discovered a fragmented formation to take refuge in. Keen-eyed cultivators noticed something peculiar. Su Mu. His foundational skills are astonishingly solid. Channeling his energy seamlessly, his movements were also unparalleled. The rumored waste possesses such strength? Once inside the formation, Su Mu and Nangong, she promptly produced a plethora of defensive treasures, fortifying their defenses layer upon layer. The crowd overheard their conversation and understood their intention to seek refuge in the sacred land. After all, an opponent of the ancient ferocious beast Excalibur was far beyond what two unseasoned youths could handle. Such a course of action seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, someone suddenly cried out in shock. What on earth is that defensive spiritual treasure? In the image, Su Mu casually retrieved a defensive talisman, and upon tearing it, a towering beam of light erupted, its grandeur shaking the surroundings. The spectacle was overwhelming. It was as though he feared that others might overlook them. Is Su Mu truly this ostentatious? Using a talisman with such a commotion? It was undeniably too flamboyant. I merely remarked upon the luminous pillar I had observed in the secret realm, and it turns out to be this. A subtle twitch appeared at the corners of someone's mouth as they recalled their experiences within the secret realm. At that time, they too had sensed the tremors of the realm, witnessing countless ink beasts in a state of frenzy and fear, only to behold this soaring pillar of light. They had even suspected that this very pillar was the root of the calamity. However, it now seems that this was simply a spectacle orchestrated by Su Mu. But what purpose could this serve? It appears utterly futile, aside from drawing the attention of the ink beast. Wait! Suddenly, a look of realization crossed their face, as if a thought had struck them. Su Mu, was he deliberate in this? Was it merely to attract the ink beasts of the secret realm? As a direct descendant of the celestial clan, Su Mu must possess numerous defensive spiritual treasures, and it seems implausible that he would casually deploy one with such extraordinary effects. This can only imply that his actions were intentional. By using himself as bait, he could divert the ink beasts, thus alleviating the pressure on others. How could this be possible? Upon this realization, the individual could not help but be taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be that I have been misjudging Su Mu all along? Of course, they were not the only one harboring such thoughts. Soon, others with perceptive minds began to arrive at the same conclusion. Before long, a wave of entirely divergent public opinion began to quietly spread. Chapter 65. The True Culprit Revealed. Unbeknownst to Su Mu, the tides of public opinion were shifting. As a suspect, he and Wang Tieji found themselves confined at the center of the square, isolated from the surrounding crowd, able to see but unable to hear. Only if Mo Shuangxing wished for them to listen would they be granted that privilege. Su Mu sensed the complex gazes directed at him, filled with an indescribable significance. A flicker of surprise crossed his brow. He was genuinely taken aback. Huh? So many have reacted so swiftly. They have already discerned that my appearance in the valley was rather peculiar. After all, the seal was lifted immediately upon entry. One could hardly deny the suspicion. I underestimated them. Somos silently acknowledged. Truly, the heroes of this world were as numerous as fish crossing a river. The thought of how others perceive him stirred a wave of emotion within Su Mu, prompting him to lightly brush his face with his hand. Yes, precisely. Attack me fiercely. Spare no mercy. Inflict upon me your verbal barbs and sharp retorts. The narrative was returning to normalcy. The seal was broken, he bore the blame, and public sentiment was shifting. What ultimate dream this was. It seemed as though hope for his return home was within reach, causing his form to tremble slightly. This scene sent a shiver through the hearts of the onlookers. Have we misjudged Su Mu? Does he truly possess such magnanimity? Does this imply that Su Mu has saved my life? The crowd was left speechless. Yet Yi Yin felt a pang in her heart. She could sense the atmosphere and understood that Su Mu was oblivious to the external world. At that moment, he must have believed that everyone was hurling insults at him. Faced with the mountainous pressure of public opinion, could it be that Su Mu would reveal his inner fragility? Trembling in fear? After all, he was merely a youth. Yi Yin felt her heart shatter at the thought. She longed to rush in and envelop him in a warm embrace, whispering words of comfort. However, the time was not yet ripe. Yi Yan's gaze drifted to the side, where Qing Jingru stood expressionless, prompting a cold huff from her. Oof. Su Mu is so enamored with her, yet she remains unmoved. One would think even an ice block would melt under such affection. How utterly heartless she is. If so, why not let Su Mu belong to me? Soon, Yi Yin reassured herself, As long as she endured this day and restored Su Mu's innocence, she would acquire that coveted item at the marriage gathering. Once she possessed it, Su Mu would ultimately belong solely to her. There would be no other possibilities. Su Mu, by that time, you shall be my destined partner. Yi Yan's expression softened as she gazed upon the young man in the arena. Unbeknownst to her, Qing Jingru was secretly channeling her vital energy, forcefully dispelling the moisture in her eyes. With a sigh of relief, Su Mu exhaled deeply, feeling a surge of excitement that even his steadfast heart could scarcely contain. This was primarily due to the tremendous pressure exerted by those unreliable protagonists. A diligent heart shall not be forsaken by heaven. Su Mu felt invigorated, eagerly anticipating the unfolding of events. The heavenly mirror hung high in the air, its waters undisturbed. The imagery continued to unfold. In the depths of the canyon, Su Mu and Nangong, she found themselves ensnared. Though their immediate safety was assured, they were unable to escape, leaving them with little to occupy their time. Under the peculiar gazes of those around them, they surprisingly began to play chess amidst the looming presence of the ink beasts. Bored with the game, they even resorted to activities such as string tricks and tossing jade tokens. The onlookers couldn't help but wonder if their nonchalance was a tad excessive. One individual, with a twitch at the corner of their mouth, voiced the collective sentiment, questioning the propriety of indulging in games under such dire circumstances, despite the fact that the Bai Hui, lacking consciousness and form, posed no active threat to them. Yet, one could not deny that Su Mu and Nangong, she had every right to be audacious, given their formidable defenses. A sense of envy surged within some, one of whom clenched their teeth and lamented, "Am I the only one concerned for Su Mu and Sister Nangong, alone together?" Regret began to creep in as they questioned why they hadn't ventured to the heart of the beast's tide. Others chimed in with incredulity, speculating on the absurdity of Su Mu's apparent ease, as if he possessed the wealth to casually wield such high-level spiritual artifacts. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. The sky shattered, and Yi Yan descended like a celestial being, accompanied by a host of elders, to avert the impending crisis. With this intervention, Su Mu and Nangong, she made their exit, leaving an eerie silence in their wake, as the audience pondered the implications of the events that had transpired. Was it truly so simple? Perhaps there lay deeper truths beneath the surface. In that moment, Mo Shuangxing felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she spoke up with conviction. Following a thorough investigation by myself and the esteemed elders, we have indeed detected Su Mu's aura at the scene, even at the sight of the seal. However, her expression turned grave. The heavenly mechanism mirror does not err. The truth is now clear to all. Su Mu is not the perpetrator. He has been framed. A murmur of disbelief swept through the crowd as they fixed their wide eyes upon Su Mu. He was utterly bewildered, feeling as though his very being was fracturing. What was this unfolding narrative? This was not how the original plot had been scripted. They had discovered his aura at the scene. Should they not have directly suspected him of the crime? How had his culpability been absolved? Suppressing the urge to curse, Su Mu's mind raced. The storyline must be salvaged. This was a pivotal moment. If he were not accused, the subsequent events would spiral into chaos. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him, and he boldly stepped forward, gesturing emphatically. "No, I believe this does not absolve me of suspicion." "What?" gasped the disciple, nearly dislocating their jaw in shock. "Is Su Mu out of his mind? Who willingly accepts blame?" Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Su Mu continued with eloquence. "Given my presence at the scene and the evidence of my aura left at the seal, this matter is at least connected to me and cannot simply be dismissed. Indeed, the situation is far from resolved." Mo Shuangxing spoke with an air of indifference, her lips curling slightly as though touched by a hint of a smile. Could there truly be a twist in the tale? The disciples were on the verge of astonishment fatigue, for the impact of today's revelations had been exceedingly profound. Mo Shuangxing turned her gaze towards Wang Tieji, situated on the opposite side. "Now, let us delve into his whereabouts." With a graceful flick of her hand, the heavenly mechanism mirror shifted its view, commencing the playback of Wang Tieji's activities upon entering the secret realm. Mo Shuangxing pursed her lips slightly. Sumo, do that. Allow me to present you with a gift. The crowd looked up in anticipation. On the screen, Wang Tieji initially appeared in the secret realm, momentarily dazed before he swiftly soared in a determined direction, not pausing in the slightest. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Wang Tieji unexpectedly encountered someone. Who could this be? A look of confusion spread across the crowd. In the reflection of the heavenly mechanism mirror, the figure that met Wang Tieji was obscured and distorted, making it impossible to discern whether it was male or female, and the voice was indistinguishable. You will only listen to me. Do you understand? Wang Tieji trembled slightly, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he nodded repeatedly. Excellent. The shadowy figure seemed pleased, patting Wang Tieji on the shoulder. If you cooperate with me in this endeavor, I can not only assure the safety of your loved ones, but you will also have access to ample resources for your future cultivation. As long as you assist me in framing Sumu, all will be well. A profound silence enveloped the room. Chapter 66. Chun Shu. I am crumbling. It is abundantly clear that Su Mu is innocent. Mo Shuangxing spoke with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Wang Tizi is also under duress. The individual threatening Wang Tizi possesses an extraordinary identity, wielding unknown means to obscure the heavenly mirror, rendering us incapable of discerning their true appearance. Mo Shuangxing's voice resonated across the vicinity, leaving the disciples agape utterly astonished. Is there truly more to this matter? After much deliberation, both suspects turn out to be blameless? What now? However, soon enough, someone began to piece together the puzzle. Wait, if Brother Wang is being coerced, then he must have encountered this person and should be able to provide a clue, correct? Upon uttering this thought, all eyes turned toward Wang Tizi. He stood with his head bowed, trembling slightly, silent as a grave. Brother Wang, what does this person look like? Who are they? Are they indeed a spy for the malevolent sect? Speak, Brother Wang. Amidst the crowd, Qin Shu felt as though his scalp might burst. Goodness! It dawned on him that since the Holy Land possesses the heavenly mirror, it might very well unveil pertinent clues about him, with Wang Tizi as a crucial witness. Should the latter confess, Qin Shu would be doomed, not to mention the three celestial kings present. A mere spit from any one of them could obliterate him. Curse it! Am I truly destined to perish here today? Chun Shu's complexion turned ashen, his eyes betraying profound terror. He clutched his garment tightly with one hand, fixated on the square. If the other party were to betray him today, he would have to eliminate Su Mu first. All of this turmoil stemmed from him. Chun Shu had never anticipated that his casual threat would inadvertently become the pivotal evidence exonerating Su Mu. Since the ordeal with Meng Xiao, he had become exceptionally cautious in his dealings, employing such threats as commonplace, subsequently offering substantial rewards, carrots and sticks in equal measure. Little did he know that this time, it would backfire spectacularly. Know if the truth were to be revealed, not only would Su Mu perish, but Wang Tizi's family could not be spared either. I must send a message to Yin Luan immediately. Qin Shu's face twisted in a grimace. His fingers stirred subtly within his sleeve in the square. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, Wang Tizi slowly lifted his head, surveying his surroundings. A sudden serene smile emerging on his pale visage. I'm sorry, I do not know. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, disbelief etched on their faces. Why, Brother Wang? Why are you unwilling to speak? Are you a fool, unaware that Brother Wang's family remains in their clutches? We have 3 peak masters present. Is there any force more powerful than our Yao Feng Holy Land? Whispers and speculations filled the air. Yet, Mo Shuangxing maintained an impassive expression, as though she had anticipated this outcome. Prior to the public trial, they had inquired of Wang Tizi, yet he steadfastly refused to divulge any information. Certainly, here is the refined and improved translation of the provided text. Mo Shuangxing and her companions had indeed contemplated employing soul-searching techniques. However, the current evidence suggested that the other party bore no culpability, as everything was merely reactive. Given this, Wang Tizi remained a disciple of the sacred land and could not be subjected to the treatment reserved for criminals. We shall grant you a month to ponder this matter. After a month, should you still refuse to disclose the identity of the individual in question, we shall resort to more extreme measures. The words of the law enforcement home master echoed in Wang Tizi's mind, causing his complexion to pale further. Betraying Qinshu? No. This would be a betrayal of the Tianhe Palace, particularly since the other party was the young master of Tianhe Palace. Wang Tizi was all too aware of the fate that befell those who betrayed Tianhe Palace. His parents and siblings still resided within the palace's stronghold. Should he choose betrayal, his loved ones would face imminent death. There was no other possibility. I would sooner die, Wang Tizi thought resolutely, closing his eyes once more, shutting out the world around him. Sumu was left speechless, utterly shocked. What was happening? What in the world was going on? Why had my suspicions suddenly been cleared? Wang Tizi, speak up. Why didn't you just shift the blame onto me from the start? Sumu was exasperated. He could easily grasp the intricacies of the situation. If Wang Tizi had merely implicated Sumu as a scapegoat when first captured, the subsequent events involving the Heavenly Mirror and the Sacred Lands investigation would likely never have transpired. Yet here they were. Sumu glanced at his bumbling companion, his eyes betraying a mixture of disdain, astonishment, embarrassment, and a flicker of ire. Wang Tizi seemed to have suddenly grasped something as he raised his head to meet Sumu's gaze. Noticing the complexity of emotions reflected in Sumu's expression, he managed a wry smile and softly spoke, "Boss." Before infiltrating Sumu's circle, he had conducted some inquiries and had a general understanding of Sumu's character, concluding that Sumu was, indeed, a good person. Thus, upon learning of Qinshu's intention to frame Sumu and his plan to eliminate all disciples, Wang Tizi was left utterly astounded. Hearing the term boss, Sumu shuddered. So you still regard me as your superior? Then why didn't you pass the blame to me? Is there anyone who betrays their superior in such a manner? The uninformed onlookers fell silent, sensing the affection Sumu held for his subordinates. No wonder Sumu had initially frantically assumed all responsibility. Was it to protect his younger brother? To think that an ordinary follower could exhibit such loyalty. Sumu truly valued friendship and loyalty. I have decided to cease my criticisms of him. Me too. The crowd's expressions towards Sumu gradually softened. Mo Shuangxing keenly sensed this shift and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Her plan had largely achieved its intended effect. Sumu's grievances had been absolved, and the prejudices against him had begun to dissipate. Only one final hurdle remained. Mo Shuangxing took a deep breath and stepped forward, suspended in midair. Wang Tiezi, as a disciple of the inner sanctum, we can grant you an opportunity, provided you are willing to reveal the identity of the other party. I will not speak, Wang Tiezi replied resolutely. Upon hearing this, Qinshu and the crowd sighed in relief, grateful that the other party was sensible. In that case, you shall be confined until you are willing to disclose the identity. Mo Shuangxing's tone turned icy. Furthermore, Sumu's suspicions have been cleared, and he is publicly exonerated. No, Sumu internally veiled. Mo Shuangxing did not pause. Instead, she surveyed her surroundings, momentarily halting in a certain direction. Although the sacred ground could not discern the enemy's identity, it would not remain idle. With a graceful wave of her hand, the heavenly machine mirror slowly ascended above the heads of the crowd. A dazzling burst of primordial purple energy erupted forth. An inexplicable sense of awe instantaneously enveloped the hearts of all present. The two peak masters, witnessing this, did not hesitate to step forward, each employing their own methods. Their figures flickered in and out as if merging with the radiant light, rendering everything surreal. Mo Shuangxing's dark eyes were profound, her gaze as sharp as lightning. The heavenly machine mirror served not only as an intelligence tool, but also as a formidable weapon of destruction. We shall wield this half-step imperial artifact to deliver a devastating blow to our adversaries. No sooner had she spoken than a crack echoed in Qinshu's ears. His destiny had shattered. Chapter 67. The assassination of Sumu Qinshu was utterly flustered. All along, the fragments of the purple patterns on his body had been his greatest reliance, especially the ability Heaven's favor, which was the very foundation of his existence. Now, a crack had unexpectedly appeared. Though it had not shattered completely, Chun Shuqing still sensed that something significant was continuously flowing away from him. Sumu suddenly felt an itch at the back of his neck and instinctively reached to scratch it. Sigh. He exhaled, now certain that the narrative had veered off course and could not be salvaged. System, do you think I can still complete the plot task like this? Host, do not lose heart. The progress of the plot task is currently normal. Sumu was taken aback by these words. How could this possibly be considered normal? Everything that has transpired still aligns with the world's destiny. Destiny. Sumu's expression became vacant as he recalled his very first plot task when he had just traversed into this world, believing himself to be a time traveler. Thus, he was the destined protagonist. The original protagonist, you say? What does that even mean? Consequently, the youthful Sumu began to deviate from his character, diligently studying, practicing hard, and maintaining strict self-discipline. He even transported numerous technological creations from his past life into this world. Naturally, destiny was enraged. In merely 6 months, Sumu sustained severe injuries countless times, teetering on the brink of death. His father, Su Ningye, in a bid to protect the young Sumu, even bore the wrath of the celestial tribulation, sustaining grave wounds and consequently losing the opportunity to ascend to the status of celestial sovereign. The harm inflicted upon Sumu and those around him need not be elaborated upon. This was precisely why Sumu had remained steadfast in completing the plot tasks, instead of simply eliminating the male and female leads who strayed from the narrative. Since it was destiny, there was no choice but to accept it. He would go with the flow. Sumu's gaze dimmed. He distinctly remembered that his character possessed a portion of destiny's artifacts, specifically the purple patterns at the back of his neck. In his previous life, while perusing the original text, he had heard the author boast that this was a crucial clue woven throughout the narrative, destiny. It now appeared that this fragment of supposed destiny was likely reserved for the male protagonist. Once the male lead, Chun Shuqing, eliminated him, he would surely yield a bounty of coins, the finest of spoils. Sumu silently vowed that upon completing the plot task and returning to his original world, he would engage in a thorough discourse with the author offline. Ultimately, all settled into tranquility. Sumu was exonerated, having been wrongfully accused, and was released without charge. Wang Tieji was confined, unaware of when he would be released, if ever. Most of the disciples who participated in this trial sustained minor injuries, with no fatalities. I knew it. No wonder something felt amiss. Sumu helplessly pursed his lips. However, the number of deaths was alarmingly low. During the first plot task, when Sumu faced judgment, nearly all the disciples from the sacred ground had perished, leaving only a scant few survivors. To comprehend the gravity of the situation, one must recognize that these disciples are not merely prodigies. They are treasures of the sacred land, each backed by formidable forces. In light of the collective fury, it is evident that a swift and severe judgment upon Sumu is imperative. Presently, it appears that the flames of wrath have yet to reach their zenith. Sumu bowed his head in contemplation, pondering that to avert any narrative discrepancies in the future, the commotion must be amplified. In the square, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yin Wan withdrew his probing gaze and turned his attention to the jade tablet he had been clutching. It bore the message from Chen Shu, commanding him to eliminate Wang Tizi's family immediately. Yin Wan furrowed his brow. Fortunately, he had already relocated Wang Tizi's family, though he remained uncertain of the rationale behind his actions. Nonetheless, what has transpired cannot be undone. Do not inquire. This is why his family has vanished without a trace. At that moment, Chun Shu's message arrived once more. Did we not arrange assassins to be near Sumu? Act now. Immediately, Yin Wan's frown deepened. Young master, what has transpired? Do you have any idea that I nearly perished today? Let the assassins proceed. I do not care about anything else. I demand results. Yin Wan mused in silence, questioning the sanity of the previous master for designating such an individual as the heir. He had grown weary of attempting to reason with someone so evidently consumed by rage that they could not absorb any counsel. After all, he was the foremost general under this individual, a practitioner of the celestial realm, on the verge of becoming a celestial king. Yet Chen Shu displayed such an attitude. Yin Wan's expression hardened. Even a clay figurine would possess some semblance of temper. He promptly sent a message stating, "Understood." Subsequently, he disregarded all further communications from Chen. It was not until much later that he remembered to relay instructions to the infiltrator beside Su Mu. The directive was clear. Observe Su Mu closely and report any developments immediately. Understood. Liang Zhilan's expression shifted slightly as she tucked away the jade tablet and proceeded to serve tea. "Young master, please enjoy the tea." "Ah, thank you." Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Su Mu furrowed his brow in contemplation, casually accepting the tea and taking a sip, oblivious to Xiaolan's subtle change. Xiaolan returned to the tea room and silently communicated with her three sisters. "Lan, are you all aware? May. Indeed, the higher-ups have set their sights on Su Mu. Bamboo. I did not anticipate it would escalate so swiftly. Chrysanthemum. Sisters, shall we take action against Su Mu? May. Lan. Bamboo. Absolutely not. He is the one we cherish." After a considerable time, Liang Zhilan regained her focus. The four sisters possessed an innate ability to connect with one another, transcending vast distances to communicate at will. This was their secret, known only to themselves. Thus, at the very moment of their return, they were aware that they had both been reborn. After deliberation, they resolved to proceed one step at a time, confident that they would encounter Su Mu again. Fortunately, their gamble proved successful. On the other side, Chen Shu slammed down the jade token in his hand, his face ablaze with fury. He had just unleashed a torrent of anger towards Ian Wan. Yet no matter what he said, the response was merely a nonchalant "I understand." Eventually, there was no reply at all. "You subordinates are utterly contemptible. You must be shackled like Wang Tizi. Only then will you refrain from betraying me." Chen Shu seethed with rage. Although he had already issued the order for Ian Wan to assassinate Su Mu, he remained apprehensive. Therefore, he grasped the black ring he had always worn on his hand, his spirit stirring, and swiftly dispatched a bounty notice. Since his own people were unreliable, he would let the Fenyu Tower take on the task. Chen Shu's expression darkened, lost in his thoughts. Chapter 68. Welcoming the Holy Sun's Return. Yin suddenly awoke from her secluded chamber. Was this a premonition? Once again, she felt the resurgence of her abilities, for her unique constitution often rendered her a passive observer of the future, allowing her to glimpse pivotal moments in her life. For instance, she had foreseen the encounter with Su Mu when he visited her loft, a moment when she boldly cornered him. However, the unexpected arrival of Chen Shu had not been anticipated. At this moment, Yi Yin was filled with elation. Could it be true? Not long ago, a surge of emotions swept through her, and a vivid image materialized in her mind. The scene unfolded at night, with the surroundings illuminated by soft lights. Su Mu, adorned in splendid attire, embraced her warmly, the atmosphere thick with intimacy. Yean partit her lipsilightly. Su Mu, can you be my partner now? Su Mu hesitated for a moment. All right. And then the vision faded away. Yi Yin was exhilarated. She recognized that the scene depicted the dragon and phoenix garden, the venue for the upcoming union ceremony. The previous matter concerning Su Mu's trial had reached a conclusion, and the identities of the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden had yet to be revealed, yet the third phase of the union ceremony was about to commence. This segment was particularly favored by the disciples. Although termed a union ceremony, it was essentially a grand festival, where disciples entered the dragon and phoenix garden to explore and experience the essence of worldly love. Many disciples found their lifelong partners during this event, often culminating in a shared life until old age. With a determined glint in her eyes, Yi Yin declared, "Su Mu, wait for me. I will obtain the token and pledge my vows to you." The Dragon and Phoenix Garden was no ordinary venue. It was, in fact, a mystical realm housing a wondrous natural creation known as the Dragon and Phoenix Tree. It was said that if one stood beneath the tree at midnight, holding a token infused with the essence of the garden alongside their beloved, they would be destined for eternal companionship. The success rate was 100%, never faltering, due to the divine laws that governed it. Filled with excitement, Yi Yin promptly rose and began to make various preparations. Meanwhile, within Su Mu's chamber, "What brings you here?" Su Mu's lips twitched as he gazed at the numerous food boxes brought by Su Haining, an ominous feeling rising within him. Am I not welcome? Su Haining's expression remained stoic, still clad in the same dress from their last encounter. I heard there was an incident in the mystical realm, and came to check on you, while also allowing you to sample my dishes. In truth, Su Haining felt quite helpless. It was entirely due to the strained relationship she and Su Mu had fostered years ago that now, when she wished to visit and share her culinary creations, she could only resort to such indirect means. She even refrained from revealing her cooking prowess all at once, fearing that he might discover how long she had practiced for this moment. Instead, she gradually improved her culinary skills, allowing Su Mu to adjust. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Su Haining, suddenly finding her much more agreeable. Currently, the other female leads had their own issues, especially after the tumultuous events of the public trial, which had brought about significant changes. Su Mu spent considerable time reorganizing his thoughts. Still, Su Haining is the best. This cold and aloof demeanor is truly heartwarming. Isn't it merely testing the poison for the male protagonist? Come, I relish this unpalatable dish. Without a second thought, Su Mu seized a hefty piece and stuffed it into his mouth. His eyes widened in astonishment. What? This is delicious? Is it really? Upon hearing the praise, Su Haining visibly stiffened, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, revealing a hint of bashfulness. If it's delicious, then eat more. It's all for you. Su Mu gazed at her skeptically. Could you be this kind? By the way, did you have someone else make these? Your good friend Inyansho? Su Haining replied. Eat if you wish. If not, return it to me. If it weren't for my father sending me to see you, I wouldn't have come. Ah, yes. Yes. This is exactly the flavor. Those sharp words are indeed a reflection of her feelings. Su Mu nearly revealed a look of enjoyment. He was not one of those in the lettered circles, merely savoring this rare sense of peace and familiarity. It's all these female protagonists' fault for creating unnecessary complications. Only you are the hope of the village, Su Haining. Noticing Su Mu's unwavering gaze, scanning her with a peculiar look from head to toe, Su Haining felt no discomfort, but instead inquired, "What is it?" "Oh, nothing. I didn't expect your culinary skills to have improved so significantly." "Thank you." Su Haining's voice was as soft as a whisper, yet Su Mu heard her, for he was a peak practitioner of the Tianyuan realm. Moreover, perhaps due to having suppressed himself for too long, he had recently sensed signs of impending breakthrough, making his senses extraordinarily acute. "You actually said thank you," Su Mu exclaimed in astonishment. Su Haining tried to maintain a serious expression, her teeth clenched tightly. "I'll leave the food box for you. I must go. My family needs me. Don't see me off." Watching her retreating figure, Su Mu furrowed his brow. Why does it feel like something is off lately? Besides, this pastry is surprisingly delightful. Su Mu glanced down, noticing several exquisite pastries resting quietly in the food box. Su Haining is a formidable woman who thrives on the battlefield. Anyone who angers her might truly lose their head. Could she go to such lengths for the male protagonist? Su Mu felt a tremor of astonishment. Truly terrifying. If memory serves, the next plot point is about to commence. The selection for the Holy Land's chief typically identifies the Holy Son and Holy Daughter in the second phase, followed by the third phase, the fate of union. Su Mu interpreted this as a special side quest for the male protagonist to woo a maiden. After all, having just fought, one must return with a beauty. I recall that Chen Shu is likely to acquire another significant ability here, fate as a dream. Beneath the dragon and phoenix tree, a midnight rendezvous, growing old together. It sounds romantic, yet it is because there lies a wild fragment of purple patterns upon the tree, possessing a portion of the Heavenly Dao's power. Destiny is like a dream. With this newfound ability, Chen Shu could establish an unshakable bond with any female character he desired, signifying that they were destined to be together. However, what transpired after that remained a mystery to Su Mu, likely leaving the original author equally perplexed. In the unfolding narrative, Chen Shu, armed with a token, approached the dragon couple tree and subsequently acquired the destiny is like a dream ability, further augmenting his extraordinary powers. Suddenly, Su Mu's equilibration brightened. Of course, if I could ensure that Chen Shu attains this ability, all the previous deviations in the plot could be salvaged. Destiny is like a dream, is a heavenly principle, insurmountable in its nature. As long as Chuan-Shu harnesses this power to rekindle the affections of all the heroines, every loss incurred thus far could be rectified. The heroines would fall in love with Chuan-Shu, he would embrace his beloved, and then ruthlessly trample on Su-Mu, the villainous supporting character, swiftly completing the story's tasks. The more Su-Mu contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. This is simply marvelous. Such fortuitous events. Suddenly, a hearty laughter echoed from outside, nearly startling Su-Mu. In walked a jovial senior brother, portly and beaming with delight. You must be junior brother Su-Mu. Congratulations. You have become the top disciple of this cohort. From now on, you shall be the holy son. What? Su-Mu was left speechless. Chapter 69. Charge forward. The plump senior brother smiled warmly. Congratulations, junior brother. You have become the holy son. This was the only thought that occupied Su-Mu's mind. He quickly retained the plump senior brother and, through a series of indirect inquiries, unraveled the situation. Under normal circumstances, the title of Holy Son belonged to the individual who ranked first in the secret realm trial. However, due to exceptional circumstances, the trial had been abruptly interrupted. Many disciples had barely begun to engage, merely familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. This led to the ranking scores being predominantly 0. Ultimately, after deliberation among several elders, it was decided that Su-Mu had exhibited the most remarkable performance during this trial. After all, Su-Mu had selflessly utilized a specially crafted spiritual talisman to draw the attention of countless ink beasts. Not only did he safeguard himself, but he also rescued numerous disciples of the Holy Land, averting the awkward situation of a potential disruption in the Holy Land's lineage. What more could be said? Rewards. A substantial reward was in order. Thus, it was resolved that the position of Holy Son would be conferred upon Su-Mu, while the title of Holy Maiden would be bestowed upon Nangong-Shi. Coincidentally, the two had been together in the secret realm, complementing each other perfectly. Su-Mu was left in a daze. What is happening? Is this even permissible? In the original narrative, this title belonged to Chuan-Shu. How had it suddenly fallen upon him? Wait, hold on, senior brother. Wasn't there a hidden requirement to become the Holy Son? Suddenly, Su-Mu recalled that becoming the Holy Son of the Holy Land required not only passing the trial, but also maintaining a certain reputation. He had a significant shortcoming in that regard. Why had they not disqualified him? How ridiculous. Junior brother, you are being too modest. The plump senior brother clearly understood Su-Mu's concerns and patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. You saved many lives in the secret realm. All those past rumors are merely trifles, a bit of frost in the grand scheme of things. Su-Mu felt a premonition that some drastic changes were occurring outside his awareness. His lips twitched as he conversed with the plump senior brother for quite some time before sending him off. He then contemplated calling Meng Xiao. Wait, Su-Mu post. It would be prudent for me to verify this matter myself. After all, Meng Xiao is the heroine. She might very well lead me into a trap. Thus, Su-Mu disguised himself and began to wander the Holy Land, moving stealthily and eavesdropping on conversations. Soon enough, he stumbled upon the information he sought. A few disciples were engaged in discussion. Have you heard? The Holy Son and Holy Maiden have been revealed. It's Su-Mu and Nangong-Shi. I knew it. No surprise there. Su-Mu is truly magnificent. I've decided I will no longer oppose him. Su-Mu, aren't we friends? What do you mean by that? No longer opposing me? Does this imply that I have somehow broken character? Su-Mu wore an expression of disbelief as he continued to wander around the Holy Land. Overhearing similar conversations, it became clear that everyone was extolling his virtues, praising him for his selflessness and for saving numerous fellow disciples. Some have lauded him for his courage and strategy, asserting that even when confronting the ancient beasts, he could devise ingenious tactics. Others have praised Su-Mu's charisma. Indeed, this is difficult to contest. However, the preceding issues are grave. Who would have anticipated that as a seasoned actor, I would encounter such a downfall? Su-Mu returned to his lair, dejected and contemplative for quite some time. No, I cannot allow this. A spark ignited in Su-Mu's eyes, accompanied by a surge of indomitable spirit. Although the narrative has veered off course, I refuse to relinquish hope. The fake consolidation event. This is the turning point. It is often said that good news seldom travels far while bad news spreads like wildfire. I refuse to accept this. Sumorizal to persevere. Chinshu, you must rally your strength. You are the sole hope of our village. Sumu had made up his mind that as soon as the fate consolidation event commenced, he would spare no effort in assisting Chunshu to obtain the tokens, guiding him beneath the dragon and phoenix tree. As long as the fate as a dream exists, there remains a glimmer of hope. The 3 segments of the chief selection are of utmost significance, and now that a complication has arisen, Sumu is left speechless. Not a single reliable protagonist among them. This plot represents a pivotal juncture in Sumu's life. Yet now, there has indeed been a turning point, albeit in an unintended direction. In light of this, I shall take matters into my own hands. No one can prevent me from returning home. Sumu clenched his fists, feeling a long-lost surge of fervor. Since neither protagonist proves dependable, he shall act independently. Is it not a matter of approaching the dragon and phoenix tree? He shall go. Is it not about acquiring the tokens? He shall retrieve them. I will gather all the tokens and deliver them directly to Chinshu. Surely, there could be no further complications. Sumu had prepared the meal, meticulously chewed it, and offered it to them. All they needed to do was swallow. The fate consolidation event arrived as scheduled. The dragon and phoenix secret realm lies in the sacred mountainous rear. After each chief selection, it opens ceremoniously, allowing countless young men and women to converge, and an atmosphere of romantic tension begins to permeate the air. How youthful they are! The elder in charge of this area could not help but smile. He had been here for countless years, witnessing innumerable pairs of young partners emerge from the dragon and phoenix secret realm. How many couples will emerge this year? Within the dragon and phoenix secret realm, 6 special instances await, each containing a yin and yang token, representing the greatest opportunity. The appointed time has arrived. All disciples may enter. The elder called out with a resonant voice, raising his hand to unveil a swirling vortex in the air before them. The vortex, semi-transparent, revealed hints of pink petals swirling within, exuding a fragrant allure that stirred the senses. It has finally arrived. I have awaited this day for so long. Once I acquire the tokens, I shall confess to my senior sister, Wang Shixiang. Await me countless youthful hearts, filled with budding affections, streamed in, clutching dreams of love fulfilled. Sumu, too, blended into the throng, his expression far from cheerful. As he journeyed onward, numerous individuals began to take the initiative to greet him, respectfully addressing him as Brother Su, and some even daring to call him the Holy Son. Sumu thought to himself, this is utterly humiliating. As a villain to be revered by passers-by, it reflected his failure. If only I could restore Chunshu to his feet. I could revel in my role as a carefree scoundrel. Without a backward glance, Sumu dashed inside, oblivious to the familiar figures mingling within the throngs of people. Qingjing stood cold and aloof, a paragon of solitude. Meng Xiaoxiao exuded vivacity and charm, capturing the attention of many. Yin, with an aura of scholarly grace, gracefully navigated through the crowd, holding a jade rui in her hand. The sisters Nangong Shi and Nangong Lu approached hand in hand, both breathtakingly beautiful, leaving many in the crowd utterly entranced. Lastly, Yun Yinxing, the embodiment of Mo Shuangxing, endeavored to conceal her presence as she surged into the Longyuan secret realm. Sumu was determined to obtain the token, and so were they. P.S. Having been trapped in this dark room for several days has left me feeling quite distressed. I am grateful to my brothers for their continued support. If you have the time, please leave a review. Many thanks to all. Chinshu kneels before you. Oars. Chapter 70. Trial Sumu dashed into the Longyuan secret realm, momentarily taken aback. This was not a wild expanse, but rather an exquisite garden, stretching endlessly before his eyes. It was a dreamlike realm, with ancient trees towering majestically, their branches lush and abundant, surrounded by countless clusters of pink petals. As a gentle breeze swept through, the flowers swayed gracefully, creating a delicate rain of blossoms. Sumu could even sense the sweet and subtle fragrance of the flowers in the air. The sunlight was just right, and the water flowed gently. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Indeed, this was a fitting locale for the male protagonist to engage in romantic pursuits. The ambience was simply perfect. Everywhere he looked, it was a sanctuary for love, adorned with breathtaking vistas. Sumu lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment. Within the Longyuan secret realm, there were 6 trials that must be overcome to obtain the token, which would then allow him access to the final destination. Wait a moment, I have suddenly realized something of great importance. I absolutely do not know the way. As a villain in the narrative at this point in the storyline, Sumu should still be imprisoned, lamenting behind iron bars. Such a romantic paradise was hardly a place for a mere pawn of a villain. To his astonishment, there were aspects of the plot that were unfamiliar to him. This was disastrous. Sumu's lips twitched. Now, he could only explore in the dark, hoping to stumble upon any quest. He must deliver the token directly to Qinshu. Surely, Qinshu must have arrived as well. By the way, what does the token look like? Sumu pondered in confusion. Meanwhile, wishing to avoid drawing attention, Qinshu deliberately donned a black cloak and hood, concealing himself among the crowd. Recently, there had been a trend of heightened vigilance throughout the sanctuary, with occasional mental probes conducted. Perhaps feeling a tinge of guilt, Qinshu had developed a penchant for hiding within his dark robe, accompanied by an inexplicable urge to emit a cackling laugh. It was quite baffling. Qinshu had intended to blend seamlessly into the Longyuan secret realm, but to his dismay, he was stopped by someone. The elder in charge of the Longyuan secret realm wore a stern expression. Young disciple, in such a public setting, your attire is rather suspicious, isn't it? What? Qinshu quickly glanced around, noticing that everyone else was openly displaying themselves, while he, in his black robe, appeared quite eerie. Ahem, recently, the wind has been rather strong. Qinshu hastily concocted an excuse, but the elder clearly was not inclined to let him off the hook easily. What exactly are you here for? Speak plainly. The elder's face was grave, harboring doubts about Qinshu's intentions, suspecting he might be there to cause trouble. Such incidents had occurred before. When the Longyuan secret realm opened in each realm, disciples were not restricted from entering. Countless individuals came seeking a beautiful romance, while others, unable to tolerate others' joy, arrived solely to stir trouble. Due to a previous incident, the elder had faced severe punishment and had since become a staunch advocate for pure love. Determined to eliminate such risks, this disciple before him appeared highly suspect. A thorough investigation was imperative. Qinshu, how infuriating. How could even such a minor place be plagued by misfortune? Is this the consequence of the shattered heavenly mandate? Qinshu's expression was one of utmost distress. He was pressed for time and needed to seize the token as swiftly as possible. Each time the secret realm opened, only 12 tokens were available, 6 for yin and 6 for yang, awarded on a first-come, first-served basis. Thus, the two were entangled at the whirlpool's entrance. Within the secret realm, Qing Jingru was the first to land, promptly darting toward a direction she recalled from memory, not daring to waste a moment. In her previous life, she had ventured into the Longyuan secret realm, also known as the Longyuan Garden, where she once acquired a token from a dungeon while teaming up with Qinshu. At that time, unaware of the token's significance, Qinshu had taken it for himself and swiftly changed the subject. The thought of this soured Qing Jingru's expression. She now began to doubt whether her previous attachment to Qinshu was merely due to the token's power. Qing Jingru later learned that the Dragon Yuan tree possessed a unique ability to bind individuals together, but as time passed, this force would gradually wane until it entirely dissipated. She needed to obtain the token quickly, lest someone else beat her to it, for in this lifetime, she was determined to deliver the token to Sumu. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed. In the traditions of the sacred land, presenting a token to another was akin to a declaration of love. Qing Jingru wished she could remain composed, yet there was no choice. The token must not fall into Qinshu's hands. It had to reach Sumu. 5 other figures shared her intent, setting off almost simultaneously in 6 distinct directions. Below them, deep within the Longyuan garden, Sumu stood still, pondering, as he encountered a predicament. He had lost his way. Being a cultivator of the Tianyuan realm, how could he commit such a novice blunder? Was this perhaps the narrative's unseen corrective force? To prevent me from interfering with the protagonist's romance. Has it trapped me here? Very well. Sumu sighed helplessly. He could hardly blame himself this time. He desired to assist the leads, yet fate was unyielding. Please, may the plot not suffer any further mishaps. Otherwise, I might be the first to shatter before the storyline does. At that moment, Sumu was unaware that the Longyuan secret realm was perpetually shrouded in the control of romantic illusions. Only those with a clear vision of their beloved could navigate freely within this realm. Conversely, those devoid of affection, like Sumu, would find themselves ensnared in place. Some individuals, burdened by too many affections, would also lose their way, feeling adrift in every direction. Here it is. Ian suddenly exhaled in relief, realizing her frantic, aimless journey had not been in vain. It appeared she was the first to arrive at this secret realm. Sumu, wait for me to bring the token. I want you to be my partner. The girl's gaze was resolute as she stepped forward. Suddenly, a light illuminated Meng Xiaoxiao's eyes. She had entered the secret realm. Contrary to her expectations of intricate mechanisms, she found herself before a quaint courtyard. This is it, Sumui's courtyard. Meng Xiaoxiao's crimson lips moved. Yet no sound emerged. The initial trial of this secret realm manifests the most significant scene within one's heart. Thus, for me, the most important thing is to remain by Sumu's side, is it not? Meng Xiaoxiao's gaze became vacant as she began to grasp a deeper understanding. It turned out that her long-cherished desires were neither vengeance against Qinshu nor the pursuit of immortality. She held no regard for the curse of the Dream Clan. She simply wished to be by Sumu's side and nothing more. The scene before her was profoundly familiar. In her previous life, she had spent a considerable time within this courtyard, sharing daily life with Sumu. She tended to his needs, and in return, he offered her boundless affection. That warmth was an experience she had never encountered before, one that her own family had never provided. Sumu, the corners of the young girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Wait for me. I shall come to you shortly. Chapter 71. Mockery, Trials, and Defeat. Sumu gazed up at the sky, his lips twitching in frustration. He regretted coming here. Directionless, he wandered aimlessly. Longyuan Garden truly deserved its reputation as a romantic haven. During his brief stroll, he encountered countless pairs of lovers entwined in each other's embrace. Of course, the constraints of gender were not rigidly adhered to. In fact, many could hardly contain themselves, eager to engage in a skirmish right there in the wilderness. Due to the peculiar limitations of the secret realm, each individual's senses and strength were significantly diminished upon entry. This resulted in Sumu stumbling upon several rather intriguing scenes on multiple occasions. When interrupted at such a critical moment, the parties involved initially intended to react with hostility. However, upon glimpsing Sumu's face, they abruptly halted. Why, it's Brother Su. Greeting, Odison. Su, would you care to join us? Without a second thought, Sumu hurriedly distanced himself. He could no longer endure it. The shift in their attitude towards him was remarkable. Previously, encountering Sumu would elicit snide remarks. Yet now, even the fishermen were inquiring if he wished to accompany them. Was it not somewhat peculiar to venture into a secret realm solely for fishing? Sumu found it perplexing, yet he was profoundly astonished. How many tokens had Qinshu acquired by now? Given the time elapsed, surely he must have collected at least 3. At the entrance of the secret realm. Please, just let me in. Qinshu was on the verge of tears. The old man before him seemed to harbor some peculiar grievance, insisting that his purpose was to disrupt others' relationships and stubbornly refusing to grant him passage. Your words hold no weight with me. You must either find a guarantor or prove that you are a true romantic. Pure love, my foot. Qinshu's forehead was lined with frustration. How was he to prove such a thing? Furthermore, the love he felt was no trifling matter. It was meant to be shared equitably among all the beauties of the world. This was a grand love. Who had the time to validate notions of pure love? Are you certain you will not permit me entry? Qinshu's expression darkened visibly. It seemed the old man had a penchant for self-destruction. He had long received word that there were invaluable treasures within the secret realm. Moreover, as he approached the entrance, the fragments of purple patterns on his body trembled violently. as if drawn to something within. There lies my great fortune. I must enter today. Chen Shu's demeanor grew somber, his vitality faintly emanating from him. Oh, the lad possesses quite the audacity, daring to lay hands upon me? The elder guarding the entrance regarded Chen Shu with keen interest. From the moment he laid eyes on him, something felt amiss. The boy not only acted suspiciously, but spoke with an audacious ferocity. Initially, he had perceived Chen Shu as a paragon of virtue. Yet as time passed, he increasingly sensed an unsettling aura emanating from him. An indescribable feeling gnawed at him, prompting an ever-growing desire to confront the young man. For no particular reason, simply out of annoyance, the stationed elder lowered his head and took 2 steps forward. Come on, strike here. If you can breach my defenses today, I shall return to my mother's womb and start anew. Chen Shu. At long last, it has emerged. Nangongxi's complexion was pale, her entire being drenched in fragrant sweat. To expedite the completion of the secret realm dungeon, she had exerted considerable effort, fearful of being outpaced by others. However, the young girl's eyes brightened as she gazed at the 2 crescent-shaped jade pendants in her hand. Each pendant bore a notch in the center, capable of combining to form circle. At last, I have acquired it, the twin moon bonding pendant. The 2 jade pieces, one yin and one yang, subtly attracted one another, symbolizing the key to passing through this secret realm. Now, I must seek out Su Mu. A faint blush adorned the girl's cheeks. As this thought surfaced in her mind, she sensed a faint connection. This is Su Mu's location. Nangongxi immediately took flight, swiftly soaring over sprawling structures until she spotted a familiar figure. At this moment, Su Mu was crouched by a stream, holding a fishing rod of unknown origin, focused intently on fishing. Without a hook, Nangongxi chuckled softly. What can you possibly catch? In a flash, she appeared behind him and tapped the young man's shoulder. Su Mu turned abruptly, nearly startled. What, Nangongxi? What brings you here? Shouldn't you be with Chen Shu at this hour? Why are you also fishing? The girl did not respond, but instead retrieved a jade pendant from her ample bosom. Her cheeks flushed. Here, this is for you. What is this? Su Mu asked, bewildered, glancing at the seemingly ordinary jade pendant, unsure why she would gift him such an item. Noticing the shy expression on the girl's face, Su Mu suddenly recalled the scene depicted on the celestial mirror not long ago, momentarily taken aback. He then spoke, by the way, do you like me? Huh? Nangongxi panicked, her defenses crumbling. She never anticipated Su Mu would be so direct, although gifting a token within the Dragon Abyss secret realm implied such feelings. To ask outright was entirely unexpected. You fool. I do not. Her face flushed crimson as she squealed and dashed away. Su Mu, for reasons unknown, thought of a groundhog. But watching her retreating figure, he felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness, he thought. He too was unsure what had possessed him to ask such a question so suddenly. Now, he had inadvertently offended her and made her flee. After all, he was a malicious antagonist, a mere supporting character. It was only natural for the heroine to react this way, and it was equally normal for everyone to disdain him. Very normal. Su Mu stood in silence for a moment. What is happening? The avatar of Mo Shuangxing, Yunyanqing, wore a perplexed expression. As she approached in this direction, she suddenly caught sight of Nangongxi, who was screaming and running away, her cheeks flushed and her hands desperately covering her face, clearly having encountered something exceedingly embarrassing. TSK. TSK. The youth of today are truly thin-skinned. Yunyanqing chuckled softly. After all, this is Longyuan Garden. She is all too aware of what might cause a girl to feel shy. Yet, she remained disdainful. A cultivator should possess an indomitable spirit. How could one be swayed by such trivial matters? I have found Su Mu. Yunyanqing's expression brightened as she grasped her bamboo flute and proceeded forward. Moments later, Yunyanqing returned, resembling a zombie, and upon turning the corner, her face suddenly flushed crimson as she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. She clutched the grass beneath her, as if wishing to tear the earth apart, faint wisps of white smoke emanating from her head. Sumu. How could he utter such words? How could he be so unabashed? Are the younger generation so openly spoken these days? I have ultimately grown old. Yunyanqing, defeated, Chapter 72. A plethora of trinkets. Su Mu sat on his fishing stool, utterly bewildered, cradling an assortment of miscellaneous items in his arms. These, of course, were not caught by him, but rather gifted by others. Nan Gongxi presented him with a small crescent-shaped jade pendant. Shortly thereafter, a young lady named Yun Yinqing approached, bestowing upon him a bamboo flute, which he immediately recognized, recalling that she had once bailed him out. He could not help but question her motives and inquired whether she harbored feelings for him. Yun Yinqing's face darkened to the color of a soot-covered bottom of a pot. Without uttering a word, she turned on her heels and left, leaving Su Mu utterly perplexed. He found himself pondering whether, if she did not like him, she must be scheming for something else. Could it be that she coveted his body? The shock was palpable. Next came Meng Xiao Xiao, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere, gifting Su Mu a gentleman's hairpin. Following her was Nan Gonglu, who presented him with a short sword that resembled an accessory. Remembering that he had recently offended her sister, he cheerfully accepted the gift and inquired about her residence. Su Mu contemplated whether to pay a visit to apologize or perhaps to provoke a confrontation to intensify their conflict. Nan Gonglu became crimson with embarrassment, exclaiming rogue among other things, hurriedly providing Su Mu with her address before scurrying away in a fluster. To his astonishment, Ian also arrived, offering him a bracelet. "Why are you giving me this?" Su Mu questioned, bemused, wondering if there was some kind of festive occasion that warranted such gifts. "Guess," Yi Yan replied, her voice ethereal and devoid of discernible emotion. After surveying the deserted surroundings, she stepped closer. "You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you?" Su Mu's mouth fell agape as he feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Ah, what delightful weather we're having." Yi Yan's brows knitted in mild frustration. "You know precisely what I am referring to. Do not forget that I possess leverage over you. Just a mere month." Whether it was Su Mu's imagination or not, Yi Yan seemed to exude an air of vulnerability at that moment. He fell silent, momentarily uncertain of her true stance. What could she possibly mean? Surely, this wasn't serious, right? What about Chen Shu? He was the male lead. Something felt amiss. Are you serious? Su Mu hesitantly inquired. But the one I cherish is Jing Ro. I would never betray her. A sense of vigilance began to rise within him as he struggled to uphold his persona. At this moment, the sky began to dim around them. Lanterns appeared in the water, floating upward into the heavens. A young man clad in ornate attire bore a complex expression. Yi Yan's heart trembled, rendering her oblivious to her surroundings. She had encountered this scene before, right here, when she confessed to Su Mu, expecting him to reciprocate. Yet, there was still one element missing. Suddenly, Su Mu raised an eyebrow as the lanterns flickered, and the terrain around them began to twist and shift. He instantly leaped to the side, only to turn back and find Ian still standing there, looking rather dazed. "Oh dear, what are you doing?" He hastily tugged at her, intending merely to alert her, but to his astonishment, Yi Yan's body went limp, showing no signs of response. With that pull, she unexpectedly fell into Su Mu's embrace. "Su Mu, what the? Are you trying to extort me?" Yi Yan suddenly regained her senses, gazing at the boy's face, which was now so close. She couldn't help but raise her delicate hand and ask earnestly, "Can you be my partner now?" Su Mu. "Sure." Yi Yan's pupils suddenly sparkled with life, but Su Mu quietly murmured, "That was close." What? Ian was momentarily taken aback. Seeing her still in a daze, Su Mu could only helplessly explain what had just transpired, the sudden change in terrain, and his casual reminder. "Ah, so that's how it is." Ian suddenly seemed to deflate, resembling a sorrowful kitten. She said nothing more, turned, and left, her deep emotions concealed within the rising glow of light. Only after she had walked far away did Su Mu widen his eyes in astonishment, clutching his chest, internally exclaiming, "Is this the power of a female lead? I nearly couldn't withstand it. That heartfelt gaze. I thought she was truly going to confess." Su Mu had also momentarily been lost in thought, but at a critical moment, he recalled that this world was fictional. It was merely a novel titled The Divine Abyss Continent. His purpose for being here was solely to complete the storyline tasks and return home. Everything else was inconsequential. Indeed, none of this mattered. Su Mu repeatedly reassured himself, though for some reason, he felt a twinge of unease. Just then, Sumu, a remarkably familiar, cool voice called from behind him. Sumu's expression brightened instantly as he turned to look. Jingro, you're here too. He appeared rather excited. Jingro smiled gently, brushing a stray strand of hair behind her ear, the hem of her skirt fluttering in the air, revealing her fair and delicate ankle. I came to find you. Here, this is for you. She handed him a uniquely shaped coin, adorned with intricate and ancient patterns that suggested it was rather old. Jingro, why are you suddenly giving me a gift? Sumu looked genuinely delighted, almost moved to tears. Seeing Sumu's reaction, Jingro felt a pang of sympathy. She had indeed been too indifferent towards him in the past, which explained his significant reaction now. It's nothing. I found this in the secret realm and thought of giving it to you. By the way, do you have time to stroll together now? Jingro extended an invitation. Sumu was stunned. What? Am I seeing things? Jingro, the foremost female lead of the divine Abyss continent, is now inviting me, a mere villain, for a walk. I was just acting. Please don't take it seriously. What on earth is happening? Is it yet another scheme devised by the protagonist, Shinshu? At this moment, Sumu realized that the gifts he received from the female leads today were rather excessive. Jingru, Nangong Shi, Yian, Nangong Lu, Meng Xiao, and Yun Yinqing. The last one remains uncertain as to whether she is indeed a female lead. It is merely a suspicion. In total, 6 individuals, each presenting him with a small token. Could these items be cursed? Is it possible that Shinshu has employed the female protagonist to cast a spell upon me? Does the other party possess such capabilities? Sumu found himself in a state of perplexity. Given the recent deviations in the storyline, he could no longer ascertain the extent to which the protagonist had evolved under these circumstances. Nevertheless, since the other party is the destined protagonist, it seems rather plausible for them to suddenly awaken some inexplicable abilities. With this thought in mind, Sumu accepted the gifts with composure. Thank you. No need for formalities. Shall we walk together? All right, wait. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed, and Sumu sensed an undercurrent of anger. Ian had turned back, her expression far from pleasant. Since we're taking a stroll together, why not include me? Chapter 73, remarkably innovative. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Such a thought arose in Sumu's mind. Before him stood Jing and Yian, both standing tall and proud, attempting to impose their presence on one another. Yet, their formidable strengths rendered them evenly matched, leaving Sumu, the judge, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Should I have refrained from attending? The young man pondered, suddenly contemplating whether remaining at home, allowing the protagonist to act freely, might have spared the narrative from veering off course. After all, his character was not originally part of this scene. As night fell, he glanced at the time and thought perhaps he should take his leave. However, the 2 women responded in unison, their voices resolute. You shall not depart. Simultaneously, they grasped one of Sumu's arms, presenting him as a filling between 2 slices of bread. You are not allowed to leave. They reiterated. It was Sumu who was the focal point of the evening. After all, he had finally delivered the token of affection to the other party. The notion of him leaving was utterly unacceptable. If Sumu were to depart, their plans would be completely thrown into disarray. Thus, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the scene. Sumu found himself ensnared between the 2 leading ladies, completely immobilized. He was in a state of utter confusion. What on earth? What in the world was going on? Sumu felt tears welling in his eyes, regretting his decision to venture out that evening. Had he known, he would have consulted the almanac first. Why don't you let me go? I have nothing to do here, and I suddenly feel an overwhelming desire to return and cultivate. What should I do? Sumu forced a smile. Are you certain you wish to leave? Jing furrowed her delicate brows, locking eyes with Sumu. He froze. Indeed, his character was that of a devoted admirer. How could he abandon the goddess and flee? Therefore, it was imperative that Sumu remained. However, the current situation was absurdly chaotic. Aren't you the protagonists? Why not seek out Shinshu? Why are you dragging me into this? Aren't you following your own storyline? Sumu's mind raced. Yet the 2 before him were oblivious to his turmoil. They had surprisingly formed a united front, determined to firmly restrain Sumu, ensuring he would not escape. The three stood in silence. Occasionally, other disciples would pass by, casting curious glances at the scene. Isn't that the fairy Qing Han and Elder Yi? They are actually embracing the same man. What on earth? Who is he? How does he possess such allure? Someone exclaimed. Has senior brother Su Mu captured the heart of fairy Qing Han? Is this truly the culmination of a romantic tale? Something feels amiss. Don't you sense a chill in the air? The speaker suddenly shivered, meeting the icy gaze of Qing Jing, whose eyes sparkled with a glimmer of menace. Subsequently, Qing Jing and Yi Yin exchanged a glance, and in an instant, their forms vanished from sight, along with the helpless Su Mu they had firmly grasped. The trio found themselves in a secluded gorge, a place Su Mu had never known existed within the Dragon Abyss secret realm, and he curiously surveyed his surroundings. The first sight that struck him was a colossal ancient tree standing majestically at the center, its leaves of vibrant crimson, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, with an ethereal aura swirling around it. Could this be the legendary dragon couple tree? Su Mu was taken aback. Suddenly, the fog in his mind dissipated, and all the clues aligned seamlessly. A look of enlightenment dawned upon the youth. I understand now. I see what they are attempting to do. They wish to humiliate me in this manner. Su Mu's eyes sparkled, and his heart raced with excitement. The leading ladies must have conspired with Chun Shu to rendezvous beneath the dragon couple tree, using tokens of their bond right before my eyes. This maneuver is intended to convey to me that the ones they cherish are none other than Chun Shu, the male protagonist, not you, the mere cannon fodder villain. This is truly an ingenious twist. Su Mu could not help but widen his eyes, his previous dissatisfaction with the leads evaporating entirely. How could they devise such a novel stratagem? It was remarkable. To forge a lifelong contract before my very eyes, subsequently acquiring faded love like a dream, and thus, Chun Shu would soar to new heights. Once he secures all the leading ladies, he will gain immense support, and the Su family will suffer a devastating blow. The plot is actually aligning for a reversal. Su Mu was exhilarated, his body trembling with anticipation. Qing Jing and Yi Yin remained silent, first glancing at the towering dragon couple tree above them, then turning to the dazed young man beside them, momentarily at a loss for words. They had not anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. What they originally intended was perhaps to gently guide Su Mu here, but it had evolved into a direct abduction, a forceful advance. Su Mu. Just as Qing Jing was about to speak, Su Mu raised his hand to interrupt. This was the first time he had ever cut her off. Did you bring me here for that matter? The two young ladies' hearts trembled, their secret feelings laid bare. A hint of shyness creeping in. Had he finally noticed? Had he disowned my intentions? Would he be willing to accept them? A whirlwind of emotions swirled within the two, and ultimately, they simultaneously released their grasp on Su Mu's arms, choosing to leave the decision to him. Indeed, Qing Jing and Yi Yin spoke in unison, their voices cool and ethereal, resonating in the air. Su Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. No way. Is it truly happening? The leads have suddenly awakened to their feelings. Though it diverged slightly from the original plot, the direction was unmistakably correct. Su Mu nodded vigorously, affirmatively responding with enthusiasm. All right. In that moment, the vast space beneath the tree fell into a profound silence. This stillness was not desolate. It carried the breath of spring. Qing Jing and Yi Yin were taken aback by Su Mu's response, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Had Su Mu acquiesced? But to whom had he given his consent? To me or to her? Or perhaps to both of us? The two equally enchanting yet distinctly styled maidens stood facing each other, their gazes intertwining. A palpable tension enveloping the atmosphere, unspoken yet deeply understood. Su Mu belongs to me. But on what grounds? Because you have him acting as your devoted admirer? Because you have neglected him? He is mine. How shameless. I have never heard of your affections for Su Mu before. Is there a hidden agenda at play? Bah, you are the one with ulterior motives. Su Mu has pursued you for so long without a response. Why this sudden change? Their silent communication abruptly ceased, and they both furrowed their brows in realization. Something was amiss. The other harbored feelings for Su Mu. Why? The bewilderment that Su Mu frequently encountered now cast its shadow over the two young ladies, and the looming clouds of confusion only grew darker. Sumu, you are actually here. Just then, another melodious voice rang out as a graceful figure entered the scene. The gathering was growing larger. Chapter 74. The little rooster points to whom I choose. His how terrifying. Sumu was utterly astonished. In the brief moment he was brought to the dragon pear tree by Qing Jingru and Yi Yin, several individuals had already appeared. There were now a total of 7 people present. Sumu, Qing Jingru, Yi Yin, Meng Xiao, Nangong Shi, Yun Yinqing, and Nangong Lu. 1 strikingly handsome man and 6 stunningly beautiful women. Truly impressive. Chen Shu, Sumu sighed in admiration. Indeed, as the male protagonist. He boldly dared to summon 6 female leads simultaneously, unafraid of the ensuing chaos. Or perhaps he possessed absolute confidence in his own abilities. Oh, Chen Shu, you rascal. With this, all that remained was for Chen Shu to make his grand entrance. The male protagonist was indeed destined to appear last. How classic. And then, what shall follow? Sumu was only vaguely aware of this segment of the plot, as it was not originally his role. He had merely entered to correct the narrative errors. He understood the significance of the token and knew to arrive at the dragon pear tree. Yet what would transpire thereafter was beyond his comprehension. He stood alone to one side, while the 6 female leads were distinctly gathered on the other. Observing these heroines, Sumu noted that under Chen Shu's influence, they could still laugh and communicate with one another. Were they discussing who was superior? Sumu raised an eyebrow. Little did he know, on the other side, Meng Xiao was the first to confront them. What are you all doing here? The others frowned slightly. That's a question I wish to ask as well. Why do you all bear tokens? What are you truly after? Could it be that you are all here for Sumu? Upon Nangong Lu's remark, the atmosphere fell silent, and the 6 exchanged glances, none daring to speak further. So, you're all here for that fate. Why? There's no reason. I simply chose to act this way. I do not require your oversight in my affairs. They say 2 women can outmatch 50 sparrows, yet there were 6 women present, each harboring irreconcilable conflicts. After a lengthy quarrel that yielded no resolution, none dared to approach Sumu first, knowing they would be met with collective opposition. Thus, they each took a few steps away from one another, creating distance. The area beneath the dragon pear tree fell quiet once more. Sumu, leaning against the roots, appeared utterly nonchalant. All right, speaking is good. Seeing you all in such harmonious spirits puts me at ease. Sumu felt a wave of relief, momentarily forgetting to blame these female leads for their reckless actions that had skewed his previous narrative. As long as they performed well now, all would be well. However, it had been quite some time, and the hour of the rat was approaching. Why had Chen Shu not yet arrived? Sumu pondered. Could it be that he needed to bring even more people? At the entrance of the Longyuan secret realm, Chen Shu stumbled in, disheveled, his hair in disarray and his black robe long gone. He gritted his teeth and cast a resentful glance at the sky. Damn that old man. It took an unexpectedly long time for me to gain entry. However, all is not lost. There is still ample time, and I can feel it. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chen Shu's lips. The fragments adorned with purple patterns emanated a gentle warmth, revealing to him the presence of a special shard hidden within the depths of the Longyuan secret realm. This shard possesses the ability known as Fate Like a Dream. Fate Like a Dream compulsorily designates a target, guaranteeing a 100 binding of fate destined to unite. No limit on quantity. Chen Shu, having already acquired 3 purple pattern shards, thus harnessed 3 distinct abilities: divine favor of the heavens, celestial prognostication, and blood of all races. Consequently, he enjoyed a unique advantage in sensing connections, enabling him to access certain information in advance. Furthermore, he discerned an elusive aura, though he could not immediately recall its nature. Time was of the essence. He resolved to seek the token within the secret realm. Chen Shu casually selected a direction and set forth, despite the damage to his divine favor of the heavens. He remained steadfast in his conviction regarding his fortune. Moments later, Chen Shu found himself standing in midair, a look of disbelief etched across his face. Have I truly lost my way? Damn it! Beneath the Longyuan tree, As the hour approached, Qing Jingru and her companions grew increasingly agitated, urgently gathering to reassess their strategy. Regardless of their individual thoughts or intentions, time was swiftly running out. Were they truly here for Sumu? Did they all possess the tokens? The six fell silent, exchanging glances, and then, with a determined resolve, one declared, "I will never concede. None of you shall take him from me. And what do you propose to do? Harm him? Of course not. Then what will you do?" The group engaged in a prolonged telepathic debate until one could no longer bear it. If that is the case, upon the stroke of midnight, shall we not use our tokens simultaneously? What? Is that even possible? It was indeed feasible. The 6 tokens were inherently designed for 6 pairs of lovers, allowing for simultaneous use. However, they were all targeting the same individual. Surely, you are aware of the powers bestowed by the Shenyuan tree, are you not? The force that binds fate. I suggest we proceed this way. As the urgency intensified, Qing Jingru stepped forward once more. Since none of us is willing to yield, let us use our tokens simultaneously and entrust the choice to Sumu. What does that imply? Yun Yinqing furrowed her brow slightly. Despite the fact that the woman before her was her rival, she did not wish to relinquish Sumu. Moreover, she had disguised her identity, and it was unlikely that anyone present could see through it. After using the token, she could shed her false identity, and fate would then connect to her true self. Given sufficient time, she and Sumu would inevitably come together. This sentiment resonated with the other attendees as well. We can use our tokens simultaneously, but Sumu can choose one among us. Do you understand? The group fell into silence, each coming to realize the implications of her words. Under the Dragon Abyss tree, the use of the token necessitates the simultaneous presence of 2 individuals, akin to 2 switches on a single circuit that must be activated together to establish a connection. Presently, Sumu finds himself entwined by 6 strands of fate, compelled to make a personal choice regarding which one to retain. Very well, I concur, Yin spoke first, although uncertainty gnawed at her heart, and she was acutely aware that the primary beneficiary of this proposal was none other than Qing Jingru herself. There was no alternative. Engaging in a physical confrontation on the spot was out of the question, with Sumu in attendance. Neither wished to exhibit any unfavorable traits in the presence of the young man they cherished. Qing Jingru smiled faintly, everything unfolding precisely as she had anticipated. The others were left without options. Indeed, this plan was most advantageous to her. Was it selfish? Perhaps to a degree. Yet, she would never relinquish Sumu without a fight, at any cost. Suddenly, a chime echoed through the air. Sumu lifted his gaze from beneath the tree, a look of perplexity adorning his face. Is it already midnight? Feeling a bit anxious. Wait, where is Shenyuan? Sumu's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 75. Is it you seeking death, or am I? As the midnight hour approached, tension enveloped the gathering. Sumu's eyes gradually widened in confusion. Why was Qinshu absent? This was the most perplexing matter for him. Was the male protagonist meant to make a timely appearance? An unsettling premonition began to stir within Sumu. At last, the hour struck. A peculiar wave emanated from the dragon and phoenix tree, causing a jolt of awareness among the 7 present. Sumu suddenly looked up, his face ashen. Something was indeed amiss. Qinshu, where are you? Contrary to Sumu's bewilderment, the other 6 individuals possessed clear intentions, each retrieving a small object from their garments. Some held hairpins, others bamboo flutes, and some jade pendants. They exchanged fleeting glances with Sumu, then raised their tokens high above their heads. The artifacts ascended into the air, buoyed by an extraordinary force, while their thoughts swirled in complexity. Sumu, by now, you must have realized the gravity of your choice. Who will it be, me or Qing Jingru? Sumu. The gentle energy intensified, intertwining with the 6 tokens in Sumu's possession, radiating a soft luminescence. Sumu stood in stunned silence. At this juncture, he could no longer deny that these items were indeed the tokens. But why? Why would these heroines present their tokens to him? Shouldn't they be given to Qinshu instead? Sumu found himself at a loss. He had never encountered this scenario before. How could he navigate without a guide? In midair, The tokens from the 6 heroines shone brightly, their strange power growing stronger, yet remaining unanswered. Sumu remained entangled in his thoughts. What should I do now? How should I utilize these tokens? The original text offered no detailed instructions. With nimble hands, Sumu gathered all 6 tokens, cradling them without taking further action. The other 6 women turned their bright gazes towards him. Sumu, who will you choose? Mu Yi. Little one. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Sumu suddenly stowed all the tokens within his storage ring, isolating them from the outside world. The 6 women were taken aback. No one anticipated that Sumu would act in such a manner. What did this mean? Why did Sumu not raise the tokens in response? What did it signify that he accepted all 6 tokens? Could it be? Yin, caught in sudden realization, felt her cheeks flush. Just then, Qing Jingru interjected, posing a crucial question. By the way, has anyone taught Sumu how to use the tokens? The remaining 5. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with an indescribable meaning, as if to say, you all entrusted your tokens to Sumu without explaining what it meant or how to use them. 1 or 2 could be forgiven, but, to everyone's astonishment, all 6 individuals were alike. Qing Jingru helplessly rubbed her forehead, poised to remind Sumu. After all, this matter was most advantageous to her, and she intended to seize the moment. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from above. What transpired? The 7 present quickly looked up, only to witness the tokens previously cast by the 6 transforming into a colossal and blazing radiance, the power within becoming increasingly tempestuous. It was as if the Dragon Yuan tree was enraged. Why? Why they offered their tokens and received no response? Not only was there no reply, but 6 beautiful women had collectively presented their tokens, yet none were acknowledged. What did this signify? Was he intent on remaining single? Such behavior was a blatant disregard for the Dragon Yuan tree. Today, I shall ensure this pretty boy understands my might. In a daze, Sumu seemed to hear a voice akin to this. Shortly thereafter, he observed the 6 orbs of light pulsating in the air, gradually coalescing into a single, massive orb. A dangerous aura swiftly enveloping the surroundings. This was dire. The Dragon Yuan tree was in turmoil. Protect Sumu. The others quickly reacted, rushing towards Sumu, but Yun Yinqing, the most skilled among them, responded even swifter, only to suddenly halt. It seemed not perilous. She vaguely sensed the aura of the Heavenly Dao, which was converging within the orb and firmly locking onto the young man below. Sumu stood in stunned silence. His hair bristled as he felt the chilling gaze of murderous intent upon him. This is bad. Regardless of what was about to transpire, an ominous premonition surged within him. Damn it, run. As Sumu lifted his foot, the other 5 were also preparing to rush over, but the orb flickered and vanished, plunging directly into Sumu's body. There was no explosive sound, no overwhelming force. It was as though a droplet of water had seamlessly merged into the vast ocean. Sumu, what is happening? Yi Yin exclaimed, rushing to support Sumu's slumped form, while the others quickly surrounded them. Sumu felt an intense warmth at the back of his neck, followed by a wave of dizziness, his body swaying unsteadily. Just before losing consciousness, one thought remained in his mind. There will always be a heroine wanting to harm me. Ha ha, I have finally arrived. Chen Shu suddenly appeared, laughing maniacally. Though he had not acquired a token, he had instinctively found his way here. Destiny like a dream, I have come. Just as Chen Shu appeared beneath the Dragon Yuan tree, his expression froze, and he stood in shock. Not far from him, the 6 stunning beauties looked up at the sound, their expressions icy, a hint of murderous intent emanating from them. Ving Vingru, Yeyan, Mank Shaojiao. You're all here. Chen Shu's eyes widened, and then a grin spread across his face. Wonderful, wonderful. After searching tirelessly, I found my fortune without effort. Once I seized destiny like a dream, none of you shall escape. With immense hope, Chen Shu swiftly turned his gaze toward a certain direction, only to be petrified. What on earth? The Dragon Yuan tree has withered, whereas the fate like a dream gone. Just moments ago, its presence was unmistakable. Where has it vanished? Chen Shu seemed to sense something and abruptly looked back at the earlier scene. In the center of the 6 maidens lay a beautiful youth, serene in slumber, as if he had stepped out from painting. Most importantly, he was emanating the aura of fate like a dream, which was gradually diminishing until it was completely absorbed into his being. Sumu, I shall kill you. Qinshu's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed. It's you again. Enough with the constant rivalry. This is my fortune. How dare you covet my destiny? Die now. In a fit of rage, Qinshu lost all rationality, channeling his entire energy as he drew his sword and charged wildly at Sumu. The force was akin to a thunderclap. Should the blade strike true, Sumu would surely perish instantly. Yet, seeking death, Yun Yinqing no longer concealed the murderous intent in her eyes, unleashing a powerful palm strike towards Qinshu with relentless force. Chapter 76. The path ahead. Yun Yinqing struck with a palm, her presence imposing. Qinshu found himself firmly locked in place, unable to move. His complexion turned ashen, and he was suddenly jolted into awareness. He would die. If he could not withstand this blow, he would truly perish. No, move. A potent aura of death loomed over him. Qinshu's visage contorted in rage as he let out a thunderous roar. The vital energy within him erupted with fervor. Perhaps by fortune, the agility he had honed throughout his training reached an unprecedented pinnacle in that moment. He narrowly evaded the strike. His body tumbled sideways in a wild roll. Although he appeared utterly disheveled, he remained alive. Yun Yinqing clenched her fist in silence, refraining from striking again. In the instant she had aimed at Qinshu, she sensed the entire realm's rejection of her. Originally, she had merely tapped into her earth immortal prowess, yet under this repulsion, her internal pathways became chaotic and self-destructive, leaving only the ultimate power of the celestial origin realm behind. How infuriating! He truly is not meant to perish. Yun Yinqing bit her lip and closed her eyes, turning instead to gaze at the peacefully slumbering Sumu, forcibly suppressing the murderous intent swelling within her heart. On the other side, Qinshu was utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that in his fury, he would offend a practitioner of at least the celestial immortal realm. His keen perception was not deceiving him. Now fully alert, cold sweat trickled down his back as he hastily stood and bowed in apology. I am Qinshu, an outer sect disciple. I have just committed a grave offense. He hesitated, lifting his gaze to the other women. What are you all doing here? Good question. Why are we indeed here? Yi Yin, shedding her usual gentle demeanor, let out a soft laugh. A strange sense of foreboding began to spread. Qinshu shivered. Qinshu, was it? Did you just attempt to kill Sumu? Yi Yin's eyes widened, tilting her head slightly as she retrieved her treasured jade talisman from her bosom. Sumu. Qinshu gritted his teeth in fury. Of course. Sumu has repeatedly humiliated me. Only by killing him can I relieve my heart's grievance. What are you all planning? Qinshu's words were abruptly halted as he realized he had unknowingly been surrounded. Swish. Qing Jingru flicked her frost-covered sword, her already cold visage now radiating an air of detachment. Let us do it. I agree. Meng Xiaoxiao nodded in response, drawing her slender sword, its blade glinting with a chilling light. We have no objections either. The Nangong sisters stood firm, producing exquisite daggers from their waists. I have objections. Yi Yin appeared on the brink of madness, her eyes flickering with a hint of insanity. I will take action. No one is allowed to interfere. I disagree. I want to act as well. So do I. All wore expressions as frigid as ice, sharpening their blades with intent. Qinshu felt a sudden chill in his core, attempting to speak, only to discover that he had unwittingly lost the ability to utter a word. He glanced with utmost terror to the other side, while Yun Yinqing calmly stowed away her spiritual talismans, feigning that nothing had transpired. In that case, we can strike 6 times. I possess healing elixirs. Qing Jingru retrieved a jade vial from her bosom, her expression dazed. This vial of sacred medicine was a gift from Sumu, and she never anticipated using it in such a manner to avenge him. For some reason, Qing Jingru hesitated for a moment before putting away the vial, opting instead to produce another, more valuable one. Ultimately, she found it difficult to part with it, as it was a token from Sumu. I also have sacred medicine. Meng Xiaoxiao stated nonchalantly, pulling out a vial from her own garments. I too possess, others chimed in. With such an assembly, it seemed there would be more than 6 strikes. Yi Yin suddenly laughed once more, embodying a resplendent rose amidst the torrential rain, her stem sharp and piercing. Vibrant in crimson, both beautiful and deadly. Capture him! The crowd surged forward. Chen Shu's eyes widened. He wished to flee, but abruptly found himself utterly powerless, knowing without a doubt that Yun Yinqing was responsible once more. No! Chen Shu's heart wailed in despair, attempting to preserve his last vestige of dignity. Yet, the others afforded him no mercy. With swift and decisive blows, his garments became stained with blood. Then, in a flash of brilliance, the scene reverted and the strikes resumed. The onslaught continued relentlessly. Perhaps finding this method too sluggish, the group collaboratively constructed an automated magical array, casting Chen Shu within for instant purification. The efficiency was remarkable. Meanwhile, Sumu Grigwali Regent Kalshasnis. What the? How did I end up here? What transpired? All right, the 6 female protagonists launched an assault against me. Did they intend to eliminate me? How delightful. Su Mu's expression was peculiar. As he sat upright, he was startled to find himself encircled. What are you doing? You're awake. You have become one of us now. Sumu inexplicably recalled this phrase, but thankfully it was not true. Qing Jingru gently took Su Mu's arm, her tone soft. I apologize, Su Mu. We did not explain the usage of the token. What? Su Mu exclaimed in astonishment. What's going on? Qing Jingru is apologizing to me. This must be a dream. It has to be a dream. He struggled to believe the scene before him, attempting self-hypnosis, yet every sensation felt achingly real. Brother Mu, from now on, I will always be by your side. Meng Xiaoxiao's voice chimed sweetly. Following her were the Nangong sisters, Yi Yin, and even Yun Yinqing. Their words conveyed a singular sentiment. Su Mu, we will stay with you. Forever. Faced with the crowd's almost confessional declarations, Su Mu fell into silence. He was bewildered as to why this was happening. Had they, unbeknownst to him, all gone astray? Did they harbor affection for this villain? Su Mu was utterly perplexed when he suddenly felt an itch at the nape of his neck and instinctively scratched it. In that instant, a fragment of information surfaced in his mind. Fate is like a dream. Incomplete, unrequited love will not depart before making a final choice. Su Mu was taken aback. Today had already presented him with an overwhelming array of shocking revelations. But this particular insight caught him completely off guard. Was this the ability of the male protagonist? Chen Shu, why was it manifesting within me? Moreover, what did the term incomplete signify? If a portion of it resides within me, then where is the other part? With Chen Shu, Su Mu's expression twisted, unable to mask his emotions for once. If the fate is indeed split between him and Chen Shu, then this. No, I cannot entertain such thoughts any longer. It is making me feel nauseous. His face turned ashen as he abruptly rose to his feet, no longer in a mood to indulge in the antics of these protagonists. I am leaving, and no one shall stop me. Without uttering a word, he strode toward the exit, moving further away. The 6 individuals remained rooted in place, silently watching his retreating figure. Time passed, yet none spoke a word. Meanwhile, Su Mu's thoughts were racing as he navigated his way outside, relying on his memory for direction. Remarkably, this time, he did not lose his way. Chapter 77. The elder no longer plays the 6 women gazed silently at Su Mu's forlorn figure as he departed. No one uttered a word. The atmosphere remained heavy with silence until a faint, hoarse cry from Chen Shu pierced the stillness, prompting a frown. How long can this formation sustain itself? If you wish, I can maintain it for millennia. That is hardly practical. What shall we do afterward? Speaking of which, what should we do with the severed parts? Meng Xiaoxiao suddenly suppressed her nausea and voiced this unsettling thought, leading to an uncomfortable silence among the others. Indeed, the sacred herb may facilitate regeneration. Yet the removed parts will not vanish into thin air. It appears we have accumulated a rather substantial quantity. I possess puppets. They can transmute those remnants into pills, which can then be administered back to him. Yi Yin spoke softly, eliciting astonished glances from the group. The young woman seemed oblivious to the attention, her typically serene visage adorned with an enigmatic smile. It was evident that Shenyuan's intent to eliminate Su Mu had genuinely provoked her ire. Nevertheless, the others hesitated only briefly. Although they were taken aback by Yi Yan's words, they found no fault in her suggestion. That is an excellent proposal. I concur wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Su Mu sat in a daze, having unwittingly returned to his lair. Alone, he occupied the principal seat, his head bowed in contemplation, silent and introspective. Why does the fate of love entwine with my existence? What do the women's words truly signify? Has the narrative veered completely off course? Su Mu's mind buzzed with myriad uncertainties as he finally grasped that since the commencement of the second narrative cycle, all the female leads had exhibited peculiarities. Each had altered, to varying degrees. He had initially presumed it to be a consequence of the butterfly effect, yet now it was clear that this phenomenon transcended mere butterflies. Damn system! Show yourself! Su Mu roared inwardly, overwhelmed by the sensation of being manipulated. Beep! Host, I am present. I demand to know, is there a problem with this world? Are the female leads flawed? Can the narrative tasks still be completed? Host, please remain calm. System diagnostics indicate no abnormalities in the current timeline. No abnormalities, you say? Su Mu could no longer contain his frustration. He felt as though the system was riddled with unreliability. After a prolonged moment of composure, he finally posed his final inquiry. I care not for anything else. I simply wish to know, if I fulfill all narrative requirements, can I return home? Su Mu's gauzetrundasi, radiating an unprecedented aura of menace. Should the system's response fail to satisfy him, he would not hesitate to upend this world entirely. No longer willing to play? Then let there be no game at all. Beep. The system assures the host that upon completion of all narrative tasks for the character Su Mu, the host shall be permitted to return to his original world. Very well, I hold you to that. Su Mu gritted his teeth. In truth, he harbored only a modicum of faith in the system's assurances. Yet while he remained in this realm, he felt it prudent to cling to a flicker of hope. However, a flicker of realization crossed Su Mu's eyes. He would no longer advance the plot blindly as he had in the past. He was determined to comprehend the peculiar dynamics between the protagonists. Did they harbor feelings for him? No, he had inquired, and they had explicitly stated otherwise. Then why engage in such behavior? Speaking of which, where had Shenyuan disappeared to today? Why had he not been seen? Su Mu's brow furrowed deep, suddenly feeling as though all the narratives within the sacred grounds were an incomprehensible tangle. It appeared he would need to devise alternative strategies. Su Mu murmured to himself. At that moment, Xiaolan approached and presented him with a cup of tea. The young girl smiled sweetly, radiating warmth. Young master, please enjoy the tea. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. If his memory served him correctly, this Xiaolan was also one of the female leads from the original narrative, Liang Jilan, whose true identity was that of an assassin from the Tiana Palace. Thus, Su Mu, driven by an inexplicable impulse, refrained from accepting the teacup and instead grasped Xiaolan's hand. Drawing her closer, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Su, young master. Liang Jilan's face flushed crimson, yet she did not resist. Her heart secretly elated as she allowed the young man to act as he wished. Could it be that Su Mu harbored feelings for her? Such a stroke of fortune. Su Mu scrutinized every detail of her face. The girl's features were exquisite, her complexion blooming like peach blossoms, and her expressions of shyness and surprise appeared utterly genuine. Yet, he could still sense the calmness lurking within her eyes. It seemed there was no issue at all. Utterly undetectable. Su Mu's brow furrowed deeper, but ultimately, he broke into a sudden smile and released the girl. Haha, I apologize. I thought I saw a mosquito on your face. It seems I was mistaken. A mosquito? Liang Jilan was taken aback. Given that they were both cultivators, couldn't he conjure an excuse that sounded somewhat plausible? Thank you, young master. The girl paused for a moment before offering a slight bow, suppressing her inner turmoil. After all, she was merely Su Mu's maid, and moreover, a spy planted by Su Haning beside him, while also being an assassin from Tiana Palace. A multi-layered fodder. She did not wish to leave a negative impression on Su Mu while donning such an identity. Unbeknownst to her, Mu had also sighed in relief. Had the female lead truly harbored ulterior motives, she would have immediately drawn closer after such an inappropriate advance. Yet, she had maintained a cautious distance, her disguise impeccable, appearing entirely unproblematic. Thus, it could be inferred that not all the female leads were compromised. It was likely only a select few. Mu felt a wave of ease wash over him. At that moment, however, a communication jade token within his storage ring vibrated. Shanzai, Sumu, I have come to your residence to find you. Where are you? Mu raised an eyebrow, a rare, genuine smile gracing his features. How delightful, surrounded by female leads. He was at a loss to discern who might pose a threat, living in a constant state of anxiety. Now, at last, an authentic NPC had appeared. Sumu, profoundly touched, quickly tapped out a reply. I am currently at the sacred grounds. Please wait for me at home, and I shall return shortly. Where should I come find you? Stop. Absolutely not. Mu exclaimed, his face filled with alarm. If the other party were to arrive at the Holy Land, he might inadvertently tarnish the chaotic narrative, leaving him truly restless. To hell with the plot. I'm done. A sense of disdain welled up within him. He was acutely aware that the storyline in the Holy Land had descended into utter chaos, yet the recent upheavals had been overwhelming. He was fatigued. He longed to return home, letting others indulge in their whims. Both the male and female leads were riddled with issues, and Sumu no longer had the patience to engage. Since the narrative within the Holy Land was utterly disordered, why not explore the characters outside its confines? There was no need to hang oneself on a single tree. Moreover, this presented an excellent opportunity to test whether the other female characters had encountered any problems. Most importantly, Sumu yearned for a respite. What nonsense plotline? To hell with it. Are you still alive? Come out and have some fun. Luohai City, what? The sun is rising from the west. You actually want me to come out and enjoy myself? Where's your Jingru? I'm not in a good mood today. Are you coming or not? Let us go. Someone must accompany me. Just the two of us? And Shinjawi as well. Chapter 78. The Young and the Reckless, the Flying Vessel Soars. At the forefront, three figures spread their arms wide, embracing the fierce winds. What is the significance of this? Luo Haicheng inquired, a look of confusion etched upon his face. He piloted his family's flying vessel from the sacred land to fetch Sumu, and since the latter boarded, he had maintained this posture at the bow, even deactivating the wind protection array. You wouldn't understand. This is the essence of freedom. Sumu squinted his eyes, relishing the moment, feeling an unparalleled lightness in his heart. Is that so? Luo Haicheng murmured, then turned to the girl beside him. And you? What about your actions? Shinjawi let out a melodic laugh, her gaze fixated on Sumu's silhouette ahead. I'm not entirely sure, since Sumu is doing this. I simply follow suit. Clad in a chest-length, pale yellow dress paired with a delicate water blue shawl, the girl appeared striking against the backdrop of howling winds, accentuating her graceful figure. Her ebony hair danced in the gusts, and a carefree smile adorned her exquisite features, her clear eyes seemingly savoring the essence of freedom as well. Luo Haicheng raised his hand to his forehead, exuding exasperation. It seems I must be out of my mind to join you two in this whimsical behavior. No, this isn't whimsy. We are merely being swept by the wind, Sumu replied nonsensically. Unbeknownst to them, the trio stood at the bow for an extended period, until nightfall beckoned them back to the cabin. By the way, what about you and Qingjing? Has that woman become estranged? Luo Haicheng probed cautiously. It's not exactly estrangement. It's just that she gives me a rather peculiar vibe, and I needed to escape for a bit, Sumu admitted candidly, feeling no need for concealment, especially since matters had taken a turn for the chaotic. Upon hearing this, Shinjawi brightened instantly. That's splendid. I always said Qingjingro was not suited for you. Yet you wasted so many years neglecting your cultivation. Sumu, since it's come to this, how about you refrain from visiting the sacred land in the future? I will be at the Su residence during this period, and we can cultivate together, just the two of us. What do you say? The girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her delight unmistakable, as she had never expected such a delightful turn of events. Does this mean you no longer intend to pursue Qingjingro? Might I then have a chance? At her words, Su Mu fell into contemplative silence for a moment, taking a sip from his cup. Let us not rush into conclusions. In truth, he remained uncertain. Perhaps it was best to set aside the plot within the sacred land for now and seek breakthroughs elsewhere. Ha ha ha. Quite right. Luo Haiqing laughed heartily, patting Su Mu on the shoulder. I've long maintained that Qing Jing Ro is unworthy of you. After all, you are the heir of the celestial clan. Surely, you have a plethora of women at your disposal. Why confine yourself to one place? That actually makes a fair point. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Luo Haiqing, realizing he had never noticed this young man as eloquent before. Could it be that the original Su Mu was ensnared in his feelings for Qing Jing Ro, and now, having traversed into this narrative, he too found himself ensnared in its plot? Su Mu's eyes widened as he suddenly comprehended much, while a crisp sound resonated within him. With a resounding crack, the surrounding vitality surged with frenzied energy, akin to water boiling vigorously. Luo Haiqing's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be ascension? A breakthrough? Shen Jiaoyi was equally taken aback by the unfolding transformation, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Before either could fully comprehend the situation, they were forcefully pushed aside by a powerful wave of energy. At that moment, Su Mu had already entered a state of transcendental communion. His cultivation had long since reached its peak. He had merely restrained it, striving for a more solid foundation. Little did he realize that his own thoughts had become a form of bondage. Yet now that bond was shattered. Vitality surged violently, pouring into Su Mu's body, giving birth to an enigmatic aura. This was the essence of immortality. Quick, let's protect him. As Luo Haiqing's words fell, a gaunt elder emerged from the shadows, his countenance grave. Oncle Montauk? Shen Jiaoyi, having lived in the Su household for many years, naturally recognized him. Uncle Mo bowed respectfully and positioned himself between Su Mu and the two onlookers. Miss Shun, young Master Luo, I implore you to step back. I must safeguard the young master. Of course, Luo Haiqing nodded in understanding, recognizing the importance of Su Mu's status as the sole heir of the family. It would have been strange had he not acted in such a manner. Uncle Mo, you must watch over Su Mu carefully, Shen Jiaoyi urged gently, a hint of concern lurking in her heart. Oncle Montauk smiled suavely. Rest assured, Miss Shun, as long as I draw breath, no one shall disturb the young master. Though his voice was low, it resonated with an indomitable presence. Upon his words, a formidable wave of vitality emanated from him, revealing him to be a practitioner of the celestial realm. Time slipped away, though it was unclear how long had passed. Su Mu reopened his eyes, sensing the distinctly altered energy within him, momentarily lost in a daze. Is this the celestial realm? In my previous life, I never attained such a state. Surely, there's a complication? Su Mu had grown accustomed to such deviations from the narrative, feeling desensitized to them. After all, this was a world of cultivation, where the sensations of power were profoundly distinct. He even pondered whether he could transcend the storyline and emerge as a true protagonist. Yet, he soon shook his head in resignation. It seemed unlikely. Destiny loomed over this world. He had not forgotten his initial foray into the narrative, where he had entertained such notions. Back then, his attitude was one of defiance. Plot? What nonsense is this? The world is vast, and I am the greatest. My fate is mine to command, only to be soundly reprimanded by fate itself. He had learned to tread carefully. Speaking of which, what exactly is this destiny in this world? The will of the world? Su Mu, having perused countless fantasy novels in his previous life, was familiar with the foundational concepts. If one wished to rebel against the will of the world, a mere cultivator of the celestial realm, like him, would surely be inadequate. Even his father, Su Ningye, a peak celestial king, would not dare to claim he could contend against the entirety of existence alone. What cultivation would be required for that? Celestial sovereign? Or perhaps a celestial emperor? What does it matter to me? Some replied nonchalantly. Others may be unaware, but he certainly understood his own cultivation talent. It was not lacking, yet it was by no means extraordinary, a stark contrast to the prodigies of his kind. When Su Mu was born, his father had assessed his aptitude and predicted that he could cultivate to the realm of the immortal king, at best reaching a couple of levels. Although this journey might span thousands of years, that was the extent of his potential. As for surpassing the immortal king, such aspirations were but a distant dream. To the common folk, the existence of any immortal sovereign on the divine abyss continent was questionable. However, as the heir of his family, Su Mu was privy to certain secrets. There were indeed immortal sovereigns in the divine abyss, and not just one. As for the immortal emperors, even they dared not claim to transcend destiny. What right did Su Mu have to aspire to such heights? Perhaps he deemed the matter insignificant. A faint smile graced the youth's lips, his eyes brimming with disdain for the world around him. Chapter 79, Means of Destiny Indeed, a remarkable breakthrough. Congratulations, young master. How wonderful. Su Mu, congratulations to you. In the bustling city of Luhaking, Mo Shu and Shun Jiaoi took turns to offer their heartfelt felicitations, their faces radiating genuine joy. Oh, it's nothing, Su Mu replied with a slight smirk. After ascending to immortality, his entire perspective had transformed. Though his ultimate goal remained to return home, he recognized that the narrative quests were merely tasks, not the entirety of existence. Suddenly reflecting, he realized that he had lived in this world for several decades, seemingly without engaging in any other pursuits. He had been solely dedicated to fulfilling narrative tasks. By the way, where shall we go? Su Mu tilted his head to glance at Luhaking, knowing that when it came to revelry, the latter was undoubtedly the most experienced. Believe it or not, I actually know a splendid place. Let us visit the nearby Tianwang city for some leisure. With the swift speed of the flying vessel, the trio soon arrived within the city, where the cacophony of voices enveloped them. Is this truly the wonderful place you spoke of? Su Mu's lips twitched, while Shen Jiaoi's face flushed slightly as she spat in discontent. Above them, the three gilded characters of Yu Yanfeng hung prominently, with countless charming courtesans beckoning to patrons, their voices sweetly alluring. A faint scent of sweetness wafted through the air. In the face of such circumstances, Su Mu felt rather indifferent, primarily embarrassed due to Shun Jiaoi's presence. What kind of person brings a girl to a brothel? What are you two thinking? Luhaking quickly discerned their misinterpretation and felt the need to clarify. Do not think ill of it. This is a legitimate establishment, a place for dining. However, should you desire some special services, it is not out of the question. As it turned out, Yu Yanfeng had recently opened its doors, boasting exceptional craftsmanship and service. Yet the most intriguing aspect was the enigmatic power that lurked behind it. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. Was there that familiar feeling again? Could this place also harbor a female protagonist? Surely not. What is the significance of its backing? I am unsure. All I know is that the force is shrouded in mystery, and I could not uncover much information. Luhaking shrugged nonchalantly. Regardless, let us not concern ourselves with that. As long as we can dine well, that is sufficient. Indeed. Allow me to recommend their newly introduced signature dishes. As the three of them entered the establishment, surrounded by a throng of beautiful attendants, they found themselves in a spacious hall where the smooth stone surfaces reflected the flickering candlelight. The redwood tables and chairs were complemented by exquisite silk cushions, and the vermilion pillars were intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. As Su Mu began to survey his surroundings, a middle-aged beauty approached them. Young Master Luo, you have returned today, and you've brought along. Her words suddenly halted, and she froze in place, for she had caught sight of Shen Jiaoi, who was discreetly hiding behind Su Mu and Luhaking, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. What's she doing here? Isn't she on a mission? Has she come for information so soon? The woman's thoughts raced, yet she quickly forced a warm smile onto her face. Please take a seat, said, effortlessly ordering the dishes and selecting a prime location. The trio could enjoy the performances in the grand hall while still maintaining a degree of privacy. Not long after they settled in, S' expression suddenly shifted, prompting him to rise hastily. You two stay here. I have something to attend to, he remarked before swiftly departing without a glance back. What on earth is happening? Wondered, bewildered. Almost immediately, also appeared unsettled, making an excuse to leave, leaving him alone in the room. What is going on? Never mind, perhaps it's best to keep busy. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, The hostess who initially greeted them was now prostrate on the floor, her voluptuous form trembling slightly, oblivious to how much she exposed. "My lord, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. I beg your pardon. May I inquire as to your business today?" The woman dared not raise her eyes, fearing to meet his gaze. "I am here for personal matters. There's no need for concern," replied, her brow furrowing. She no longer resembled the vivacious young girl from earlier. Instead, she emanated an icy demeanor with a detached gaze. Under her imposing scrutiny, the woman trembled incessantly, repeatedly affirming her understanding. "The matters I address today need not be reported to the master of the establishment. Understood?" "Why, yes, understood," the woman stammered, with a casual wave, dismissed her and began to close her eyes, seeking to regain her composure. Having grown up alongside, they were truly childhood sweethearts. But circumstances forced her to return and inherit her family's business. To her astonishment, she discovered that her family's enterprise was none other than the largest and most enigmatic assassin organization on the current establishment was one of their properties, serving as a hub for intelligence. Gaze flickered as she retrieved a black ring from her pocket, revealing scattered inscriptions from her perspective. Target, reward, employer, confidential, who seeks to eliminate? During her previous life, she had never received such an order at this juncture. Murmured to herself. For a considerable time, she had been active within, only recently released after a breakthrough in her cultivation. Eagerly, she sought out, never anticipating that her father would assign her such a task. To kill? Her father knows I would never do such a thing. Does he intend for me to investigate instead? Her eyes glimmered with contemplation, yet as time pressed on, she swiftly adjusted her demeanor. Transforming back into her youthful, vibrant self, she returned to the adjacent room. "I'm back," she announced. "All right, take a seat," replied nonchalantly, gesturing for her to join him. The two engaged in light conversation, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from their childhood. In his childhood, when he could barely walk steadily, he insisted on pulling me to the back mountain, resulting in a fall that knocked out his front tooth. Sumuleked heartily. Shen Zhaoyi's face flushed crimson, and she made a move to cover Su Mu's mouth. "You scoundrel! I've long since repaired it with a secret technique. We agreed never to speak of this again." After waiting for a considerable time, they still did not see Luo Haicheng return, causing them to furrow their brows. Could something have happened? Buzzing. Suddenly, Su Mu felt a vibration from the communication jade pendant within his storage ring. "Young master, something has occurred." Su Mu's brow puckered. The jade pendant from Liang Zhelan was a gift he had personally given her, considering her status as a maid. Yet, she was the one initiating contact. "What is it?" "Miss Ming has not returned for quite some time, and I am unable to reach her." Previously, after Su Mu left the Lonyuan secret realm, he immediately sought out Luo Haicheng, breaking through to immortality, which had consumed considerable time. Meng Xiaoxiao is missing? Su Mu's frown deepened. This plot twist was absent in the original narrative. Luo Haicheng was in trouble. Shen Zhaoyi had just encountered an issue, and now Meng Xiaoxiao was missing while I suddenly achieved immortality. Su Mu's heart sank. The number of peculiar events was increasing. Could it be that, just as I began to give up, fate was conspiring against me? Su Mu was taken aback. Chapter 80. How can there be so many coincidences? Su Mu's pupils widened in shock. Could it be that all along, my true adversary has not been Qin Shu or the protagonists, but rather fate itself? System, I have a question. Su Mu seemed to have an epiphany. Please proceed. Host, what is the essence of fate in this world? Or rather, does it possess its own will or purpose? Contemplating. Ding. The fate of this world lacks self-awareness, yet possesses an inherent instinct for unity. Unity? Does that imply becoming one? Su Mu lowered his head in contemplation, striving to untangle all the clues. He had previously believed that fate and the system were aligned, but now it seemed rather off-kilter. Becoming one? If memory serves, the protagonist Qin Shu possesses a fragment of fate, manifesting as the so-called purple pattern shard. Moreover, it should be the largest fragment. If viewed this way, does that mean the fate of this world desires the protagonist Qin Shu to eliminate me? To reclaim the purple pattern shard, and cultivate a true fated protagonist. And what of the system? Su Mu furrowed his brow. Based on the system's current demeanor, it merely seeks for him to fulfill narrative tasks, ultimately rewarding him with a chance to return home. In essence, the system and the fate of this world do not belong to the same camp. Fate wishes for his demise, while the system is indifferent to his survival, as long as he completes all narrative tasks. Suddenly, Su Mu found himself in a stupor, his body trembling slightly as his eyes widened in realization. Does that mean I merely need to complete the narrative tasks and die in the manner that fate desires? The world line of this realm would then revert to normal. There would be no more collapses, and I could return home. So it has been all along. I had misunderstood everything. Su Mu vaguely felt he had uncovered the ultimate secret of the world. From this perspective, the previous narrative deviations seemed explicable. All the female characters had deviated, some even gravitating towards me, targeting the protagonist Chen. It was fate's design, intended to deepen the conflict between Chen and me until it became irreconcilable. Thus, I, the antagonist, would perish at Chen hands, allowing him to gain fate. This was the inevitable trend. The system's role was merely to ensure that I complete the original narrative before my demise. Then, does that mean I can create the narrative myself? Could it be that I need not passively await the unfolding of the narrative? Instead, I can actively enact each scene, ultimately perishing at Chen hands? System, is that the case? Su Mu directly expressed his conjecture to the system. Ding! As thoughts lingered, the host's intuition was indeed correct. This system was in perfect harmony with the host, merely requiring the host to fulfill the narrative. The system prioritizes the host's experiential journey above all else. Any other concerns will be addressed autonomously. Indeed, the youth's eyes widened in surprise. Yet he felt a tug on his body, and Shun Zhaoi's expression was one of deep concern. Su Mu, what troubles you? You've been motionless since a moment ago. Nothing. Just lost in thought for a moment. Su Mu chuckled lightly. Upon grasping the essential elements, an unexpected sense of ease washed over him. Is that so? Then who is this Meng Xiao? Why do you hold her in such regard? Shun Zhaoi inquired, her demeanor shifting to one of icy resolve. It seemed that while Su Mu had been momentarily distracted, she had caught sight of the information on the communication jade plate. Meng Xiao, Shun Zhaoi had some knowledge of her from her previous life, yet her understanding remained limited. Why was Su Mu so concerned about her disappearance? Could it be that she held such significance in his heart? She is my subordinate. Recently, I have offended someone, and I am pondering whether she has been kidnapped. Su Mu replied, his words a mix of truth and artifice. His statement was not entirely unfounded. On the surface, Meng Xiao was indeed his follower, and it was reasonable to speculate about abduction given his recent conflict with Chen Shu. Recently offended someone? Shun Zhaoi immediately seized upon this crucial information, subtly squeezing her black ring. Who? Chen Shu, Su Mu answered nonchalantly, oblivious to the shock etched on the girl's face. Chen Shu, it is he. Shun Zhaoi's mind raced as she connected the dots. Thus, the bounty order from a storm and rain tower must have been issued by Chen Shu. Furthermore, he possessed a black ring. The girl clenched her fist in secret. The black rings of the storm and rain tower were scarce, known as the Heavenly Tokens, with only 12 in existence, symbolizing immense authority. A bounty order issued through a black ring was essentially an imperative task. I recall hearing him mention in a past life that he had obtained a black ring during his cultivation at the sacred ground. Little did I know it was the heavenly token of the storm and rain tower. When the girl encountered Chen Shu in her previous life, he had already been several millennia old, his cultivation having reached the realm of a mortal sovereign. If Chen Shu sought to kill Su Mu and had issued a bounty, then Meng Xiao must also be in peril. Shun Zhaoi's eyes widened. Given that the pursuit of Su Mu had already commenced, there was little doubt that eliminating those close to him was a logical course of action. Su Mu. What's wrong? Nothing, it's fine. Su Mu responded, puzzled, while Shun Zhaoi's expression darkened. She had intended to caution him, yet upon contemplating the dangerous nature of those from the storm and rain tower, she realized it was unwise to place him in jeopardy. She resolved to handle the matter herself. If necessary, she would return to the Storm and Rain Tower to beseech the Lord, for despite their strained relationship, they were still bound by blood. In a worst-case scenario, Shenyuan would simply bow her head, perform the proper rites, and offer her apologies. She cared not for anything as long as she could protect Su Mu. In light of Meng Xiaoxiao's sudden disappearance, Su Mu still sent a message to Xiaolon, advising her to remain cautious for the time being. After all, they were cultivators. It was quite commonplace to retreat for several months or even years. Patience was warranted. As for the earlier mention of abduction, that was merely a spur-of-the-moment remark. The two dined with distracted hearts, soon parting ways. Su Mu suggested that Shenyuan return to the Su residence, where she could temporarily stay in his small courtyard. However, Shenyuan mentioned that she still had friends to visit and would defer her return for a while. Thus, they went their separate ways. Not long after Su Mu exited the city, he chose a direction and proceeded straight ahead. He was headed to an old haunt, the Lingxiao Pavilion. Luo Haicheng, feeling helpless, learned that his sister had once again sneaked out, prompting him to hastily cancel his gathering with Su Mu. Weren't you supposed to be at the Su residence? Why are you out again? Brother, Luo Yi pouted. Su Mu is hardly ever home, and I can't see him. I thought I might run into him here just like last time. Such coincidences are rare. I know. Wait, could it really be that coincidental? Huh. Luo Haicheng paused, then turned his head, and indeed spotted a familiar figure appearing in the hall below. Su Mu had truly come. Chapter 81. Must you do it before my eyes? As Su Mu stepped into Ling Xiao Wang Xie, a moment of disorientation washed over him. The last time he had been here was due to Su Hainying's unexpected return home, prompting him to escape the incessant nagging of his father alongside Luo Haicheng. Little did he expect to encounter another pivotal character, Luo Yi. While he had previously struggled to comprehend the situation, clarity now enveloped him. No wonder Luo Yi's demeanor had been so peculiar back then. She sought to provoke Qin Shu, entangling herself with a mere antagonist like him. It was all part of the destiny. Su Mu's current visit was not driven by a specific purpose. Rather, he sought to substantiate his conjectures with evidence. If everything unfolded as he anticipated, destiny would surely not remain indifferent to his presence. Something had to transpire. Thus, he resolutely disregarded distractions and made his way to that familiar spot on the 6th floor. Upon reaching the 6th floor, his pupils dilated in surprise. There, by the window, stood the familiar figure of a young woman, gracefully holding a teacup and offering him a gentle smile. Indeed, my assumptions were correct. A wave of relief washed over Su Mu as he laid eyes on Luo Yi, who should have been at home. All his suspicions were validated. It felt akin to an experienced gamer, after enduring the trials of a game countless times, finally discovering a detailed strategy guide in a corner of an online forum. Clarity emerged from the haze. Over here, Su Mu, Luo Yi exclaimed, her expression radiant as she waved him over to her side. Meanwhile, Luo Haicheng lurked discreetly among the crowd, pursing his lips and muttering something about how one should not let a girl go too easily. What are you doing here? Su Mu regained his composure, feigning surprise. Isn't just a tad dull at home? I came here to unwind, the girl replied, her laughter bright and charming. And you? Why aren't you at the holy ground today? Luo Yi inquired, genuinely pleased to have unexpectedly encountered Su Mu, initially hoping merely to test her luck. Could it be that Su Mu truly enjoyed frequenting this place? This thought lingered in her mind. Just wandering around, and somehow ended up here, Su Mu awkwardly admitted, reluctant to disclose that he had recently been with Luo Haicheng and Shenyuan, only to find himself alone in such a setting. His persona was that of a second-rate villain, not a fickle-hearted individual. The two engaged in trivial conversation for a while, lacking any substantial theme. Sumo sleeps twitched in irritation. Indeed, the heroine herself seemed unaware of her own reasons for being there, merely guided by destiny, struggling to find common ground in their discussion. At this juncture, it was his turn to step forward as the seasoned actor. Since fate dictated that Su Mu must offend Qin Shu, he resolved to do so with greater intensity, administering a potent dose of provocation. As their conversation meandered, Su Mu suddenly pulled Luo Yi into his embrace. Somoyo. The young maiden's face flushed crimson, her heart racing with a flurry of emotions. Yet she offered no resistance, only a sense of delight. What are you doing, Sumo? Although her words were laced with inquiry, her tone was gentle, akin to a lover's playful tease. Aren't we friends? A hug between friends is quite natural, isn't it? Friends. Yes. The maiden nodded softly, her cheeks still tinged with pink. Since ascending to immortality, Su-mu had become far more perceptive, sensing a hidden gaze scrutinizing them from the shadows. And his heart swelled with joy. It was indeed true. This must be someone Qinshu had covertly arranged. The last time he was here, someone from Qinshu's circle was present, and now, yet another ambush had occurred. Truly, he was the destined protagonist. His schemes were profoundly intricate. You, my friend, I find you utterly inscrutable. While Su-mu reveled in the unseen scrutiny, he continued to engage in light-hearted banter with the maiden. Luo-yi felt herself weaken. Leaning against Su-mu, enveloped by his warm presence, her eyes glazed with a dreamy haze. Instinctively, she reached out, her fingers grazing Su-mu's neck. Good heavens! To provoke Qinshu to this extent. Su-mu remained unyielding, allowing the unfolding situation to transpire. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, and if left unchecked, something inevitable would ensue. Ahem! Luo Haiqing appeared just in time, his expression dark. Little sister, what are you doing here? Huh? Su-mu, you're here too? What a coincidence. Indeed, quite the coincidence, Su-mu noted as the hidden gaze dissipated with Luo Haiqing's timely arrival, almost as if it was orchestrated to interrupt their moment. Could there be an issue with Luo Haiqing? Certainly not. If there were, why would he have sacrificed himself for Su-mu in the previous narrative? This could only signify that fate had dictated Luo Haiqing's presence at this juncture, aimed at safeguarding the heroine and preventing the protagonist, Qinshu, from being cuckolded. After all, how could he have returned at this moment if he had already departed due to an unforeseen event? By heavens, it truly is you, fate's hand. Su-mu's eyes sparkled as he stood, patting his close friend's shoulder, laughing heartily. Ha, splendid timing. Absolutely marvelous. Without lingering to converse further, he concocted an excuse to depart hastily. He needed to return to the sacred grounds. One validation was hardly sufficient. Now that the cards were on the table, he had to take further action. Brother, you. Luo-yi pouted, casting a disapproving glance at Luo Haiqing. Her eyes filled with resentment. Ah! Luo Haiqing felt the awkwardness settle, unsure of what to say. While he was pleased to witness Su-mu and his sister's budding romance, he couldn't bear to witness it unfold before him. His usually composed and well-behaved sister was utterly flustered in Su-mu's presence. Sumo, imreska. Return my obedient sister to me. Luo Haiqing, the elder brother, was exasperated, his heart heavy with concern for his sister, only to be met with her grievances. In the sacred land of Yaofeng, Su-mu swiftly returned to his cave abode. For some inexplicable reason, the atmosphere within the sanctuary seemed particularly serene today, with scarcely any souls wandering outside. Could it be due to the recent events surrounding the ancient beasts in the secret realm? Or perhaps it was a consequence of the dragon and phoenix secret territory. A sudden thought struck Su-mu. Given that the dragon and phoenix realm had just closed, it must have ushered in numerous fresh talents. The ambience was reminiscent of Valentine's Day on Earth in a previous life, where the streets were devoid of solitary figures. As couples filled the cave abodes, shaking his head, Su-mu dismissed these distractions. Upon returning to his cave, he unexpectedly discovered a package at the entrance. Whose could this be? The parcel bore no distinguishing marks, indicating that the sender wished to remain anonymous. With a mix of caution and curiosity, Su-mu carried the package inside and carefully unwrapped it. Inside lay a single crystal stone. A recording crystal? Who could have sent me this? Indifferently, Su-mu activated the recording within, only to be met with a shocking revelation that widened his eyes in disbelief. Qinshu was dead. Chapter 82, 666, is Qinshu dead? No. A more precise statement would be, once this footage is revealed, Qinshu is undoubtedly doomed. Who could possibly be behind this? How could this be accomplished? When Su-mu beheld this image, he was utterly astonished. In the footage, Qinshu and Wang Tieji converged from different directions, the setting being the ceiling point within the secret realm. Every word spoken by Chun Shu was crystal clear. Have you discovered Sumu? I shall break this seal. Brame Sumu. Mimicked the bloodline aura. Sumu was rendered speechless. What in the world is this? Is it real? There was no doubt it was authentic. Sumu had meticulously verified the aura present, confirming its originality. He was acutely aware of the repercussions that would follow if this footage were to be exposed. It served as irrefutable evidence. Once made public, Chun Shu would be executed as the principal instigator of the seal's breach. There would be no alternative outcome. Who could this be? Why does this exist? Furthermore, why was it delivered in my hands? Sumu was thoroughly bewildered. He sat in solitude within the confines of his room for an extended period, clutching the memory crystal tightly. His forehead throbbed with rising veins, only to gradually subside. Breathe. No need to rush. Sumu calmed his thoughts. He was unaware of who had recorded this footage or why it had been sent to him. Yet, he understood that since it had reached his hands, the identity of the sender could only be one, an enemy of Chun Shu. Do I even have allies? Sumu was in a state of confusion, having not realized during the previous narrative that he had companions. Although there were others from the opposing faction, their levels of absurdity surpassed even that of Sumu's character. They were simply incompatible, let alone capable of being allies. Sumu now felt as though he had single-handedly pushed to the enemy's crystal in the first game, but lost. And in the second game, performed poorly, allowing the enemy to advance to his crystal. Suddenly, a teammate appeared, turning the tide, only to inform Sumu that they had indeed been present in the last match, merely engaged in farming. What on earth is this? Could it be that the upheavals in this world are even more profound than I had imagined? It's not just a matter of the protagonists. Sumu's eyes widened, as he could conceive of no other explanation. Clutching the memory crystal, which could be considered Chun Shu's lifeline, he realized that its mere revelation would spell disaster. Although the influence of destiny might shield Chun Shu from immediate death, he would undoubtedly suffer severe consequences. The identity of a disciple of the Holy Land could never be retained. It is crucial to understand that in the divine Abyss continent, aside from the great clans possessing vast resources to nurture talent, wild geniuses without connections or backing must rely on the Holy Land. Once Chun Shu loses his status as a disciple of the sacred land, his growth in this lifetime will be abruptly severed. Not to mention reaching the pinnacle of the immortal emperor if he could merely catch up to others. One would have to commend the strength of the protagonist's halo. The Shenyuan Continent is a venerable realm of cultivation, where powers have long been established. Without joining such a system, it is utterly impossible to thrive. Even with companions, one cannot afford to be reckless. Progress must be gradual. Ultimately, Sumu managed to calm his turbulent thoughts, spending some time to grasp the crux of the matter. The image he possessed could indeed inflict severe damage upon his opponent, but it was far from sufficient to eliminate them entirely. In essence, he had acquired an additional card, slightly improving the situation. Therefore, prior to utilizing this evidence, it would remain in his possession. The narrative quest must continue, and probing must still be undertaken. Sumu's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, had it been in the past, he would have undoubtedly destroyed such evidence at the first opportunity rather than keeping it close. Not to mention contemplating the demise of the protagonist. Meanwhile, Nangong, she withdrew her gaze from the moonlight, her exquisite countenance resembling that of an ethereal being. Surely, with Sumu in possession of it, he would be safe. The girl murmured. Despite the unresolved matter of the Dragon Phoenix secret realm, her concern for Sumu's safety remained unwavering. Armed with the complete memories of her past life, she understood Chun Shu's strength better than anyone, particularly that astonishingly unbelievable stroke of luck. Indeed, it was luck. In life and death crises, breakthroughs would occur, and fortuitous opportunities would descend in dire straits. These were merely fundamental principles. In summary, Chun Shu would never truly find himself in a deadlock. Rather, he would invariably reap tremendous benefits. Conversely, anyone who dared to offend Chun Shu, regardless of their immense power, extraordinary cultivation, or formidable background, would ultimately meet a singular fate, death. There had never been an exception. In her previous life, after reaching a profound level of cultivation, She also recognized the peculiarities of these phenomena and conducted some investigations. She had vaguely learned of a concept known as heavenly mandate. In simple terms, Shu's ascension to the strongest being in this world was predestined. It was unalterable. Why such a rule exists remains a mystery, yet it undeniably holds true. Can it be contested? No. Even if the adversary is the entire world, I shall protect you. Nangongxi's expression was resolute. The last time she and Su Mu were in the secret realm, before entering the canyon, she took the time to set up a crystal stone to capture images. This was to secure a crucial piece of evidence. As long as Su Mu held this evidence, Shu would exercise caution before making a move against him, perhaps altering Su Mu's originally tragic fate. I love you, Su Mu, the girl whispered, her voice carried away by the night breeze, fading into the boundless darkness. The following day, Su Mu awoke to two pieces of unfortunate news. The first was that Shun Jiaoyi had surprisingly arrived at the sacred land, having just parted ways the previous day, and now she had joined the sacred land. Moreover, he became a fellow disciple and entered the esteemed sect of Mo Xuanxing. During the initial unfolding of the narrative, such circumstances had not transpired. Nevertheless, it matters not. A twisted plot is now a familiar occurrence for Su Mu. He promptly resolved to confront the situation head-on. The second piece of unfortunate news came from his father, Su Ningye. The latter had settled on a date to publicly declare Su Mu as the official heir of the Su family. Su Mu was taken aback. He suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had fulfilled both of his father's stipulations. He had emerged as the champion of the great competition and had achieved a breakthrough to the Earth immortal realm. Alas, yet another significant upheaval. Su Mu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Previously, when he refrained from taking action, the narrative had gradually shifted. Now that he was fully engaged, fate and the storyline were no longer concealing their intentions. What is this? The plot is destined to change. It is meant to veer off course. Do you aspire to effortlessly complete the narrative tasks? Such a wish is far too optimistic. My son, I shall grant you a fortnight to prepare. I will host a grand banquet in our Su family to announce to the world that you are to be the heir of the Su clan. This was the final decree from his father, Su Ningye. A shiver coursed through Su Mu's body. He felt an ominous premonition. If he did not take decisive action in these last 2 weeks, he might lose control over the unfolding story. Thus, he decided to begin with them. Su Mu cast his gaze towards the abode of Qing Jingru. Chipter osam disakri, bradod among dear sumo. Qing Jingru gazed at the young man who had unexpectedly appeared before her heart fluttering momentarily before she stepped aside to invite him in. It seems you haven't sought me out in quite some time, she remarked, personally pouring a cup of tea for Su Mu. For some reason, she felt that the current Su Mu was different from the one she remembered. It was tea merely due to the palpable aura of strength he now exuded, but rather a certain nonchalance that accompanied his every gesture. Jingru. Su Mu's tone was unusually calm, lacking the emotional fervor he typically displayed. He had begun to sense that something was amiss with the female protagonist, and the appropriate response to this situation required careful consideration. As she poured the tea, the girl hesitated slightly, her sensitivity to such nuances allowing her to perceive Su Mu's detachment. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Mu decided to be forthright. During our last encounter in the Longyuan secret realm, you gifted me this. Why? His curiosity was evident as he retrieved the token that belonged to Qing Jingru. Why? She echoed, her ears flushing slightly. She had not anticipated Su Mu's directness. Wasn't such an understanding supposed to remain unspoken? Moreover, Su Mu had not responded at the time, neither accepting nor rejecting the gesture, but simply leaving. Nevertheless, Qing Jingru felt that a peculiar force within her had begun to manifest, one that originated from the Longyuan tree. What was Su Mu's true stance? This question had lingered in Qing Jingru's mind for quite some time. However, faced with Su Mu's relentless inquiry, even she found it difficult to voice her true feelings. Had Su Mu come to accept her in his heart? If she were to confess and be rejected, would he still wish to see her again? Had her past actions inflicted too much pain, instilling a sense of wariness in him? Why else would he approach her with such an attitude, with such thoughts swirling in her mind? The girl felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, deepening her regret. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. Sumu. That gift was both a congratulatory token and a form of apology. Congratulatory token? Apology? What do you mean? Sumu was genuinely perplexed. Her explanation diverged significantly from his expectations. After all, this was a token from the Longyuan secret realm. Surely Qing Jingru understood its significance. On one hand, it is to congratulate you for triumphing in the trials of the secret realm. On the other, it serves as an apology for past grievances. I am truly sorry. Sumu. Qing Jingru finally expressed her thoughts. I previously overlooked your feelings, leaving you to bear far too much pressure alone. That will not happen again. We are now peers, and I am your senior sister. Thus, I want to take this opportunity to clarify. Sumues aus Vidan Gregwali. Could it be approached this way? He had once thought the changes in the female protagonist were merely the result of fate's whims, but it seemed, in fact, that her reasoning was still coherent. Previously, he had simply been her devoted admirer, which had grown rather tiresome. Since Sumu arrived at the sacred land, everything has been markedly different from the outset. He has become the junior disciple of Qing Jingru. How could I have forgotten this? If that is the case, then from the very first day I reopened the storyline, I have already disrupted the plot. Sumu found it hard to believe. He repeatedly reflected on the root of all the changes, his teeth clenched in frustration. Damn it, it must be you, Su Haining. Had it not been for the growth-type holy artifact you bestowed upon me, how could I have triumphed over Qinshu in the ensuing battles? No, it's not just her. There is also my father. Why did you, old man, have to expend so much effort to alter the attitudes of Qing Jingru and Mo Xuanxing? How infuriating! Sumu felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. He had thought that he was halfway through his villainous endeavors, only to realize now that he had taken a wrong turn from the very beginning. This was more painful than death itself. I see now. It all makes sense. Sumu replied calmly, now comprehending the changes in Qing Jingru. Everything stemmed from his identity as her junior disciple. The divine abyss continent is, after all, a realm of cultivation where the concept of discipleship holds immense significance. Akin to family ties, often these bonds can be even more intimate than blood relations. Thus, Qing Jingru sought to mend her relationship with me, even at the cost of offending Qinshu. While logically this made sense, Sumu firmly believed there must be a greater destiny at play behind the scenes. His suspicions grew stronger. If he wished for everything to return to its rightful course, he would need to. Sumoes gaze felikut. By the way, what of Qinshu? Have you seen him recently? Suemo suddenly seemed to recall something and tentatively inquired of Qing Jingru. The girl's expression shifted, and she repeatedly denied it. Qinshu? Who is that? I know nothing. Just as I suspected. Sumu silently nodded in agreement. Even under the influence of fate, when forced to approach him, the mere mention of the male protagonist's name still caused her to exhibit an involuntary change in demeanor. Qing Jingru, known as the celestial maiden of Qing Han, rarely displayed such fluctuations in expression. I see. Sumu resolved to probe further, drawing closer to Qing Jingru. The distance now intimate. I actually have a few more questions I would like to discuss. Qing Jingru's mind was in disarray. Sumu's sudden proximity stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her: surprise, sweetness, worry, and more. Meanwhile, in the outer sect's cave dwelling, Qinshu lay prostrate on the ground, his countenance ashen, appearing as though he were lifeless. Woe is me! This is intolerable. Qinshu's eyes overflowed with tears, mingling with the dust on the ground, covering his face entirely. He was indeed crying. Sumu, Qing Jingru, and all of you remaining, I will remember you all. Qinshu felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Even now, he dared not recall what he had truly experienced in the Longyuan secret realm. Self-sufficiency and self-marketing. How many cycles have I endured? How infuriating! Ugh! As he spoke, Qinshu suddenly succumbed to uncontrollable retching. His stomach roiled violently, yet all he could expel was a bitter bile. With a resounding thud, Qinshu's face contorted with rage as he slammed his fist into the ground. The hatred he harbored for Sumu had reached an unbearable peak. If given the chance, he would not hesitate to perish alongside Sumu. Chen Shu's mental state had shattered. Young man, this cannot continue. I, your ancestor, possess a method to restore your former glory. The voice of Tianpa echoed in his mind, calm yet self-satisfied. Chen Shu's gaze flickered with a glimmer of hope. Is that true? Ancestor, please enlighten me. What means do you possess? The elder's spirit emerged from the depths of Chen Shu's consciousness, appearing more animated than usual, the black mist swirling around him. He scrutinized the disheveled Chen Shu before breaking into a light chuckle. The laughter of the aged grew increasingly unrestrained, bordering on monstrous. The hoarse roar reverberated through the cave, causing dust to cascade from the ceiling. A method? Of course, it is to relinquish this body to me. Allow me to avenge you. I have coveted this vessel for quite some time, and now the opportunity has finally arrived. Ha! Hand it over. As soon as the words left his lips, the black mist coalesced into the form of an eagle's claw, lunging toward him. Chen Shu's pupils constricted in alarm. Chapter 84. How could this not be considered a legacy? Su Mu strolled leisurely out, glancing back at the direction of the resolute peak, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Good heavens, it truly seems to be fate. This fellow is everywhere. Who should I seek now? Having resolved to clarify the current situation, Su Mu knew he could not simply meet one female protagonist. Perhaps Yin. Su Mu's expression turned peculiar. Among all the female leads, she was the one he feared encountering the most. He dreaded that upon their meeting, she would immediately proclaim him as her partner. Rushing towards him, however, now he felt less apprehensive. Previously, he could not resist, but now he had attained the earth immortal realm, and it was entirely impossible for Yi Yin to coerce him into submission. Not to mention, his relationship with Qing Jingru had also evolved, alleviating any fears of her threats. Su Mu flew directly towards Yi Yan's pavilion. Along the way, he encountered several disciples of the Holy Land, who, upon seeing him, instantly greeted him with beaming smiles and respectful bows. Holy Son, is Senior Brother Su. Greetings, Senior Brother Su. Greetings. Su Mu's lips twitched. The feeling of being revered wherever he went was quite challenging to adjust to. In the past, if he were seen, he would at least be the subject of some whispered remarks. Yet now, people were enthusiastically approaching him to say hello. As Su Mu continued on his path, he suddenly turned back upon passing a small dwelling, a look of confusion on his face. What is this? Upon the small house was a formation displaying clear text. 3 elemental stones. Take freely. What could this be? Su Mu had never seen anything like this in the Holy Land before. Out of curiosity, he tossed 3 elemental stones into the formation, which then produced a small booklet. Intrigued, he opened it, and after only a brief moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Slander. This is undoubtedly slander. Who is spreading rumors about me? Su Mu's expression turned grim. The booklet contained a fabricated tale, with Su Mu as the protagonist, albeit under a pseudonym. Yet the characteristics were far too evident. The gist of the story revolved around Su Mu entangled in a convoluted romance with 6 celestial maidens of the Holy Land. There were mentions of the iceberg fairy, the supervisory fairy, the law enforcement fairy. It even included pairs of sisters. This is utterly blatant. They aren't even attempting to disguise it. It is patently obvious that the characters are based on Qing Jingru and the others. Are people truly spreading such scandalous tales about my relationships with Qing Jingru and the others? How desperate can they be? Su Mu's eyes widened in shock. The more he read, the more he realized that every story documented within had a corresponding real-life counterpart, even more clearly than he understood himself. Wait, so giving someone a token also carries the implication of a confession. How was I unaware of this? What about them? Do they know? Su Mu meticulously recalled Qing Jingru's earlier demeanor. It seemed she was also oblivious. Could it be that it was merely a gesture of apology? It didn't seem impossible. Su Mu lowered his head, deep in contemplation. Qing Jingru, after all, is an aloof goddess, indifferent to worldly affairs. So it is entirely understandable that she might not possess such trivial knowledge. Just to be certain, I shall inquire with Yi Yan. Su Mu nodded, immediately quickening her pace as she soared towards Yi Yan's loft. Bring it forth, if you dare. The expression of Tianpao Shangren twisted into a grimace, a far cry from his previous amiability. From a moment he first laid eyes on Chen Shu, the notion of seizing his body had taken root in his mind. After all, this physical form was simply splendid. It harmonized seamlessly with the cultivation techniques he practiced, making the prospect of possession utterly effortless. His initial intent in nurturing Chen Shu was indeed laced with this ambition. Yet as time passed in their inexplicable companionship, he found himself inexplicably fond of the youth. Gradually, he invested more and more, toiling tirelessly for Chen Shu's sake, showering him with kindness. Until, during the recent public trial in the square, when the Tianji mirror flickered with ephemeral radiance, it seemed as though Tianpao Shangren suddenly regained his senses. How could it be? What was I doing all this time? He could hardly fathom that he had shown such care for a junior of his own sect, let alone speak of the camaraderie of fellow disciples. That was mere nonsense. The Tianhe Palace was not a paragon of virtue, and his ascent to the position of its leader certainly did not stem from noble intentions, though the reasons eluded him. He had now seen Chen Shu for what he truly was, a pure waste. Lacking discernment, he had managed to offend someone of Su Mu's formidable lineage, repeatedly targeting her and even vying for her affections. Bah! Tianpao Shangren held the utmost disdain for those who allowed women to lead them by the nose. In his eyes, the sole purpose of women was to serve as vessels for dual cultivation, to be drained of all their worth before being discarded. Coincidentally, Chen Shu had recently been imprisoned by 6 women in the Longyuan secret realm, subjected to torturous torment, and now was the perfect moment for his resolve to shatter. Tianpao Shangren was certainly poised to seize this splendid opportunity. He exploded into action, declaring, "Youngster, the fortuitous cultivation methods you possess are rightfully mine. It is time to return them to me." Want them? Then come and take them. Chen Shu scoffed, having anticipated this very scenario. From the first day he encountered Tianpao Shangren, he had never let down his guard. Moreover, the Tianhe Palace had been embroiled in issues time and again. Wang Tizi was still locked away. Chen Shu, having fought his way up from the lowest echelons of the cultivation world to attain his current position, was certainly not one to show mercy. A refined gentleman? That was merely a fade for the outside world, a guise to attract those women. His approach towards them stemmed from their immense utility, in addition to their striking beauty. In the realm of cultivation, one can rely solely on oneself. Naturally, Chen Shu was exceedingly wary of Tianpao Shangren. "You old fool, do you truly believe I came unprepared?" Chen Shu laughed heartily, casting aside his earlier despondency as a new aura of cultivation radiated from him. "What? Why has the power I imparted to you been purged?" He had to express gratitude to those 6 women in Su Mu. After all, if not for their relentless torment within the formation, how could I have possibly re-established my foundation? Chen Shu had never experienced such exhilaration. "Do not presume I am oblivious. The powers you transmitted to me are indeed flawed, destined to erupt only when I ascend to immortality. You await an opportunity, and am I not doing the same?" Infuriating. The celestial prowess master did not anticipate his own impatience. Such elaborate schemes had been unveiled. He could not help but marvel at Chen Shu, truly a worthy successor of the Heavenly Harmony Palace, for in this regard, the legacy of distrust was well preserved. Words were futile. Now, all that remained was to stake everything. The celestial prowess master's expression hardened. Since the cards had been laid bare, it was time to rely solely on raw strength. Chen Shu shared this sentiment. Thus, the souls of both combatants collided with ferocity. A powerful resonance echoed through the void. Victory is assured. Chen Shu reveled in his confidence, certain that the favor of the Heavenly Dao would secure his triumph. Wait! Chen Shu suddenly recalled that the favor of the Heavenly Dao was not yet complete. It bore fissures. This is dire. Chen Shu's countenance shifted dramatically. Chapter 85. The truth of the protagonist's origin. Chen Shu slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion and bewilderment crossing his gaze before gradually regaining clarity. Did I win? What about that old wretch? Ha ha ha. Young one, thinking you could defeat me is far from simple. Suddenly, a hoarse, ancient voice echoed in his mind, causing a profound change in Chun Shu's demeanor. A sinister satisfaction crept onto his face, only to be swiftly replaced by a look of alarm, as if a different persona had abruptly taken over. "Old wretch, get out of my body at once. What have you done? Hith, Thunbot. Young one, you certainly speak with a lack of courtesy now." Two distinctly contrasting voices emanated from Chun Shu's mouth, and his expressions shifted like the changing of the tides, resembling a vessel harboring two souls within. "You once called me your ancestor, and now you refer to me as an old wretch. How impolite indeed. You have fused with my soul." Chun Shu's complexion paled, for he knew all too well the implications of such a union. "Oh dear." Once more his expression shifted. The fusion of souls meant that, in a strict sense, Chun Shu and the celestial spirit were now of one essence, albeit with divergent personalities and memories. Should this fusion persist for too long, they might even forge a new persona, becoming an entirely new Chun Shu. The shattered Heaven's favor was ultimately no match for the lingering soul of a celestial king. The two had entered a bizarre state of existence. Danger, utterly perilous. An overwhelming wave of fear washed over Chun Shu. If he could not swiftly expel the celestial spirit, he risked losing himself entirely. "I never anticipated that your fortunes would surpass my expectations." Following the fusion, the celestial spirit could now peruse Chun Shu's past memories at will. His eyes gleamed with excitement, his heart profoundly shaken. What exactly is Chun Shu's situation? How has he accrued so many fortuitous encounters throughout his life? Wait, what is this? The purple fragment. The destiny fragment. What? The celestial spirit nearly shrieked in disbelief. Why would a destiny fragment be within you? This is dire. Chun Shu's expression darkened. Although he had never heard of a destiny fragment, he could deduce its significance. Not just one, but multiple destiny fragments. 3 of them had already taken shape. The celestial spirit's eyes widened, an indescribable fervor igniting within him, increasing his desire to possess this body. He had now unraveled all of Chun Shu's secrets, particularly the 3 formidable abilities the latter held: Heaven's favor, heavenly mechanics, and blood of all races. If he possessed even one of these powers, how could he have been defeated by the former lord of the sacred grounds? Feeling the celestial spirit's overwhelming excitement, Chun Shu clenched his fists tightly, taking a considerable time to calm himself. Given the circumstances, he needed to devise a means of reclamation. Since the celestial spirit could access all the secrets within his mind, he too could seek to uncover the other's truths, including the accumulation of nearly 10,000 years of all skills and techniques, various cultivation methods, and hidden opportunities. Moreover, it inadvertently revealed all the secrets of the Heaven Harmony Palace. It turns out that the reason the Heaven Harmony Palace has existed for over 10,000 years, yet remains obscure, is related to the destiny fragments. The 10 great immortal clans are the de facto rulers of the divine Abyss continent, and the 3 holy lands were all established by them. The lords of the holy lands are members of the immortal clans, and many key positions within the holy lands are occupied by individuals from these clans. In essence, the 10 great immortal clans control everything within the divine Abyss continent, particularly the resources for cultivation. Enduring through tens of thousands of years, the secret lies within the destiny fragments. Each immortal clan must possess at least 3 or more destiny fragments, given the limited total number of destinies. The 10 great immortal clans hold the vast majority, thereby eliminating the possibility for other factions to ascend to the status of immortal clans. To his astonishment, there are actually 49 of these purple fragments. Chun Shu was taken aback. Such formidable power exists in 49 forms, with 50 variations of the celestial transformation. One is concealed. He continued to delve into the memories of the celestial spirit, directly disregarding the interference. The Heaven Harmony Palace was once a familial force, repeatedly failing to challenge the status of the immortal clans, taking a long time to comprehend the secret of destiny. Thus, they were compelled to operate in the shadows, seeking to acquire destiny fragments through this method. The most recent successful case involved the Chun clan. The Heaven Harmony Palace incited members of the Chun clan, specifically Chun Jua, to manipulate the situation and forcibly seize the cousin who was destined to inherit the family legacy. They successfully obtained 2 destiny fragments from her, heavenly mechanisms and heaven-s favor. Is this my lineage? Chen Shu found it hard to believe, momentarily stunned in place. Chen Zhuhe is his father, and his greatest motivation for striving toward the center of the continent for cultivation is to find his father. The image of his father in his mind was one of brilliance and grandeur, yet now that image has shattered. His father is a traitor. Chen Shu's resolve nearly crumbled, and he unwittingly sat in the cave for an entire night. Gradually, his gaze regained its focus. Even so, I still wish to see my mother from the Chun clan, and I have yet to uncover my father's whereabouts. I cannot falter. Gritting his teeth, Chen Shu took some time to clarify the critical information regarding his lineage. First, he is indeed a member of the Chun clan, and moreover, a direct descendant, possessing 3 purple fragments, which qualifies him as an heir to the immortal clan. Originally, the Chun clan had only 4 destiny fragments. His father seized 2, and Chen Shu awakened 1. It seems that I can now rival an entire immortal clan. Chen Shu suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. All past failures no longer cast a shadow. He stood up once more. Secondly, there are hidden forces in this world beyond just the Heaven Harmony Palace. Yet nearly all factions aspire to acquire destiny fragments. Only those possessing 3 or more fragments in the open can hold the status of an immortal clan. This implies that the Chun family is on the verge of losing its celestial status, unbeknownst to other factions. This may present an opportunity for me. Chen Shu's eyes flickered with a glimmer of ambition. Even though his father had vanished with fragments of power, Chen Shu remained confident in his ability to restore their legacy. A wild plan began to take shape in his mind. Should this scheme prove successful, he would attain a status as an heir equivalent to that of Su Mu. The two would truly stand on equal footing. Su Mu, I shall emerge as the ultimate victor. Everything will belong to me. Chen Shu grinned maliciously, oblivious to the fact that his laughter was gradually mirroring that of a lingering soul. Meanwhile, Su Mu hastened his steps to a quaint attic. He instinctively raised a hand to scratch the back of his neck. What is it? Why does it feel so itchy here? Su Mu pondered, yet he dismissed the thought. After all, as a cultivator, it was unlikely he would suffer from a skin ailment. He lifted his gaze towards the attic before him, sensing a familiar presence. Yiyan. Chapter 86. Dao Companion? Secret Lover? Su Mu, you have arrived. Yiyan appeared somewhat pale, managing a rather forced smile. She seemed unsurprised by Su Mu's arrival. Having already prepared tea, it felt reminiscent of their previous encounter. She always seemed to be anticipating him. Su Mu pondered, recalling that the original text of the Shenyuan Continent indeed mentioned Yi Yan's ability to foresee the future. However, such power was notoriously unpredictable and came at a considerable cost. Still, it was far more manageable compared to Chen Shu's perilous gameplay. To draw an analogy, it might resemble the cyclical nature of the moon, arriving with a certain inevitability each month. Su Mu surmised that Yi Yan's current demeanor was likely a result of her foresight activating. This was advantageous, as it allowed for an open and honest conversation. Su Mu slowly took a seat, retrieving the token she had given him from his pocket. Yiyan, I have come primarily for this. Why did you gift it to me? Su Mu stated directly. The small booklet he had purchased earlier had enlightened him. In the Longyuan secret realm, presenting a token was a declaration of affection. Whether Qing Jingru was aware of this remained uncertain, but Yi Yan, as a respected elder overseeing the sacred land, surely understood the nuances of such customs. Isn't my intention quite evident? Yi Yan paused for a moment before candidly acknowledging it. Su Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, are you implying that you have feelings for me? What? It was now Yi Yan's turn to express confusion. The token I gave you from the Longyuan secret realm is meant to bestow the power of the Longyuan tree upon you. After all, as the Holy Son, isn't such treatment quite standard? Yi Yan tilted her head slightly. What did you just say? Su Mu exclaimed, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. This was the most awkward moment he had ever experienced throughout the storyline. Could it be that I have fallen victim to one of life's great illusions, that she harbors affection for me? Su Mu's toes involuntarily curled. even with his thick skin. He found it difficult to endure. And no, it's nothing. If that's the case, I shall take my leave. The young man stood, attempting to depart, but was swiftly restrained by Yi Yan, her gaze deep and penetrating. I actually heard everything you just said. Su Mu. Ah. His mind erupted with frantic thoughts, and he trembled slightly, bowing in respect. Please, do not speak of this to anyone. Then let us negotiate terms. Yi Yan replied with a soft laugh, pulling Su Mu's hand closer, her body inching nearer. Su Mu could already catch the delicate fragrance emanating from her, fresh and elegant. Before him lay her fair neck, with her exquisite collarbone subtly visible, and a face that, though typically cool, now bore an expression of playful intrigue. Sumu, will you still be my Dao companion? If you agree to this condition, I shall keep this matter confidential. What? Sumu raised an eyebrow, beginning to seriously doubt whether she had developed a penchant for coercion. Why are you so insistent on having me as your Dao companion? Upon hearing this, Yi Yan gently pressed her lips together, refraining from correcting the inaccuracies in the other person's words. Her current intention was solely to have the other party serve as a temporary companion. I have already conveyed my reasoning to you previously. I wish to experience the emotions of love between a man and a woman, and you are my most suitable candidate. I have yet to inform Qing Jingru of the previous incident, and now this. Yi Yan suddenly smiled softly, her demeanor transforming back to that of a gentle scholar. The young woman leaned closer to Su Mu, her breath fragrant as she spoke. Su Mu, you wouldn't want today as events to be known by others, would you? Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. How infuriating. What is this sensation of being coerced into an undesirable situation? You are clearly a beautiful heroine, yet you have fixated on me, the villainous side character. Furthermore, your words are almost identical to those from our last encounter. Is this a manifestation of the narrative's correction, or is fate guiding us? Is it merely to incite discord between me and Qinshu? For a moment, Su Mu fell silent. He had begun to sense that perhaps, in the eyes of destiny, he was fated to meet his demise, thus necessitating his estrangement from Qinshu. If that is the case, Su Mu nodded resolutely. Very well, I agree. If you disagree, Yi Yan's words halted abruptly. The current scene was not one she had foreseen. You said you agree? The young woman's lips parted in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Of course, once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. Su Mu had already resolved that since fate demanded he offend Qinshu to the point of no return, he might as well give him a little push. Isn't this what you all desire? Then I shall cooperate. Whatever you wish from me, I shall comply. After all, I will neither take the initiative nor refuse, instead serving as an exceptional support. However, we must establish 3 ground rules. Really, Sumu. Yi Yan could hardly conceal her inner joy. She had not anticipated Su Mu would genuinely agree, especially considering her nearly confessional gesture in the Longyuan secret realm had gone unanswered. She had assumed he would once again turn her down. What conditions? Speak, and I shall comply. Yi Yan urged. Upon hearing this, Su Mu's expression shifted to one of slight skepticism as he regarded her. Upon meeting the young man's gaze, Yi Yan realized she had been overly eager, revealing too much. Ahem. What I meant to say is, you may proceed. Yi Yan regainet her uswal gentle demianor. Someone nodded inwardly. Yes, this is more like it. We shall establish 3 ground rules. First, no physical contact. Su Mu thought he faintly heard the young woman let out a despondent sigh. But when he looked up, she wore her usual expression. Perhaps I misheard? Su Mu could only question himself. Second, if you wish to undertake any actions, you must discuss them with me in advance, and I must give my consent. Sounds good. What's the 3rd rule? Yi Yan nodded lightly. As for the 3rd point, I desire for our relationship to remain confidential. No one else should be privy to it. Aside from the 2 of us. Su Mu's voice gradually diminished, evidently aware that his words might come across as rather unscrupulous. Nevertheless, he deemed this course of action necessary. The shifting dynamics surrounding him were overwhelming, and he could not immediately conjure an appropriate strategy, thus opting for a segmented approach to tackle each issue individually. Henceforth, he would need to maintain clandestine communication with each leading lady, ensuring that their interactions would not disrupt others. If you find this condition, After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu felt that perhaps his statement was a touch excessive and pondered how to rectify it. Very well. To his surprise, Yi Yan acquiesced with remarkable ease. You actually agree? I, too, was astonished by your consent. The two exchanged glances before simultaneously diverting their eyes. Su Mu experienced a rare pang of guilt, realizing that embodying the role of a rogue carried such feelings. On the other hand, Yi Yan felt an unexpected thrill. One could say that Su Mu's final condition resonated perfectly with her desires. She understood the principle that secrecy fosters success, while disclosure leads to failure. Thus, it was imperative that their relationship remain undisclosed to others, particularly to Qing Jingru. Now, you are my companion on this journey. Yi Yan smiled softly, stepping forward to entwine her arm with Su Mu's in a remarkably intimate gesture. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. Hey. We agreed not to engage in any inappropriate behavior. Where do you think your hand is going? Oh dear, what are you doing? Chapter 87. Beautiful woman. Come home with me. Su Mu emerged from Yi Yan's loft, a hint of blush still lingering on his cheeks. How infuriating. They had agreed upon certain boundaries, yet she persistently disregarded them. Su Mu felt a sense of indignation, deeming her devoid of any sense of contractual integrity, and he secretly scorned her. He paused for a moment, then lifted his palm to his nose, inhaling a subtle yet elegant fragrance that wafted through the air. It was the scent that clung to Yi Yan, its origin a mystery. Ahem, why did it feel reminiscent of a clandestine romance? Su Mu found himself pondering the nature of his relationship with Yi Yan anew. Ultimately, he arrived at a rather telling conclusion. Their connection was confined to a limited time frame, shrouded in secrecy, a relationship that could hardly be deemed public. It undeniably bore some resemblance to. Su Mu forcefully shook his head, casting aside those distracting thoughts. He had already discerned Yi Yan's demeanor. The young man bowed his head in contemplation. He believed he possessed nothing particularly enticing to her. If anything, it was likely due to some leverage he held, rendering him more manageable. Who should he seek next? For a moment, he felt adrift. According to his original plan, he was to approach the female protagonists in the order of their appearances. Logically, following Qing Jingru, his next encounter should have been with his master, Mo Xuanxing. However, Su Mu found himself somewhat vexed by this particular female character. In the original narrative, Mo Xuanxing was the one who provided the most assistance to Qin Shu in the early stages, both in terms of cultivation and background. As a celestial king cultivator, she could easily serve as the foundation of a top-tier power and would not reveal herself lightly. However, since Su Mu embarked on his second round, Mo Xuanxing had scarcely made an appearance, unless there was a significant event at hand. The most recent instance was when the seal of the ancient ferocious beast was broken. Su Mu had considered seeking her out, but he had heard that Mo Xuanxing was currently in seclusion, with no indication of when she might emerge. It seemed that aside from her initial odd behavior, she had been most composed throughout the subsequent time. This realization struck Su Mu. In the original story, every trial Qin Shu faced was met with Mo Xuanxing's assistance. Yet now, everything had shifted. Su Mu had become her disciple. Would he encounter difficulties? Yes, but they stemmed from the storyline itself, rather than presenting a direct threat to him. After all, his public identity as the heir of the Su family deterred any foolhardy individuals from provoking him. Even if he were to stir up trouble, others would find ways to clean up after him. Who should he approach next? The Nangong sisters? By the way, had Meng Xiaoxiao not returned yet? As he pondered, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Sumu, what are you doing here? He turned to find none other than Yun Yanqing. The young woman, holding a food container, appeared somewhat surprised, evidently not expecting to encounter Su Mu here. She gracefully approached him, her figure elegant in a light blue floral dress, cinched at the waist with a matching ribbon. Her complexion was fair, and her eyes held a depth that captivated. Miss you, what a surprise to encounter you here. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, feeling perplexed about finding a suitable target, only to unexpectedly run into her. He had a vague recollection of Yun Yanqing, having crossed paths with her twice before, once during the bail at the enforcement hall, and once in the Longyuan secret realm. Each place she appeared seemed to be reserved for the female protagonist, Yet this character was conspicuously absent from the original narrative. Could it be that the plotline had shifted? Sumu had previously taken the time to inquire with the system, confirming that there were no new characters introduced in the second narrative arc. This meant that Yunyanqing was indeed a person inherent to this world. Regardless, he resolved to find a way to probe her intentions. Unbeknownst to him, the girl before him harbored the same thoughts. Finally, an opportunity had presented itself. Yunyanqing felt a sense of relief. Since she had assumed this persona, she had never had the chance to be alone with Sumu. Now was the perfect moment. "Miss you, where are you headed?" she inquired. "I was entrusted to prepare some food. Would you care to sample it with me?" Certainly. They both had their own motives, yet their intentions aligned perfectly. They sought out a small hill on the sacred mountain's rear slope, settled down, and opened the food box. Inside lay exquisite pastries, evoking the feeling of a picnic. For a moment, Sumu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, yet he quickly refocused, determined not to lose sight of his primary objective. Speaking of which, he had yet to express his gratitude for being bailed out by Miss Yu at the enforcement hall. "Do we know each other before?" he asked. "Not at all," Yunyanqing replied succinctly. "I was specifically tasked to bail you out." "Entrusted? By whom?" Sumu pressed, but she merely shook her head slowly in silence, revealing nothing. This left Sumu somewhat bewildered. Aside from the plot, who else could possibly have connections with him? Although Yunyanqing's appearances were remarkably coincidental, suggesting a protagonist's role, her identity remained elusive. It was indeed peculiar. When Sumu first heard the name Yunyanqing, he had pondered over it, confirming that he did not recognize her. Yet, the name itself carried a poignant meaning. Yunyanqing implied longing for another. Clearly, the person who bestowed this name was a romantic at heart, or perhaps a hopeless romantic. Lost in thought, Sumu and Yunyanqing engaged in conversation on that hill for quite some time, meandering through various topics. Ultimately, he gleaned no valuable information. She was particularly guarded about her connections, revealing not a single clue. The only certainty he possessed was her demeanor, which was at least friendly, if not caring. What was this peculiar feeling of having a mentor? He wondered. Could it be that Yunyanqing was somehow linked to his father? That seemed unlikely. As they continued to sit on the hillside, savoring the pastries and chatting, the sky gradually darkened, and the bright moon ascended high above. At this moment, Sumu felt a sense of bewilderment. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze, only to be momentarily frozen in place. Under the moonlight, the young girl's delicate visage seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow as she gazed at the luminous orb above, as if lost in nostalgic thoughts. She appeared to be a person of depth and complexity. Yet, there was an air of aloofness about her that struck Sumu as oddly familiar. He pondered deeply. The demeanor she exuded suggested a long-standing prominence, a lofty perspective that seemed to have endured the passage of time and the vicissitudes of human existence. How could someone who appeared to be merely a teenager possess such profound gravitas? Sumu found himself captivated by her enigmatic presence, rendered momentarily speechless. Could it be that she belonged to some clandestine faction? A sudden thought crossed his mind. As the heir of the celestial lineage, he was well aware of the myriad hidden forces that existed within this realm. Was it possible that Yunyanqing was one of them? Resolute in his curiosity, Sumu decided to probe further and spoke up. "Miss Yu, the night has grown late. Would you not consider accompanying me home?" Chapter 88. A Rift? "Miss Yu, how about returning home with me?" "What?" Cough, 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 cough. Yunyanqing's eyes widened in shock, and she suddenly found herself choking on a pastry, coughing incessantly. Was it too sudden? She had intended to create a chance encounter with Sumu to draw their relationship closer, but she never anticipated it would escalate so quickly. Is this the rhythm of the younger generation now? Yunyanqing began to question whether she had grown outdated. Sumu, keenly observing every subtle shift in her expression, noticed her genuine shyness and surprise, which alleviated his concerns. It seemed she was not affiliated with any clandestine forces. Had she been, her initial reaction would have been one of trepidation. "Are you truly not coming?" Yunyanqing's face flushed deeper, and she instinctively lowered her head, murmuring softly, "Is that appropriate?" Engrossed in his playful probing, Sumu remained blissfully unaware that his actions resembled a form of teasing. In that case, very well, he said with a sudden smile, deftly shifting the subject. Haha, actually, I meant to invite you to my home as a gesture of gratitude. Expressing gratitude? Was it necessary to invite a young lady to his home at such an hour? Yun Yinqing interpreted this as an excuse conjured by Su Mu, a twinge of regret swelling within her. If only she had accepted his invitation without hesitation, caught up in her shyness. She wished fervently that Su Mu would broach the topic again. However, Su Mu's attention had already drifted elsewhere. With the night growing late, he suggested it might be best to part ways for the evening. As he rose to leave, Yun Yinqing felt a rush of urgency. She quickly stood up and grasped his arm. Wait, huh? Su Mu was taken aback, feeling as though his hand had been touched by numerous beautiful maidens of late. I still have some leftover pastries. I shall give them to you as well. Realizing her sudden eagerness, Yun Yinqing quickly regained her composure and retrieved a more exquisite food box from her storage ring. Although she had prepared it with care, her words transformed into something entirely different. I made these pastries too, and since you seem to enjoy them, I thought it would be fitting to share. Thank you. Su Mu pondered for a moment, but did not decline her offering. Accepting her gift appeared to draw them closer, paving the way for future opportunities to inquire further. The young man thought this as he waved goodbye, his figure gradually receding into the distance. Yun Yinqing sighed softly. Why must I bear the identity of your master? If it were not for this, I too would wish to appear beside you with the same carefree boldness as the others. The girl's expression grew somewhat melancholic, and, as the moonlight flickered, her silhouette vanished from sight. Su Mu returned to his dwelling, stowing away the pastries. I must admit, the level of craftsmanship exhibited in these pastries far surpasses that of Su Hanying, and their flavors are exquisite. I wonder where they were purchased. Perhaps next time, I shall encourage Su Hanying to learn the art, rather than constantly scheming to poison me. Meanwhile, Chun Shu devoted considerable time to devising his perfect plan. Should it be successfully executed, he would ascend to become the heir of the celestial clan, standing on equal footing with Su Mu. Contemplating this, he fell into a contemplative silence. After such a long journey, having expended so much effort, had he merely returned to the starting point of his birth? Chen Shu clenched his fists, a fierce determination igniting within him. Everything shall be mine. All will belong to me, for I am destined by fate. Without delay, Chen Shu sent a message to Yin Luan, explicitly requesting additional manpower and support. To his astonishment, Yin Luan outright refused. Young master, due to the recent exposure of Wang Tizi, the atmosphere within the sacred land is tense. We cannot mobilize anyone. Recent inquiries have revealed some leads, and we must remain hidden. Moreover, I sense that there are multiple forces targeting us. Thus, I am truly unable to assist with your plan this time. Chun Shu was taken aback, a surge of anger welling up within him. What? Yin Luan, are you defying orders? Do you understand how crucial this plan is for me? On the other end, upon reading those words, Yin Luan felt a vain throb on his forehead. Damn it. What is it to me if it's important to you? Time and again, we are the ones sent to face danger on your behalf. Do you have any idea how much it costs to cultivate an operative capable of infiltrating the sacred land? You're fixated on Su Mu, but can you truly match him? The Su family is affluent and powerful. They can afford to act recklessly, while Tianhe Palace certainly does not bear the Chen surname. Yin Luan felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. Had it not been for Chen Shu's genuine status as a young master, he would have struck him down then and there. Instead, he could only suppress his irritation and explain, Young master, this time it is truly unfeasible. The losses would be too great. I do not care. Chen Shu interrupted decisively. As my subordinate, you are to obey orders. Leave the rest to me. You. Yin Luan felt his temper flare. Even a clay figurine has some degree of anger. I can no longer tolerate this. If that is the case, then complete it on your own. He abruptly severed the connection, choosing not to engage further. He feared that continuing the conversation might lead him to act impulsively. It seemed he did not regard his subordinates as human beings. Reflecting on the recent losses made his heart ache. Each operative had been painstakingly developed under his guidance. He had spent millennia constructing this intricate system, only to see it nearly dismantled due to Wang Tizi's exposure, uprooting everything in its wake. Fool! A complete An utter fool. Which imbecile chose such a person as the young master? Yin Luan swore to himself that if he could ever break through to the realm of celestial kings, he would wield absolute authority within Tiana Palace. The first course of action he intended to undertake was to abolish the position of Chen Shu, the young master of the palace. He even claimed that Su Mu was a spendthrift. Yet Chen Shu was no better. Meanwhile, Chen Shu was left in a state of disbelief. After absorbing the memories of the celestial spirit master, his understanding of the Heavenly Harmony Palace deepened significantly. The occurrence of subordinates openly defying orders had not transpired for millennia. Had he betrayed me? Chen Shu's eyes widened in incredulity. However, upon further reflection, he sensed that there had indeed been signs all along. Each time he instructed Yin Luan to target Su Mu, something would invariably go awry, as if the latter were intentionally sabotaging the efforts. Why? Could it be that he had allied himself with the Su family? Chen Shu's gaze darkened. If he has truly betrayed me, then I shall be left with no choice. You have forced my hand. No longer hesitating, Chen Shu summoned the arcane technique from the mind of the celestial spirit master. The Heavenly Harmony Blood Slaughter 9 Death Formation. I had no intention of resorting to this. Yet you have compelled me. Chen Shu let out a cold laugh. Chapter 89. A Meeting in Luoyin. The Celestial Harmony's Blood-Killing 9 Deaths Formation. This is a unique secret technique bestowed only upon the successive leaders of the Celestial Harmony Palace following their ascension to power. The execution of this formation necessitates the use of the Palace Master's token, which diverges from traditional notions. It exists not as a physical object, but rather as a spiritual imprint. Fortuitously, the Celestial Spirit Master possesses such a token. The sole purpose of this secret art is to lock onto the essence of one's disciples and trace their origins. Initially, Chen Shu lacked the requisite spiritual power to perform this technique. However, after merging his soul with that of the Celestial Spirit Master, although he frequently suffered from bouts of mental fragmentation, his spiritual strength had undeniably multiplied manifold, allowing him to execute the formation. With gritted teeth, Chen Shu completed all preparatory steps, his hands morphing into claw-like shapes as he raised them towards the heavens.